Good afternoon. Welcome to this Saturday's episode of Have Your Say 247, coming to you live from the Garden of England. My name is Sho. Most of you are familiar with me. And if it's your first time visiting us, it's a pleasure to have you with us. We'll be discussing all things Nigeria today. But before we go into the topics, or before I list out the topics we'll be discussing, let me just make it clear that first to comment. Let me make it clear that Rudolph Okonkwo, Dr. Damages, will be joining us in about 2 hours from now. So for those of you who have come to listen to Rudolph, he will be joining us in the next 2 hours. I'll be your anchor for the first 2 hours. Rudolph will take over, and most likely forefathers will take you into the later hours of the night. So let me just go through a list of the topics we'll be discussing. As you know, there's so much coming out of Nigeria. It's almost impossible to keep up with the news, but we'll try the best we can. So some of the topics we'll be discussing is Alex Otti lifting a bar. That's talking about the power plant, that was done in conjunction with Bart Nnaji and a few other investors. Light Up Nigeria project that was launched on Monday, and 7 or 9 local governments, the report is that they've been having 24/7 power supply. This is something we'd like to discuss, especially those who are in Nigeria or live in Aba. We would encourage that you join, and even if 5 minutes, 2 minutes, just to share your experience, if that's the case, that there's uninterrupted power supply in Aba. We would also be discussing a topic that will be the first one that we'll discuss. Fisayo Shoyombo, a private journalist, investigative journalist, he did some work regarding smuggling in Nigeria, the role of the Nigerian customs. We'll discuss that at length. We'll discuss Mr. Bayo Ononuga's stance on Binance, the Binance executives who flew into Nigeria that were arrested. We'll be discussing that as well. For those of you who are familiar with this topic, would encourage that you join the panel or in the comment section and share your thoughts on that. Also, labor union capitulates again. We'll discuss that. I think they were meant to have a 2-day warning protest, but they had one and they cancelled the second day. Also, Tinubu is in Qatar, or is going to Qatar. I'm not sure if it's in Qatar yet, but there's a proposed trip to Qatar. We'll be discussing that. And Sunday Igboho calls for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. And the last topic here that Rudolph has highlighted is Gaza death toll passes 30,000. So these are some of the topics we're going to be discussing today. So like I said, we would encourage that, you join us on the platform or join me on the platform. And also in the comment section, we would appreciate your comments. We would highlight the ones that we deem fit. But before we go on, let me show you a couple of videos.
Look at what Binance is doing to our economy.
How did the government allow the saboteurs to take over? How did the government allow the saboteurs to have a sway?
That is why the government moved against Binance. Some people sit down using the cyberspace to dictate even our exchange rate, hijacking the role of the CBN. They just sit down and fix anything they like. And we were told, for instance, that if you don't clamp down on Binance will destroy the economy of this country. They just fix rate.
So it's a digital hijack of the economy. That's what it looks like.
Sabotage.
It's a digital hijack. There's some kind of hijack.
And we are trying.
Okay, so that was Mr. Bayo Ononuga, talking about the role of Binance. This sort of reminds me of. I'm going to send out the link in a minute. Don't worry, I'll send out the link so you can join me on the platform or on the panel. I'm just going to have like a monologue for about 10 minutes, and I'll send out the link, and you would join me, and we can discuss these issues over the next 2 hours. So Mr. Bayo Ononuga's stance, or the presidency stance on this, reminds me of the days of the former CBN governor, who is currently having an issue with the Nigerian state. What's his name now? Whatever his name is, you know him. When he went after Abuki FX and he blamed them for the exchange rate, or for determining the exchange rate for the failure of the Naira, basically pinning it on Abuki FX. This is just very similar. We'll be discussing that at length. Also, I will share a couple of videos, which is the first topic we're going to be discussing. So let me share the videos and we'll flesh it out.
Initially, the impression I got when you published the report and I read it was that it would seem that some smugglers are terrified of customs. I mean, you cannot just carry the goods across because in some instances there were hillocks on patrol. In other words, there were still people who were doing their jobs, but that there were people within the system who were corrupt, who were willing to take money and tell these people where their colleagues were, and as such, betraying the entire efforts of the Nigerian customs system. That's the impression I got. Not that the entire system itself is degenerate, but you seem to think otherwise.
So both statements are correct. The entire system is degenerate in that the good eggs are few, and then they cannot deliver when they're being betrayed all the time. If you pick a customs patrol van, you know, hillocks is street lingo among smugglers. Say hillocks is coming, you know that's customs. If you pick the customs patrol van and you go to the street, and smugglers already know you are coming, what can you do? You know, there is nothing you can do. As I said, the only guys who get caught are the ones that have not bribed anyone such that the patrol team can be sabotaged.
Well, I do also know that in the period of this investigation, I mean, which you also have admitted took a while for, you know, many reasons, the hierarchy of customs service has also seen a shakeup of some sort. We've seen the new CG appointed to the helm. Has there been any change in modus operandi?
Nothing has changed. The new CG knows everything that is happening. You know, the biggest smuggler in the Southwest is friends with the new CG. There's a relationship. He's friends with the president. He was on the president's train to the climate summit in Dubai. He's friends with a number of governors. He's politically connected. So everyone who has the constitutional power to stop smuggling in Nigeria is aware of the depth of the problem, of the people behind it, and benefits directly or indirectly. I am making this statement. I know they are grave statements, and I'm saying them with certainty simply because I went in, I embedded with them, I spent time with them, and I know that it is impossible for that scale of movement of goods, of items. I saw trailers. For that, I imported smuggled 100 bags of rice. I saw trailers moving stuff unchecked, and they are labeled headquarters movements. Nobody could stop them. You can't put a customs officer on the road and then the customs officer is not free to stop movements of trailers coming in from outside the country. Can only happen because, as they say in Nigerian parlance, it's order from above.
Well, I mean, as I also pointed out, there were two reports.
All right. So as you all saw there, that is Mr. Fisayo Shoyombo, who is an investigative journalist. So he played an undercover role, and he was able to smuggle 100 bags of rice into Nigeria. And, you know, he was given his account. And when this came out and he linked the person he tagged to the #1 smuggler in the southwest of Nigeria, when he linked him to the president, that he went to COP28 on the president's train, is linked to governors, you know, linked to the IGP that would, you know, we'll talk about in a second, is linked to the new Controller General of Customs. Of course, the usual suspects on Twitter, or X as it is known now, you know, said, no, that's a lie, it's all propaganda and the rest of it. So Mr. Shoyombo dropped receipts of this particular smuggler, and I will share those videos with you in a second.
This What have I done? What have I done? He's threatening to kill me. Why? Seriously.
I saw your car trailer. What carry like 4 trailers? What did you do about it? I will not accept it. I don't tell the people. I will not agree.
All right, you get the gist. That's the man. Is known as IBD Dende, who Fisayo Shoyombo has tagged as the most, prolific smuggler in the southwest of Nigeria. You can see him in the first video. For those who don't understand Yoruba, he was basically saying to the custom officer that he's going to show him basically who he is. It would make him regret being on duty on that day and the rest of it. And he was calling maybe, the custom officer's superior, to report him that his operation has been intercepted. And in the second video, you heard him saying that I saw 4 of your gas trailers carrying rice. You didn't stop that. Why did you stop my operation? So this guy is the one Fisayo said is linked to people in power, different governors and the rest of it. And, there are a few pictures that have surfaced. Of course, you can't decide who you take pictures with or who take pictures with you if you're powerful, but I'll show you 2 pictures. So this is the man with the president. Also, this is the man, is the one wearing blue native and blue cap, standing next to the IGP. I'm not sure who the others are, but so that's him there, IBD Dende. So this has generated a lot of conversation on Twitter, on X. I'm not sure on other platforms, but that's the one I'm on. And I've seen a lot of people discuss back and forth, for and against. But what's quite interesting is that after this video dropped, or these videos dropped, where Fisayo Shoyombo posted this video of the guy, clearly seen attacking or wanting to attack a custom officer, he had to be restrained. And it's quite funny that you see 7 or 6 custom officers with guns struggling to contain one unarmed citizen. You could clearly hear the custom officer saying, why is he threatening to kill me? What have I done? What have I done? This is Nigeria for you. And to go back to, for those of you who watched Electricity's broadcast yesterday, or those of you who would watch it later, Electricity had a broadcast yesterday on this platform. And his question was, can anything good come out of this government? Or he tagged it illegitimate government. And the answer is right in your face. My worry with President Tinubu's, associates is that quite a lot of them are corrupt. And I fear that people like that would hold significant positions, important positions in the country. Now, the IGP was linked with this man, and you saw the picture of them standing next to each other. Fisayo posted something on Twitter or X, and I'll let you all read it and make up your minds. I'm not sure if it's bold, if you're able to see it, but I'll read it. Fisayo said, on IGP Kayode Egbetokun's friendship and near clanship with IBD Dende, I've never had any serious anti-crime expectations of the IGP, knowing he was the commissioner of police when 2 innocent Kwara policemen were dismissed for busting a car theft ring. So basically, Fisayo is saying, when the IGP, Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, when he was the commissioner of police in Kwara State, 2 police officers busted a car theft ring, and their reward was to be sacked by their then commissioner of police. So Fisayo had no high expectations of this current IGP. For those of you who don't remember the IGP, I call him the Lion Tiger Man. The day he was appointed, he had this to say to Nigerians.
Now I have just been decorated and I'm looking forward to taking over tomorrow morning by 11 a.m. I really can't describe how I feel presently, but if I have to tell you anything, I will tell you that right now I feel like a tiger inside of me, ready to chase away all the criminals in Nigeria. And some other time I feel like a lion in me, ready to defer all the enemies, internal enemies of Nigeria. That's my feeling right now.
All right. Hide. Let's take away this picture, and now we can get started, and I'll bring people onto the platform and we can have a robust conversation. Right, so you've seen him as the lion, as the conqueror. He wants to get rid of all the criminals in Nigeria. So a good place to start would be with a man he was seen taking pictures with, IBD Dende, who's now said, he was provoked. That's why he said what he said. Obviously, he doesn't intend to kill a Nigerian police officer and the rest of it. But I'm sending out the link for those who want to join. You can join us and let's have a conversation. Also, please like the video, share it, even if you don't agree with what we do, how we do it, still share it. Some of your friends contact might like what we do. So please click on the like button, the thumbs up icon, click on that to help us with spreading the work we do here. It's really good for the channel if you can spread the word, please. We do appreciate your support. I can see people joining me. Femi, welcome. Paul, welcome. Good morning, Papi. I see your message.
Good morning.
Egbo Alexander Gomez, you said, "Show, put a smile on your face." I think you sent that when I started sharing the video. Some of these things, there's no way you watch them and you smile at the same time. Honestly, put a smile on your face. Bro, come on now. Greetings, folks from Texas. Egbo Gomez, thank you, sir. Oh, Tone, good to see you. You jump fence. I'm Tone. Okay. I think I know what happened. Who's singing? No, that's praise and worship. Please, now, take the person. who's having praise and worship? Okay, Mazi Prince, welcome to the show. Okay, so let's get started. Femi, if you've watched from the beginning, I've reeled out all the topics Rudolph intend for us to discuss today. I've started on the one that I find most interesting, that I want us to discuss for the first hour or 90 minutes, depending on how much people want it. That's the Egbetokun, IBD Dende, the smuggler or the alleged smuggler. But is there any news that we've missed that you would like to throw into the mixer?
Let me just reel out a couple that
I know you know. You come with your list.
I always narrow them down to it's too many things to discuss about Nigeria. There's the case of the Lassa fever epidemic that's beginning to spread out again, notably in Kaduna and Benue. And I'm particularly drawn towards that because of the fact that I worked in that space previously. And it's something that's they've not found a solution to ever since the very first episode of Lassa fever was found in about 1976 or so in a village called Lassa in Plateau. And then there's the case of the red line commissioning. I mean, maybe some kind of kudos of sorts. And just to mention that apparently there was news that Tinubu actually traveled after the commissioning. Of course, the not so little matter of Air Peace starting operations in the Lagos to London route. I believe it is not Abuja to London now. And of course, I know they were allocated Gatwick, and I keep telling people that if Nigeria was a country that had common sense, just as they're giving us Gatwick, we should also give them Port Harcourt, you know. But then there's a case of the slash in prices, the amount is going to be charging. And then the state police issue, which has now garnered even more momentum with the traditionalists, traditional, what's it called, rulers from the West, asking us to, in Yoruba, we call it Towo Labor. Let's add our local means to solve this insecurity. They're suggesting that. And of course, the NIN and BVN, Buraha, the linkages and the fact that the chickens are coming home to roost, knowing that we do not have a single database for everything. Everything you have to either go line up in Nigeria. Of course, I like to add this positivity as well. Iwaju, that Disney movie that was premiered on Tuesday and released officially in Nigeria and to the rest of the world to world acclaim on Wednesday. And there's a little story to it as well. Not a little story to it because it also falls within my space as well. Of those two Nigerians and one Ugandan that were threatening Disney with the fact that they were going to show Disney Pepper in Africa. And of course, they were co-opted into this movie because Nigerians are really doing well in the IT space, if truth be told. Of course, during the week as well, we're also enamored by the senators and reps, or basically the National Assembly, letting us know that by 2025, we're going to be having a new constitution. Of course, we continue to deceive ourselves. Restructuring is the answer, whether we like it or not. Yeah, and I don't know if you saw the video of the residents of Kaduna that barricaded the Kaduna Abuja highway as well over this incessant kidnapping. Of course, we're also treated to the fact that recently again they're stuck in Katsina and I think in Borno as well. That's obviously not abating yet anytime soon. Well, what else? I mean, there's so much. There's so much. The CBN Act amendments being carried by the Senate as well. To what end? Well, I guess I'll just stop there for now. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot.
All right. Thank you, Femi. That's why I said keeping up with Nigeria should be, Netflix. Paul, I'm liking this, your gray beard, though. Good to see you.
My brother.
Is there anything that we missed
too
out?
much. We don't see better food job for America. That's why.
No lie.
Yeah. I think my first concern is Femi make mention of it, but I'm saying it from another aspect of it. Talking about the Air Peace thing, I'm a bit worried because if Air Peace try to achieve that purpose, the Lagos-London route or Abuja-London, I don't know, if they achieve that purpose very well, another frustration might come because not like Air Peace have their own aircraft that they want to use in flying that airline. They're using some Norwegian aircraft to fly that airline. So when you lease an aircraft to fly a route like that and you tend to bring the price down, just think the challenge. You understand? The challenge may come from both places because this thing is politics going on and everything. Though I know the North Airline, it's not so big. They are good with this cheap thing on their own, but the politics behind it and everything, sometimes it get me worried. I'm a bit skeptical, because leasing an aircraft to fly a new route, it's always challenging. You don't know what you see there. Mostly when you are coming with a cheap rate, it's a route that you want to go find big players, because the big players on their own, they can play those parts where they can choose to say, okay, now that you want to come, let's slash our price down to drive you out of business. It's challenging. So that gives me a bit worried with that. I hope some of us, people will talk into it more I know many people may not really have much knowledge about that. That is one. Then also the Alesoti thing, the Abia thing, it gets me also concerned again, like the airpiece thing. It gets me concerned the way people are bragging with this 24 hours electricity and the likes. When you start generating power, then you go to the media, you start talking. We've failed to understand that the distributions and every other thing, most of these equipment that will take it to people's house still owned by different organizations. Do you want to drive them out of business? You must partner with them. Are they willing to do their own part very well? All those things, those conductors that you see in the streets, the power lines and every other thing that you see in the streets, not like they'll just start from thin air and say, we want to build our own, we want to do everything. Those parts, it's also there. Then we are talking about information technology. Again, how do you use technology to manage power? You understand? The power office from their office there, they can turn off my light with one from their system. You understand? But you know the Nigerian factor, they'll come to front of your house and cut your cable. So there are so many work to be done. So let's not do this Prince style where you take 3 million to build roads, then use 30 million to do media hype and everything. So let them tone it down and then still get to work. Not by bringing president, bring this, bring that, bring this, bring that. Okay, go to work until this work is on ground where people will use it and people will enjoy it. It will be good, but you've not even achieving it. You are running from one media to another media to another media to another media. I don't think it's too good. And why I'm saying that, if that man will achieve that the next, say, 12 months to 24 months from now, that will be Labour Party biggest campaign. Don't you think they'll frustrate him?
Yeah. So Paul, I think it's a topic we'll discuss, at length. Especially would encourage people from Nigeria, if they can come in and let's discuss this power plant, the implications, the pros and cons of it. But let's just go around and find out if there's anything we've left out. Tone, good to see you. Is there anything you would like to add to the discussion, throw into the mixer, or have we covered everything for you?
I guess we've touched on everything, but I would like to say to people that live in London will appreciate the positives of Air Peace flying from London. And as of this afternoon, BA has slashed their price. And I think one more airline, KLM or something like that, have also slashed their price. I think it's a good thing. It's because we've been having the wrong end of the stick for years and all that, because it's so disappointing for a country as big as Nigeria that we do not have an airline. Look at the kind of money that is being looted every day. Is enough for us to run an airline? So I think I welcome it. The only thing is, I hope they will keep the standards up, operational standards and otherwise. It's not just about having the slots and then the standard is Niger standards. So kudos to Air Peace and congratulations to Nigeria. With regards to the smuggling thing, this sort of thing has been going on for years. It's all about man on man. When you catch a big criminal that has friends in high places, when he's caught, he will start raking. And I think he was just lucky that there was no hot-headed officer there. They will have done what they need to do regardless. But then everybody is they're being careful because just one phone call might redeploy them, and that's spot where they are. That's where they make a lot of money. So they just need to be careful.
Right.
That's all I have to contribute for now.
All right, thank you, Mazi Prince. Good to have you. Welcome to the show. Is there anything you would like to add?
Sure. Good morning. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Tone, and good morning, Femi. Yes, couple of things. We're talking about how hard things are in Nigeria. And it will surprise you that a deputy speaker was being interviewed yesterday by Sheun Okinbaloye. And this one could open his mouth to talk about how it is that their salary needs to be increased. And I can, I stood for a minute. I could not fathom why at this time the National Assembly is talking about an increase, talking about how it is that they give money to constituents and that. And I'm like, what is all this? Not only that, the constitution that they said they have in a review, he stated that it will not be ready until 2025. But they want increase in their salaries. That aside, so this is not speculation.
Okay.
It's becoming real. Nestle Foods, MTN, have just announced that it looks like they might be leaving Nigeria. Things are bad. Things are bad. Because one of the things they check in is not even, it's just that the currency of Nigeria is being devalued, which means whatever they do, they cannot make ends meet. They've already started dipping their hands into that of shareholders. So it's ridiculous. They might be moving. It might mean them moving to a country nearby or live entirely. It's so sad. Another thing that came to my attention, though I was happy somehow, was that of Pizarro, the Super Eagles coach. I think for me, left alone, probably the man is seeing that he might not be getting his salaries the way things are going in Nigeria. So the man will like, let me take my leave. But he already got a place. I think he got somewhere in Egypt, Ali, whatever, Ahali or whatever it is called. So I don't blame the man. Things are bad. It's so sad. And a president will stand on the podium in Lagos to threaten, to talk about he's talking about he's throwing a jab. That was not a jab. Whatever he was saying, he meant it. I rest for now.
All right, thank you, Mazi Prince. Xero, welcome to the show. Is there any topic we've omitted and the panelists haven't highlighted?
First of all, good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think I quite like the choice of subjects. You didn't miss the miracle of Abba, and then the one that came in late. What's his name? The guy that slapped the customs officer. I think these are two pertinent issues. Though there are many other issues, but I like the way you streamline it to two. I'm overjoyed, with the fact that not just the electricity that came to Aba, but the multiple effects that is going to bring to this part of the country that has for so long been clamoring against what's it called? They are not getting any, they're not having any government presence, no investment. I just like the fact that it coincides with the period that companies were living. And in that Aba, there's nothing they cannot make. Even if Nestle leaves Nigeria, what is Nestle manufacturing that we cannot manufacture locally? What Nigerians have been clamoring for is electricity. Give them power and see the miracle. I just know that within a space of 2, 3, 4 years, those companies that are going, they will be replaced by local companies. And that's my joy. Let me hands off until we start the discussion.
Okay. Thank you very much, Xero. So we'll start right from the top again. So Femi, the topic that I would like us to start with is the smuggling those people that have been pinpointed by Fisayo Shoyombo, who did, very good job. People like that have to be commended. The defense of the usual suspect on Twitter, it would amuse you. When the first said, oh, it's propaganda, how can you link the president? And the guy said, this particular person we're talking about was on the presidential train to COP28 when they took over 1,000 people. He's close to the president. It's not an unknown person to them. And he linked him to the IG of police, and he posted pictures, and he posted the video of the guy threatening a custom officer. When they saw the receipt, they now started what would shock you. They left the matter and they started saying, now this is how you do journalism. Unlike that useless David Udeyi. David Udeyi will have made it about himself. And I'm thinking to myself, sorry, what's this got to do with comparing two journalists? Why are you trying to pit Fisayo Shoyombo against David Udeyi? Let's stay on the matter and discuss this. Like Tony said, it's not new. It's not new. It's not unique to President Tinubu's presidency. So let's get that right. It's been going on for a while. But now that it's come to light, do you have any expectation? Do you think this guy will be invited, questioned, tried, if found guilty, jailed? What's your thought on it?
I have a lot of doubts because too many things happen in Nigeria that just beats your imagination. Not to say that this kind of things don't happen in other realms in the world. It's just that there's consequences in other parts of the world, even within Africa. Because I tend to not try to compare us with too much with the Western world. I like to look at countries like even Botswana, for example, because I think I would rather compare with where our level is, and even those kind of countries are beyond our level now within Africa. Now, my greater fear is with this guy himself, Shoyombo, because the way things are stacked against investigative journalists generally around the world, and especially in a place like Africa and especially Nigeria. Do I see anything changing? It's difficult because there's always a background to the story that you might not even hear about, and if anything, there's always a tendency that even this smuggler guy, for example, you might not hear anything again. It might be kept quiet or just put in one place. And of course, it's not something that's going to stop anytime soon. Smuggling is probably as old as humanity, or almost as old as humanity. Now, there was a part of because I saw a bit of the call it mini documentary, if you will, where he actually highlighted the fact that you could tell that he highlighted that part, which, not surprisingly, where within the customs itself, they're the ones that would tell these smugglers the movement of the custom officers, their colleagues. So, and does it even surprise you, especially when you even trace things like Boko Haram back as far back to what Jonathan said, especially I think the midway during his presidency, about how he knows that there are Boko Haram elements not just within the security forces but also within his government, because that's the way we operate. That's just the way we operate. And that's why I agree with you that this thing is definitely not limited to just what's going on now, but it's been like that. It's been like that for a long, long time. So I don't see it abating anytime soon. In fact, as who knows how many of this is being replicated all over the country in various shapes and forms. Not just when it comes to smuggling, but just in our general life. We just have this anyhowness way of doing things, And who is going to bail the cat when is it the armed robber that wants to catch the thief? It's the same scenario, the same things being replicated even within government itself. I don't have too much to say. I don't have too much faith. I don't know. It's just annoying, but I don't have too much to say. I beg.
All right, Paul. Over to you. Customs, smuggling. Oh, Big QB is here. The man that said he won't fly airpiece. Okay, it would be nice to hear the reason why he won't do that. But Paul, so with regards to this this video that I shared, which you probably would have seen, Fisayo Sheyombo's work, you know, when he went undercover, he was able to smuggle 100 bags of rice into Nigeria. You know, he said all you need to do is pay the right person. And I saw one man's super chat. Thank you for that. I know was being sarcastic, saying that criminality started under Tinubu. If you paid attention, I mentioned it to say this didn't start today. It didn't start 9 months ago. But the question is, Tinubu is meant to make a difference. And this guy that's been fingered out is linked to the president as a friend, as someone he knows, is close to. You know, do we have expectation that this presidency will deal with such people?
Yeah, just on the soft side, I'll use like 30 seconds on the soft side. When one man said criminality started under Tinubu, I think he's saying the truth, because in America, when you see small people who do this drug peddling and everything, they do it in the gas station, front of the, you know, the small stores and everything. But Tinubu recruit men. He was selling these things in Chicago State University all around. You forget to enter class. So Tinubu started new type of criminality in America, you know, so before he brought it home. Talking about this guy that they arrest, it's just kind of funny again. If I would say on the flip side again.
They didn't arrest him.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, talking about him, it's just kind of funny because they didn't arrest him, but he's going to go under for the time being. And guess what? That can even increase the price of rice, smuggling. I can tell you that, because these are the movers and the shakers of that business. It is funny, but this is how it works. I have done that back in the days, many years ago. We go to Badagry, we'll go buy, those days, we'll buy all this GSC, we'll buy all these things that we hardly get in the market. We'll buy shoes just to go sell and the like. We've been doing that back in the days. We'll go to Badagry. From Badagry, then we'll move to Cotonou.
Are you confessing that you used to be a smuggler?
Yes, I will say so. You understand? But we don't understand what we're doing. We're so young. So we buy. So if I can buy in excess, I will wear so many on my body. We'll hide some of these things. You don't even understand the weight of what you're doing. That's how you grow to become something else. You understand? Then you come back and you sell to people, you know. But why am I saying this? You will be so shocked that I was in Badagry 2022. In Badagry, where you see the slave trade thing and everything, there is a prison there, the prison yard by the slave trade thing there. All those water guys, these are people who help you smuggle rice. They all have their bike, they all have this thing. You don't want to do the risk yourself. So they smuggle, they charge you, so they can relate with custom, they can relate with police on the road, than for you to say you want to deal with custom and police. It's a big business. You understand? The business itself understands itself. And why I'm saying this guy will go free, assuming you provide all these receipts that this guy had good relationship with Peter Obi, then I know the guy will not go free. They will probably punish him like Dazuki or Nnamdi Kanu. But for the fact that you are seeing the guy with the Tinubu camp people, my brother, the guy will just go like one clothes that Wasiu and Yude put many years ago called Slick. But I like the way they say Siliki. Oh, the jaw. It will just rain go like Slick. You understand? The case will just rain go. That is Nigeria for you. You understand? Our president is the negative side. It's never be the positive side. Make mention of one good case that will know somebody that have been in jail for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years ago. Any notable case as to call that country, you understand, highly criminal, corruptions and other things going on. You can't
Someone
take
even asked
anybody.
in the comment section that what's happening to the Better Edu case? Has anyone had anything?
I say it will rain go like slick. It will rain go like slick. I'm telling you, it will rain go like slick. You might see. So this is just the thing. So our president is just on the negative side. So I don't really think anything will happen. Nothing will happen.
All right.
It's so painful, but that is it. It is what it is.
All right, thank you, Paul. Thank you for your contribution. Tone, so it's slightly different angle from you.
So I'm so sorry. I forgot one part of it. When I make mention of those water, you understand, helping people carry rice, you will be so shocked that Oba of Badagry They also store. They also have a depot there where they transfer, and other people will come by. You know, you put it in a place there. Yeah, where they smuggle. I'm not saying the Oba. They use the privilege of him, but you cannot tell me he didn't know what is going on there. This is the thing. You understand? Army and the so-called warder help people to transport these things for you not to deal with police and custom on the road. It's a big business. So when they bring some crazy people from Abuja, like they say, to come block everything, price will go up. It's just simple economics, demand and supply. That's my take.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. Tone. So as I was saying, I want a slightly different perspective from you, being an ex-military, personnel. When you see things like what happened between Seun Kuti and the police officer, and you see what happened between IBD Dende and these custom officers carrying guns, wearing the emblem of Nigeria, being threatened, what's your take on that? How is that received within the military? What do you guys make of it?
First off, I must commend the officer for his composure, because
He wasn't composed, he was scared.
Huh?
He wasn't composed, he was scared. He was saying, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
Yeah. Like I said earlier, that sport being posted on the border is an ATM machine, so to say. So just one phone call might just get him posted somewhere that he will not be making money. That's all about it. The guy just used intimidation. But like I said, if there was an officer that didn't give a toss and all that, he'll do him, And so I'll commend his composure. But I must say here is Tinubu's days are numbered. I've even written it on the comment section. You guys will come to know that this thing. So likes of a shit face like one man went to mow, and BQB that does. And BQB that doesn't want to get on this thing because an Igbo man
understand what is the comment you are relating your comments to me now. I don't understand.
Shut the fuck up.
What is the point now?
Tone, calm down now. I beg. Tone, please. Let's keep it clean, okay? It's too early. When the night shift comes, we can do this buzz boost. Let's keep it clean.
What is the discussion now that is making that is related to BQB? How is the discussion related to BQB now?
It's okay.
Yes,
okay.
I don't understand.
It's okay. Don't worry. Tone, I'm going to bring you on. Just round up in like 30 seconds, and we'll move on to Mazi Prince to discuss this custom case. BQB.
I'm there for you to round up. What do you want to round up about?
Yusuf, you're not helping matters. We'll see handbags. So Tone, please finish up.
Well, with this criminal that calls himself the president of Nigeria and all that, nothing good is going to happen to it and all that. The money went down slightly some few days ago. All the Agbado people were just high-fiving themselves. It started going up again. The exchange rate, Naira to pound sterling, I see it hitting 3,000. There's no this is just simple economics. If you don't do the right thing, you can't listen. All these trips. Okay, he told us last time when we're criticizing him about the trips, he said, okay, foreign trips are going to be toned down, it's going to be trimmed and all that, and yet he's doing it again. If you really want, you don't chase after investors. Create the atmosphere where investors will come. Investors will naturally gravitate to Nigeria. There's no security. There's no investment in a cottage industry and all that. So how do you want investors to come? It doesn't just work that way. But again, like I said, I'm just being calm and enjoying it. I've started eating my popcorn. One morning, you guys will wake up and you realize. And then all the Agbado people will start crying. Their crying have not started, but like me, I will keep saying, let the hunger continue because they needed to reset all their head, all their bigoted head. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Exero. So sticking to the topic now, do you have links? Do you have links to the borders? Are you making, is that your side hustle? Do you know?
Why did you switch me there?
Sorry. It's because of the way the tiles change. I beg your pardon. Sorry, Mazi, I apologize. Exero, well, 1 second.
Yeah, am I not the next person?
No, it's Mazi Prince. Oh. Then after Mazi Prince, then it's you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mazi Prince, go ahead. Ngozika is because of the way on my screen. Sorry, so it's got Ngozi. You know how this works. When you came in, I can't even remember when you came in, but because you went right up, because you're a moderator. So in my head, I'm just going round. Sorry, do you know when you came in? Do you remember?
Don't worry, all the gentlemen in the studio came in before me, but we don't have lights and we don't have network in this country. So
okay, Mazi Prince, let me plead your indulgence, Mazi. Let's hear from Ngozi since she's in Nigeria. Please, I beg your indulgence.
No problem.
Ngozika, looking very beautiful. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Show. Been a while. You started to join us today.
I'll be out for
dinner. Thank you for coming on. Welcome, sir. Good evening, gentlemen. So nice to see you Saturday. I feel we don't miss Dr. Damage too much today. Because he's like the cold water that we used to pour, and everybody went in. Anyway, we're still. Can I comment on anything or just the custom series?
So since you're here for a brief, you're here for a while, you can discuss whatever you want to discuss since you're not going to be with us the whole show.
Yeah, I will be joining in and outside the network is quite good, but if I leave, I can't guarantee. So, about the custom issue, at the end of the day, my thing is that it is the masses that suffer. And when it comes to the masses suffering, there's no distinguishing between those that voted for Bloom, those that voted for Umbrella, or those that voted for Mama Papa and I've come with my market analysis and I went to market.
What's the price of yam?
This time around, right? About the price is 95,000 naira. And my present foreign rice 95,000 naira. So minimum wage is 30,000. Bag of rice is 95,000. Make of that what you will. And when we say let the hunger continue, I want to say, let it continue. But I'm also here. I have family here. And I can beat my chest and say that we didn't vote for people. So if you are wishing hunger on everybody because about the people voted for people, what of us that didn't vote for them? We are suffering the same thing. And this unfortunately is going to continue for a while. It's not looking any good. I'll be shocked. All the things they are doing that they are defending the Naira is complete BS. Complete BS. It does not reflect in the market. It does not reflect. And you know the saddest thing about this country? Once prices of goods and services go up, it doesn't come down. That's the saddest thing. And the rich, I said this some days ago to somebody. I don't have a problem with prices of goods changing. No, I don't. Of course, prices are not going to remain static. But the problem I have is the frequency and the rate at which it changes.
There's a bit of background noise where you are. I know you said that's where reception is, but it's like they're moving plates and pots and pans, getting ready to.
Yeah. I'm in the restaurant.
Okay.
So, the rate and frequency at which it is moving is scary thing. Last week we were just shouting, "Oh God, that is 75,000 naira." Frequency is 95. You wake up tomorrow and it's 105, and you're still stuck where you are. So I'm just going to make this appeal. If you have any way or whatever you think you can do, while you're waiting for the punishment of the Agbado people so that they will be screaming and gnashing their teeth, if you have any way to remove the suffering of those that do not have a hand in it, please do. It's not funny. And I might take a break from coming on the show for a while because sometimes when I come here, I get triggered. I get really, really triggered. And I just because some people are living in la la land. You need to go outside and talk to grass. You think you're safe. You're not. And a hungry person is a very dangerous person. I'll leave it for that. I'll leave it like that.
All right. Thank you very much, Ngosika. Thank you for, for always coming in from Nigeria and for airing your opinion. And I appreciate the fact that you know what's best for you, because we cannot control everything people do and say. We would love to, but that would be censorship. And you saying that, you might take a break from time to time from the show so that, because if it triggers you, if it annoys you to the point that, you feel a certain way, we quite support, you taking break and the rest of it from the show. Mama Echo, for instance, has not been on many platforms. She's taken a break. I was told she's fine, she's healthy, but she feels like, she needs a break from all of it. So to anyone who feels that way, we strongly encourage and advise that, take a break from it. It's good that we come here and discuss issues because we all care about Nigeria, but the truth of the matter is this gathering will not solve the problem of Nigeria on a Saturday. I like the fact that there are people who come on here and almost rubbish, analysis. Oh, let's just talk, solutions. It's good. But if I ask all of us on the panel and the people in the comment section, who are the people who come here who likes to discuss solutions only? I'm sure we can list their names, which is a very good thing. So solutions will come when you take it offline and go and discuss, exchange emails, exchange telephone numbers, and discuss solutions. It's a good thing to do. Analysis is also good. There are different roles that we will play. Some of us will just analyze. When it comes to providing solution, I'm not probably going to join any WhatsApp group because I didn't run for office. You that have solutions, go and discuss it. And those who want to, analyze it, like Ngosika comes from Nigeria, let's not, begrudge them in any way. Let us say a piece. Let's respect one another. Of course, it will get heated from time to time, but we shouldn't pick on people. It's dangerous. What it can drive people to do, you'll be shocked. We hope and pray it doesn't happen to any one of us. But if it does happen, that's when people will realize, like, oh, snap, I played a part in this, and people will run away, and you won't see them again in the comment section. So let's be nicer to one another, okay? You might think it's not a big deal, it's just banter, but not everyone can take it. For someone like me, you say whatever to me, I just laugh and like, life is good, whatever. But some people, it really gets to them. So let's be kinder to one another, please. Right. Mazi Prince, customs. Have you been importing rice?
So pretty much, I just totally agree with what you just said. Sometimes when we come on this platform and we talk, some people take it as a joke. Some people want to, whatever it is, that's their business. But at the end of the day, like I said, and I call them deplorables. If they know what the meaning of deplorables are, they will definitely hide their faces in shame or whatever. But that's by the way. Going to the customs of a thing. If we listen to what that guy said, the day of a guy, he said at some point that I just seen you guys Oga with 4 trucks. 4 trucks. And what did you guys do? So meaning that they all do these things. This is a man who is known in Ilaro as a smuggler. Who, when they take him, they come and say, oh, they'll pick. If they pick him, the next minute he's out. And he was even telling the customs officers there that he's calling the the Controller General. What a shame. The investigator said that even the IG is aware of this. So incidentally, Egbetokun, the customs Controller General, they all are friends with the same day of a guy. For me, I will say it this way. It's a pity. It's either we take it or we don't take it. Nigeria is gone. Nigeria, it's old time. What do you call this place? Close to Venezuela. I'm trying to remember the name. These guys that were, that were running things and all that kind of a thing. What is their name?
Are you
Why
talking
am I forgetting?
Colombia?
Colombia. Thank you. Colombia. Since have we ever heard these guys talking anymore? Mawa doesn't talk anymore. And drugs are coming into Nigeria. The journalist guy said the amount of drugs that go through the border, the arms that go through the border. He's not just saying, he's not just speculating. He said he saw it. And it broke his heart. I pray, one thing I just pray, I pray that guy is hiding well because they're going after him. I know they're gonna try to take him out. So who's gonna investigate who? And EFCC came up and said they found in some of the customs, the top customs, about how many billions in their accounts. Jesus Christ. What are we doing? And somebody will come and tell me he's fighting corruption. Please. Arrest for now.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Prince. Good contribution as always. BQB, I see you frowning. Put on a smile. Come on.
I thought it was
At least you're not in Nigeria. You're not feeling it directly, even if they're asking you for
Give him a gbado to chop.
Don't now. Don't aggravate.
I thought it was my turn now, or should I leave for BQB to talk?
Let's hear from BQB. BQB, I don't know if you're staying for a long period. If you're not, I want you to touch on the smuggling issue, since you lived in Lagos, you're familiar with Lagos and the rest of it. And also, I saw your comment that you won't fly airpiece outside of Nigeria. Maybe you fly it local. What's your reason for that? So if you could touch on those two quickly, and please just leave Tony alone. Just don't go there, please. I beg you.
Yeah, I would. You are an elder to me, so I think I will follow your advice, because if I want to wrestle with the pig, I'm going to be dirty this night, and I'm not ready to be dirty this night. So let me just leave him. Then, good evening, honorable panelists on this show. Except one
we had my good debaters
on this show, except one that did not want to be an honorable. So let me just leave him. Now, let me go. So let's talk about this smuggling. The crime generally in Nigeria. This is an criminality and corruption has affected every aspect of our society in that Nigerian country. So it's just one aspect. I know if we put a searchlight to some other sectors too, you will see something similar happening there. So I think that's just what I'm going to say about it. There's no way you can smuggle without the buy-in of custom officers, and we'll be successful at that. So the guard built off, obviously, this chain of successful smuggling in that axis, and those axes linked to other neighboring countries, Agbara and all those places. If you are close, if you know about those routes very well, those routes are one of the popular smuggling routes for cars, all these used cars. So, and what they put in those cars, if you guns, drugs, and so there's really nothing for me to comment on it. But we know the country response to any crimes depends on who you know. So depending on who the guy knows, who is who in the security agency and the custom will determine how the case is going to go. So if I really look at it, there is nothing much for me to say. I wish justice can be done, but justice in Nigeria mean different things to different people, depending on who you are, where you are, and how involved you are in a particular case that we're discussing. So I think that's what I want to say on that smuggling case for now. Then the issue about airpeace, I've had to fly the local wing of airpeace a couple of times in Nigeria, and I will say it, I'm not satisfied because I fly local airlines too in other countries, so I know that the service I receive is below average service. As I mean, in terms of cancellation, in terms of I mean, it can improve on its capacity itself for local routes. So adding, going to Jeddah, going to London, going to USA, going to Gatwick, I think it's just more problems. That's just the way I feel. Because even the local one that you have that you control, there's still so many issues. Cancellation, delay. I had a flight in December, I had a flight in 9 a.m. from Abuja to Lagos. I flew 9 p.m. in the night. So how can anybody explain that we were just in the hotel? We were just in the airport. Everybody was angry. There was some northern Lagos bound flights. If you are coming from maybe Gombe, the route then to Abuja to connect with some of the Lagos bound Abuja flight to come. There are some other flight going to maybe Anambra. They route the people coming from Lagos to Abuja to. It's just some form of generally there's no customer satisfaction on that local aspect.
Yeah.
So
I've not flown,
now,
one second. I've not
Yes.
flown many local flights within Nigeria, but this issue of delays and cancellation, is it unique to airpeace, or is it something that's across all local flights in Nigeria, or is it something that you think is more common with airpeace? Because I heard him speak about cancellations. He was trying to make a case why flights are cancelled. So I'm just asking.
Yes, on TV. Yes. The way I look at it is that the biggest local airline is airpeace.
Okay.
So obviously airpeace adds more bookings. Because I can't imagine how if you go to an airpeace booking site, they have Lagos to Abuja flight or Abuja to Lagos flight, probably every 3 hours. That is obviously not visible, not possible. You have 7:45, you have 9, you have 12, you have 3, you have 5, you have 7. It's not possible. So those people in charge of that space, do they think they can run those flights, those schedules? And that's what you have. So you just see a typical local wing of Nigerian airport. There's so many videos circulating. I'm in one of the space in December. You will see people frustrated. All of us were just angry. It turned an average Nigerian that can still fly, that will not take a bus to anybody that can still fly. An average price of that flight then was 100,000. So anybody that can still do a 1 hour, 45 minutes flight to Abuja still has some change with him to do that. It turns all of us to an angry Nigerian, because there is a limit to how much frustration can reach you that will bring out the demon in you. It's not a tone. You are not the only one that is crazy. So an average Nigerian, we have crazy in us. So I just look at you coming here.
All right. Thank you, Big.
So now let me just make this point. So now bringing in international routes to it. It's just going to. It's just, even if I wrote there in the comment section that even if it's cheaper, I'm still not going to fly. I'm still not going to fly if it's cheaper, because cheap things sometimes you are going to compromise so many things for you to make it cheap. If you see those reputable airline companies that have been doing those routes regularly, Qatar Airways, Ethiopian Airlines, even Egypt here has low rating. You will still fly Egypt here than to fly airpeace. So is we Nigerian customer that they want to fly.
BQB, before you start criticizing airpeace, let's see how they're going to perform on international routes.
I'm not saying you see. I'm just putting out my customers review. This is a customer's review. I've flown airpeace on the local route.
BQB, review them for domestic flight or domestic. Don't review them domestic to regional or international.
or international.
See,
I agree
because
with you,
of
Mr. Ford. Just
our BQB, hold on, because I work in the airline.
Yes.
Let me explain to you. Even in America, there are some small airstrip airports that you fly that they do one flight a day. If they cancel that flight, my brother, sorry, na the next day. You understand? So this is what is happening in Nigeria. Our airport close, so if flight delay, it affects you. But our international airport don't close. Is Airpeace having that problem with their regional flights? Is Airpeace having that problem with the international flights where our international airports don't close? They don't.
Yes,
You understand? So you are so sometimes, to some extent, you are talking from a layman's point, and I do understand. Then also, when you see people also mad, like you say, we have so many mad people. Remember that we that live abroad will be very polite when we are living this side of the world. When we reach the other side, we are going there to go intimidate anyway. So we started from airport.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes, I made the point.
That's how it is.
Yes. I made a point to you if you follow my. Let me just. Yes, I made a point to you. Yes, I made a point to you if you follow that. I've given you a typical schedule of an Airpeace flight from Lagos to Abuja bound flight, which is the commonest route that they go to. I've given you, they have a flight every 3 hours. You are a professional in that industry. I'm a layman. I don't know anything. You think your knowledge, they have a capacity to fly every 3 hours, Lagos to Abuja. So
they do. I hope you understand that turnaround is between 15 and 25 minutes. It's called turnaround. But as you get out from the flight, they just pick all the old trash from cabin crew. They pick the old trash, they call for boarding while they're putting gas on the aircraft.
That is what it's supposed to be. But you discover that an averagely, the 9 a.m. flight will fly 12 midday. 12 midday will fly 5. And that is not a single occurrence. It happens regularly. I'm only giving my view that even with the reduction, I'm not assessing their performance or regional or international. I'm only telling you, I've flown probably 2 or 3 times in a year, local flight on Airpeace, and I've flown in another country, local airline. I had more delays, more cancellation with Airpeace than in the other country that I've flown to. So I'm only comparing as a customer.
All right.
And I have my right as a customer to complain. You can't intimidate me for complaining. So I think that's just my
contribution.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Good to have you. Exero. So quickly to go back to the custom case. I'll go around.
Sure. Can I just make a comment?
In 30 seconds, please.
Sure.
We're going to discuss Airpeace if that's what you want to discuss.
I know. BKB, you are very much entitled to your opinion or whatever it is. I kind of see where you're coming from. Yeah, there are delays, but the thing is this: in other climes in the Western world, you get a flight that can go from Abuja to Uyo. You can also get the one that can go from Uyo to Port Harcourt and other places. But in Nigeria, the only thing you guys have is either from one state to Abuja or from that state, from another state to Lagos. You guys don't have like the way they have it.
You guys,
in Western world.
Who are you guys? Who are you guys?
I know. I'm not.
There's a direct flight from Abuja to Anambra. There's a direct flight from Abuja to Anambra.
So
I don't understand what you're making.
BKB, what I'm saying in essence is, in order to eliminate those delays, if they have it in such a way that airlines can go to different places without it being that they go from one place, if they go from one place, they come back to Lagos. Assuming if you want to go to Uyo, you want to go to Cross River, you have to go to Uyo, come back to Lagos, and then go to Cross River. If they have it that way, that they allow them to run multiple flights.
It's possible, Maxi, it's possible.
Right.
It's possible.
I know.
It's possible with Port Harcourt, Abuja, Kanu. Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, and Kanu.
Yes, now
this four airports is possible.
Now. It's available. Yes, it's possible now.
So if they do that, then you guys will not have delays.
All right.
Okay, I don't want to blame them for. I don't want to blame them for all the delays and all that stuff.
All right.
It happened to me too.
This seems like an interesting topic, and I watched the interview that the Airpeace CEO did, Alain Oyema, who I know CM loves to beat. So we'll discuss that. We'll create maybe like a 45 minutes. We'll talk about it. I watched the interview, the struggles he had to go through to get the license. You know, they were offering him Luton and Stansted and all those small airports. So we can discuss that later. But let's stay on track. Xero, rice. Can you hook up my family in Nigeria? We need rice.
Yeah. Somebody said on the comment section that why are Nigerians so obsessed with rice? There's Agbado, there's well, you know, Babashu, just as these guys were even discussing about Airpeace. There was a smuggler that actually has an airline now in Nigeria. I don't know if I don't want to go into detail, but you know, they said a particular president couldn't stop him. They had to bribe him to go into legitimate businesses, and that's how he became an airline owner. You see, in Nigeria, it is very easy for a government to be derailed by some of these smugglers. They have made so much wealth that if you come in and you say your first mission is to stop them, they can bring you down, especially when it comes to that custom. So, we had former vice presidents who were custom officers. How did they make their billions? That is a serious, big industry that we are just discussing it like it's just a few criminals here and there. There are so many criminals in that sector. Where do you want to start from? You just made this one now. Do you know the other ones? You cannot stop them. It's not easy to do the right thing in that country. And the funny thing is almost everyone in that country is involved because they have to sell it to your citizens who will now resell. Don't forget that route, especially that Badagry route, there's a lot of things coming out from that place, apart from rice. There's jewelry. There's a lot of other items. We have parents who have sent their children to school and graduated from that route by having one custom officer or the other that helps you manage your own goods. What are we talking about? You know how much is coming from that place, and we're wondering why Nigeria's economic will never be optimal. For you to fix that country, two areas I know of that you must handle: the customs, the port, and the NNPC. You must. Otherwise, how many of us know how many borders we have? We don't know how many borders we have. These are the ones coming by road. Though. What about the ones that have they say they have 500 bikes taking things from, they pass through bush paths. We have a serious problem. This is not the first time we are hearing people slapping officers. It's irregular because without those people, the officers there cannot sustain themselves. How much is their minimum? How much is their salary? How much is their salary? We have a big problem in our hands. And I think this is why most times our leadership look away, because they cannot tackle it. For you to tackle that, first you have to tackle the issue of salaries of the custom officers before you start thinking of pruning out the bad eggs. And when you start, they will signal the other ones whose businesses are being affected, and they will cripple your economy. Somebody was saying here that if you stop them, the price of rice will increase. Of course. So, but I don't want to divert. I don't want to digress.
All right.
Let's get to the topic.
All right. Thank you. Ahmad Yoha, also known as Uzo. As forefather would call him, Oji Uzo Kalu.
Sure. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Same here, brother.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I hello.
So this rice matter now.
No, rice matter you talk here, man. If they talk rice matter,
it's not just rice. So it's everything. From what Fisayo said, he said, trailers carried everything into Nigeria. He mentioned tramadol, all sorts of drugs, name it.
Tone. I don't know you're in the military, but police and customs. I don't know if you guys also do the same thing. Police and customs does. I work close with customs. All right. I work close with customs. I also work close with the police. If I tell that after 10 years of retirement, a police inspector or a custom general is still collecting entitlement from the boys, where will all those entitlement coming from? I work close to Buba, from Jos, and all their groups, all right? Which I know that rice, bicycle, whatever, they have the entitlement, everything sees. So when you're talking about smuggling, smuggling is a very big syndicate, man. If a customer officer, if you want to punish us as a customer officer, they will send you to Imo State or send to Anambra State. Yeah, you have nothing to seize. But if they want to, like, if you are a good guy, they send you to Joroko border or Seme border. Those two places, I that place in a year, you're a billionaire already.
If they'll send you to training school if you're a good guy. Training
they will
school.
send you to Benin bypass. As a customer officer, when you're at that place, you'll be begging. But if they send you to Joroko border or Seme, that means you're doing good. You're a good boy. You have to bring your return to the Ogo on top. All the customer officers I see at the Joroko border, how many people do you think have? Have you opportunity, like I have some guys that sell parts in Benin. All right. How do they move their pass? They come to Ladipo, they buy the pass. All those border communities there, they have warehouses. They dump it and they charge you. The guys, they will move with that bicycle along. It's just like they just move it, carry on their head. Women, they move it bush parts and enter Benin Republic. It's simple. Nothing is holding everybody not to move goods as rice, whatever that you need. It's only the good guys that the customs seize their property. When you're trying to be good, you want to move to the right channel, want to follow the men border, they will seize their property. But the bad people, the men guys, they don't seize their property because they don't follow the men routes. They follow those border communities that have somebody will like turn to his house to a guest house. A house have to be turned to a guest house. You move from Benin to Doroko, you rent a room and sleep and put your load in one of the room. The next morning, some people will come, kaya, they will take it on their head they move it across the border, whatever. So we are talking about this smuggling of rice. It can't stop because the boundary is not even defined. It's just like one village to another village. So how can you call that a boundary? Whereby you have this village in less than a mile, you have the next country, which is the next village. So how can you call that a border? It's just like you are crossing from Anambra to Imo State or from Ogun State. Okay, examples like Ogun State and Lagos State. You can't differentiate two of them. Some places, you see that they are collecting their allocation for the local government of Lagos State here. In order across the streets is local government of Ogun State. It's just like how those borders are, especially the Yoroko side, Benin Republic, which I've been there. Like I know some guys that comes and pack and buy things and go without following the mem too. So if you're talking about all this, the corrupt people are those on top. On top, they are the corrupt people. And you can't use corruption to fight corruption. I remember years back when I was in Abuja, yeah, to go and see the custom officer. The guy was in the car. Some like two tanks load of gas was moving Doroko. The custom guy sees it. He have a call. They say to leave that, let him go. He belongs not. He's the boss. The Oga time brother get that the nine. It's an Oga brother. Tanker be this. Let it go. They let it go. So that's what Nigeria is all about. You know, if you don't know anybody in Nigeria in customs, don't know anybody in customs, they keep on seizing your property, seizing your store. If you know somebody, you can import whatever is importable in Nigeria. It's just like the drug, food and drug people that say they only use the people that let the little boys to shine. They can't go after the big boys. You go to Lagos Island, where they do all those chalk machine doing chalk. They go there arrest them doing fair drug. They won't go there arrest them. They will let a little boy that just imported a good stuff from Europe, America. They will seize that one and use it to shine and burn it up. But they won't go to where they are manufacturing the chalk itself with 3D machine to like arrest them. They won't go there. They know they won't arrest them. They will use the little boy that just started a business new, that even doing the right thing to shine. So that's how Nigeria is. So don't blame the custom officer that are in the Oroko or whatever they are. They are being controlled by the big boss. The big boss, which are at the office there, telling them how much you are going to bring. In short, There's a time, all of like the guy I work for in Jos, he have like 2 acres of land. Every day, what comes in a container, open it may be bike, open it may be rice, open the container, it may be anything. That is Oga this thing. All right. Each of those guys have it. So if one is successful in custom, he have to do what? Belong to the syndicate of corruption. Whereby after 10, 15 years, a custom agent control or custom is still collecting its own share of boys he have placed there. And that's why that will not stop, because before they retire, they promote all their boys to the level that when they retire, they replace them. So it cannot stop, because all the promotion they are doing, they have a link to the former controller generals.
Okay.
Before you that is before you leave, you promote somebody of your brother, somebody you trust. Before you leave, you promote. So you keep on going that way. So you see them, their brother is in there. So it can't stop except the reform custom service. It can never stop, because people there are still the same people that have served 30 years ago. They are still the same people controlling what is going on in our borders and everything. So that's what I know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amadioha. You know what you said about the big fishes not being punished, or nobody goes after the big fishes. It reminds me of what happened during the week when Peter Obi spoke somewhere, and he said, the chase after young boys with laptops, the Yahoo boys, but we have the bigger thieves in Nigeria who, talking about politicians. And Mr. Bayo Nonuga went on Twitter to say Peter Obi was supporting Yahoo boys. That he was trying to say there's nothing wrong with Yahoo boys. So Peter Obi was basically saying, let's go after the bigger thieves and we can solve the problem of the little thieves. This Yahoo, he wasn't supporting it in any way. He was just saying, go after the real criminals that is driving some of these boys and girls to do, some of this petty criminality. But before I sidetrack, now, I've checked, we have over 330 people watching, and, I thank you for that. You must enjoy what we're saying, or you hate it to the point that you can't even look away. But you're here with us and we're grateful. But please, can you go one step further and click on the like button? Just click on the thumbs up on YouTube. You won't be charged. Your bank account is fine. It's not linked. So we're not taking any money from you. We just ask that you please click on the like button. We have about 50 likes with 340, 350 people watching. Let's take that up. I know some people will stop the broadcast on different platforms. People will stop it. Even on football channels that I watch, they will literally stop the show and say, if you don't press like, we're not talking again. But we won't do that. We won't bring the military Abacha style. We trust you to partner with us and just click on the like button, okay? You won't take your data. If you're in Nigeria, it doesn't cost extra data. So please like, share the broadcast. Let it get to more people. Dr. CM.
So you talk about big fish and you are doing the same thing. You just keep accusing all of us in Lagos that we are the ones doing the smuggling. Meanwhile, there's a big smuggling going on in Ibadan. Shaki is also headquarter. That's why Custom Day Road, Shaki, headquarter, and you be Ibadan boy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Even if I run Ogun State now, I'm not safe. There's smuggling in Ogun State as well. You see, I'm not safe either end. But Dr. CM, good to have you. Smuggling.
This smuggling, thank you, Shu. This smuggling issue, they send a solution they want. The solution to smuggling is, if customs say smuggling will stop today, it will stop. That's all. That is just the solution. There's no amount of resources of do budget here, If customs say smuggling will stop in Nigeria today, smuggling will stop. So that is the solution. It's in the hand of the custom. That's all. That is my solution to it. There's no need debating it or anything. The moment they say smuggling will stop today, you see smuggling stop. That's all.
Basically, yeah, thank you. So basically what you're saying is it's about the willpower of the people in charge. If they're willing to stop it, they would stop it. And I agree with you. Yeah. And that's why it's important to get the right people in charge. As much as we might, say piousness doesn't build a nation. We're not looking for a pope. We're not looking for a perfect president, leader, governors, whatever. We just need people with the right mindset, the right attitude. The less criminal they are, the better for us. if it helps in terms of communicating this to people, because I know the next thing will be, oh, your principal is not, we're not looking for saints. They don't exist anymore, at least not in this realm. So we just need the least criminally minded people who can go in and say, let's cut this crap. Anyway, Femi, are you in any way involved? Are they smuggling your tech products into Nigeria as well? You know, as a tech guy, your headphones, your laptops, are they being smuggled as well? You get link?
So I would actually, I would divert from what you asked, and there was something I was thinking while listening to, because I like to listen, because out of listening, you come to find out that there are things that you never even thought of, that you're like, oh wow, you know. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, I kind of think all of us present in the panel right now are somewhere abroad, away from Nigeria. There's something about the way hierarchies work, even at our places of work, the way the Western world is. And even you would like to think Nigeria used to be in the past, even if it wasn't perfect, because you're not going to find perfection anywhere. Whereby, if you have a supervisor, that supervisor is it reports to someone who reports to someone, to the point where all of their job, the fact that they say, oh, the job is tied down to not just performance, but to whatever is basically is the case of accountability all the way to the top, to the point where you know that if whenever there's they're looking at your key performance indices, it's tied to certain variables that are expected of you. So I'm looking at it from that regards as a solution to this issue that, okay, if, for example, yes, we have the presidency, and you look at the fact that Buhari, for example, signed into law a new act just before he left office last year to replace what was in existence that was put in place by the National Assembly. And part of what he signed into law is, if you look at that act, it states the fact that you have not just a governing, you actually have a governing board for the custom on one hand, and you also have a management committee. How about if you hold them accountable to the point where, if the key performance indices are not being made for maybe say per quarter or per 2 quarters, then you should tie it to their jobs and make them resign or just fire them and bring in new people, so that it can trickle down that way. Yes, will it eliminate everything? No, I've never seen anywhere in the world. It's not just Nigeria. It's not just a Nigerian thing. It's just that ours is, and then maybe introduce there's also the technology angle, because let's not kid ourselves. There's too many unofficial borders in Nigeria where things go through. You don't even need to go through any official borders. So maybe if we're serious, that would probably also help to mitigate the issue of insecurity as well, because all these things are tied together. You know, technology and us being serious about even the people that are going to man the technology, because at the end of the day, you can have technology, but there's still people that are going to operate technology. So again, to summarize, like I started off with, if we can have accountability to the point where right from the top hierarchy, the governing council and the management committee, their jobs are tied to specific KPIs that you put in the place. I believe there will be what's it called? There'll be changes, but of course it starts from the buck stops at the table of the president. First of all, you have to show leadership. You have to show seriousness, because again, perhaps to just put an end to my argument, this also ties into what goes on with our economy. A lot of these things are tied together.
All right. Thank you, Femi. So the comment I've highlighted is from Can Do. Show, I'm going to ask Oga at Dr. Damages for a meaningful wage increase for you. Prices have gone up everywhere. Can do. God will bless you. Let me tell my Oga to increase my salary. Living wage crisis in the UK. Things are tough. I see you, my brother. I'm going to come to you in a second. Let me just highlight Adewale's comment. So Adewale said, "You know what's funny? You know what is funny? Half of the panelists lied to the immigration officers to get a visa to the various countries they reside in now. Let that sink in. Cast the first stone. brothers. So
I, go,
at least
I
it's
will,
half. So
I
me,
will,
wait,
I will,
PM, let
I
me
will cast,
let me
I will
first remove
cast the
myself.
first stone. I will cast the first stone. Na lie.
He said
Me, I
half
know.
now.
He said half.
Yeah,
He
maybe
said
you're
half.
not.
He
Maybe
didn't
you're
say
not
all
up
of
to the
us,
half. He
Mr.
said half.
Dr. CM. He said half.
Okay.
So maybe it's BQB. Let me look at the faces.
Yes, he said
BQB
half.
Paul.
He might be right. He might be correct. The guy might be correct too. Even more than half. Maybe
So
75%.
he said half. So the good thing is at least the people in the comment section don't lie. So it's us on the platform that we lied. We bless God for that. Let's move on quickly. Adewale, good to see you in the comment section. So Dan, good to see you. Have you got anything to add to as the last person to comment on this smuggling issue? The guy threatening the custom officer, saying it was, the custom officer said he threatened to kill him, and he was bragging, saying, "I'm going to call you off, your superiors. You will regret working this shift," and the rest of that. What's your take on it?
Yeah, good evening to everybody, first of all, and it's been a while. And before I jump in, I wanted to apologize to Chim. The day they knocked us out, they gave us the silverware in Abidjan. It was a very hot topic going up and down. He said he wasn't coming back, and I've not seen his face.
Oh, did he say that?
He said that.
Oh, I missed that. Wow.
He said that, and I felt I've been feeling so terrible, because I always believed solving Nigerian problem is going to be revolution of any sort, just like what the topic you asked me to comment upon with this with this smuggling issue. Like the other brother was saying, the brother with the sports t-shirt, he just said it all. They put themselves there, so they can never solve that problem of smuggling. It's a kind of connected. If you are the retiring, I will put my brother there or my person there so that the smuggling continues. And in my own opinion, Nigeria there must be some kind of uprooting, to uproot that system so that things will go on. Like somebody now threatening somebody, I will report you to your guy, you go stay long here. This is Nigerian system. If you try to correct somebody for doing something, they will now tell you who you are. That place where you there, no say now we put you there. Even the person we put you there self go, you do under our shoe. So those are the things, So I don't have much to say about Nigeria.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Ndubisi, I see you. Once the space, I'll bring you in. So there's another topic which I think is quite important. Okay, someone's left. I'll bring you Ndubisi. Is he driving? If you're driving Ndubisi, I'll kick you out immediately, my brother. Okay, I see you waving. Once you pull up, I would add you to the stage. All right. So let's discuss this quickly. Kulata said in the comment section earlier that he proposed that the Orosanye report should be implemented, and it's been implemented just a few days after he said it. So maybe Kulata is more important than you people think. You see, Kulata might have the heirs of the president. So show respect to Kulata. Mm-hmm. You are one phone call away from the president, and you are misbehaving.
Tell him to come on the show and show his face. Simple.
He came last week now. If you want to see Kulata, go to episode from summer 2022. Kulata was one of us. We used to go to the episode from June, July 2022. It was a regular.
You're attacking me on the comment section, sis. Come in and show your face and talk.
Please leave Kulata alone. It's a good spot. During the week, the president said, or the presidency said, they're going to implement or adopt the Orosanye report. Orosanye report is not new to Nigerians. It's all about cutting the cost of governance, merging parastatals, merging ministries. There are so many duplicates. Now, in the same week that they said they were going to do this, we saw some of the moves that they made. Like the president's two sons going with them to Qatar for this business summit, which I don't believe they have any business, especially if Nigeria is paying. We saw the convoy in Lagos, which I still think is too much. They can cut it down. And, some other things that they do. So they say one thing, they do another thing. Do you have faith in this government to fully adopt this Orosanye report? Paul, over to you.
I think I just like the way we discussed this custom thing. We didn't even flog it too much because of it just kind of weakened us. If you see today, you look like we were just tired because it's just the same of the same. What are you talking about, Orosanye report? When the president himself as the highest minister ever. You understand? So if you want to say so, I want to believe that you should just say it like the military used to say. You understand? I could remember Abacha, how Abacha makes us laugh. So when Abacha said new pen dissolve, pen gas in dissolve, then they ask Abacha, they say, what of Kokori? He didn't even know that Kokori is the labor man. He said dissolve. Frank Kokori, he said dissolve. You are talking all those things. I strongly believe that he, on that day, would have said, we are bringing so many ministries together on that same day. They will understand. But this talking drum is just for him to distract us, for us to say all these things, just like as Kolata is looking for relevance, so that he would throw one nonsense, then we'll deliberate about it and the likes, which don't make any sense and every other thing. Look, we don't criticize government in this part of the world where we see their work on ground in real time. You understand? In Naira, in my city, they're expanding the road. They put it there. They say, oh, the contract going to be 55.5 million. And they put the day that we'll go to city council to go criticize, to go complain, well, we don't need this project as at this time. Guess what? I went to city council. You barely see people there. You know why? And you still see people there who will complain, but you barely see people there because, first of all, they trust what they are doing. And when they say they are doing things, and when they give you their time stamp that we're going to do it for 11 months, guess what? That project will finish under 11 months. But Nigeria is a country where you see where they say they are doing road, then they tell you rainy season. Is it that when you carry out those contracts, you didn't factor that there's going to be rainy season? Is it that when you are giving those contracts, you don't factor that there's going to be a budget? Then you say, oh, it's not in this year budget, it's next year budget, and next year budget, rainy season don't come. You understand? It look like people just have selective amnesia. You understand? So you just see all this nonsense talk and everything. A president who hire 48 ministers, as the case may be, calculate how many parastatals, only aviation, investigation and bureau, NCAA, FAN, this, that. It just makes you laugh. You understand? And it can't bring all these things together. And if he's going to bring it together, when you say Orosai report, I want to believe that you're supposed to just quietly finish everything and bring it to play so that we'll see everything. You take pages of newspaper, how you match the ministries together, how you match the parastatals together, the things you do that will just make things work. Certain things, even though let me even say, even ordinary consulate and embassies, things like that, the reasons why we'll go here, the reasons why we'll close some of these offices, things like that. But no, nothing. It's just a talking drum. You understand? It's just a talking drum and everything. So Kolata is hiding and nobody is pursuing him. So he's just using text message for us to find his relevancy and everything. Nothing will happen. Kolata plus his Oga. Nothing is going on.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Tone, so what do you think? So the Orasanye report, if they were to implement it, do you think that Tinubu might struggle to implement it? Because if he does implement it to the letter, that will be the end of his presidency. I mean, not saying that he won't finish 2027, God preserving his life, but in terms of re-election, I know you think he's going to be, I mean, not think, but you're saying that something will happen, number five, and I remember your number 5. But let's say number 5 is not in play now, and 2027 comes and it's implemented. The Orasanye report is scrapped so many, parastatals and offices, and it's cut down, and all the job for the boys are gone. Some people are even saying that part of the Orasanye report is to scrap the first lady's office. That's part of the recommendation. So imagine a council, his wife's, office and the rest of it, because that could spell the end of his presidency or re-election. That would cost him. Could that be the reason why he won't implement this?
It was reported that he was going to fully implement it. The operative word here is fully. He has not done any of those. I mean, we have seen the antecedents from him. It's his administration is about, I wouldn't want to use the word lying, but saying half truth. They will say this, but it turns out to be the opposite. So it's just all about half truths and propaganda. There's no Orosaya report. He's just doing this to seek what's the word now? to seek relevance, that he's seen, he wants to be there, to be seen as doing something. Like he addressed the NLC saying that, listen, you guys can get me out. Wait until 2027. Who tells him that 27 is promised to him? I don't wish him bad. I don't wish he would die or any bad thing. I know that nobody's wishing anybody bad. But who tells him that he's going to see 2027? There even could be even a global event that will cause things to happen, and there will not be any election. There will be no APC. There may not even be a Labour Party in 2027. So, Mr. Tinubu and the group and all that. I personally, what I'm even starting to see with him is that I think he has looked at himself, looked at his age, and said, listen, you know what? I don't give a toss. I'm going to do it my way and all that. Worst case scenario, I will enjoy myself, solve whatever it is and all that. At the end of the day, either they kick me out by coup d'etat or I lose the election, but at least I have on my CV that I've been the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They are not going to do anything. That's just it. Let's not just deceive ourselves. This man has no clue. Look at the people that he took to
Qatar.
The latest trip here. It doesn't make sense. That trip is needless. It makes no sense. Even at this critical time that even people that voted for him are swearing at him. I mean, where's his conscience? Does he not watch telly? Well, he has said he doesn't even listen to social media, so I won't be surprised. So the thing is, they're not doing anything. They're just doing whatever they want to do, and that's just how it's going to remain. The only sad thing is that the poor man out there in Nigeria that don't have any connection, they don't have possibly even no relative in diaspora that will send them money and all that. Even living in Cameroon right now, their money is even better than Nigeria. When you send people money from Cameroon, I mean, it's even higher. So Tinubu, I don't believe him. I don't believe his crew. They are all there to run. They will run down the country to the very, very ground. They have even succeeded. They don't care. They're not even feeling all this thing that we're saying that being power or things are very, very hard. They're not feeling nothing. Have you seen his entourage? You think they are going to go and invade Niger with that kind of entourage? It's fearful. Because the man is just fearful. But again, there's not going to be any 2027 for APC, sadly. Thank you.
Thank you. I just highlighted Adewale's comments, in response to what I said about the convoy in Lagos and what Stone just said. But Adewale said, the crowd that we see in Lagos are not government officials, but these are party loyalists and angers on. So Adewale probably knows something that we don't know. So they might be closer to the government. But that aside, Exero, so Peter Obi said during the week that he welcomes or he commends the administration for adopting the Orosanye report. What say ye?
He's wanting to, since we knew this government, he's wanting to say something. It's another thing to implement. When Tinubu came in, like he wasn't listening or people were not telling him the truth, because we were all clamoring for reduction of the size of the government, only for him to increase ministers to, I think, 48, or did he even increase it more? About 4 extra ministers from the 44 that Buhari had. So what is the sense in that? And then to couple it with the buying of vehicles and everybody's just lobbying for their own pocket. Don't forget that these ministries gap their allocations, and then before it trickles down to actual project done, it's almost minute or nothing is done. So I think it's a welcome development, but you and I know that it's going to drag like the recent electricity in Aba that took 20 years. This one's going to drag. How is it even going to? Who is it going to? Tinubu doesn't strike me as somebody that wants to step on foot. He doesn't.
He needs. That's what I said to Tone. When I asked my question, that stepping on toes will mean that the boys or men or women and women that would, the foot soldiers that would do the bidding for him in 2027. If he cuts them loose now and there's no job for them, then who does the bidding? Who's going to grab it? Who's going to run with it? Who's going to snatch it?
Exactly.
And he's been, don't forget that this man has been, apart from the fact that the government is battling legitimacy, this man is also battling with serious external forces. He's not playing the external politics well because he didn't know that he's going to face backlash when he was dabbling into the Niger crisis, wanting to send ECOWAS, which was an economic bloc, wanting to use all of them and use them against Niger, only for him to get backlash, and then they have suddenly withdrawn. So he has lost some men or some adherents from the north, and then he's going for the minister. It is not. I'm telling you, this is going to be like the same thing he said from the beginning when he said subsidy is gone. He's going to backtrack again. How are you going to do it? How are you going to do this and hope to win the next election? Because these guys they're only after election and winning, nothing more. How is he going to, where is he going to get that support? You don't have people on ground. And the reality of Nigeria's election is you have to have men on ground. That means there must be something for the boys at all times.
All right.
So I don't see it. I don't see it. It's not feasible unless it's not the Tinubu I know. Unless it's not the Tinubu that I know. That Orosai report is just white paper rubbish.
Smoke screen. All right. Thank you. Amadio, I'm going to come to you next, but Undubisi, I always like to hear from you. If you can pull up, I can let you, I will use my power as Mahmoud Yakub.
Let somebody talk. I'm almost home. I will be home. I'll be home in the next 2 minutes. I'm almost home.
All right. Amadioha. So if Tinubu's presidency, not Tinubu now, if the whole group.
Sure, I'm here. Let me come in. Amadioha talked already before now.
You just tell me now.
That was a different topic.
Be on the line. Be on the line.
I will come to you. It be like I never see plenty. I mean, no even come this platform. It feel like I've not seen Henry for like 1 year.
3 months. It's last year.
Who, me or Henry?
Henry.
Even me. I stopped coming around November. But Amadioha, so if they implement this Orosanye report, if hypothetical now, let's assume that they do it, they cut costs, they, everything that is suggest, Office of First Lady self, cut it. Would that be enough to sway you and to say, you know what, I'll get behind this government, I support them, they're doing the right thing? Would that be enough for you?
If you guys know Tinubu very well,
I don't know him at all.
If you know the kind of person he is,
people are all connected.
You will know that Tinubu don't care. He does his own thing. He doesn't care for what people think. If people are thinking that if he does that 2027, he will know he's not going in there. The guy is already 2027. He already put this in place. Taking Wike to be an ACT minister. All right, that's only 10% that was a big issue. That one is solved. He already solved that one. There's no how any other party will win Abuja. Wike are already covered that area. All right, Lagos already covered. So the guy he said that whatever he does, that is going to affect him. It's not going to affect nothing because the guys have already covered 2027 already. And he's also boasting about it. Wait till 2027. Wait till 2027. His ACT minister is saying the same thing. Wait till 2027. They're going to be 2027. So it's not going to do any harm to him. The guy will do whatever he wants to do. But for me, I still believe Tinubu is a godfather of our godfather. Tinubu is his own godfather. There's nobody he can listen to. He does his own thing. Remember when he was a governor in during Obasanjo regime? He ran Lagos State on his own pace. He listened to nobody. He ran with his own pace, the way he wanted to be. He listens to nobody. So that's what he's also doing right now with the Nigeria bills on his spam. So you know what they want to do. He don't listen to anybody. He make fun of everybody. He goes to the Senate. Those ones say they turn that place to like chamber to like a comedy house. The Senate president, everything is funny for him. Everything he laughs. They made that place like, I don't know if I want to just laugh. I want to laugh right now. I'll go to the Senate. You will laugh and laugh. You will laugh and laugh and laugh. I don't know what to do anymore. All right. So for me, I believe that nothing can make it not to win 2027. If he does that as he plans to do, yeah, maybe he's listening to P2B in one way around. All right, that is one thing that P2B is campaigning for, the cost of governance to limit everything. That means he's listening. All right, but he's trying to fix Nigeria. If he does that, let's see how Nigeria goes. But everybody wants both the APC, PDP, Labour Party. Everyone wants Nigeria to work. If he does anything that work in Nigeria, we are all going to praise him for job well done. All right. So if he does anything that's bad, we're also going to say you do bad. Anything that is that we praise him for job well done. That's why he's the president for now. So for me, that's how I see it.
All right. Thank you, Amadio. The Mogul again says the last time the head of state was driven around Lagos without security and was assassinated. The president's security is now non-negotiable, with no expense spared for his safety. Okay, that's Adewale's take. Dr. CM. So this Orosanyi report, I know we discussed it yesterday with electricity, you and I and a few other guys. So this report, or this, suggestions, recommendations, if they were to implement, sorry, you wanted to say something?
Sorry, you can skip me. I will come back after probably the next person. Let me give some. Okay. Let me attend to something.
Okay, you want to give injection? No problem. So Dan, the report. Are you familiar with the Orosanyi report?
Actually, I wasn't familiar, but I've been hearing it over and over again.
So this report has been around for 12 years. It was something that was put together by a team of people led by, I think, Stephen Orosanyi, who recommended that we cut the cost of governance. This was first given to, I think, to Jonathan administration. It was not 12 years ago, thereabout. Given to the Jonathan administration to implement. Of course, they didn't. Buhari adopted it. Buhari, picked up the piece of paper as well and said, we're going to implement it. Nothing happened. So Tinubu's coming now. He's appointed the most ministers we've ever seen. His son was flying our president's plane to Kano from Abuja to watch polo. The supplementary budget, they're going to renovate Dodam Barracks, which is the president's villa in Lagos. They're going to build a new one for the VP. Building and renovating their homes where they won't live every day. It's costing us about 12 billion naira or something, obscene like that. Now, a few months later, they're saying that they want to adopt this recommendation and they want to cut the cost of governance. Do you believe them? Do you think they can do it? And if they do it, would you acknowledge it and say, you know what, for this one, you've done well?
Well, I will say something. I will start by saying, if you plant corn, for example, as a farmer,
like corn in that country.
If you plant corn, for example, during the rainy season, and then all of a sudden you want to harvest cassava, you go there. I bet who plant cassava here? But you planted corn. It's not possible now. These guys my guys have said it, Paul, Tone, and Esther. These are just talkatives. They just want to say something so that Nigeria, okay, Baba Tishe, Otisoku, Omashe, those type of level. But
too many of you speak Yoruba than actually know, but go on.
So these are the system that Tinubu is using to Nigeria, and this is what they've been doing to us since we left. Fela said it. We have to open eye. These are just stories so that time will be passing. They just give you one story. Now we are on it. Everybody's talking about it. They say after that one, now they will give us another one. Things like that. We start talking about it. But would something change? No. This is a gang of people trying to deceive Nigerians. And if you want to say to me now, okay, what if he does it? Is something going to change? He's just saying something now. His son and his brothers or whatever, they are in Qatar. So you can't tell us that our bed, you yourself, your belly is growing fat. We are not fools now. Tinubu cannot do nothing. Because it's like a game of a mafia. He's a mafia boss. And you tell him to catch his own people who he's sending to perform. Is it possible? It's not possible. All this we are going to cut costs, we are going to do this, we are going to do this. It's like a bad song, You listen to this song, you just say, these people start a garbage, DJ, play new song. Let us hear a new thing. So that's to me, because since it came up, I've been following that story. P2B said it, I'm always following P2B. Any comment P2B makes on the internet, I always listen to it. He has said it. Okay, I give it to him if he's going to implement it. It's not, for me, there's nothing like implementation in this type of things. And I'm a man of Showore's system. Nigerian system needs a revolution, something to change the system, to change the narrative, so that we start going through. I mean, somebody was saying the other day, a flight going to London, then now you start going through Cameroon, then you go to Egypt, you go to Saudi Arabia, and before now you start going to London. It's not possible. Nigerian system have to be revolutionized so that we know where we are heading. That's my own view. We are not going to, Nigeria is not, no magic. Dr. Damaji said something that he was asking me those days, is Paul in the Bible, whether Saul will call, don't I think that Saul will eventually become Paul? I told him, well, let us see. And we have been seeing it. It's not Paul. Saul can never become Paul when you talk about Tinubu. Tinubu is just on his own. Ton has said it. He just wants to be there so that his name will be in Nigerian record. I was once Nigerian president. Whether they push him out or whether he completes his term is for us to see. So this is my point.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Someone, I've seen some comments and, people are talking about Tinubu's sons going to Qatar. One of the spokesmen for the president, they have so many people. I think this one is on Twitter. His own jurisdiction is Twitter space. So he came out swinging and he said, we complain too much. That it's not new that world leaders would take their children on trips like that. It is mainly for educational purposes. And he compared it to the Obamas when Malia and Sasha were quite young, not even teenagers when their dad was in office. Maybe they became teenagers before they left, but they were quite young. And he compared, Boris Johnson, who has quite a lot of children, if he remembers who they are, that they take them on foreign trips. And it's for educational purposes, and that's no big deal. So my response to people like that is, at what point do we draw the line when we compare our country and these countries? Because even on this platform, especially in the comment section, you compare the UK to Nigeria, and they say, no, you can't compare both. Their economy is 1,000 times ours. The whole Nigeria economy is not up to the budget of your NHS, your healthcare in the UK. Don't compare the two. They are quick to say that. Mrs. Obama said when they were in White House, they paid for their food. If we ask our president, regardless of what the name is, forget Tinubu for a second. If you ask our president to pay for his food, they will call us crazy. How can you say, is there too much for him to, how much is the food in the grand scheme of things? Food is not, how much do they spend on food? So everything you point at to say, let's cut cost here, people will tell you, no, that's not going to solve our problems. But if I have 500 Naira and I need 5,000 to survive, I should be even more judicious with my 500 Naira. That is what some of us are saying. But people will tell you, so the cost of food in Nassau Rock. So even if we cut that, does that solve the problem? No, it doesn't solve all the problem, but it doesn't add to it. Do you understand? That's the point some of us are making. But Undubisi, I'll come to you before I welcome my Oga. My Oga, they've talked about my increment too. We have to, and when you open shop for me, you have to set me up, open shop for me, the Igbo way. But Undubisi, good to see you. You've listened to the discussion so far. You can take a stab at the 2 topics.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, the custom guy and this Orasanye report, the two, you can have a go at it.
Okay, your guy has come, so you shift to the lower seat. So guy will take over. You just look like a typical Igbo man. The way we do it, you open shop for me, no goose and all that.
I've been called
like you really know us very well.
I've been called an Igbo man, and somebody in the comment section who I won't mention the name, but you can take a guess, said, I look like a Taliban, and I was trying to toast Ngozeka because I said, oh, you look beautiful. For someone like that, if you compliment a lady, it goes beyond compliment. And telling me I look like Taliban. Take a mirror, look at yourself, and come back. But
sure, if one give you if as my in-law, one give you if I don't know what happened.
If Ngozika is still available, anybody who is interested should indicate interest directly to her.
Very, very married. But carry on. Let's not.
Okay. Let me say a little about the customs. The video you played earlier. That has been the way that has been the way over there for, I don't know, decades. Well, maybe smuggling is as old as man itself. I don't really. It's a terrible thing, and it's a cartel. They have a strong cartel. They run that place like the drug mafians. So the boys will be at the border. They are working for. They're not even working for themselves. They have the backing of the orgas to do what they do. It's a whole lot of mess. Like CM said, if they say they want to stop it today, they will stop it. But apparently, many of them politicians and their hangers on, they benefit from all these things. Some of them, that's the way they settle them and all and their likes. So it will be a tall order for a government that is not sincere, that is dishonest, like this government we have, people who didn't come in through the right way. So there's something they can do that will be right. They will always be trying to divert attention. On the Oronsanye report, we know that if they implement it the way the man and his team proposed, they will cut cost of governance, reduce MDAs. But we know that in the last 8 years, or even in the last 12 years since that report, there has been some increase in the number of agencies. I think somebody was saying they have over 1,000 plus now of agencies, or in all, compared to the number they had when that report came out. And the man who is sitting on the throne now has gone ahead to constitute the largest cabinet ever, and created, like CM said yesterday on that platform, blue economy, red economy ministers and all that. So these things are what we see, and we say, these people, do they really know what the kind of crisis our people are facing? Hunger and starvation and insecurity. So they are not sincere. And like Exero and others have said already here, if they do those things, it will create some instability among their ranks, because some of their boys are looking to get a cut of the pile from those kinds of agencies they create. And we are not even talking about the regular civil servants or workers who may be laid off with the system, with all these things, who, if they manage it well, they can find a way of settling them. Those who will go, paying them off, and those who will remain, they will remain. But they will not do it very well. And when they want to do it now, if they really want to do it now, you might see ethnic and religious targeting of people they will lay off. I was in the service before, even though they didn't do it that way, but people, we are worried about those things then when they did some civil service reform. So, and then some people in the service themselves who are high there, and their elders who have left the service, who are probably getting something from how the system works, they will oppose it. They will not want it to have the light of the day. And then there are some agencies that are a creation of parliament or law. So those things have to be taken back to the National Assembly to know how to do them. There's a lot of work that will be involved if they really want to do it sincerely. But whether there's need to reduce the cost of governance, there is real need. And I think it's supposed to start from them who are in power. All those, their long retinue of aides, this, that. When I was in service, you go to some of their offices, they are doing nothing. SA in this, SA in that. All are just conduit pipe to target where money is moving around and all that, and snap it off. It's a whole lot of bad system. Like me, I've been saying this from time. Our country needs to be short. Like I don't know if it's our man in by my left that said it. We need to dig the country out and dismember it and start again to build it together. There is need for all of us to sit together and decide, do you want to still be one Nigeria? If yes, under what condition? Because the system now is not working. Everything is being treated. Any little thing, people hold on to their mainly ethnic cleavages. See what some people who came here earlier, or even in previous shows, are saying, when they mention how this man has been running the economy down, they will say, is he the first? It's happened before him. But why did he come to power? Why was he seeking the presidency if it's not to rebuild the country? Why giving excuses? So nothing will work until we go to the root of the matter, which means the faulty structure of Nigeria, and it needs a total overhaul. That total overhaul means everybody has to come together. particularly from the way it was before independence, from all ethnic nationalities, and sit down. Because all the problem we usually have is ethnic based. Anything they want to do, you see some policies being made, they are targeting either this group or to better this group or to pull down this group. Rudolph, let me say this before I stop. Some weeks back, I don't know if I sent you that that small video. Another round of demolition in Lagos. It's in my area. It's part of the area where I live in Ajegule. She said, Paul may know the place. That Trinity area where spare parts guys do their business. That place has been there for a long time. I can't even remember when. Even before I was born, that place has been there. Suddenly they came, whether they have informed them earlier or not, they came and did what they did. The same thing. If some of us who are Igbo say they are targeting us, they will say, no, it's not so, it's not so. But how will you build a country where some people are being targeted for no just reason? Is that the only market in that place? Even if you want to restructure the place, is there no way to call them and rearrange the place? You just went there. I saw some men crying like kids because their goods has been brought, their shops and goods have been brought under the rubble. It's a terrible thing. We may have to, if permitted, we may have to discuss that as well, alongside other things that has this ethnic coloration, because we saw it in Buhari's regime, but it is like it has been amplified more under this man. And if you want to talk about it, they will say you are trying to engineer ethnic hatred. They don't want us to discuss it. These are not the way a country is built. You can carry out injustice from time and time again on some groups. Even the so-called, I don't even like using those words, minorities, majority. Those things are they're not supposed to be there at all. You make others feel inferior when you say those things. We are all supposed to be equal and carry ourselves, our activities at equal level. Let there be sincerity and honesty for all Nigerians. Let me stop so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndubisi.
But Ndubisi, Sanwo-Olu give you people 100 million now. Why can't they toss it at destroyer?
I beg, no start wahala. Thank
you. Don't give any money, no mind.
That was where born.
Let me say
this thing.
That one was in another place. Trinity area is somewhere else. Like CM knows what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't. Okay, yeah, I remember. All the way to New Road was where I had that fire thing.
CM, I know you're next. Let me just say a few things before I round off. I was even going to say CM would go before Blackstone, but Blackstone has dropped off. So in rounding off, if Blackstone can come back, that would be nice, because I know he's familiar with all this, crypto money transfer and all this. The Binance story, their executive being locked up, we've not discussed. Just handing over to Rudolph now. So the only topic from your schedule that we've discussed is the customs case. And I thought it would be nice to discuss the Orosanye adoption by Tinubu, which is the second one. So we spend average an hour on each topic, so that when I have my appraisal with you, I'm just handing over now, so you know what I've done, what I've not done. But the other topics are still to be covered. Also, Adewale, let me highlight your comments. It's you and I today now. So Adewale said he was replying to someone called Sake, and he said, Shosho and I have a long history on this show. I fondly recall our thought-provoking and intellectual discussions, which were far more substantial than the shallow banter that now prevail. I agree. It looks like banter these days from me. I used to get, passionate about it and riled up, and, I would conjure things that people would probably find more cerebral and, do research and come and... But we're stuck with Tinubu for 4 years, minimum. There's no getting him out of office. There's nothing you say to him that... Is it me that would advise Tinubu on what to do? And if I would advise him, is it on this platform that I would do it? If I have Tinubu's contact and I can speak to him or people close to him, I won't come and discuss that here. I would speak to them and would expect them to forward it on. But I doubt that would even happen. I don't even know anybody that's like 10 phone calls away from Tinubu. I've seen people here say they know this person, they know this person. I don't know how I live my life in Nigeria. I don't know anybody. I know my dad and my mom. I was just cocooned in our house. I don't know it. Rudolph is the most popular person I know in my life. It's my claim to fame. So Adewale, if it seems like I'm just doing banter now, that's going to be me for the next 4 years. The energy is gone. I can't come here and start gymnastics, economic gymnastics, and all these people who take it very serious. The people who supported Tinubu are the ones that should do that now. The hard work is now theirs. Not people like myself to do what? Say what again? I spent the last 12 months preceding the election doing all those things. We didn't win. Tinubu's been declared. So we have to just sit by and watch. We'll criticize when we have to criticize. I would applaud when we have to applaud. But for me, it's going to be cruise for the next 4 years. I know gay Nnaji. My children are quite young. One is 16, one is 3. If I now die now, what now? People who are watching football, they died. It can happen. You understand? Ngosika came and she said sometimes she's triggered when she comes here. So I can't put myself in that. I shall not die, but live to declare the works of God. So, Rudolph, I'll be handing over to you to carry on the show. But guys, let me just say at this point, I know we have over 360 people watching. Let's click on the like button for 2 reasons. It's the right thing to do. Click on the like button, please. If you've clicked it, don't click it second time. It will negate the first one. So click on the like button to support what we do here. And secondly, guys, I think this now, honestly, is going to catch him unaware. And I know I sound like those pastors that they invite to churches to come and speak. You know, pastor, they say, oh, your pastor does not know I'm going to say this, but I will raise offering. I'm going to raise an offering. Fix your face, Rudolph. It's okay. It was Rudolph's birthday on Monday, the 26th of February. When I Googled Rudolph and I researched him, I saw he was born in February. But I couldn't find what date he was born, and this was a while ago.
You get luck now 26th. It was said that 29th. You get luck. You come out early. It said then the lamb he reached 29.
So I realized a while ago Rudolph was born in February, but I couldn't find the exact date. While I think it was the day I interviewed him and I was doing my research on him. So Rudolph sent a thank you message. I think maybe it was a broadcast, and I received a thank you message for his birthday, and that was on Wednesday. So I thought, oh, Rudolph was born on Wednesday, the 20th of February. So I said, oh, congratulations on your birthday. When was it? Was it today? He said Monday. So I'm thinking this man purposely did it on Wednesday when it's late. But I thought I would let you guys know. His birthday was on the 26th on Monday. Bring out your wallets. Do the super chats. Please, I'm pleading. On behalf of myself, not on behalf of Rudolph. Maybe it would affect
so why you not remind me last year? This year, why don't just over weekend?
Anzel for those of us in the US, Anzel.
So maybe not just going to eat and drink on today's episode. Everybody eat your food.
Let's relax the rules.
Today.
We should have
before the money comes.
So please, no eating.
Can we sing him a birthday song?
Happy birthday to you.
You want the permission?
Happy to you.
Happy birthday,
Rudolph.
Happy
birthday to you.
Happy birthday. They call out for strings now. Happy birthday.
So Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you for starting that off. But honestly, guys, if you can afford it, send super chats, send super stickers.
Sorry to interject. Sure. One more thing aside from Dr. Rudolph's birthday, we started raising money for the platform,
the renewal, yes,
subscription. Yeah, please. We have not responded enough. I'm just asking you. We love this show. If you enjoy this thing, I know that let's give. Even if it's no matter how small, I know that $10, £10, €10. Please, let's just give towards this. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for that reminder, Tone. So for Rudolph's birthday, let the super chats come in. I know there are platforms where it will be celebrated. It's a big deal. I've seen some of our colleagues. They're not competitors, they are colleagues. We're all in the same business of propping up Nigeria and trying to fix Nigeria. I've seen the way birthdays are celebrated and I like it. I have no issues with it. So don't go and quote me there and say Ishu said no, I've seen it. Proper celebration. So Rudolph deserves this and more. It's giving us his platform. It's literally giving us the key, especially those of us in the UK. All these moderators are from the UK. You see? So it's giving us the key. So those of you in the UK, I'm saying Canadian dollars. UK people, don't fall hand though. I want to see pounds.
It's good that you said that now. All the moderators are from the UK. Why is that? Why do we have that kind of
because professionalism
is discrimination now. It's discrimination.
No, it's not. In the UK, excuse me. In the UK, you do not forge certificate. That is the
Word,
that's why it's
word.
sacrosanct. You can never. That no, it's true. You can say
No,
anything you
no,
like.
no,
You
CM,
can never
CM.
hear somebody forge certificate in the UK.
CM, no, CM, that's not what you
Nowhere.
say. You say in the UK, you cannot redesign your own certificates. You cannot design it.
Adafun Ejare, wetin.
So,
God go bless
on
you.
that note, Rudolph,
Dr.
happy
Rudolph, you have
birthday.
to relook
From all of us, happy
the
birthday. We wish you long life and prosperity. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for allowing us, to use the platform to discuss
Though
Nigeria.
there's something you didn't discuss with Dr. Rudolph.
What is it?
You would have told Dr. Rudolph to wear native. The way he dressed, he still dressed like Jehovah
We
Witness,
didn't
kind of.
discuss
And
this.
Jehovah Witness say they do birthday. You understand? Just
we
wear
didn't
native for
discuss
those say
this
party don't
before.
start.
He's a
He's
lecturer
not
now.
Akpabio. He's not Akpabio now. If to say they do am for stadium like Akpabio, hey, for the talk of native all those things, he's not Akpabio. So why? Which one?
Sure,
All right,
This one.
for
Okay.
me.
Anyway, gentlemen, please. On this Oronsai report,
Shows
if Tinubu
Shine
will
is
have
saying hello to us.
All right, gentlemen,
Okay.
I have to bail. I'll come back much later. But Rudolph, over to you.
All right, sure. Thank you so much.
No worries at all.
Thank you.
Take care.
All
Bye,
right.
everyone.
I don't know what to say. I thank you guys for coming here every Saturday and being part of this conversation. I was going to promote show after the show, but with this last thing he did, we didn't talk about it. But thank you all. CM, go ahead. Let me.
Okay, yeah. On this Oronsai report, I think that is the type of measure you can agree with me Nigeria need now. We should be running a very slim government. Ordinarily, I would recommend not more than 12 ministries for Nigeria. Defense, transport, finance, works and housing, health, agriculture, education, science and technology, foreign ministry, justice, interior ministry, and labor and productivity. 12. Under transport, you will have aviation, marine and blue economy. Under finance, you will have budget and planning. Industry, trade and investment. So 3 ministries should be under finance. Under works, you will have environment and ecological management, housing and urban development. Under health, you will have humanitarian affairs and poverty alleviation. Justice is only justice, nothing to be attached to it. Under agriculture, you have water resources and sanitation. Under education, you will have information and national orientation, should be part of education. Under science and technology, you will have gas resources, petroleum resources, solid minerals, communication, innovation, and digital technology. All those things should be under science. And then power and steel development. Under foreign affairs, you have intergovernmental affairs. Under labor and productivity, you will have youth and sports, tourism, women affairs, art, culture, and creative economy. Then under interior ministry, you will have FCT, something like this Wike ministry, should be under Ministry of Interior. Customs, prisons, and police affairs. That's all. These 12 ministers should be okay for Nigeria.
What about oil and gas?
Oil and gas should be under science and technology, petroleum, anything science, anything oil and gas, petroleum resources, solid minerals, power, steel development. These are all science and technology. So you match all of them will be departments. So 12 ministers with all these things they are doing. So if they should do it this way, one, when you have 12 ministers, and then to man all these, maybe 12 politicians, let me just say 12 politicians, if he wants, then all the departments, because all this will be departments, will now be manned by career civil servants. So that when you are in the civil service, for instance, Paul, if you are in the Ministry of Transport or you are working with aviation, you will know that one day, as a civil servant, one day you get to director of aviation and something development. You've been there for over 20 years. So you can be reporting directly to the Minister for Transport now. Then somebody in Marine and Blue Economy who joined the ministry for over 30 or 20 years will also rise up. So it becomes a career whereby you look up to one day, you will be somewhere. And not that they will bring one type of Agbero because they help you to rig election. You reward him with one type of ministry or something. Imagine saying solid mineral. You give it to one journalist because he was able to liaise with Oluomo, they threatened Ndi Igbo in Lagos, saying Ndi Igbo voting is an interference in Yoruba affair. Then you give him solid mineral. What is he going to a journalist? No. Find somebody who has been a geologist in the Ministry of Science, then who must have risen to that position, and they make him the head of, say, solid minerals there. So this is type of something they need. That is if the man will do it and then scrap so many things, office of face lady and all those and all those bogbe, so many things that are being duplicated just to eat money. That is if he's willing. If he's willing, all the presidential fleet, sell them off. If you want to travel, you go by what is it called? A commercial airline, maybe economy, like the president of Argentina. They do it. There's nothing that will happen. So if really he has the will to do it, there's a way out. But your guess is as good as mine. He's just there to settle his boys. So tabling a Ronsign report is good, but can you implement it? Are you willing to walk the walk? Not just announcing it and people will be clapping hands. Are you willing? Because this will save a lot of money, even in foreign exchange. So all these ministers going from one conference to the other, no, it's only 12. It's only 12 ministers you have all over the country. With it, you run. America runs on 15 ministries. So why should Nigeria have more than 10 or 12? You see, that's my take on the Ronsai report. If they take it, good. If they don't, you know why? Because Nigeria, we don't always like everybody. They want to feel big, even when we borrow money to service the debt, not really paying the debt. If you are owing 100 naira and the interest is maybe 80 naira, you are borrowing money to be paying part of 80. The 100 is still there, Tanda. So that is the stage Nigeria is now. If they are willing to do it, fair enough. But if they are not, already, like Shoyinka said, it is better for the state to die so that humanity will survive. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Thank you, everybody, once again. Henry, welcome to the show. I've not been watching. I wanted to shoot some things on the background, but I couldn't finish before it was time for me to come back in. I understand that we've talked about the smuggling story. I want us to maybe go back to talk about Alba and what happened with the geometric power that came online. Did you discuss it before I came on? No? All right.
No.
So, okay. So let's talk about in the context of whether it's going to spur competition among states to do things like that. I know that it's been a long project that's been going on for 20 years. It finally came online, and a lot of people are happy, and the conversation changed, including an extension of that conversation as if our federation, we're about to get to that true federation that we are in Nigeria. So let's have a conversation around that. Let me start with you.
Doctor, you just want to give Henry just a little bit chance. Let him just make comments so that Henry will fight me halfway.
All right, Henry, welcome.
Maybe the black sheep now, so it's okay. The sacrifice lamb. Good evening, everybody. Nigeria more than.
Henry, your network they bad.
Henry, your connection is not very good. We're getting
very bad.
All right.
Please excuse me. I'll be back. Let me just hang around, do something fast.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So Doctor, briefly, I spoke initially about the geometric power thing, and I spoke briefly because I see it like what Alex Otti is doing now is the talking and the media thing. I don't really like it, maybe because I've been a little bit in the West. I don't know. I don't really like it. Coming to the media, bring this, bring that, invite presidents and the likes. You've not finished this project. You've not carried out this project. And even though if you finish this project, why are you spending money for this commissioning thing? The people will testify that we are having 24 hours electricity. The people will testify. Doctor, you and I don't need to tell people that we are having 24 hours electricity in America. People know. In fact, people in Nigeria will tell me that they put the internet on cloud. Anywhere you go in America, there is free Wi-Fi. I don't know where they get it from. They assume so. They know so. You understand? Because probably they've seen things when some of us will say, oh, I'm in McDonald's, I'm in the airport, I'm here, I get free Wi-Fi, I'm in the department store, I get these things. You don't need to spend all those money. You not commissioning or starting a project. Why spending all this money? Why doing all these things? The man have a very good plan, and he has been with it for a very long time. I really, really embrace what he's doing. But doing all these things from the party that he comes from, don't you think the system will frustrate him? You are generating power. You don't want to allow people rest. What about the transmission and the distribution process? You understand that is also not your property for now. You understand? One thing is for you to generate.
Paul, I thought the geometry they also distribute, not only generating.
So you're going to work with the people who already have those things on ground. You remember? It's already on ground. So which means they're going to work with the one that is already on ground. Not like you are building your own. You want to run all the high tension and everything. So which means you're going to work. And remember, the system can frustrate you, because if possibility that it looks that this thing is going to work very well, they already understand that labor will use it, you understand, as a talking point to win election, which they may want to frustrate him for that. That's why I just feel that just keep it low and be doing your thing. You understand? Before you know, look at all the companies, the MTN, the so-called Nestle and the likes. They spend a lot of money in terms of generating power. These are the things. So when you put all those things, remember so many industries who want to relocate to that part of the world, which we end up even work well. But coming with all this media, I don't really like it. I could remember back in the days with Chris. You understand? You do road of 10 miles, you call AIT, you call channels, call this, call that, call this. For all this commissioning, you spend money with media like Wike will do. Call, shoot, national statistics, then tell us next month I will give you the information. It just, I don't really like these things. You understand? I want it to work, that is working, that we see it. But now we talking all these things again, then tomorrow again, now you will not hear, oh, they are frustrating me. Oh, they are frustrating me. This is what Jimmy Agbaje will say. It is the same of the same. That's my take for now. Then, Doctor, please, I beg the rest of the people, let me just touch on this Gaza war and everything. Doctor, I feel bad. I'm so ashamed that I live in America and I have papers in America, so I pay taxes. I'm so ashamed with what they're doing with my tax money. I am so ashamed. They go to the UN. America will veto anything that is sent there, and it just makes me. Then the president will come back and say, "Oh, Netanyahu don't want to agree. Netanyahu don't want to agree." But when you go to UN, even all European countries look like they are not in support of what. They are not in support with what Netanyahu is doing.
Paul,
You
I will come
understand?
here,
But
please.
America,
Rudolph, give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 seconds.
Let me just I'm leaving the show. That's why I'll come back later. That's why, please.
America, so I want to tell you something. I want to challenge what you say right now.
And then let me land now, so I will hear you. Just let me land so that I will hear you. I'm leaving the show. That's why, but I'm still watching. I'm about to drive. So America will go against anything just to support these people, and said the president refused. You are giving them the money. It is only you that support them in United Nations. Now you want to use taxpayers' money to send food from air, to do everything, to feed these people like dogs and the likes, even though in this part of the world, we don't even feed dogs like that. We don't feed dogs and cats like that. And then for that, it just pained me. I just hate it. We know what Hamas did was wrong, but the way they are going about it, this thing will never end the war. Because every kid that see the way they are losing their parents, they see the hardship, what they are going, what do you think they'll grow? They'll grow up to become another monster. You understand? It just pained me, the height of, and I feel so bad with what Netanyahu is doing. This is more than genocide. This is more than genocide. In this age and time, I can tell you that what the Hamas people is going through with what Netanyahu is doing right now, I don't think they themselves went through that same thing with the Germans. I don't think so. Remember back in the days when the Germans did what they did, these people naturally, they like to fight. I say it, white people and Arab people, they are naturally, they like to fight. They like to do all this type of thing. But this is taking another step. It's taking another step, and they find a way to reconcile everything that they did. America find a way of reconciling Germany. They find a way because of their color. But when it comes to this Arab and white people, no, never, never, never a time that they'll find a way to reconcile. And people are just dying. It's so painful. It's so painful. Thank you. I'll be on the background watching. I'm about to drive.
All right.
So Henry, I'm hearing you.
Rudolph, give me some 5 minutes, please, or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Like Paul was talking about the Hamas and so-called. Do you know when the Saudi Arabia was bombing the Yemen too? Nobody talk about it. The Arabic. When the Nigerian government was doing to Nigerians, what did the American did? Nothing. What did the Arab country did? Nothing. The massacre in Lekki. Who came to our aid? Why you bothering about Hamas and Israel? Hamas started the whole thing. They went to Israel to kill people. We saw it on live TV here. So why should we be sorry for them? When you attack one Israel, 100 Palestinians will go. They know this. So why we have to sorry for them? They are brothers and sisters. They should settle the problem themselves. When Paul said feel sorry. What about what is happening in Nigeria every day? Do you ever feel sorry? What is the international community did about our atrocities that's going in Nigeria? Nobody talking about Nigerians who is dying every day. So why we have to sorry about their issue? They started the war. Let them fight their war and settle themselves. Paul, you should be worried about Nigeria today because people are dying every day in that country. I was in Nigeria. I saw it. This is what's going on there. I move around the street. I don't hide myself. I move around. These are hard. Did any international community came out to say the killing in Lekki was justified, was atrocity, was massacre? Did anybody came out? But why we bothering about Hamas and Israel? They started it. They should enjoy it. America can veto anything. What about Ukraine? What about Ukraine? Who's talking about Ukraine? When Russia went to invade Ukraine, who's talking about Ukraine? So they should enjoy it. So let's see. It's a movie. Let's watch it. But these people are going to die for sure. But I feel sorry for the innocent that is dying. But they started the whole things. They should enjoy it. You know Israel, how they are.
Probably
If you kill one Israel, 1,000 will go.
Henry's connection.
Oh, sorry.
No, I could.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, yeah.
So
come on.
So you see, when Paul is talking about, I feel sorry. Don't feel sorry for these people. Do you know how they did what they did to Deborah? Did anybody condemn did they come out to hold these people who attacked Deborah in the north? For the kids girl in the day, broad daylight, born her. Did you cry about it? Did you take it to Did you take it to United Nations in America to debate about it? No, you're talking about Hamas. Israel was sitting their own. They came to attack them. So Israel see the video, how they did to their citizens. They have to react. Only a stupid country like Nigeria government could not react when they treat their citizens this way. So let me leave it at the moment right now. But for Tinubu, for people who are expecting Tinubu to cut his government, people are wasting your time. Because he did not say he's coming to cut his government. He said want to continue where Buhari stop. You should be ready. I bought Smith at 13,000 naira in Nigeria. I bought it. So we should not keep on thinking anything good coming from Tinubu. I don't think nothing's coming out. It's like a thief. I've been asking a thief to take off your money for you. That's it.
All right.
I'll come back again. Let me just.
Thank you, Henry. Alaba, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, fellow panelists. Congratulations, Rudolph. Happy birthday. I kind of missed what the early conversation was about, but I just heard Henry's submission and my stomach is turning from within. I mean, that is the most unhuman, satanic version of a human perspective response I've ever heard in my life. First of all, we are all human beings and blood flows through all of us. Whether you're from Ukraine, you're from Saudi Arabia, you're from Hamas, you're from the Middle East, you're Nigerian, you're South African. That level of thinking that Henry just displayed, I find it utterly repulsive. While I don't hold the moral ground to condemn him, he's entitled to his opinion. I find it that as human beings, please let me finish. I find it as human beings, when we come in public space and make contribution, we need to be very guarded about the type of comments we make, because you're dealing with human beings. It's just like saying when Hitler did the genocide against the Jews, no matter how justified he was, Hitler was on the right. When the Hutus and the Tutsis had their issue on the genocide, they were on the right. There's something we call human rights. We are human first before our geographical identification. And when we lose that perspective, our humanity becomes, we are beast-like. We become animals. So that submission you just made, Henry, that's an animalistic submission. I'm sorry. I just have to hit the nail on the head on that one. That is the most disgusting submission that should ever be allowed in a public space.
Can you lower your voice down? I'm working.
Don't misquote me. Let me tell you, don't misquote me. I didn't say they are right.
No.
Don't even try to misquote me.
No.
I didn't say
Let me address the key part of your speech. Now, you see, we're talking.
I'm not sure.
Now, yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah. So, the fact remains is that yes, Israel was attacked, but for 30,000 civilians to be killed, we have rules of law. We have rules of war. We have rules of engagement. You can't, because you have superior war power, abuse human dignity. You can't, and you can't come here and justify it or serve a reason be that. Have the fear of God in you. It don't matter what side you belong to.
I don't belong to any side. Don't
misquote
me. Don't
Ferreira. Excuse me, Henry.
This is not our discussion, though. This is not our discussion. You guys go back.
It's not, but you brought it up. It's a human discussion, and we are human. It's a human discussion.
You can cry blood tomorrow.
Yes.
What about Nigeria? You can cry blood, Ferreira.
Yes, we have to talk about Nigeria. Yes, we have to talk about our own problem. But that position, my God, what has happened to us? What is wrong with
Stop crying. Stop beating.
All right, Ferreira.
Yes, CM, go ahead.
Okay, Ferreira. Would there have been any number other than 30,000 that you would have loved Israel to stop at?
30,000? Are you saying that 30,000 is too small?
No. It's just that, I'm just trying to bring, just like I'm putting we are just brainstorming. Would there have been any number at all?
The point is, these are children, these are civilians, these are caught between the walls of war. You have to moderate your response. Hitler did it during the Second World War, leveled the whole city because some Germans were killed, and we are having history repeat itself, and some people are coming on here to justify it. Jesus, what is happening to our humanity? I don't want to talk about Hamas. I don't want to talk about Israel. But I want to talk about humans.
What about the Biafra for the kill? What about the Biafra Nigerian?
Yes, you should bring that up. It doesn't justify them doing it.
Stop bitching for other people. Stop bitching.
All right.
Bitching for other people. Jesus.
All right, Henry,
Dr. Rudolph, you have to moderate what comes out of your medium. Some inhuman things shouldn't be coming out of people's mouths here.
We're talking about Biafra today. You don't talk about Biafra today.
Because Biafra suffered, so we should kill all Palestinian children. Is that your argument?
I didn't say.
Does that even make sense to you?
Listen to me. If you don't get me right, I didn't say what Israel is doing is right.
Okay, Henry,
don't misquote me.
Henry,
No,
thank
1 minute. No. Let me think clear.
This is not our topic. You guys are just
No, don't cut it off, please.
not
He
the
started
topic
it.
for today.
I didn't say what Israel is doing. I support what they are doing. What I'm saying is this: we are talking about the people they are happening what is happening in Israel. What about what is happening in our country every single day? What are we not? Why are we not saying it talking about it in this program every time? You are here bitching, crying like I am the one who is doing it.
Yes, I will cry for humanity. I don't know
You
what
cry,
you are crying
you
for.
cry for
You
tomorrow.
have an
What about what happened
issue.
in Nigeria? What about the killing in Nigeria?
I
Why don't
will
you talk
cry
about
for
it?
humanity. If I were you, I'll cry for humanity too. But
Fake
whatever you
humanity you
like
are
to
doing,
cry
you
for,
just fake.
what
That's
is
it. You are
wrong
fake.
with you?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So this topic is on our topic of discussion, but that's not the topic we are going into now. We want to talk about Abba and the power situation. Then we can get to this later on. It's important that we discuss this. I think we are in this world and this is happening, and I think we should all be concerned about what's going on there. But that's not the first thing we're discussing. So let's go back to Abba and the situation, the power situation there. KJ, welcome. KJ, welcome to the show. And Femi, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr.
You know
Rudolph.
what happened here, and Prophets, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
What happened was that Paul wanted to leave, so he wanted to weigh in on this because it's on the topic of our discussions for today. So let me get back to the Abba situation. I forgot. I think X0, you're the first person to the next person online. Go ahead.
I thought you had switched the switchboard again. You know, I'm a very patient man now these days. Yeah, you know, to the Abba topic. I think Mr. Paul was getting it wrong when he said that they were overhyping or they were beginning the media hype. It's not really the government, the Abbas government, that was doing the media hype. It was the people that were showing to the world. And if you go throughout the media space, you find that it's the people and bloggers that were discussing this issue. So there's no way we're going to escape it anyways, because it's like it's never been done before that a governor is in the state and the state is about to have 24 hours electricity. But we must remember that this is not just a government affair. It's not a state government affair. It is PPP, private public. How's the word called? The private sector partnership. Yeah, exactly. So it's even more from the private sector that the news is coming out, because they are a business, and as a business, they want to let the world know and to let the people know that they are already set for business. That means, come in, we're here. This is what we're going to do. And that is why it is. And then, of course, this is Nigeria. It's never been done before. Shame on all those people who thought that, okay, who have been always clamoring. You know, when they demolish a lot of Igbo houses, people who are saying, go to your state, go to your state. Look, very soon, the whole of Nigeria will be coming to Abba, because the reason why I love that the news is coming out this way is that, one, that electricity itself has multiple effects. All of this, most of these businesses that are relocating from Nigeria, they will do a cost analysis and see that, okay, if they have 24 hours electricity, they don't need to relocate. Actually, they just need to switch closer to a place where they can get this electricity 24 hours. You know how much that costs? That's enough for you to double the price of your commodities, because it increases the cost of production. But that's not even where I'm going to. Where I'm even going to is that a lot of other companies that have not yet come in because they cite power as a problem will now look at the place, the strategic positioning of that electricity. It's in a place where there's a lot of other producers that can connect with them and give them some of the products they need to complete the production process. So it's no longer like they need to come and site their factories and then start all the processes of production. Now they have other clusters around, which I think is just a masterfully crafted project. This is going to help the Southeast, this is going to help Nigeria's economy so much because, I mean, employment is what we have been clamoring for. And it is private, it's not government. So I don't see it dying like any of, collapsing like any of all the other government projects. This is here to stay. And I just encourage them to expand further, expand throughout the country so that for once, we can solve this problem. For once, we will no longer be needing any interventions here and there. Just give us electricity and see the full potential of the people. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy for this.
All right, thank you so much, Madioha.
Yeah,
this
yeah, I've seen it. I'm coming from my own. I'm coming to another angle. I listened to the governor's interview. Yeah, they asked him, your predecessor, which is Ibazo, did he, like, after 8 years, what did he, like, play any parts? And the guy said he didn't, like, that was nothing the guy did for 8 years about this. So I just say this. Assume this guy was rigged out. Assume he was rigged out also. That means this electricity will not be. It's not like people say, who change can people do if he enters as a president of Nigeria? That the same thing will still be happening right now. That would drop back. Okay, what about if Otti has not been the governor of Abia State? Will this happen? So it's just try to balance it. People make this argument, even though Tinubu is a president, there's no change, nothing is going to happen. That Nigeria is still be the way it is. So on this about issue, you have tell people that it's not about being the president, it's about what you can do. If Ibazu was there for 8 years, he does nothing. Manos Ibazu, this place was mapped out and commissioned by Nnamdi Kanu, if I'm correctly, with the Obasanjo regime. And since then, the government, everything, they asked him about sabotage. He didn't say he's a saboteur, but the system could have not worked, make it happen. So our problem now is if you look at it, is the system that Nigeria have, that we are in darkness. All right, system of everything for the financial institution to the gas that which we have. Now I pray Shell should not shut down their gas off. All right, that's another thing. I'm talking now with some of the people I know that if Shell sabotage the gas supply, that's the end of it, which can go in different ways. So, but it's a contract. It's a private stuff. It's a contract. I pray Abba was going to be the way it used to be when I was growing. The years back when I was growing, Abba used to be every Christmas they will use a broom to measure my leg. I still remember the broom measure my leg, take it to Abba, not a broom. My uncle will come back, use a broom, measure my leg, take it to Abba and do a shoe that are going to match me, which I can wear for Christmas. I pray that Abba will come back to that glory, hereby every bags, leather, shoes, wears, we start like we'll go back to that glory. And it's a good thing that's going to happen. It's going to also affect not only the Southeast, the neighboring states. About to Port Harcourt is not huge. Obibo is there. There's so many things that are going to happen. It's going to have there's so many benefits by the neighboring states, Imo states, River states. So many Abai have boundaries to so many states. And I pray that this will open up so many cities with 24 hours light so that all those cities, other states can also copy from there. Or what's going on in Aba, the industrialization of Aba, this 24 hours electricity, the management team, the maintenance, what Nigeria knows that we cannot tell the truth. Nigeria like maintenance culture, even here in America. Nigeria like maintenance culture, no matter how it is. If you go to a Nigerian institution, okay. If you go to Nigerian restaurants here, Nigeria, anything Nigeria manage here, you will see a difference between Nigerian and what Nigeria like maintenance culture. It's in our blood. So that's the only thing I know that's going to affect that maintenance culture. Let's use it a little. It's going to we'll do it next tomorrow. Nigeria like that a lot. So I hope they're going to maintain the standard of other electrical companies by maintaining their system. Not only when it broke down, they will know that they are going to fix it. All right. they have time limit, use it for 5 years, replace it, whether it broke down or doesn't break down. But Nigeria would like it to break down before they fix it. So if they can go on with the maintenance culture and make appropriate good use of that, maintaining things in a good way, I think will bring a very, very economic growth to the Aba itself and neighboring city that are close to Aba, and also go behind southeast, south, or to southwest. But yeah, that's my own. That's my own contribution here. Thank you.
Thank you, Amadio. CM. So, your contribution, I want you to weigh in on what it will mean for other neighboring states. I mean, the competition, the fact that this has been going on for 20 years. You know, Amadio didn't talk about, gave the impression that this new governor, Otti, did much to make it happen. I think if you acknowledge that it's a private company and they've been building this for a while, I don't know that if Ibazo were to be governor currently, it would still have happened during his term. But CM, weighing on this, I want you to think about it, the wider implication in the Southeast.
No, let me still say something. Yeah. Why it happened on this guy? Because from the beginning, on 2004, this guy has been, from the beginning, he has been there. So
okay, I know what you are saying. You are saying that as Diamond Bank chairman, he was part of the people that arrange the finances. So that's a different thing, yeah. But as a governor, you know, I can see the role he played a lot in terms of making it happen this period. But anyway, let's hear from CM. CM, give us your own view.
Okay, yeah. First of all, it's a positive development, 24-hour power supply, even if it's for one local government. That has been the dream. And that is one of the things that has been holding Nigeria's industrial takeoff. And that's because of lack of steady power. It has contributed in terms of cost of production in Nigeria. But we all know that. So I welcome it because it's a positive change. However, looking at it specifically, it should have come earlier than now, but because you know Nigerian politics, it was bogged down by bureaucracy. That is why when we talk of devolution, this is the best example, and this is now the apt time for federal government to hands off so many things, devolve so many things to the state to do. Availability of gas resource. There is abundance of gas in the Niger Delta. Like Soludo pointed out, he says it's not enough to say you can generate your own power. If you can, but you need gas. After building all those things, you have to apply to federal government to give you license or to allow you to have access to gas. There's one they're building in Edo State. I think it's called Osiomo Power, something like that. And they will encounter the same problem. So if there is anything federal government should do now, these are bad case because it delayed, not really because it hasn't been ready. It could have been commissioned long time, but because of the politics of all this that I've just remarked. However, having said that, economically it's a boost to the region, and it will engender competition, which is what drives productivity. It will engender competition. I wouldn't be surprised that between now and the next 5 years, a state like Rivers State, because they have money, they have the gas. They should now, it's not a challenge if Abia, with the money they collect from FARC. By the way, the largest, the lion's share of what comes to, in terms of 13% derivation, goes to Akwa Ibom. After Akwa Ibom, I think it's Delta. After Delta, then Rivers. Before you now talk about Bayelsa and they do. So I do not see why a state like Rivers will not start their own gas plant or something similar to this. The same thing with Delta and Akwa Ibom. So it's a welcome development. And on the part of Southeast, of course, so many businesses will like to, even if you did not locate fully, but you have a branch at Yaba. And from what they said about it, 17 local governments in Abia, 9 will be covered by 24-hour power supply for now, which they hope to scale up in future probably in the near future, to get even as far as Umuahia, who knows, to Were too. I understand that Emeki Hedioha, as a short-lived PDP governor, was almost doing the same thing because the one of your guests here, Dr. Sama Amade, was to chair it. And somehow, I don't know what happened. They have to remove the chap and put hopes on them, and everything crashed. So there are a lot of politics around it. I think what if this is an eye opener for us. I welcome it. I want other states, something a state like Ogun State, which is always forward thinking. I'll be surprised within 5 years they won't be able to do this. Even Lagos. So taking everything in totality or just looking at everything holistically, Nigeria should, the issue of electricity should, as much as possible, states should be allowed. Not just saying it and then you are holding one of the major components. Everything it takes, whether it is solar in the north, because I will be surprised for states like Kano, Katsina, Sokoto to be talking of gas, all this. No. Their own is solar. Sunshine there is more is of the desert intensity. So they should think of erecting a powerful solar plant that will use solar and then electrify the entire area. Then you get down to a place like Lagos or Ondo State, even Ogun. They can use a hydro the way they do it in Brazil. It must not be gas. Ogun State may not have gas, but they're on the coast. They can use hydro. Lagos might decide, do we use gas or do we use hydro? To me, hydro is quite because almost the entire length of Lagos is on the Atlantic. So they have the the liberty to put it anywhere. I say that of Brazil because I know what Brazil did to be able to host the Olympics in 2016 in Rio de Janeiro. That's what they did. It's not that a rocket science. They can do it. Then coming down, why shouldn't a state like Bayelsa, almost on the water on the Atlantic, why can't they go hydro? If they want, they can go gas. Delta can do so. Same. They are flaring gas in Ogoniland. So the thing is the policy. Federal government should hands off. Don't just say that that is you on your own. Generate whatever you want to do, and they use it to power yourself. So all this idea of you start somewhere, have to apply to federal government. They look at you. Oh, you are not a PDP governor. Oh, you are not APC. Maybe you can't. No, all those nonsense should stop. So I welcome what happened in Abia. As much as a lot of people will take credit for it. It wasn't just, it was started in 2004. Okonjo-Iweala was even the initiator. What I read, he brought in the former World Bank chairman, Wolf, something Wolf, is it? Wolfosin or so Wolfowiz. So she brought him to tell him that they needed World Bank assistance, and they agreed, though the man is late now. So there's a long history for that, but it was bogged down by politics and the official because federal government had to meddle and stop everything. In fact, they frustrated Professor Bart in Nigeria at a point. It was a frustration because the man wanted it to go on. Funding wasn't the problem. Funding wasn't the problem. Clearly, it's a capital intensive something. Funding is just politics that bogged it down. And I don't want any other state, if they start their own, they will use federal might to tell you federal government should approve. Federal for what? If federal should be a catalyst for development, in fact, federal government should be a partner that, and even if it's a local government that want to do something, that can lessen the suffering of the people, rather than even stop it, you even liberalize the law. Say, go ahead and do it. Because in the end, you can imagine companies that will now be in our band say, look, we are sure of electricity. Let us now know that we are sure of electricity. We can do certain things. And then the local economy will boom. So it's a welcome development anyway, but a lot needs to be done in terms of the regulation is too much. Federal government is so much on the back of on the back of people. They should get the federal government off the back of the people so that people can now, if you have a good idea, you don't be afraid that rather than federal government be a partner in progress, they will use one type of crude politicking and all the rubbish. After all, why should Imo State, which Emeki Hedia almost started at or Haji Egbema due to the gas, why was it stopped? Something like that. And it's private, it's not public. Talking about this type of thing, let me just refer to history. Today, Lagos state government is celebrating, people in Lagos are celebrating rare, and they are clapping hands. Do you know Jakonde wanted to do this in 1983 with a French company, paid the money for them to take off. Buhari came in at the federal and stopped it. From the federal, you stop what they are doing in Lagos. The funding is Lagos. And then the company has to take Lagos state government to court to force them to pay, because it's agreement. So Lagos state government paid money without anything done. Can you imagine if the thing has been allowed, if Lagos state government has been allowed to do it from Yaba to Marina? By now, they would have been talking of, so many people would have copied it. So part of the problem we have in Nigeria is that federal government is the impediment to progress in Nigeria. The type of thing we do is just born out of animosity, crude regulation that don't lead us to anywhere. If Jaconde is alive, we will say, why are you celebrating? What are over 30 years ago? It should be 30 years or even 40 when Jaconde dreamt of it. And this is what he wanted to do. Committed Lagos state government to it as a state. But Buhari government overtoppled Shagari and came in. At the federal level, they stopped it. Why? And they lost money in it. So that tells you the type of government we are running in Nigeria. Federal government is the impediment to progress in Nigeria. So many states are forward looking to do something of their own, but the federal will just use one type of stupid law to be holding people down. So it shouldn't happen. I welcome it. Let all the states of Niger Delta that they are wasting gas, like Goniland, something like that. They should think of putting something there, at least to save the environment there. In Warri area, they should put something like that. Without federal government telling you that when you finish this, you have to come and apply for what? That is nonsense. So that is the area I want to look at it to. There's no point that the importance, the economic significance of it cannot be debated. We all know we need it, but the federal government should get off people's back in the state so that they can be able to develop at their own pace. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Let me go to KJ. KJ, I want you to enlighten us if you are aware of the controversy over the money that Ibazo, the last governor, said that he committed to the project. About some said $3 million, some said million or billion, or some said million, some said $5 million. So what is the controversy behind this project that delayed it more than it should have? KJ. All right, I think KJ is frozen. I don't think he can hear me. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph. I gather that somehow today is your birthday, so happy birthday.
Not today, but
I think it's the black. Don't mind the black stone. He always. I join him in being late, I guess. So yeah, thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel. And I think by and large, I agree with the submissions of CM. And most people regarding this, it's a good thing that the state is getting power. And I gather that power plant, the project started about 20 years ago. You have to take years for an answer. For me, I don't see that changing too much stuff in Nigeria. But if somebody does the right thing, you have to praise them. And I think it's also important that that governor is also a labor that is associated with P2B that is accomplishing this stuff. This stuff, people heard about it, that's for sure. He went around, and it's a good thing. For once, we had some good news about people trying to head in that right direction, and we hope other states copy the same behavior, and we see more states get more constant power. And about this power issue, there are parts of Nigeria that power don't feel that much. If you go to like places like Wuse, Gwarimpa, and all those areas in Abuja, power don't fail. Millions of people get constant power. There are parts of Nigeria, whole swathes of Nigeria, that probably is the size of Botswana, that gets 24/7 power supply. It's not everywhere that has this problem that we face. And the same thing happens with rail track. But I like to speak about things from more distant kind of view, holistic point of view. For me, all these improvements we see in Nigeria is not surprising. It's to be expected given the geopolitical space, what is going on around the world. And how you know that is because we were here once. Nigeria did exert a lot of power once and had a lot of capacity once. And in the 70s, early 80s, we were doing a lot of things. We created ECOWAS, we had rail tracks built. Most parts of Nigeria that were part of the city, they were not experiencing this kind of anemic power supply that we went on to experience from the 90s and the early 2000s. And it's because the environment is favoring us right now. That's why you see these things, these improvements. And the problem I fear with our people is that we see this improvement, we think that is the end of it. And these our con men for leaders will con us to think that everything is okay. And if they con us to think that everything is okay, when the weather changes again, we'll revert back to this thing, status quo of suffering and smiling. Because the way the whole thing works is that when you are experiencing this type of boom period, you are supposed to use it to consolidate and prepare for the time when things are going to get tough. These are our best times. I can tell you that in this period, the next 5, 10, 20 years, because if the geopolitical environment, they settle it, and we are found without anything to hold on to, they will use us to settle their quarrels. India, China, Russia, the US, if they come to an amicable solution, that will be a new Berlin conference. And what kind of mercy? They're not going to have mercy on us. That's not how it works geopolitically. So these times are good things, and I hope these leaders, this creates a kind of catalytical event, catalyst for other leaders to start building on top of this. And with any luck, Nigeria might have a leader, or maybe even this current government, that actually do things to consolidate whatever gains we've made. Because when the headwinds come again, so that we don't revert back to where we were in the 90s, then the early 2000s, we go through this again. I don't think Nigeria, our people, can endure that kind of suffering for far too long. As a matter of fact, even the other people around the world will not even will not even give us a chance to survive, because they will just want to put us out of our misery. This thing, we've been seeing it for how many decades now. This is a hungry continent, backward people. You've heard of the head of Blackwater talking about how they should come and colonize Africa because they can't run themselves. So this is things, and they say it frequently. These people, when they are saying these things, and we're not talking about ordinary people saying it, we're talking about people higher up saying it, that they need to come and colonize Africa because all their leaders are thieves. The people can't govern themselves. So I say we have to use this period that we are building upon all the gains we are making to really consolidate and make it so that whatever we gain now should not go back, because then you might as well dig a hole and cover it and say you're making progress. I don't get excited by that. I'm sorry, but I really salute Otti for doing what he did, and I've been hearing a lot of good things in Aba. Aba is an important state, especially for manufacturing. I grew up. When I tell you I grew up in Port Harcourt, people don't think I did. We used to go to Aba now and go and get stuff in Aba, and Aba, that place, they do stuff, man. They used to mess with electronics, make shoes, belts, wrapper, name it, all kinds of stuff that they sell in that place. And they supply quite a lot of electronics to Port Harcourt, and clothes and stuff like that. And it was a manufacturing hub, a strong manufacturing hub. If Nigeria is going to industrialize, Aba is going to be a major distinct player in that industrialization. And hence, what Otti has done, I hope it spurs industrialization to return back to that region, that state, and manufacturing to return back to that state. And it's going to make a big difference. If I'm to predict, I think it will happen. The question is whether we can hold on to it when it happens. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Let's go to KJ. I think he has time for us now. KJ, welcome.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I was trying to deal with an issue. Sorry. Rudolph, I want to start from you. Happy birthday. I didn't know you wear bongo. And I just only was wear bongo.
All
I
right.
didn't know you want those funny trousers.
That's below the belt. That's okay.
Okay. But it was good. I had fun watching looking through your Facebook page. Um, God bless you and increase you and cause your light to continue to shine brighter and brighter.
Thank you.
So that you live in good health and see the future of your children and give them out in marriage also and receive your grandchildren.
Thank you.
Yeah, in Jesus' name. Okay. To go back to my state governor, we are proud of Alex Otti. We, the people of Abia, have been wanting Alex Otti in the past 2 elections, but the powers that be refused to grant him the winner, even though he won those elections. And how do I know that he won those elections? You know, our communities are autonomous communities, so people take decisions sometimes based on the agreement that the people have come to. So most times before the election, I speak to my mom and she say, "Oh, we had a meeting today, and we have agreed that everybody is going to vote for Alex Otti." That was the first elections because they were tired of the PDP promising them and failing them. So so I know that many of those elections passed. He was a very popular candidate, so I wasn't surprised to have seen him now. And it's yet to come. A lot is yet to come. I can assure you, a lot is yet to come. So if you don't have a land in Abia, please start looking for one. If you don't know where to, call me. I will give you land.
It's too late. It's too late. Everything has gone up already.
Call me. I can make sure that you have a piece of the action. But coming back to the electricity project, I listened extensively to the interview granted by Sam Amadi concerning it and how that was started over 20 years ago and how they were able to streamline what is happening now in Nigeria. That project was actually frustrated by the powers that be. It should have taken off a long time ago. But somehow, gradually they were able to rewrite some of the wrongs. Eventually came to the point where gas was not supplied. And that was the magic that Otti brought because that project was almost complete before he came in. But even after completion, they refused to supply gas for one reason or the other. So Alex Otti came in, went to the NNPC and continuously to be on their neck until they got the agreement signed. And today gas is being supplied and that project has kicked off. It's just one of the many projects that Joe Electric is going to bring to Abia State. We have many other projects that are coming, and I hope. You see, here's my caveat here. Sometimes when good things are happening, sometimes there's a recycling of or reverse of the law that has brought that progress. I hope that nobody will come back and say, states are no longer permitted to do these things. Okay. Once that is not done, I'm sure that a lot of states will take off also with this kind of projects, which will want to bring about the industrialization of Nigeria. I'll go a little bit further to say 1 or 2 people who I interviewed, what you call the vospol in the street, this man on the street. And they said their only happiness, not because they're going to have steady electricity, but those of them who are welders can come and do their work without having to keep postponing or begging or looking for money to buy fuel to run the generator for them to do their work. Hairdressers can do their hair. Barbers can work. Even the small people who do ice water, when you are so tired and you are hot, you buy ice water. There will be ice block for people to buy and put in their ice water to drink. So it's going to have a ripple effect in Abia State, especially in Aba. And you see, if not because of bad policies and bad governance, Aba by now will have been a destination in Africa, if not the whole of the world. Okay, because Aba can do anything. I mean, no matter how you think expensive and well tailored is your cloth, if you leave it in Aba market for 2 hours, come back, they will give you exactly the replica of what you brought. I've seen it being done on the shoe industry in Aba. So these are things that we should encourage if we are people who are serious about development of our people. If you see, first of all, how to develop the mind. When you develop the mind, the can-do mind, which Nigerians already have, then the whole place will now snowball, into development areas all around the states. Port Harcourt have the potential to do that. Only in Nigeria, I see that waterways are not developed. Instead, they leave it for miscreants to continue to go and smoke Igboho and all the rest. In other nations, waterways are developed and turned to tourist attractions where people go. Those who like sea, they can be even looking at the sea, from where they are their hotel rooms, and that for them is a recreation. So if we now pick up these very low-hanging fruits all around, before you know it, Abia State will be, like we always said, your number one state, the God's own state, and it's truly coming to fruition. Thank you, sir.
All right, Abia people, they are bragging now. Austin, welcome to the show.
I greet you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I can see the APC boys wailing and shouting in the comment section. I hear you now. I know say some people there, some of them are original bigots. So once they know they pay them.
Blatter
Other ones
almost
they
kill
know
himself
themselves.
here
Let
now.
them start with K. That one they pay them to be bigots and to be messing up. Any other one not concern me. Look, I wanted to talk about anyhow. The reason why I came today was really to talk about this Binance stuff, but I will not talk on it now because we have not gone to that topic. But no matter how it is, leadership matters in everything. This plant has been there. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody gave that initial push for it to come to be. And I think that the coordination of Alex Otti should be commended. It's something very beautiful, which I think we should all clap for it. So I have this friend at Abba. Some days ago, I had to call him and say, "Guy, how far now? This thing where they talk like this, say me, I like people wait on ground to tell me. Say, wait, how far? Waiting they happen. Is it all real?" And the man told me that he is very happy that there has been a dramatic change in events in Abba. And he told me and gave me too many positive news. I asked him what of the power, and he said that the power has improved. So with that in mind, I felt that for real, the power has really improved because social media can lie sometimes, but when you ask those who are on ground, they will tell you. And there are some things that you hear and you know that, okay, they are trying. So I think that it's a really big plus to Alex Otti, and it's a big plus to those who are right-thinking Nigerians who always hold power accountable. One thing, as I said, I like about Alex Otti is not because he's doing the magic there. I like him because if he does something wrong and he's being called out, he will even try to respond. And that is one thing you see I've always loved about Obi as well. If you do the wrong thing, not always the right thing, we will not always do the right thing. If you do the wrong thing and you are called out and said, "See what your boy has done, see what you have done," will you come out to say, "Okay, it was a mistake," or maybe it was because of this, or it was not properly interpreted? So that's one thing I like about him, and that's one thing I comment about. Those PDAPC, where did they join, and the ones where did they pay online to come and do rubbish, the ones who are bigots from their father's womb or from their mother's womb, sorry, all of them join now rubbish people. May they come. Sometimes I said, if it's time for NJ Michael to start giving one slap, I'm not going 1 minute start with Tinubu. I go 1 minute start with those who claim they are educated and refined, but yet they are mumu ntum, they no get sense. Let me end there for now and keep my comment. Let me comment my reserve, as they normally say.
All right, KJ, what do you want to say?
I just want to add a bit. You see, this project was started by Bart Nnaji. Professor Bart Nnaji was one-time Minister of Power under Obasanjo. He had all these ideas, but was never allowed to implement. In fact, before he could even say jack, they found one scandal to put on his head, which made him to eventually leave the government. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that the technology and the brain work that have brought this forward is within Nigeria. It didn't go outside of Nigeria to come in. So if we are truly sure that we want our people to develop, we have the ability. We don't even need to import the technology from anybody. We will try and error until we get what we want. And I'm telling you, we cannot try more than 2 times. After all, the guy who invented the electricity tried 1,001 times before he was able to get it. The light bulb, that's what I'm talking about. So what am I trying to say in this sense? I'm trying to say that first and
What is
foremost,
happening?
he was able
Is
to
it
do
only
it.
me?
And could have been done by any other scientist or other engineer in Nigeria. If we put our head together, we don't need to go to anywhere to import any international company to do it for us. We'll build it from the start, we'll finish it. We need to trust our people You see, it's just like what I was trying to deal with, a guy and his wife. I'm telling you, your wife is not your enemy. Your husband is not your enemy. Both of you have come to build your family. So if there's an idea that you don't like, sit down and have a discussion. This idea you're bringing, I don't like it. Can we tinker it this way or tinker it this way? So sometimes even to judge, we're not able to, because we think this person or this tribe or this individual or this part of the nation is
Can
trying
I
to.
can I ask a question? Like 2 years ago, would this have been possible? Let's say Otti was in office, or 3 years ago, would this have been possible? The reason why I'm asking, did the change in the constitution help this, enable this to happen, or was it just Otti that was able to just finish the project?
The tinkering of the constitution helped a lot. Remember, before now it was an exclusive list on the exclusive list of federal government. You couldn't generate your electricity. Even when you build your electricity, company, you have to sell to NEPA to now sell to the Nigerian people. But that was removed by the National Assembly, and so in that privatization, whatever, they removed that clause and allow you now you can generate your electricity and distribute by yourself. You can even decide to jettison the national grid and lay your own grids, to do whatever you want to do. You can choose a small community. You can choose but now it was a bit difficult, because eventually there was this PP privatization, PP whatever that they did, which brought in the discourse. So most of these companies, this discourse bought the whole state, or 3 states or 4 states or 5 states. So smaller people who were able to produce electricity and sell were not carried along. So that's why it took a bit. It took a longer than necessary for the what's his name, somebody or four, and then this.
All right, KJ is frozen from my end. I think it's probably across the board. But he was talking about the role of Emeka for in delaying this project, which is something that most people in the Southeast, they were aware of that. Who can give us more insight? CM, do you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Xero. Oh, KJ, are you back?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, CM, hold on. Let's hear KJ. KJ, go ahead.
So it took a bit of that to be sorted out, and the courts intervened, and that's what what's my friend's name? Sam Amadi was trying to explain the other day. There were so many things that were brought in that needed to be untied by the courts, and eventually they were able to come to an agreement, and then that company was now able to complete it. These things can be done. You see, and then you said, could it have been done 3 years ago? Yes, it could have been done 3 years ago if the people allowed the process to go through. Remember that Lagos State also have their own, electricity company, which they never allowed to transmit to Lagos. They instead rather put in the national grid. Remember that Oni, fertilizer company, Oni had electricity that generates for them. Ajekuta had electricity that generates for them. All those places, if we are people who are thinking, these people can be handled. Okay, say for instance, Ajekuta, before even Ajekuta became what it became now, during the days it was producing, Ajekuta was like London. The light never went off. We used to go to holiday there, okay, because it was like every place was lit up, and it was 24-hour electricity because it was coming from the factory. But all that now has been destroyed. So we need to be certain what we want to achieve as a nation, and then go about it. And I rest my case there, sir.
All right, thank you. CM, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, the Emeka for factor is one of the crude policies of the federal government, because Emeka for felt that he had a connection up to the federal, so he was frustrating it. That's why EEDC, when they want to privatize power, he bought EEDC. That is for the eastern, almost the southeast states. And people will tell you EEDC instead of Eastern Electricity Distribution Company. People will tell you it's a distribution company. So that is part of the corruption, because why Professor Bart Nnaji conceived the idea with Okonjo-Iweala. During the privatization, Emeka wanted everything to be included as whatever is in the East to buy it. So Nnaji wanted the thing off. So that is part of the thing that delayed it. You see the crude politics Nigerians play. even when it will be beneficial to the people. So that is Emeka is from my state, Anambra, now, from Orifite, but he delayed it. Imagine the intellectual, like KJ said, the idea, the science behind it, the conception is from Professor Bart Nnaji with the support of Okonjo-Iweala, who gave him the link to World Bank president to help in funding it. They agreed, but because it's in the southeast, when Jonathan wanted to privatize all this, Emeka also used his PDP connection, everything that everything he should bid. Even when they bidded initially, Nnaji won, but he has to go and tell them there's an error. You know, Nigerian law, when they went to court, all this, then they took it over again. Yet he's not performing. So that is the crude what I'm saying, that Nigeria federal government should get off the back of the states. Federal government should hands off a lot of things for the states to evolve and do certain things. Everything cannot be go to federal for application for approval. You need to register one thing. They say go to federal. It won't work. So I'm happy with what is happening in Abia. As for KJ, my brother, I don't know. Maybe you reserve 100 by 100 for me. We will talk of the terms. No, I'm serious. 100, 100 by 100. Yes, now I have to. Maybe I pay instrumentally. At least it's in pound. But 100 by 100. I'm saying it so that everybody will bear me witness. So we talk of terms. Maybe 10 years moratorium. I mean, 10 years is now we're paying gradually as if I'm paying mortgage. But I want to be part of the action there. Thank you.
Please, I have a question in regards. I don't know what was the arrangement as per expansion, because I know that Emeka also has his company, and it bought all the discos, I think, from Enugu. I don't know of the other states like Anambra and Ebonyi. But I don't know if there's any room for expansion so that the expansion goes directly towards the southeastern region before going to the grid. Because I know if it goes to the federal grid, it goes to the north. I don't know. There's always that movement.
So
is there
see there? I think that the way I understand it is this. I don't know your village, but if your village can generate their own power, you can go off national grid. So those nine local governments of Abia State now, they should be off national grid, and that is a welcome development. So indirectly, Emeka Force EEDC has lost those 9 local governments. And with what they said, the thing will expand. I mean, they have to step it up to cover the whole of Abia State up to, because without it getting to Umuahia, they haven't started. Umuahia is the state capital. So it has to get to the whole of Abia. And I understand people in Imo are saying they can cross over. So the more geometrics expands, the more you shrink Emeka Force crude EEDC, that gives you more darkness than light. So that is the idea. It can happen anywhere. I think Soludo want to start one in Anambra State, but they needed the federal government to hands off gas, because there's gas in Anambra. After building all those things, you start delaying all this time. You know, before they give you that gas, it's a Emeka Force company, because they know if you get the gas, you leave them. Do you see where the crude politics come from? The moment you have access to gas, you will leave EEDC because you're on your own. So that is where Emeka Force company will play their crude politics, know who is at the center, bribe them or do whatever, they suppress it. So that's what happened in Abia State.
Hey, Wahala.
The guy shout. Yeah, so let's be also reminded that many in the 80s there was a company called the NASCO. The NASCO electricity was part of what was supplying just steady light, and I even think right now it still runs, but not at the level that it was in the 80s. So it's not as if it had not been done before in Nigeria. Whether the people want us to develop. You see, I keep saying this thing. It's not as if it has not been done, because before now in Jos, if you lived in Jos, you find out that there was steady electricity coming from NASCO. NASCO was supplying almost half of Jos, Bukra and the rest. But now it has been kind of almost destroyed. But it's still there. The turbines are still there. And that electricity company, though may not be supplying as much light as before, it's still there. So it has been done before. It's even now the technology becomes so good that no matter how small the stream is, your stream in the community can provide electricity, water turbines and all that can be used. So if there's a will, there's a way. Is there a will in government to develop Nigeria, make sure that everybody has light? Somebody was telling me that they're waiting for the mechanos and all those who are supplying those generators of that size to make their move in Abia State. And I say it's not going to work. It's not going to work. What move are they going to make? They're going to go and bust the pipelines? Okay. So it's only in Nigeria that people take pride that an individual who is, a miscreant takes control of government function and even intimidate government not to be able to act. And then the government wakes up and tell you, people are smuggling, people are selling fuel, these are things, we can't do anything about it. Then what is your function as a government? So it's a pity, but I think if the people of whoever make that move in Abia State, they go see the other side of midnight. Okay.
All right. We are begging all the witches and wizards to act.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Olumide, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rodolph, and happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you.
Good day to the fellow panelists. I want to come in on from the point of somebody's comments on the platform Kulata that was berating people for not to give Otti credit, that it's only been there for 8 months and somebody initiated the project 20 years ago. I think that is the more reason why we should commend him, for him to, or would Kulata prefer that the project be prolonged, abandoned for longer? I mean, there's so many projects like that cost millions and billions of taxpayers' money that are lying fallow. And if only the people there currently could finish it up, it doesn't matter. But because they don't want somebody else to claim the credit, maybe the person who initiated it. I mean, I'm not from Edo State, but I remember a project that Oshiomhole initiated, a state-of-the-art hospital that he built in Benin. And shortly after, when Obaseki came in, because there was some issues with the contract, in the contract with those who they brought in to complete the project, he decided to abandon it. I mean, it's terrible. That's taxpayers. The first thing you should be thinking about when initiating a project or deciding to finish it is it in the interest of the people? Will it benefit the people? And when you think of that, will completing the electricity project benefit the people? Yes, it will benefit the people. It would bring in manufacturing. It would allow small businesses thrive, and it would allow life. It would bring tremendous changes to their lives, and they will be able to keep abreast of what is going on around the world when they have light, when they have access to electricity 24 hours, It will bring development to them in no small measure. And I want to say that also that even as much as we commend Otti, we shouldn't over commend or overrate what he has done. This is taxpayers' money. It is not his own personal money. Yes, we should commend the fact that he took the courage to make the right decision. That is why we're saying that when you elect who the people want, when you elect who the people want to be in governance, that person will come in and do it. But when you elect somebody who forces himself on the people, he has no plan. He has nothing to offer except to come and steal your money and share it among, his friends and cronies. That's all. It's simple. I mean, this is one of our major problems. East, west, north, south. Perhaps there are people even in the northern part who really want education for their people in the north, their Amajiris, to be soundly educated. To rub shoulders, but because there are criminals among them who don't want this to happen, so that they can continue to subjugate them under them. So It's a basic problem that we're having all over. And the forefather was asking about constitution. Does the constitution really matter, or what? Yeah, the constitution matters. That electricity they signed off for states to be involved in is just one aspect of our life that was tied to the center. There are so many other aspects of our life that needs to be unbundled. We are talking about state security. We are talking about if nobody wants to, if a state doesn't want to have their own state police, fine. Don't have your own state police. You can rely on federal police, but allow people who want to improve the security of their people and give them a better well-being sense of security and belonging to go ahead and do that. If we allow, nobody's going to abuse. Even in countries like US, UK, you see how people who abuse governments parastatals, they answer for it when they leave. Even if you don't answer for it while you are there, they answer for it when you leave. That is why we have impeachment. We have state House of Assemblies to keep governors in check so that they can be impeached, so that they have the mind of their own. But when you allow the governors pocket them and you don't allow the people vote who they want so that they can put the governors in check, all the investigative bodies needed to do, law enforcement, is to bring proof to the assembly to say, you know what, this man has done this, done that, and we think he should stand and face the law. If you don't want him to finish his tenure and face justice, then they go ahead and impeach him. But if you want him to finish his 8 years, and then he can live there, if they won't impeach him, then he can go and face the law. Then don't allow him to put his stooge there, like Wike put his own stooge there, so that they can keep putting their stooge on and on and on and on and on, and they will keep killing the cases until, and the people who suffer are the people, ordinary man on the street, the taxpayers, or people who own the resources and there's no benefit to them. This is simple. Democracy is very simple and easy. But it is these people, this minute set of people that have corrupted all the process. And I also want to mention that Nnaji should have been allowed. I mean, I understand what happened during the Jonathan regime, but this is the lesson for all of us to learn. When we get to position of power, see, your enemies are people. You have friends who want you to succeed. You have enemies who want you out of there. Maybe because they also want to eat from the pie, or maybe because they don't want you to succeed, some personal. When you involve yourself, there's what we call conflict of interest. When you begin to, as the minister of power, and you begin to register your own company to begin to collect contracts, then it is what we call conflict. I mean, yeah, conflict. What was I going to say again? You've involved yourself. This is a conflict
of interest.
Conflict of interest. Thank you, my brother. So I mean, he's a good man, but it's a lesson for us to learn. Maybe if he had kind of avoided that. That is why when you are in government, you implement a policy that is sustainable, that is going to live with the society on and on and on until somebody brings a better policy. When you leave, you yourself will be beneficiary of that policy. When you leave that your elective post or appointment, you can then go and register your company to come and participate in that process. As somebody who has been in government, we see that if you want to learn from US or UK, when they leave government, they set up a consultant firm where, because they know how government works, they set up a consultant firm. You know all this Rudolph. This guy set up a consultant firm, and they help people lobby government or help them set up a process to be a part of the process. You understand? You become a part, not while you are there, then you want to give yourself extra edge to make extra money. I think that was where he got it wrong, and he allowed the enemies to bring him down through that avenue. But unfortunately, those who brought him down didn't have any better clue what they wanted to do.
Sorry, are you talking about Bart Nnaji?
Exactly.
No, I think you're getting it a bit wrong there.
No. I'm saying that when he was in government with Goodluck Jonathan, he was accused of using his own company, benefiting from the government independent power with his own company. He had an interest in that company. He had shares, and I think he should have avoided that. You understand? That is what we are accusing this do of now, and this other guy doing passports or whatever his name is. You understand? They're using their company to front to make money. Leave government. If you know that it is going to be better, you will make better money from government having your own company. Leave government job for somebody else to focus on it. You can't be collecting money from government and then be using your company to front to collect contracts, inflate it. You know, if you want to be in private practitioner, be a private practitioner. If you want to be a government practitioner, be a government practitioner. You understand? So that's why I'm saying that he probably erred on that side, you know, by maybe if he had avoided that part of it, we would have moved a big step forward in when it was in Jonathan's government, you know, completed a part of the power project, if not all, you know. But I mean, I'm happy that the people of Abia are benefiting from what he initiated, you know, and they signed that part of the law where they unbundled that to the states. And there are so many areas of our lives that needs to be unbundled, where the center, you know, and if the people allow, it's not just, it's so many things affecting us in that country. There's no free and fair election where the people want to come and do things for them, who they trust. Look at the president, for instance, now that has forced himself, obviously reached his way there. It's clueless. They don't know what they want to do. Because all they are interested in is how to steal. You know?
I think what we need really is the head. If we can change the top. Say, for instance, we had somebody like Peter Obi there at the top. Then we know that the system will be, you know.
No,
overhauled.
Currently,
if you cannot change the top, if you cannot change the top, and you see every other state, every other person is doing the same thing.
I agree with you. Yeah. I agree with you that right now in Nigeria, that change needs to start from the top. The presidency, the governors, the senators, because the people they've been defeated. You know, if people are asking, if people are hoping that, except maybe the people, there's a revolution.
How will it start from the top?
Sorry?
How will it start from the top? When it was you and me who were changing that result on that night.
See,
did you see Tinubu there? Look, for me, for me, this church.
Augustine, I agree with you that the people they used people to change the result. But if the people they use refuse, they will find somebody. They will find somebody else to use.
That same other person refuses and refuses to do it.
Sorry. Then they will do it themselves.
How? When it is time to steal money,
they will do it themselves.
Can I just say something? When it is time to steal money, do you see Tinubu going to the bank to do it, or maybe Buhari going to do it? No, they send some people to do it. And who are those people? Ordinary Nigerians. Mm-hmm. Look, there is this saying which I read from a book, this old US history book. They say the strength of every nation lies in its people. Destroy the people.
Augustine, I understand what you're going.
The truth is that Nigerians on the street, beginning from the ones we have on the street, they are corrupt.
Let me. I agree with you.
Yes, there are 2 million Nigerians.
But not majority.
Out of
disagree with
2 million,
is that not majority?
40 million are corrupt. They exploit those 40 to do the evil.
Augustine, where I would disagree with you is that not all the majority. Let me see. For instance, look at the US, United States of America, for instance. You can never rule out corruption totally from a system. We can't. We talk as if everybody should be clean. No. See, it doesn't. What we are saying is that the system should work. People should be held accountable. You understand? In America, it's not like there are no crimes every day. There's gunshot. There's, here in Chicago, but the police will do investigation. Even if they don't catch the person, they likely know who through investigations. And we don't have a system that works. Our system is all. Even our civil servants who know the right thing to do, they are afraid.
Yes. So how do you stop it? Do you think I ascend the throne today and suddenly decide, like the late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, to stop doing it when I know it was that same system that brought me to power?
Augustine, can I say something to you? If you impoverish the UK or the US the way Nigerians have been impoverished, they will be equally corrupt as Nigeria. It's a
It
matter of
takes time. It was over
they're
time.
hungry. You know, they're hungry. You know,
Who would
so
have
it's
who would have known?
weaponization of poverty.
And then
That's right. It takes time. See, this thing takes time because
let's correct
in
that.
the US today,
Hold on.
the reason why they have
Hold
guns.
on, please. You said there's no country without, there's no crime. There are countries without crime. There are countries.
Which country is that?
Almost zero in crime. One of them is Iceland. All
It's
those
frozen.
countries. I'm coming. The last 14.
Every situation is peculiar.
Come on, I just want
but unfortunately for Nigeria, see, we need somebody from the top, except maybe the people revolt and then take over the government now. Let's be honest with ourselves.
We have always said something. You see, those of you or some of us who have studied leadership, you find out that everything rise and falls with leadership.
You haven't told us the country without the crime.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. You see, the way this platform is being organized now, because Rudolph is here, it's not the same way it's run when it's a forefather that is here. You can all agree with that. Okay? So, what you put up. Now, I was in the primary school when Buhari took over. Buhari took over with the war against indiscipline. Everybody lined up. He didn't go to any state. We all just discovered that we can no longer rush into a bus. When you come, they say, line up. All of you line up. And when you come, you join the line. He never left Lagos to come to look for anybody anywhere. But the state, because of the leadership, it trickles down. The Bible says what? The oil runs the head of Aaron, down to his beard, even to his skirt. Those of us in his skirt will get part of it. But if it doesn't come down from there, if it's coming from the skirt, how does it get to the head? These are simple things. So if you decide now that I'm the best man in my community and I'm not even in the leadership, how do I go to the chief and go and say, all right, chief, this thing you are doing is not correct? The only thing they will do to me is when I finish talking and I'm leaving, his bodyguards will tie me behind and deal with me. And they may even remove some of my teeth and nobody will ask questions. That has always been the issue with Nigeria. You get to the topic.
This AI generated ad is my.
We are talking about Tinubu now. Tell me how anybody will now see this process which he has taken to become president not be used again. Has not been used again and again and again, because that is an established way of becoming. You run with it, you grab it, you run, you seize it, and you do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, we are saying the same thing now.
What we are saying that once the leadership is wrong, the whole thing is going to be wrong. That is the thing.
That's right. That's right. So that's right. That's right. That's why I'm saying, Augustine, we know that people are to blame, but the people who are involved in this corruption know that they can get away with it, and they know they have the backing. They know they have the backing of the power up there. That is why somebody will say.
Less than 2 months ago, Tinubu gave a white paper from his office that from now on he will only traveling with 20 people. And the vice president will travel with less than 19 people. His wife will travel less than 10 people. Now, that's just less than 2 months ago. Now you want to go to Qatar that you're not even invited for. You pressed your way through. And you're going with 48 entourage, known entourage, among which 2 of them are your sons. And what the defense are putting up? Poor men, poor secretaries like me and them. Okay, are now writing in his defense that after all, US and Canada and other places, they travel to show a picture of a family-oriented man. That is so wrong, because the last time I checked, Hunter Biden, his father is still answering question why he followed his father to China. Okay. And that, you see, some of these things are taken out of context and they quote it for us. It is always good when they quote America to support their stupid policies. But when you bring the same value that they are quoting and put against certain things, they tell you Nigeria is just too. We can't do that now, because remember we're just a small nation. We're just yesterday. America.
Well, that is why I said, see, for me, I'm not surprised, because it wasn't. The people did not elect him. So you don't expect anything to come out, anything good to come out from what he does. So anybody that is, so even if he does anything good and they commend him, see, me, I don't expect any, because number one, they never elected you, so you would do anything to justify what you're trying to do, because you were never elected. And if he keeps on doing what he's doing, in a normal society, what they will do is they will keep record of everything that he's doing. When the time comes for him to seek re-election, they will just bring everything out.
Can I come in? Can I just
understand?
ask a question? Let's be on the topic now. Please, what other areas, apart from shoe manufacturing and bag manufacturing, because I hate it when I hear shoe and bag, those are common things. What are the other areas that this electricity can inspire? Areas of production that this electricity can, because I know that in that, they say in that abacity, there's nothing that cannot be manufactured, even car parts and electronic parts. Can somebody give us more information?
All right.
Yeah. Let me cut me on that area.
Eagles,
of that this question. Yeah, thank you. Good morning from India. So, my brother, thank you for this question that they asked concerning this electricity. One thing you need to know first concerning electricity, you talk about security. You see, when you talk about power, you talk about security. It matters a lot. Security. That's one of the advantages you will have in anything concerning power. Then what do I mean by electricity being a part of security? It helps some electronic security guardians to work in the area. For instance, in India here, you see an Indian policeman, he will carry just a shotgun in his hands. For that shotgun, he have carried it more than 10 years. He have not removed one bullet from it. But if something happen within this environment now, they will just die number 121. Police will just arrive. The people have done something, have done it and got away. Police will come. Do you know what they will do? They will be able to check the camera in that area. They will check the camera. After checking the camera, they take a record and go back home. Within a space of what they call it 1 hour, you will get the information. They have captured the people that caused the crime. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So that's the area of security. Now, in terms of electricity here in India, because what the reason why I'm using India here is that India normally makes use of electricity in everything that does. Do you know that somebody who is doing carpentry work uses electricity to do a carpentry work here in India? Somebody who is a tiler putting tiles in their house uses electricity for his machines. A vulcanizer uses electricity for his pumping machine. No longer manual we are using in Nigeria. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Now, I have a friend that he used to import Nora leather from China. But because of this electricity, he can easily import the machine they used to do the leather. So you find out that now, because of constant electricity, he can use it to do some certain thing. Secondly, talk about fashion, come to fashion level, in production of fashion. In India here, there's a way they do their own production of this t-shirt or shirt they're doing. People that is cutting will cut it with electricity. They use machine as electricity to cut the materials. After sewing with electricity, people who are putting button is different from the company that produce this clothes. And people that put button, they live in just two rooms. They use one room as the area of company to put in button, and they use electricity to do all these things. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So in terms of power important in every society. It helps everything goes very well. But any place there's darkness, there's no way development will go on in that place. That's why every nation makes sure that they have constant power, because it brings development. It helps the society to go further in life. Okay, for instance, now let me finally Let me talk about if Albana, based on what Alex Otti is doing in Albana, and the constant electricity is there. Do you know that people will get to go for electrical car? Now, somebody who owns an electrical car, do you expect him to go to fuel station and begin to queue and begin to look for a way to fuel his car? No, he just charges himself. In India here, the public bus here, they use electrical car. Public bus, they use electric. Do you know that common keke we are talking about it in Nigeria, in India here, they use electric. They have electrical bike in India here. Now, have you seen it now? If you go to their station, you will not see too much queue concerning petrol, gas, and CNG, because they normally make use of CNG also. Have you seen the importance of constant electricity? Now, those of them inside market now, it like produce shoes, produce bags and all that use instantly. Do you know that some work they will be doing now is no longer going to be manual? They're using machine, and that machine will add quality to their own production. Now, this animal skin that we are eating and call it pomo or kanda or whatever thing. Do you know if with electricity now, if we're able to convert that animal skin to become a leather? So anything concerning electricity is very important. In hospital, if you go to hospital here in India, when they admit you in the hospital, everything runs with electricity. Now, it's not that when you have something like oxygen emergency, they began to look for pipe. But no, that place you are lying down on the bed, it just turn and on the oxygen that is behind you and put it in your nose. Have you seen? But in Nigeria, you cannot see such a thing because there's no constant power. Everything manual.
All right, Ego said, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Alaba, you want to weigh in on this topic before we move to Binance? Go ahead.
Yes, I want to. I say I have very short thing to say. I say it's a very good thing that we're coming up, developing something by ourselves. We can only gain from such things, providing even if it are taking 20 years, at least let the people enjoy the dividends of technology, of a new life. The people in that country have suffered too much. No electricity, no water, no road, everything. More than 60 years, same. At least it's something. Then the good part of this is that this will serve as a reference point for some other states to see that they are lagging behind and they have no other option but to catch up. You understand? And it will help to start to curb this corruption menace slowly, because at least the people can see where their taxpayers' money is being invested to. So I really give kudos to the people of Abia and their government, irrespective of whether it started 20 years ago or not. I think it's a very, very good development. And the only thing is that let us pray they can maintain it. We are very bad with maintenance. Just maintain it, keep it stable, keep it going. That's my prayer. That's all I wanted to say.
Inflation rate 27-year high, reaching almost 30%. Unemployment rate, Mr. Onanuga, is almost shooting to 35%. You look at the exchange rate is, up until a few days ago was almost 2,000.
Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true. Again, that's not true.
Mr. Onanuga, exchange rate on the parallel market was 1,700, 1,600. It just came to about 1,350 in a few hours, a few days ago.
The parallel market is not the real gauge of Nigeria's economic health. The parallel market is an illegal market. I don't know why Nigerians, even the media, are feeding on the parallel market. That is not where we should go. What is the CBN rate? As at Friday, the rate for the dollar, on Thursday was at 1.5. I think on Friday, according to the CBN website, it was about 1.6. So if you look at the exchange rate, even in the so-called parallel market, the exchange rate is stabilizing there, and that's what this country needs. Our economy is too much dollarized. Importers are looking at the exchange rate and using it to fix prices. Some of them arbitrarily, some of them are actually profiteering.
Is it a case of saboteurs have taken over the reins of this economy from this government, Mr. Onanuga?
Once the CBN succeeds in stabilizing the exchange rate, you will find that a lot of these prices will start going down. People will continue to get relief. And government is the major driver of our inflation is food. Government is investing heavily in that area. Heavy investment. Encouraging dry season farming, to plant maize, to plant wheat. And that's why the president has been trying to liaise with the governors so they can work together and boost food production and bring down the prices of food. All those efforts are on. And that's why I'm telling you, things are not going to get worse. They are going to get better as in the next few weeks.
So I mean, that's what we pray. I mean, those of us who don't have option, no other option than to stick with this country. This is what we know. This is what we believe, and we trust that this country will get better. But the fact remains that whether or not this government has what it takes, if it looks like the government is blaming saboteurs, and the question will be whether or not the saboteurs have taken over the reins of the economy from this government. But let me take you quickly.
Are you saying you don't have saboteurs? They have saboteurs. Look at what Binance is doing to our economy.
How did the government allow the saboteurs to take over? How did the government allow the saboteurs to have a sway?
That is why the government moved against Binance. Some people sit down using the cyberspace to dictate even our exchange rate, hijacking the role of the CBN. They just sit down and fix anything they like. And we were told, for instance, that if you don't clamp down on Binance, Binance will destroy the economy of this country. They just fix rate.
So it's a digital hijack of the economy. That's what it looks like. It's a digital hijack. There's some kind of hijack.
And we are trying to prevent that from happening henceforth.
All right.
So this government has to commit for the organizing problem. Right.
All right. That's Bayo Onanuga, the advisor to the president on media, information, and all the other aspects of that job, blaming Binance for what's going on with our currency. I'm not familiar with cryptocurrency. I hope we have people here who will understand what's going on. I'm not that smart. So let me start with Austin. You're laughing as if you know what's going on. Can we start with you?
I'm not used to cryptocurrency. I don't even know how it works. But the whole look, they used to say a lazy workman always complain about his tools. It is my hammer. No. It is the nail. No. It shows that those who are being hired, or those who hired themselves, because I know we didn't hire them, those who hired themselves to pilot this country are just they are big time fools. If you come to the live television, a national TV, and you are giving such frivolous excuses, sure you know get sense. So if we have forex coming into the country, why can't you direct it to the right position where it's supposed to be? The market force is all about demand and supply. So if those who are manufacturers are supposed to get this, and you direct it directly to them, eliminating all this middleman and the rest, they will have the finances and you will control your economy on your own. Somebody cannot stay on the internet and start telling you how much $1 goes for and how much £1 goes for. No, you are the one to do that through government policies, and that's why you have purpose-driven leadership that can move this to the next level. So him trying to blame Binance for this or that, as I said, I've never used Binance before. I'm not the cryptocurrency guy, but I feel that it's just frivolous excuses for nothing. One thing I wanted to talk a little bit related to this Binance and the rest is when I learned that some members of the team were being arrested. And as I said, it makes the government, as I said, too irresponsible. And I would say that it brands the government as if they are kidnappers. How can somebody come to your country and supposed to have a meeting with you, and somehow you arrest the person and, to an extent, from what I got, seize their passports? I don't know, but I feel that from my little knowledge in economics, Binance should be a public limited company. If it's a public limited company, it therefore means that the ownership of the company is separate from the members of that company. And if the members, the ownership is different from the members of that company, if Binance is supposed to maybe commit to have alleged to have committed a crime, then sue them to court and claim your 10 billion as they claim. If you sue the business, it's different from maybe if you have a chief executive officer of that business, you decide you go and arrest him. The business is different from the chief executive officer. So for me, I think that what we just did there was to step on the toes of even some foreign nationals. How then can you tell another person maybe to come to your country to discuss business with you, not knowing that these things will not go the same way? So to be honest with you, that action for me is very, very uncalled for. It makes the government to be seen as very irresponsible. It means they smash international laws to have ever done that. And I think it is not good at all for our image at all. It is not good. If they know what is good for them, let them return those people's passport and send them back. And if they have a problem with Binance, sue the business, not arrest people. Because for me, you are just trying to legalize kidnapping. But let us see how it goes and let's see what happens. We'll just hope that that is true. Or maybe what we got is not true. Let's put it that way. That's just what
All
I'll
right.
say for now.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
Can I just chip in something?
Go ahead.
Can I just chip in something? I think what the federal government is scared of is the ability of people, transferring large sums of money out of the economy without being, without any form of how will I put it, government knowledge. Yeah, because that is a similar situation with which Binance had with the US, and that's why they were stopped, from performing their business in the US. Because there was a time they had a problem with the US government where they had about how many billions of dollars, transferred from US to Iran, so that gave the wrong signal to the US government that these people may probably be funding, terrorism. That is why they cut them out. But in our own case, since the dollar is getting high and there's no more dollar in the economy, there was this fear that maybe a lot of our business people are using Binance to do their transactions, and they have low fees, at low fees, and when you keep your money on with crypto, it doesn't lose value. It's like a blockchain arrangement. It doesn't lose value. It remains the same. While other paper currencies fall out, when you remove your dollar, it still remains the same value, and you can use it to exchange any currency. So I think that is why they are scared. But for me, I would have thought that the government should do the needful. There are low-hanging fruits. The borders are porous. Things are coming in from customs without proper import or excise duties. The seaports, the same thing. We have a lot of filthy arrangements. The NNPC, the production is not there, no electricity all over the country, so there's no production. We are not exporting anything, and you expect dollars to come in, from anywhere. So I think they're killing they're killing one bird, remaining the other 50 birds. They have to do a total overhaul.
All right. Thank you.
Please,
KJ.
please, can I say so? Okay.
Yeah, you see what's going on is it's clearly a rogue government, because when a government comes to start stealing from its people, then you should be very concerned. Now, the one that is remittance from Nigerians in diaspora has become government target. Expatriates working in Nigeria have become government target. It simply shows you that these people have no focus or idea of how to move this nation forward. Now, why am I going to that before coming to what we are discussing? You are asking expatriates working in Nigeria to pay an expatriate tax. You forget that your people outside of Nigeria constitute majority of what you get in your every year finance. The remittance coming from outside keeps your government running. Now you are developing a way to tax the people, the very few that are still managing to remain in your country, to pay tax. You call it expatriate tax. Now, supposing these other nations all around the world decide to tax your own citizens on expatriate tax as they are working there, what becomes of the remittance that you get in your nation? You see, they just like the way they pronounce we are going to war with Niger, the same way they are still pronouncing fire brigade approach to everything, Nick Jack approach. Hey, let us just go. Somebody just, maybe in their beer parlor, they decide to, take one or two glasses and they'll make a pronouncement. We are going to just do this tomorrow. And they go and do it. Now, if a nation begins to reduce itself to cryptocurrency being the problem that's keeping a whole Nigeria, the largest economy in Africa, crumbled, don't you think we'll have a problem? Yeah, that's a big problem. Because how much of crypto constitutes your national spending? How much of crypto constitutes the withdrawal of money in the system? If you are lacking money and you want to make money, is it not even better for you to look into those your bloated travels, bloated government expenses, bloated budgets, repeated budgets? Every year they are buying spoon in all government setups. They are buying pots in all government setup. They are buying plates in all government setup. Every year they are buying new cars in all government setup. Every year. In fact, Aso Rock, Aso Villa pays rent. Those expenses that cannot be phantomed where they're going to, is it not time for you to first of all cut down on all those things? Your over bloated entourage, whether you are doing a state travel or you are doing outside travel, you have a bloated entourage. You have, because one time I sat down and said, okay, for a minister, when I was close to one minister, you have about 4 drivers. And each of those drivers drive government vehicle. And each of those drivers are paid. And each of those vehicles have 4 tires. And each of those tires are changed every 6 months. Check it. And each of those vehicles are fueled at every particular point. All right? And each of those people collect a ESTA code, or what you call allowances, whenever they're leaving and going to other states. And this runs over and over and over. Is that not too much for a nation that is still struggling to survive? This is just a minister. This is just a minister. And the reason that minister had these fewer cars was because he said to them, I don't have any need for police. Don't bring me any police. I just need 2 mopo, one in my house. The 2 of them were in his house. He drives himself. So once job is finished, he tells them, go to your families, leave my house. Now, why can't Nigerians reduce our spending, government spending especially? I don't care if Tony Elumelu wants to hire Nigerian Airways to be flying along when he's moving on the road. It's okay. That's his money. But when it comes to government expenses, don't these people see that there is... See, Rudolph, for crying out loud, why should you even be serving tea in a country as hot as that as part of the privileges to be given to people when they come to visit your office? And you have big budget for that. And have you ever gone to Aso Rock? At least I had one or two opportunities. No, it is feast. It is feast. It is chopped in the quench. I'm telling you the truth. Every day. Every blood goddamn day. Those people, they feed almost like a whole village. Who does that and survives? If America is so rich, don't do that. Don't do that. As a president, you have a particular distant ration given to you. If you eat more than that, you pay for your money. Why should we now be running a charitable organization with the people's money? The people are suffering. So coming back to this one now, it beholds, and it's ludicrous to think that these people are the ones keeping the Nigerian economy from moving forward. No, if you want us to move forward, collect all the monies, all the dollars people are hiding in your rooms, bring it out. Because majority of Nigerian politicians, I can tell for free, do not spend Naira, they spend dollars. So let them bring it out first. Let them bring the ones they packed in their shops. Look, I don't want to tell you something rude of. There's a house in Abuja. The electricity don't go off. Down when I was still there, he's down. He's an underground. You never know, except you are a trusted individual. The underground has 24 hours electricity. Guess what is there? Dollars. Okay. Now, this is not new. I'm not the person who has. I'm a very far away individual. So people who know these people, and I'm just one of them. There are plenty. Let them bring those dollars out. Let them bring it out. Closing down Bureau de Change. How much does Bureau de Change people have that they're shutting them down? Okay. What about the oil we are selling every day to the outside world? Where does it go to? Why are they not going to NNPC? Okay, because we don't have money now. Let us probe everything that NNP has done so far. Is that not a place where government can simply get money from? But we are rather carrying elephant meat on our head and using our legs to look for crickets. That's what Nigeria is doing. Meanwhile, you have the whole elephant on your head. So why not those bloated organizations that people are spending monies for without anybody, giving an account? Get your money from there rather than looking for people who are trying to survive. You license those people and then you turn around to call them illegals. You license them. You collected so much money from them. Now that one painful thing. I have a friend who runs a bureau de change. The license you pay so much, and then now they are canceling your business. They're not even refunding your money you paid to them. Is that not a rogue government? Refund the money. So okay, we no longer want you to do business. Here is the money you paid us for the license. Take it back.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you, PJ.
Rudolph, let me come in here.
Do you have an account with Binance?
Yes, I buy one of their 2 years ago, before the thing started coming down. But there's something I want to say concerning the follow of Nigeria. Do you know that what we have in Nigeria that is running Nigerian economies is educated illiterates? That is what is running Nigeria government. They are educated illiterates. How can you just sit down one day and say people who are doing the road, the change are the problem of Nigeria? Tony Elumelu, all of them that owns a bank, do you know the kind of money they used to declare every year they make as a profit? All those people that is investing in cryptocurrency, did they go to a cryptocurrency office and deposit money? Is it not through the bank? They deposit the money. Why don't them gather together and reason together? There's something that what is it? Former president 1999, the Olusegun Obasanjo did. What is that? He appointed a specialist in economy, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. And Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala do what? Have an economic team together with her. They look into the problem of Nigerian economy and they reason together. And they try to make sure they get out with a true light from the problem they have in Nigeria. He just wake up one day and began to look for people who are doing the bureau de change and begin to arrest them. For what? What did they do? The money they used to trade the business, they bought it. They go to the bank, deposit money, they give it to them. Last time I was in Nigeria, when I went there, what happened? I want to do some exchange. The man said, okay, the money I want to take now is much. Let us go back. We go to the bank. Through bank, he transferred to my own account. So the problem that they are having, that people who are running the economy, especially trying to handle the economic side of Nigeria, they are educated illiterate. They don't know anything. They don't know the direction. They are confused.
Okay.
So,
Eagles Air. At Binance, what do? Do you speculate on the currency? What did you? What is the scope of the activities you can do there that will impact the Nigerian economy?
Okay, see the way the thing runs. See the way the thing runs. If I have money now, then I want to sell like $1,000 or $2,000, and you, Rudolph, you are interested in it. Say how they used to go. Since you are interested in it, now we check the current amount, current rate of it. Now, when we check it, next thing to do is that I will give you my own account. Then you pay to my Nigeria account. You are in America, I'm in India, but you pay to my Nigeria account. Then when I confirm it, then I write a letter to Binance. The Binance will say, okay, do you approve it? I say I approve it. What they do, they will transfer it to you. Then they take their own percentage.
Transfer what?
The coins that I own, my own coin, that I want to say 1 point or 1% or 2%, based on agreement and the process of the account, the normal rate of the coin immediately. Now,
So
when I approve it,
how does that impact the Nigerian currency?
now the way the thing, see, let me tell you, the impact the currency has is that I may buy it now, or you buy it from me, and you are in the America. Now, because you register with your own personal account. Now, when you buy it, like you in particular that bought the coin from me, will transfer to Nigeria. Now, the Nigerian government also benefit from it through those banks, because banks will take their own percentage. But the only thing that is that currency, all this coin, is that the value does not go down according to the currency of the country. But the only way the value goes down is when there is problem in trading. Like some time ago, you found out that the people that is buying it is no longer high, so the price started coming down. And when the price start coming down, it affects the investors, not the country.
All right.
The people that invest their money is people that the thing affect, not the country.
That's why I'm saying, Rudolph, it's a win-win situation for Nigeria if we know how to run these things. There's no way Nigerian government will be losing from it. It's just like I said, it's kind of an elephant meat in your head and looking for crickets on the ground, you know.
There are so many aspects of it. We know that Binance has problems with other countries, not just Nigeria, with even the US, with Canada, and but we want to understand exactly what is going on. And
please, Rudolph, the main problem they have, the main problem they have, one, America is afraid that most of this Iran, all this problem they have, they can easily use to transfer money from one country to another without any barrier. Like Russia, do you know Russia invested in this cryptocurrency heavily? And there's nothing that you will do concerning the currency will affect them, because the money is already fixed there. Nothing happens to it, except the market have a problem within themselves.
In other words, they are afraid that it will be used for financing terrorism.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And also, like all these wicked ministers we have, they can steal government money and invest in that place.
All right. Thank you.
That's negative side of it.
Thank you. Alva, hold on. Let me go to Prince. It looks like someone who has a lot of money in Binance. So let me hear from him. Prince, JJ Man, welcome. Unmute yourself, Prince. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, good.
Yeah, Dr. Damages.
Well
done. I don't have more. I don't have money in. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Hello?
you. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't have money in Binance. Okay. We can only comment about the general things happening about Nigeria. You know, to be honest with you, I want to start first with the topic of Alex Otti.
Oh no, we can't go back. We can't go back there now. So what we're going to do?
Okay, I came. Well, I came in during that topic anyway.
Okay.
But if you don't want me to touch on that,
just 1 minute, because
okay,
we don't want to move this
fine.
conversation away from.
Fine. What I want to say is that I want to congratulate him for the good job he's doing, and also to let the Nigerians know that when we had confederation, things were moving forward. Everybody, there was a massive progress.
When did we have confederation?
Yes, and we can see just devolution of power to the state. You know what the miracle that is happening in Abia State, and everybody is shouting about it. You know, so the way, but the unfortunate thing is that the stage that Nigeria is, I can only say that what the implementation of things now is just patch. Okay. We have a president who came in as irreparable damages, and I don't know how you expect things to move forward when a president admitted that he's an irreparable damages. Okay, what we are advocating is this: break up Nigeria and save lives. Okay, we can speak grammar at this grammar. Our children and children will come up, and they will continue to shout up NEPA. You know, so it's that's our own option for this. Our
Prince
leader,
Gentleman,
Nnamdi Kanu.
Prince Gentleman, please don't blame us for continuing to speak grammar. They know they listen now.
Okay, I'm not blaming you to. I'm not blaming you for speaking grammar. You can continue speaking grammar. It's good because they say confession bring possession. Maybe as you are confessing one day, you may possess. But we know that it's not good to dance. It's a dangerous thing to dance with the music of the ghost. It's very, very dangerous. Okay. Because at the stage where we are now, you can see that the recruitment is still going on in our armed forces. The Boko Haram repentant, is it not still going on? The indigenship card have still been given to them, even in this government. Okay, so it's the continuation of Buhari legacy. Okay, that is the danger. These are the things, these pointers are the things that we need to be touching or pointing at. It's very, very important because we are talking of lives. It's when somebody have life that you will not talk of anything progress. Okay?
All right, Prince.
So,
thank you.
So on the Binance issue, during Buhari era, we had Aboki FS. Aboki FS, Buhari slammed them. And now these people, they are going on to Binance. What did Buhari achieve on that? He didn't achieve anything. And the legacy continues. Now these people are going to box the wind with Binance. At the end of the day, they will speak another grammar. It just cut a nail and join government. Okay, but what I'm advocating or advising is that we should all break up Nigeria in peace and have our life back. If we continue in this quagmire, it's going to consume everybody. Let them release Nnamdi Kanu for us. They have released Omoyele Sowore. We will release Sunday Igboho. Let them release Nnamdi Kanu. The era of Ruga and grazing route is over. This 21st century is only madness that someone will be looking for grazing route. So please, that's what we are asking them. Okay, because if they continue the way they are going in the southeast now, there are a lot of armored car there, and this guy in Finland is luring them into our land with telling them I have got soldiers on ground, he have jet fighters. Why there's nothing like that? IPOB is not fighting with anybody. All that we need is referendum. Do referendum for all Nigerians and let everybody decide how they are going to govern their lives in their own way of life, their own way of life, or the way they believe. How will I put it? Their own culture or their own belief, the way they want to live in their society. That's how it's been obtained. Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Damages, and everyone on the platform. And also, finally, I want to advise forefather. You know, we know the way you are talking to Nigerians. Everybody are angry with you sometimes because you telling us here today that Nigeria is improving. Apart from the power in Abia State, which other place do you see improvement with this irreparable damages everywhere? Please, don't know the way you direct things on this platform. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
All right.
And thank you all the panelists.
All right, thank you, Prince. Part of the story that came up was I showed you guys the headlines from BBC, where Bayo Onanuga told the BBC that the federal government fined Binance $10 billion. And then there's a follow-up story. This one is from People's Gazette, where Binance, in a statement to the newspaper, said that the Nigerian government lied, that there were no discussion about fines, and that they won't pay any ransom or damages if asked. Now, we know that two of the executives of the company are currently in Nigeria. They came into Nigeria to have a conversation with the Nigerian government, and they were picked up by the National Security Advisors people. So that's what's going on. The next follow-up was by Onanuga saying that he was misquoted, or that the media reporting that the federal government fined Binance based on his own interview with BBC was not accurate, that it was a misrepresentation of what he was saying. So that's where we are today. But we know that the federal government has been doing several things to try to contain the free fall of the Naira. One of the new things they did, someone mentioned it here, I think it was KJ, they decided to reduce the number of bureau de change in the country. They licensed the ones that are licensed, and the ones that they approved, they were giving them money, dollars, and they were telling them how much to exchange it. So people are saying that's the reason why the Naira picked up in the last few days. We don't know how long that will last, how much money they have to keep giving to these people, how long will they continue to sell the money at the price the federal government wanted them to sell them at. So these are measures that we don't know if they can last. All right, Alaba, welcome.
All I wanted to say is that these people in government are using this Agbero mentality that they used in Lagos and trying to use it to rule Nigeria. You cannot use Agbero mentality. That is the process of just taxing people. All this he built Lagos was all based on tax. There were no production. There was no development of new infrastructure. There was none of that. And it's the same thing they want to start to do now with Nigeria. First of all, the last few speakers that spoke are very correct in saying that they have no ideas at all. No ideas. They just, they're just playing cat and mouse. Let's try this, let's try that. They have no clue on how to develop an economy. It's an Agbero mentality. The only thing they have is to take from people and tax. Nothing. So this economy is why it's going down. Now you want to start taxing foreigners. You want to take people's domiciliary accounts in Nigeria. You just want to take and take and take without giving back, without any plan. So it's an Agbero mentality, the area boy mentality, Oraisa, we call it Oraisa in Lagos, where those area boys will surround you, like Rudolph now, like you looking very rich, particularly with those your glasses, very expensive. The boys will cover you, like about 6 or 10 of them, and say, unless you give them something, they won't let you pass. We call Oraisa. So the same mentality these people are bringing to this federal level. You understand? Whereby they take. It's not an economic principle. And to Bayo Onanuga, Let him be listening now. You cannot run a government on propaganda. It's not going to work. You can't keep lying to people, lying. Propaganda will only take you so far. There has to be something you show for your propaganda. And that's one thing these people need to understand. By now, all of them should be thinking of resigning, but Nigerians are not pushing them to do that. Nigerians are still expecting these don't know what they are doing people to produce results, which is the shocking part. You're not going to get any result. Things are going to get worse. Naira is going to continue to fall. It's just going to the same circle, because you have people that are bereft of ideas. They have none. They can't give what they don't have. Agbero mentality cannot run a government. All right, sir. Mentality. All right, sir. All right, sir. That's where they got the all right, sir from. All right, sir. You know. Rudolph, don't go to Lagos Island, though. They will cover you. Oh, that's my submission for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. And any other person has any idea of what Binance is doing in Nigeria and why the government is after them?
Rodolph, I just want to I don't know how much value of a business they have in the country, but they are almost in every country of the world, whether Western, Third World, you understand? And see, the cryptocurrency market is just a digital money market that is largely unregulated. You understand? So when Bayo Ononuga comes on TV to blame Binance for the country's economic woes, I mean it's for me as a science individual, somebody who is science oriented. I want to see when you say something, I want you to back it up with proof. I want you to back it up with real proof, evidence. You understand? For instance, you mentioned the US fine. George approves, I want to read from Reuters. George approves Binance $4.3 billion guilty plea as US seeks to modify founder Zoa's bond. So February 23rd, a US judge on Friday accepted Binance's guilty plea and more than $4.3 billion penalty for violating federal anti-money laundering and sanction laws through lapses in internal control at the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. U.S. District Judge in Seattle approved the plea, which includes the $1.81 billion criminal fine and $2.51 billion of forfeiture, about an hour after the government proposed changes to Binance founder's bond, drawing an objection from the lawyers. So Binance plea announced on November resolved years-long probe that found the exchange had failed to report more than 100,000 suspicious transactions involving designated terrorist groups, including Hamas, Al-Qaeda, and Islamic State of Iraq, Syria, or ISIS. So prosecutors say Binance platform also supported the sale of child sexual abuse materials and was among the largest recipients of ransomware proceeds. So what I'm trying to point out here is that there were this is a proactive reaction to a private financial institution. What we are having in Nigeria is a reactive situation, which is baseless, needless. If you're saying that, in what way are they affecting Nigeria's economy? In what way are they? Perhaps the little gain that the Naira made against the dollar is for some other reason, but not from silly statements. If you are investigating them, be specific. You can see that the US, they not only investigated them, they took them to court. They had hardcore evidence, and they were able to get a guilty plea. That was how they got the fine, and they seized $2.5 billion in such money, illegal that they rooted illegally. So if you have people who are using Binance to finance the terrorist network in Nigeria, how much of that money have you seized? You understand? What kind of warning are you giving? What warning for what? And then the Senate is saying they want to call them for questioning, to come and to embarrass themselves. These people don't know what they are doing. They're clueless. Because all I see from is for me is just a rumbling on the TV network with no meaning. They're just coming there to tell lies to Nigerians, to gaslight, to make statements that does not impact their life. How much of that Binance investment has impact on Nigeria economy? The people who actually lose money, the reason why the US is even taking that step is the fact that it is the people who have invested in that Binance that stand to lose a lot. Because if tomorrow Binance goes up in flame, it is the people who have invested their money that stand to lose, especially from that kind of a volatile market. So how much has Nigeria invested of their own money in Binance that is affecting the economy? I mean, people just come on there and think they're talking to idiots. Oh, we club Binance, but who are they talking to? Perhaps the people in Nigeria are not that educated, but they're certainly not talking to somebody like me from this part of the world. Because what he was saying on TV was just bukom, nonsense. Go after the people who have stolen from your economy, that have ruined, stashed the dollar, stolen dollars from Nigerian reserve. That is why the exchange is the way it is right now. We don't have any money to guarantee business for people who are doing genuine importation. So what is wrong with people importing? I was reading on the comments. Was it Kulata or BQB that was saying that it is because of people what is wrong with importing if you don't manufacture it? People want to use it. Your people desire such goods, and you don't have any manufacturing for it. And that some people are spending their money to bring it in to do business. What is wrong with it? Is it a crime? Are you okay? Whoever made that statement, do you think before making that statement?
All right. Thank you, Olumide. KJ, I wanted to, okay, just 1 minute. I need to hear from Jonava and
just 1 minute. I just want to say, I think to my mind, these are some of the spins they throw into the media, so that Nigerian people will have a talking point, and they keep talking and forget their problems. So when they throw this in, we now begin to look for who to blame for having done what, or who have not done what they should do. And then the discussion goes on, and the government have another day to survive, without being criticized or without anybody shining light on their activity. So when you throw it in, you allow the ordinary man, they gather in the street and be discussing how bureau de change, cryptocurrency people, they are the ones weakening the economy of Nigeria and making it. It's just a talking point, nothing beyond that point. Because I've searched, I've not been able to find anything concrete. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudy.
Someone wrote that in Matthew 7, verse 7, that a man called Binance will bring down the economy of a country in Africa. Do you know anything about Binance, Janaba? Am I the only one who is lost?
Yeah, I think I've been watching it. I think my knowledge is as much as yours, just like you drink tea with God and you don't tell them about their problem.
So what do you know about Binance, Janaba, and what is doing?
One final thing, Rodolph.
Okay.
Please don't put your money in Binance. So if you don't chop well.
I know that by the time we get to forefathers, he looks like someone who understands these things. Janaba, go ahead.
If it's on Binance, you can offer further to go before me. But if it's another issue, I can talk about it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Forefathers, you're always on the computer. You must know that word. I have no idea what's going on there.
I've been here. I don't know that much about the specific case. It just came out from nowhere somehow. I think the matter. I think it has something to do with currency manipulation and this thing, exchange rate. The way they said the federal government is accusing them of setting Nigerian exchange rate somehow. And it sounds more like the LIBOR scandal that happened in the UK some years ago. So I think I need to look more closely at it to be able to know exactly what they are saying. But I think I heard Augustus saying something about how we look internationally. I think from that, I don't think we should worry too much about how we look. If somebody is messing with our economy in any way, in some ways, you have to take action. I think I remember when Canada held Huawei's CEO because they felt that she was breaking rules for a year. I think they held her for almost a year or so, even because of that. So you can't have an organization manipulate your currency, and Nigeria is facing the problem right now because they are, the currency, the Nigerian currency is depreciating, so in value. You can't have this in the institutions that are just there sabotaging the country from within, and then they want to take off because you say that the company is different from the individual, which is true. But if it's criminal activity, you're not going to hold the company is an entity. The individual is the person you need to grab onto. So I think maybe I will look more into it to know specifically what their sins were, or what the government is accusing them of. But if Nigerian government is known to be quite all over the place, is accusing some other person of doing them dirty, I think we should give them a bit of credit here. Agboro know Agboro now, so they know each other. So let's see what happens anyway. I will look more closely at it to be able to speak more about it.
All right. Okay. So let's change topics.
Is that Agbero? No Agbero, direct attack on me?
I didn't say anything, no. Nothing, no. Nothing.
Let's go to Gaza. I know that it came up at the beginning. 30,000 Palestinians killed so far in a war with Hamas. The last one was people rushing to go and get food. Over 100 people were killed. Food that was being dropped for them. And in a reaction that also surprised a lot of people, American government, Biden is proposing that they will go and drop food from the air into Gaza. So the United States of America, the most powerful country in the world, has no power, no means of taking food into a territory controlled by, with borders, in Egypt has borders controlled by Israel, to the people that they have to fly in and drop food to these people. All right. I want forefathers to start.
Yeah. Okay. I think obviously most people around the world are completely horrified by what is been going on there. As a matter of fact, if you go back in time, you know that this is not new, and the behavior of Israel with the Palestinians is just I think it's a corruption of power. When America grant them so much power, then they become corrupt. They think they can do whatever they like and get away with it. And America is culpable, clearly. The idea now that they are trying to, we are trying to lift some supplies into Gaza, and we can't. And the truth is that Israel doesn't let America do a lot of things in this territory. Even if they are some of the closest allies going, but they don't let America operate that is freely in their territory. But that said, this whole episode, I think Biden is just playing games. So 100 people die in one incident. That is the one that got you to move. 30,000 has died before now. In how many months? I think 4 or 5 months. So that's 6,000 every month. Gone. And the children involved that are perished in this conflict so far, we're talking about in excess of 14,000 14,000 children gone. And you allow a military power that you fund, and they are still funding Israel now, even with all this stuff, they are still funding Israel, arming them with all the weapons that they need. You allow a state that you are funding to attack a territory that 50% of the population are children in such a brutal way too, on top of it, claiming that they are going after people that are underground. Don't we know how to fight people that are underground anymore? You just destroy everything in sight. Is that how it goes? So for me, what Israel has been doing has, it has been horrific for a very long time. They've broken so many laws. It's just they don't even care. They've undermined international law for a very long time, and America is aiding it because America and Israel, they are one when it comes to the function of Israel in the Middle East. They are one, and let's not make that mistake of thinking that they are separate. Even Biden has said it himself. He described it that without Israel, they will have to have so many battleships in the Middle East. So many battleships that Israel is a very, very good investment for America. So it's a terrible game, and in a way, it's revealing some of the things I've been talking about. How some things we really don't really understand what these people are willing to do to get what they want. That 30,000 lives lost is nothing to America compared to what they would lose if Israel wasn't there. That is why they are willing to allow that to happen. That what are they going to do to it? Oh, so Israel, stop being naughty, stop being naughty. 30,000 is too much. You're embarrassing us now. You're making us look bad. But in reality, their calculation is that to control that region is worth the trouble. Because if Israel is not there, they will probably need more soldiers to be in that territory. They will need more. They might even have to go to wars that will cost far more lives. That is the way this type of people think. When they think at this level, you are looking at it like Israel is doing something bad. To them, it's the price was paying, and that's exactly what Biden has been saying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. There was this story that has been out there. I was waiting for it to be confirmed from credible sources, but it's just been confirmed that Mr. Igboho is dead. The actor named Mr. Igboho, some of you know him, and I think he's a comedic actor out of Nigeria. And that's a sad story. And there are so many controversial things connected to his treatment and money raised by people to support his treatment. But anyway, while we go on, I'll probably find some of his videos and we can talk about that for a few minutes. But let's go back to Gaza. Janaba. Let me go to Janaba. I want to hear from him before we go on. Janaba, what do you preach when you're at the church and you're preaching and you want to talk to your congregation about what's happening? And what do you preach these days?
What is going on in Gaza, between Gaza and Israel and the world power is in 21st century is shameful, but that is power. It's about interest. They don't really care about how many lives. To them, those are numbers. They don't attach so much value to it since it's not directly affecting them. And if that serves their purpose, it will be. But then it's okay for the world in 21st century to condemn it. But that is also tell you that everything they put out there is just to brainwash, wash white people, that they don't really mean what they say. They only say it because that's what they want you to hear. They don't believe in it, neither did they practice it. But it's also a caution to all my African brothers and sisters that have lost their root simply because they're also going to find a way to say there is a God from this place, these people are more of a godly or of a promise. But one thing I understand is that whatever the value you attach to your belief, it's all wrapped up in covenant. And covenant meaning that if me and you have agreed on sharing of any value, we should not hurt each other. But when in 21st century that this power and bloodthirsty people in power can do anything and get away with it, I wonder what will be the life of my children when I'm long gone. Is what I think. Well, when will this end? Because one day nobody have a monopoly of power of anything. What goes around comes around. So I will look at it with compassion, and I'll look at it with empathy, that we as a human being, we may not have power to change anything, but we can speak to it directly without bias.
All right, thank you. Let me go back up to Alaba. Alaba, yeah. Gaza.
Hello, hey, hi. Yeah, I just wanted to say that this Hamas-Israel situation is creating a problem for the U.S., a moral dilemma for them. They are trying hard to address it because they can't just keep quiet and just watch Netanyahu continue to do what he's doing there, because it's creating a moral dilemma. Because what of one day if Russia decides to do the same, or North Korea decide to do the same, then they wouldn't have the mount, although they are with Israel, but at the same time, they are really pushing behind closed doors to pressure Israel to tone it down, particularly with regard to the civilian casualties. So it's not like they're not doing anything. They are, but they're not doing enough. But on the forefront, they're not going to show that they are doing something behind closed doors. You know, US, no matter what, they will veto anything. They just want the world to know that no matter what Israel does, they are with Israel. But at the same time, internally and politically for them, even among Republicans, it's creating a political problem because the humanitarian issue is still on ground. Yeah, which is why I was very offended earlier when Nigerians come on here and says, well, it don't matter what they do, this, that. Look, there's a line that can't be crossed. You know, countries fight, countries do this. There's that humanitarian line. It don't matter how powerful you are. You know, people got to push it. A lot of people are not pushing it hard enough in the US, but some are. Some are a lot of radical people, not just people on the left. I'm telling you, people on the right are saying, this is a human crisis. This is a violation of human rights. Do something, Biden, do something. And he is responding, you know, so that Netanyahu doesn't just have an open check. They're letting him know, and they're pushing it forward for a permanent solution, a long-term permanent solution, you know, the two-state solution. But he's resisting it. You know, I don't know how long this is going to go, but it's giving them a bad face, and they're trying to recover from it. But they won't put up that, okay, we're going to back up from Israel. No, they won't do that. US would never do that. No matter rain or shine, they'll be with Israel. But at the same time, Israel is creating a moral dilemma for them, which if care is not taken, is going to affect their politics internally down the line. And I think the Democrats are very much aware of that, which is why at first Biden was like, okay, we're just going to try and see if we can get a ceasefire. If we get a ceasefire, then we can incorporate into the ceasefire this long-term objective. You know, both parts are talking. Egypt is doing a great job. Saudi Arabia is doing a great job to make sure something meaningful come down. But you know, what just happened this week with the killing of the 100 people that rushed the food truck didn't help matters, but they were getting close to something, to the point that Biden made a mistake of announcing it before they actually got a result. So it's creating a moral dilemma. And believe me, no matter what people say, moral dilemmas is a problem for internal politics in America. You know, it's going to cost somebody. It's going to cost them. If they're not scared, it's going to cost the Democrat. You understand?
Yeah, and Israel deliberately
so
starved
when
those, and
Nigerians
Israel
just come
deliberately
here,
starved the population too. That is the, I say, and Israel deliberately starved the population. They are not letting trucks to go into supply food to them.
all that is being recorded. And so when Nigerians come here, I don't know whether it is out of ignorance or out of whatever showmanship, and say, well, yeah, they killed the Igbos indeed. We care about the Igbos. That's not what we are talking about. There's a line, human line, that cannot be crossed. You know, children are dying. 1,000 to 30,000 is absurd. You can't level a whole city just because somebody attacked you. You know, because if precedence is set and they start doing this, when the likes of North Korea start doing their own, People like US, Britain, and all this other Western world would not be able to talk. And people who are smart, who knows international politics, they know this. They know this. I know these illiterate views that some Nigerians come here to spread. Well, they attack Israel first. There's what is called proportionality in war. And there's what they call rules of engagement, even in war. That's why we have war crimes. And I'm just here to educate people. I'm not saying I know more than people, but when people push out ignorant position and ignorant views, dehumanizing position, I totally stand against it. This is just my submission on that.
All right, thank you. Olumide, before I come to you, I want to reframe this question because about the implication on why we need to care, not just because they are human beings, also like Alabat tried to make reference to, it could happen to us. So the Niger Delta militants could decide tomorrow that they are tired of Nigeria, they are fed up, and they want their own country. I want to use that as an example. And then they go out there and demand that. And then what happens? The federal government could decide to attack. And if we didn't care about what is happening to people in Gaza, if we are calculating, because there are people who make this calculation, or that if the federal government should attack from the air, kill 100 people, that the world will react. The world may not react, and it will not. I can tell you that. The world will start having meetings and try planning for ceasefire for 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and more people will be dying in your own territory. And it could be any group here, anybody, any group you belong to. And that's why we should care, because it may be happening to other people right now. It could happen to us, whatever group we belong to. All right, Lumide.
For me, it's a very, very touchy situation. No matter where you swing to, it's kind of difficult to be on one side of the divide. But the question I want to ask is that, if there's a ceasefire today and Israel stops the war, what happens to the remaining hostages that are still in captivity? Should we just forget about them?
Well, part of the negotiation is to free them also as part of that ceasefire.
So has Hamas agreed to the ceasefire?
No, not yet, because
okay. So yeah, I mean, you can see where the burden of decision kind of shifts to. So have they agreed? So the person who is really stalling the ceasefire is the person who is claiming to be under attack. I mean, it's unfortunate that majority of innocent people, it is true, women, children, young men are also bearing the brunt of all this. Most especially if your enemy is an unconventional force. They don't wear uniforms. They mix with the rest of the population. So it's always going to be a hard battle for the Israelis. And don't forget that the Israelis who are losing soldiers, they might not be as much as the opposite side is losing. So we have to weigh issues and balance sides. And don't forget that before Israel embarked on this war, they gave a 3 weeks ultimatum, 3 weeks for hostages to be released, before the 3 weeks passed and nothing was done. So, I mean, for me, Hamas brought it on themselves and their people. When you go to war, there are consequences. If Hamas could eliminate and prosecute the war today, they will gladly do it. You understand? So most especially if you have a people who are saying that the enemy that has a doctrine that you don't deserve to exist as a human being, whether they are Holocaust deniers or not, it doesn't matter. When you tell your fellow human being they don't deserve to live, they don't deserve to exist, they have a right to defend themselves by any means possible. So Israel has its own fears too. So the war should prevail on the Arab world to speak the truth stand for the truth. Talk to your people, the Hamas, to release the hostages. You understand?
I think, sorry, let me just correct something. It's
Yeah.
not, Hamas is not the one stalling the peace deal. At the moment, they just haven't agreed. As a matter of fact, the last time I heard,
So what is the meaning there? What is the meaning of the haven't
yeah,
agreed?
the meaning is that the last time I heard, the Israeli Prime Minister called it delusional. That's the Hamas terms. So,
But as Hamas should first release all the remaining hostages.
why should they release the hostages? Because
So
you are
you want them
saying
to forget? You want them to
no.
forget
The
about
way
the
it works,
hostages?
what they are saying is that if the war ends, then they will release the hostage.
Who is saying that?
Hamas is saying that if the war ends, that they will release the hostages. That if Israel goes for a ceasefire,
who should have the higher burden of terms? Is it the person who has the upper hand or the lower hand?
do you know Palestinian land is being occupied?
Occupied by who? Who owns the land?
Okay, hold on.
Occupied by who now?
I don't think you know the topic.
Yeah,
You
I
don't know the
think- I
history. See,
think,
I will tell you. I will give you history if you want it.
Hold on. Olumide, hold on. Okay, let me go to KJ. You guys are moving it to far away about who owns the land. Once you go there, you're finished. Go ahead.
We can
KJ.
have a civil discussion about the history if
I
you
know,
want.
but not. Let's finish the current issue, then we can go back.
Okay, I just to put it on the record, I do not approve violence in whichever form. My family suffered a lot of violence during the Biafran Civil War. My father lost everything he owned, and after the war, he had to start all over again. So, any war, on whichever, whether it's fought in Biafra land or in Israel or Hamas, it's not approved. However, I will start from home, then I'll get to Jerusalem. Now, this same firing from air, which Rudolph made reference to, is going on right now in Igbo land. Villages have been burnt down. And it's on video there, and the war has not stopped. Neither have they called for a ceasefire. Neither have they called the Nigerian government to question. Neither have they called the Nigerian army to question. Neither have they called, to question any young man who has been accused of being either an IPOB or ESN who have been killed for nothing. They've never been called to order. So our rushing to now begin to condemn what is going on or be on one side sometimes looks a little bit doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't look well to me, since we have to start from home to Jerusalem. Now, coming back to what is going on, just like Olumide asked, we had a peaceful world, at least to an extent, until October 6th. Now, do we approve? And as a media person, at least I can say I reported a bit of the Liberian war. I was one of the maybe first journalists that got on ground to do a documentary of that war. So I spoke to people like General Devil, but Naked, and the rest of them. I don't want to go into that. But there are many faces. And sometimes when I look at those shots coming there, I can tell a lot of things from it. So when you tell me there's these children that are being killed, sometimes, I don't want to, it's an open media. So that nobody goes and quote me anywhere. I'm an international person because don't put me in something I don't want to put myself in. But there's many stories that can be retold. That can be many stories that can be retold. So in every war, there's a bit of propaganda. Okay, what is said in the international media may not necessarily be what is on ground. Okay, so now if that be the case, that means that there's some things that we can turn around. Now, if you listen also to Netanyahu, his last interview, he was asked a question, and the question, hey, my friend, go. And the question he was asked, I'm sorry for that distraction. My son is trying to look at Rudolph. He's always interested in looking at Rudolph. So now the question he was asked, even if America decides to not go with Israel right now, Israel will still not stop. Israel will still not stop. I just want you to put that behind your back of your mind. Because if Israel stop, what you are saying that there will be no Israel. Listen to what he said. He said, we don't have any problem, but if you want all these things to end, tell the Hamas, the people in that side, to stop training their children and tell them death to Israel. That's the chant. It's like a national anthem. Death to Israel. And a country gets up and say, we will not rest until there's no Israel on the face of the earth. Are you saying now these people should now surrender and wait to be taken off? So a man who, there's an Igbo language proverb say, a man who is surrounded by enemy guards his life. So you don't stay without having to protect yourself. Okay? So now, just like Olumide said, you are holding some hostages. Part of a negotiation is that you should release those hostages so that hostility will stop. And you say you will not release them. Are you saying that Israel should now forget about his people? If we look down the history, how many people were in Uganda when there was the Entabel? Okay, when Israel left to go to rescue their people in Israel. In other words, Israel is a nation that can go to any length to rescue its people, dead or alive. Get that? Dead or alive. So if that be the case, then it means that you're holding on to those hostages will prolong whatever hostility that's going on.
Are you aware Israel has 7,000 Palestinians in its jails?
In jail, not in detention, not hostages.
No.
In
Yeah,
jail,
It's called
without
hostages.
trial.
It's called hostages.
Hostage.
Without
They are not
trial, it's
trial.
Without
hostages.
trial.
They are not
my
trial.
brother, you said, you see,
Without
It's
trial.
Did they just arrest them or did they not
Some of
commit
them for
crimes?
years
No,
without
they did not
trial.
commit
Did they
any.
not commit crimes?
I thought it's my time.
Rudy,
They just pick
No, I'm
them on the
just
street.
asking
They
you.
didn't
I'm just
commit crimes.
asking you.
Rudy, I want to
Hold
ask
on,
you a
hold
question.
No, they commit crime 3 days ago. They commit crime
Eh?
3 days ago. That you
They,
kill 100 of them. They commit crime. Tell me the crime that they commit. That they are rushing to take
yeah,
food
they
in
committed
their own
crimes.
place.
Attack
In
people with
what
guns
way?
in neighborhoods,
Hold on,
fighting law enforcement officers.
hold on,
No.
everybody.
It's not more than 8,000 actually.
Olamide, my question to you is that I
No,
don't
no,
want us to be talking about.
never hold on.
We don't have to see eye to eye on any issue. I don't have to agree with you on any issue.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you should agree with me. My question to you that do you understand the magnitude of the story, or you just have
You don't get power. You won't go fight war. You don't get weapon. Go fight now.
Okay, hold on. Let me let KJ finish. Up.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, here is the situation, and if you circle back to Hillary Clinton, and I'm calling examples. In an interview, some of the interviews she had done on this same issue, and I played it here when one night when Forefather and some of the crew members were here and they were saying so. I just came in and I dropped that video. I said this is Hillary Clinton discussing on when they offer the two-state solution and who refused to accept it. It was Hillary Clinton, at least not Donald Trump. People say he's lying. At least Hillary Clinton doesn't lie. She's a sister of Mary, so she doesn't lie. So at least you can circle and look for that video. Now, why am I giving that example? I'm saying that see, peace is not achieved only on one side. Okay, and there's this term that they use in theater: the protagonist and the antagonist. Yes, you may be looking at Israel as the protagonist now because they seem to be big. And the antagonist, and then the protagonist as the other people. Look, no matter how you look at it, if you think you are smaller, if you think you are the one who is less in power, and somebody offers to mediate, you should use that opportunity to free your people. I think that's what I would have done. You see, if people are saying, okay, we want a two-state solution, you are saying, no, you don't want these other people to be there at all. Where do you want them to go? It's just like when South Africa got independence, and then some South African leaders got up and said, we don't want white people in our country. Mandela asked them, where do you want them to go? Some of them don't even know where they come from. So for them now, that is their country. So we cannot achieve peace and progress by saying whites should leave because it's not their land. Let everybody leave. And that's the Igbo worldview. Egbe boru, ugo boru. Let the kite pitch. Let the eagle also pitch. But if you say your brother will not pitch, show him where. So if they can show Israel where to move to, if they are not longer in that land, then probably will be going somewhere. But for now, the two-state solution is what everybody and anybody can approve. But you cannot tell me that if you are chanting that I should die, and then I would now go to sleep and say, okay, whenever you like, come and take. No, I wouldn't do that. That's simple.
All right. So for context, I'm just putting it out there for everybody. if you go to Hamas, and they pointed out some books they use in school where they said that Israel should be eliminated, and the issue with that. There are also people in Israel who are saying that Gaza should just be wiped out. So we have to acknowledge that if we want to be sincere about what we talk about, that the people, even government officials in Israel, saying that these people should all be taken wiped out of that place. And so it's not a one-sided thing. Then the other.
So Rodolph,
yeah.
I do agree with you that we should treat issues.
Olumide, wait for your turn, or they go send me out of it. Olumide, wait for your turn. Olumide, I won't let doctor come out me. Wait for your turn. Not me. You look me like who go relax. Now let doctor go tell me relax. You, come on, shut up there. You look like you shut man like, come on, shut up there.
If I say you don't.
Hold on, let them please. All right. So that's
Dr. Rudolph, who not taking medicine? Is it Paul or Olumide?
What do they call this local gym for?
That both of us. That both of us.
All right. I'll just frame this up and then I'll
So Rudolph, I was trying to say that.
Hold on,
Olumide, relax. Olumide, relax. Olumide, relax. Olumide, relax. Olumide, relax.
I've not finished. Okay, Olumide, I'm not finished. So let me just say, so it's important to do this. Also, being an outsider and listening to the negotiations, and sometimes you hear the terms, I hear them say, Israel is saying that America is pushing Israel to acknowledge that there will be eventually a two-state solution. And Israel does not want that to be mentioned, that it's going to be a reward for Hamas for what they did. Okay?
But no, I don't know you call it like
Hold on. And also, I hear also part of the sticking points in the negotiation is that Israel is saying that they don't want permanent ceasefire because they want the right to, they said, as they said, to finish Hamas. They believe that any ceasefire that is permanent, that whatever is left of Hamas, they will continue to be a problem. Okay? Now, for me, I don't want to be Hamas, but thinking from their own perspective, why will you accept a temporary ceasefire so that after they feed your people, after they free maybe another 3,000 people, because part of the deal is that they will free some 3,000 people in Israeli prison, then they will come back and continue to kill you and bomb the people that they fed. So why? So you have to understand, remove yourself from whatever part you are supporting and think about this like a rational human being. How will you negotiate this? How will you? And people are saying, like Olumide is saying, they should free all the hostages so that they will. That's the beginning point. Okay, that's the beginning.
But baby, relax. I mean, you won't go carry for Hamas. You won't go carry.
So Olumide, hold on. So if you say that, I'm not saying Hamas, they're a criminal group and gang and everything. I don't, support it. But look at it rationally as a person who could be in any side of this discussion. If they release the prisoners, all of them, case closed. They will now wipe out whoever is. The only reason. Hold on.
I want to go away. I want to just say one thing.
You go, but before you go.
Hold on. Just one thing. Okay, just one thing. Yeah. In a war situation, in negotiation, take every small action that you can get for peace, even if it's just 1 hour. Because within that 1 hour, a lot of things can change. So when you go into a negotiation like this, whatever you can grab, you grab it. And when that is being implemented, you move to the next stage. You could get some people whose heart to be softened from that action that is taken. So what America and the rest are doing is trying to see those windows of opportunities opening, and they can quickly grab it and do with other things. But if we say no, because it's just going to be this is, you'll probably not be able to get anything at the end of the day. And more people will keep dying from.
Okay. All right. Thank you, KJ. All right. So I just wanted us to always look at both sides and don't just look at this from whatever angle that we believe is the right one. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Doctor, what KJ just said now, I strongly believe that KJ is covering this war that is going on. But sometimes maybe living in America for so long and everything makes him stop reporting news. So KJ is following the American type of way of news. You understand, where folks will report their own type of news, and CBS will report their own type of news, which we know that is not news. They are pushing their own information to the people. The people who are not well informed will just buy with it. You are talking about Hillary Clinton, who was the Secretary of State, that also pursued the American ideology. They say their greatest friend is Israel. How would Joe Biden come outside, said all these things, even up to 2 days to the primaries in Michigan? Joe Biden is licking ice cream. He said it that, negotiation for the Arch thing that is coming up and everything. He said these things all just in the name of, because he's so ashamed with what these people promised in Michigan, how they're going to punish him. You know, that they're going to vote for uncommitted votes to Joe Biden. He tried to soften it and everything. The Americans are not doing anything. They are not doing anything to stop this war. And if Netanyahu keep bullying the Americans, say anything you say, I will not agree. And you are increasing their $3 billion to $14 billion. It is your weapon that they are sending, 2,000 pound weapon to weaponize these people, and you are giving them. Why don't you also stop giving them weapon? Why are you fighting, begging Congress to approve $14 billion US dollars? Let me say it like Ojinika Okwe will say, $14 billion US dollars to send to these people. You understand? And they will not take your advice, and you will not mind your space. Even all your so-called real ally, your fellow NATO member, they all kick against it. It is only you that go veto against it in UN. It's only America. Every other NATO country, every other European country. Are you telling me that America is so close to Israel compared to England? Let's tell ourselves this question. Are you telling me that America is so close to Israel compared to the Germans of this world today, in terms of trade, in terms of NATO member and the likes? Are you telling me that? America is so close to them, but they are going against America. France is going against America with the way they are doing. They can't say anything because of the bully of the big brother thing. So people should not come here and say all these things that they are saying. You understand? Every rhetoric that Hamas is using, the Israelites are using the same thing. They're using the same thing. I don't understand. It looks like one definition of any argument anybody want to argue with me. Please carry your dictionary. Whether Oxford or Cambridge, carry your dictionary and find the meaning of the word called occupation. You cage people. These people don't have passport, basic thing like you and I have. We can fight Nigerian government for all we care because they delay us to renew passport or to get a new passport for 1 year. These people can't leave. You cage them and everything. You are giving them food staples and everything. Does it make any sense? Look at the height of inhuman. You even went ahead where these people even bury their loved one and everything. Where they bury Christian people in Hamas, you didn't touch it. Where they bury other people, you didn't touch it. You went and dug a Muslim grave. Doctor, how many years did it take America to bring Osama bin Laden down? How did they bring Osama bin Laden down? They cut deal with Pakistan. And they used intelligence to bring Pakistan down. You understand? How do you tell me that you've killed 30,000 people and 10,000 of them is Hamas when you throw weapons from up to down? Where do you get those figures? Where do you get those things? You just want to reduce these people population. You just want to end them. Let's tell ourselves the truth. You are throwing weapons from up. You are shooting sporadically everywhere. How can you now identify that these are the terrorists? Where is common sense? Why would common sense become technical? Let us tell ourselves the truth. This is barbaric. This is inhuman. This will never make the world a greater place. The population of these people, they are even younger than Nigeria. We are talking about kids that are 18 and 20. There are over 60% of them over there. These people, these kids, they were not there when Hamas was even elected in 2006. These are kids that they were not born. But what will recruit these kids to do this barbaric thing today? They see themselves eating animal feed. They see themselves drinking bad water. They see their parents, they see their siblings dying in drones. You understand? My brother, shut up.
I've never seen you this.
Shut up. Let me finish. Shut up. If America is talking, Canada people should quiet. Shut up.
All right.
Shut up. So they kill. My brother KJ that is talking today, he make mention of what his father lose. He did not lose anything. It's what his parents lose. I see KJ fight for the Igbo people. I see KJ fight for the Biafran cause. He did not lose anything. His parents lost something. He did not lose anything. That is what you are doing. Killing these people today. These young kids will grow tomorrow, will want to fight back. They want to fight back. The way you are killing them, the way you are taking lives and properties. These are the people who are preaching clean energy. See the way they are throwing all this weapon. Destroy the ozone layer, destroy everything. This is barbaric. You damage hospital, you damage everywhere. This is wickedness. This is genocide. Let us tell ourselves the truth. If you tell me that Israel is going there, go use the intelligence to be bringing their warlords down, I think it makes sense. America level Afghanistan. They did not cut Osama bin Laden. They used intelligence. They wrote off debt that Pakistan is holding. They wrote Pakistan debt, all just to take one man down called Osama bin Laden. C6, intelligence. My brother, how do you throw bomb from up? You kill people in mass and you say you are killing a mass. My brother, if you step this KJ, now let me take it personal. I want to put it to you. That is how the so-called Nigerian government is looking for a Bubagu, or they are looking for this boy, Nnamdi Kanu boys. Then they are killing innocent people, punish innocent people in the East. Will you appreciate that kind of method?
Don't conflate Igbo. Don't conflate Igbo problem.
Quiet. I'm using it as a case study. Will you appreciate it if government will say we want to bring Nnamdi Kanu boys down? Then it's for other innocent people, citizens in the East. In the East, look, listen. If they call Nnamdi Kanu, listen. If they call, can you listen? If they call Nnamdi Kanu any name they want to call Nnamdi Kanu, because of Nnamdi Kanu and his boys, then they use that method to take down and make the people of the Southeast make that zone unrest because of they want to bring in the Kanu people, then which means every other people, law-abiding citizen in the Southeast will suffer. I don't think that method makes sense. That is why we have what they call intelligent gathering. Go and use intelligent gathering. Pick whichever people you want to pick. Let every other people go. Let's tell ourselves the truth. And I will ask the same question. In America, here, when you see mass killing and every other thing, did they go to the school and just bring everybody? If they say one child had mass killing and run into an apartment, would they go and throw bomb in the whole of apartment because they are looking for the person who kicked kids in the school? Is that how they operate in America? Why are they doing all these things? These are barbaric. That's all I'm saying. How do you throw a weapon from hope and you say you've successful taking down 10,000 en masse? Weapon that you throw from home, no intelligent gathering. How do you identify them? Then some other person will tell me that, they hide with civilians. If they hide with civilians, it's a strategy. That is where intelligence comes in.
Paul, let me just give this number quickly. You see, Osama bin Laden, they attacked America, resulting in thousands of lives lost. And the war in Afghanistan that occurred after that, from 2001 to 2021, that is 20 years or so. The casualties from the report I'm seeing here is the war killed. They said 196,000 people in Afghanistan lost their lives, 46,319 civilians. 46,319 civilians in 20 years. Israel has killed 30,000 in about 5 months or so. That's what we are talking about here. So that's something we really have to pay attention to. This is not the same as America at all. The kind of war America has fought, and America was attacked. Pentagon,
and they did not achieve it. See, they did not bring Osama bin Laden down. They still use intelligence to bring Osama bin Laden down. Intelligence.
And nobody is saying that Israel doesn't have a right to go after Hamas.
Correct.
Go after Hamas. Don't kill so many innocent people while doing it.
All right. I have to go to finish what I'm shooting, but I just want to say that, the other thing to consider in several issues like this is if the rest of the world are thinking in a different direction, different from how America supporting Israel is thinking, the rest of the world could not be just crazy people. it couldn't be that they did not understand it. And that should make us pause sometimes in terms of how we take positions. And then the most important thing for me is that I could be one of those Hamas kids because somebody decided to take a position on my behalf that I did not approve. And somebody decided to teach them a lesson. How will I feel if that is the situation?
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Before you leave, Rudolph, because this maybe one day you should set up one of these to be a discourse of how news is spinned, and let's get a news person to this platform. You see, sometimes the reports that you see are just a media spin, and you see, let me even put this out here because this is also a media sport. Now, when you take a news item and you see 10, 20 using the same language and the same content, the same approach of construction, it is just a spin. It is not necessarily meaning that is the situation on ground. Sometimes these things are spinned so that it is picked up and continuously being repeated over time. But with time, sometimes the truth comes out. And when it comes out, not everybody carries it any longer. So I just want to put that out there. Sometimes the news you read is not exactly
which one is spinned. Which one is this?
When you spin a news, it simply means that there's some buzzwords.
I mean, give us an example.
What subject are they spinning?
Which story is spin now?
There are many stories that there's a spin to, but that's a different thing for now. Like I said, let us have a
conversation. Are you saying that the 100 people plus that died trying to get food, that it was a spin? Is that what you're saying? I want to know which recent one is a spin.
Okay. Let me give an example of news I've reported. When they talked about people that when the first time that the Fulani attacks came in Nigeria, there was one of the first casualties was a place called Dogonahawa. Now, government report didn't say the people that was that was sent to the other side of midnight was 500. We only got that figure when we were on the ground. But what you heard from all the government media and everything was that this was 100 and something people, 120 people, 130 people. Nobody ever accepted that there were 500 and with men and children and women. So for those of us who went to this site and who were there, who went to the mass grave, okay, we spoke to relatives and saw the bodies being lowered down. We're able to tell how many it were. Now, if you listen to me now in the national TV and I come and say, oh, what government said is not true, this is what is on ground, will you believe me? No, because you rather believe government. So sometimes what you read or what you see is not exactly how it is. Okay? Now, and I said here, if you want to get a balance of this news, I'm not saying that some are not for Democrats, some are not for Republicans, some are not for independents. Balance all. Listen to the Democrats, listen to the Republicans, listen to the independents, then listen to free thinkers like Rudolph. And then you collect your information. You get a seemingly true situation of every news that you hear. That's my advice. But that's my idea. That's my opinion. You may not take it.
No, you're right. But I would say that if there's any spin happening in this story of Israel and Hamas, it's actually happening on the American side, because the news we are getting from American media is totally different from what the rest of the world are seeing. We watch CNN, you watch Fox, they don't show you the graphic images of what's happening.
America don't show one.
They can't. So the spin is
doctor, I'm so sorry. As of yesterday, I want to believe the 10 of us in this platform, every one of us, the whole world sympathize for Israel. The whole world love Israel. How did Israel lose it that people started condemning them? Many years ago, anything Israel said, the whole world believe Israel. And if today everybody keep accusing Israel, in this age with technology, Israel cannot bring any facts
But
with
Paul,
videos, with anything.
you haven't answered the
It's
question.
laughable.
What is going to
It's
happen to the
laughable.
hostages?
Shut up, Olubide.
What will happen to the
Shut up,
hostages?
Olubide. Short man like you. Shut up. You can't see far.
All right.
See as you black like us.
I be black man now.
Thank you. I think at this point, I want
Paul,
to.
you don't used to behave like this. What is happening? Did they send something from
this topic?
I think let's Olubide give me a medicine.
What is going to happen to the hostages?
All right, Olumide, thank you. I want to thank everybody that wished me a happy birthday and those that supported the platform. Thank you all. I have to go back to finish what I was shooting before I got a message that
I didn't know your birthday. I didn't know your birthday at all.
Once I leave, it will be time for the afternoon, evening shift.
Happy birthday, Rudy.
All right, thank you guys. I will see you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh wait, hold on. One more thing. Tomorrow on the show we have something different. We're doing something interesting. So we are going to have a cross continental conversation. We've not done this, and we've been planning to do this. So tomorrow we're going to have a conversation that is beyond Nigeria. It's going to be from Marcus Garvey to W.E.B. Du Bois, Elijah Muhammad to Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr. to Barack Obama, exploring the relationship between Africans and African Americans and everything in between. That's for tomorrow at 11:30 on 90 Minutes Africa. So our guest will be Nasser Rahman, an African American who is an advocate for attitude of gratitude. And also our friend Dr. Perry Bremer will join him for that conversation. We will be here and we are going to talk about what's wrong with Black people. People have been saying that what's wrong with all we Black people all over the world. So we're going to expand the conversation and bring our brothers into this talk. So if you can join us tomorrow, we will appreciate that. All right. Thank you very much. And forefathers, over to you.
Thank you. I don't know what the Black Stone is doing here. He was there when you were here. It's as if all these people. I think there is something going on in America where the time you leave is when they all start coming in. So look at Blackstone is backstage now. I don't know why they all show up suddenly.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Take care.
All right.
Good.
Yeah. Why does everybody show up when Dr. Nnamdi is about to leave? He's supposed to, is it the time or something?
I was there
before.
Call their name. Call their name.
You are the biggest culprit, loco. You are the biggest culprit. You show up always when he's just about to leave.
Yeah, because like Wole so you can. Look at him.
Is it the time? I don't know what's going on. Okay. Okay, then let's carry on now. Who is next?
It's the time, actually. The time is more convenient for
Yeah, Jonaba is next. Jonaba, please go ahead. Victory is going to explain Binance to us today. Victory is going to explain Binance to us properly. Please go ahead, Jonaba.
I don't know if I'm taking you guys back, but the issue of what I see on the agenda for today of the police, the state policing. For years, somebody thing is on though. Somebody's gadget somewhere is on. I am still for police, state police, but I don't think my idea is different from what they have. I'm for the municipal policing, not for the state policing, because that gives the governor so much power, and the governor can use it for tribal, for political interest. So if you give it to the people, that means the city, most cities are the same tribe in most local government. So it will not be easy for them to oppress themselves. And if at all it happens, you go to the local government and the traditional leaders to make sure that their areas are secured. So I believe that they're going to localize in the state level of power that the governor are abusing now, that if they just allow state policing without taking it down to the local government, then we talk about how does it going to be financed? Because if we talk about the financing of it, is always going to sponsor it. How do they raise money to pay the police that are going to be controlling the destiny and the security of their places? I think the orientation also has to be changed by educating the people, whether have a seminar to say, okay, your destiny is in your hand. What you do in this area will bring job, will bring a lot of development, how you tackle policing, the safety of your place. But to just allow state to just say, okay, we have state police under the governor, it will be a land grabbing. It will be tribal issue, because not the fact that people are from one state does not make them one tribe. And they will always, Nigerians always take advantage of anything in their own possession. So I'm not for state policing in that level. That is not what I advocate for. In case people say, okay, you say over the years, one state policing, it's not that structure that I want in place.
Oh, okay. But if you go by what is happening in Abia State, they devolved some powers of energy generation to the states, and you can see that maybe there is something that happens when you move things to states that make it slightly. This is just an early period. I'm just using it as as a kind of, could that be, could you be open to that if you see that, let's say, the power supply bill works out fine, the states start generating their own power because they are able to manage it? Because if they can manage power, maybe they could manage security too.
In that aspect of that is that you are comparing one state or east that majority of them are Igbos. I also talk about the tribal of it, the struggle for political, and we can zone it, but we cannot. You cannot talk about the tribe. Like if you come to Benue right now, Idoma man have never been a governor in Benue State since the form of the Benue. That is a tribal issue. It has nothing to do with electricity or generating of all of that. So I'm talking about the power. Yeah, you are talking about the power generating that serve the community in large quantity of the same tribe. These are all Igbos. These are not. I want you to understand what I'm saying is that these are all Igbos. The old state are Igbos. When you come to Benue now, Benue State, they are not all thieves, and they're not all Idoma.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I take your point there. Have you got anything to say about the Palestinian this in the you know what, the topic Dr. Damage left on, the Israeli-Palestinian issue?
Yeah, I spoke to it in a way that I want to. I don't want to. I already said it. I don't. He asked me from other aspect of religion aspect if I talk to my people. And
Jonaba, I understand your fears, but can I ask you this question?
Olumide,
okay? No, I just want to ask you a
let
question.
him finish.
One
Why
question,
you get Topman syndrome like this,
He has moved on from the
Olumide? How
topic
you
now.
short?
Olumide, leave it. He has moved on from the topic. He should have asked a while ago. Let him talk about what he's talking
regarding the
about
topic,
now.
regarding
It's not Israeli-Palestinians you are talking about. You're
no.
going back to police.
It's question about state police.
Yeah, but he has
Olumide,
moved on
let
from that.
him
That's what I'm telling you.
speak.
He has
Just
moved
speak
on
for
from
him.
that. You should have asked a while ago. Please go ahead, Jonaba.
The issue of that, human being, we are born biased, but at a point in life, as you grow, and a lot of empathy and open-minded, and understand structures, understand history, and understand how the world will be in years to come. What you are doing now, is it just for power for now, to satisfy your individual gratification for the moment? What is the future of my children and the next world will be depending on what these people are doing in Palestinian and the Israel and Palestinian fight, because there are a lot of Palestinians that will escape this. Don't think if they're meant to wipe them 100%, it is impossible, because some will still escape. and tomorrow this will continue. There is also a biblical story to it if you want to go that way, but I want to stay on not on any religious issue. I believe that the hypocrisy is all about power, and there is nothing compared to even if it's this whole Palestinian is wiped out, the power people who are playing it that is serving their interest, they don't care. And that is what we are seeing. It's not about, oh, they don't feel it, they don't think, they just turn blind eyes and deaf ear to it because they want to accomplish their own power or strategic. Because if you listen to Joe Biden, for instance, even before he became a president, he been very, very straight about it. They plant Israel there for their own strategy, for their power. And the point is that the war in Ukraine, it entered the third year now. How many civilians have died there compared to what is in 5 months in the making? How do you justify that compared to what is going on there? And so end of the day, if you look at it, we're all supposed to turn and say, you know what? The reality of it is that it's just a power struggle. They have no, and for whatever blood testing they want to accomplish, for whether individual or for a nation or grip into power. So we don't confuse ourselves that, okay, you want to justify this on any base. I don't think we should put ourselves in that position. All I'm feeling empathy for a soul of human being. And to those that says that they're hostage or they have been, what happened in October, whatever, if you look back, this have been happening. These people have lived under that stage for years of funds of the Israeli army. Even before the war, they launched the war. Netanyahu himself says that they're going to wipe them out. So it's not issue of, oh, these people have been shouting that we're going to wipe these people out. And like we said, many of you have said here, both sides have been saying it. And this is not the way we want to live. Before we do anything, let's turn mirror on ourselves. I know that there's no fairness anywhere in this world right now. But if your child or anyone close to you have to go through this, will you still have the same position of whatever you are standing on? So I think we should, even if we cannot do anything, we should pray for grace upon all of those ones that lost their loved one, whether it's in Israel or Palestinian, or those have been displaced, and those that are in prison, injustice over there, that may God give them comfort and find a way out. Thank you.
Yeah, people don't understand necessarily. I think the supporters of Israel, they forget that all of us here, to an extent, are biased towards Israel. We tend to want to support Israel. Many of us are raised in Christian surroundings. That the Bible talks about how Israel and other. We all are biased towards Israel, and because of that, most of us don't see some of the things that are going on that they do. It's almost like because the occupation has gone on for too long, they've gotten so used to it being cruel to another population. They don't feel it anymore. And it's not all of them, of course. There's a lot of peaceful Israelis that want to get to a peaceful solution and live amicably with Palestinians. But when I'm talking about the ones that are brutal, and some of all these people have lost people to terrorist attacks from the Palestinians too. So it creates that friction. Look at America. I saw America occupy Afghanistan and Iraq, but it was nothing like this kind of brutality that you see. Just sometimes quantum cruelty. You just see it's just being cruel to them just for the sake of it. And that comes from a long period of oppressing the people. Soon you stop seeing them as human beings, and you start treating them as if they don't matter. Whatever you like, you do with them. And that I don't know where this is going to lead the world, but man, my goodness, that's why I call it the most evil conflict in the world, because it's like it's slow motion. It's just burning. You watch people being cruel, and nobody's doing anything about it, because to America, it's a price worth paying
Paul
for
Father,
the support that they
listen to
have.
yourself talk a lot, which is not so good.
I have to say some things now.
You should do well with your monologue. The monologue that you used to have
How
before.
long? Yeah, you want me to do that? I can do that.
In the week.
Hold on. You are making noise. So no, I just thought I should say this because for me, sometimes I think in my head and I try to wonder why they are doing what they are doing and how they got to this position. And it's a because if I imagine Israeli soldier versus Nigerian military, they are more cruel. Can you believe that they're actually more cruel than the Nigerian military? Some of the things they do to the Palestinians, like they shoot them like animals, like they just shoot them. You will see them and they will be pulling one person will go out to go and pull the other person. Young people, they will go and try to pull somebody out from the road where they just shot. They will shoot the next person again. They go on social media and brag about it. One of them is bragging about how they killed a baby, a teenager, but it's that he's looking for a child to kill. How do people become like that? It comes from years of dehumanization. But what can I say? I'm rambling too much. Who is next? I think it's Tone. I think Tone came next. Tone, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello again, everybody. We're gonna leave Israel matter alone. We get bigger problems for Nigeria. And Paul, the energy where they take the support Hamas, make you support Igbo people too. And other people where they marginalize.
He's not supporting Hamas.
So, no, wait, let me finish now. So the same way you're crying about your tax money, your president is using to prosecute all this. Listen, you guys don't understand something. There's something more that is at stake. Have you asked yourself why there's a media blackout on Ukraine? Have you ever sat down and asked yourself, do you know the kind of thing that is going on in Ukraine as we speak? And yet, their president, every time he's just jumping to go and collect money, his wife she's gallivanting the whole place and shopping in the most luxurious places with all the money we una give them from America. So listen, the fact is that the world is, I don't want to use that word, the F word, is messed up. The world is messed up. We can wake up tomorrow, nuclear don't happen, and everybody will be struggling to survive. That is the reality. People tend to forget that we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder globally, the global events. This guy went to Russia, Carson went to Russia to speak to Putin to find out what the truth. A lot of people are criticizing him. That's what we call journalism. So all those American journalism, British journalism, will just take the side. They've been painting Putin as the devil himself. That he's got no humanity in him and all that. We found out it was all lies. This guy that just died, his opposition and all that, they put it on Putin that he was killed in the. But yet there's a report which they are trying to trying to suppress, that the British Secret Service was responsible for his death. No, don't laugh.
Are you
see,
saying
listen,
Navalny's
you don't understand.
Sorry,
don't laugh about it.
Are you talking about Navalny's death?
Yeah, there's some sinister
Yeah,
things that
I'm not. I won't be surprised.
Even your brother KJ self laugh. Don't leave me laugh. Your brother KJ too laugh.
Yeah,
Paul, it's a possibility. I actually suspect. I know what you're talking about. In my mind, I question a little bit
there's some
about that too.
sinister thing. We don't see too many things. So my thing is, let us look after what we do within our distance. That we have our brothers up in the middle belt around Mr. Abbas place and all that are being slaughtered. And let's shout about that before we start shouting about Arabo people. Because Arabo people don't give a I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm swearing this evening. I'm just restraining myself. So my thing is, my heart goes out to them. It's not a war is not a nice thing. If you've seen one in whatever scale, it's not a nice thing at all. It's not a nice thing for people to have their displaced, bombed, and all that. It's not a nice thing at all in the least. But let us control what we have to control. Nigeria is at war right now. Tinubu has taken over and his gang has taken over Nigeria. That war, that war on his own. See, it's the world we're living right now is just crazy, 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 crazy. So I don't want to get involved talking about Hamas or no Hamas. Hamas is not. They're equally not. They're not equally not clean. You cannot mount rocket launchers on top of a residential building and don't expect it to be called an act of war. You don't do that.
I see, Tone. Everybody accepts that Hamas committed war crime when they did what they did, and also everybody accepts Israel's right to defend itself, and not just a right, a duty. They have to. They owe their citizens a duty to defend themselves and get their people back too. But
Can I tell you what's happening?
when you do
Okay,
that,
wait, forefathers,
don't
wait.
start killing
Do you
innocent
know what is
civilians.
happening? Netanyahu is under so much pressure from left, right, and center because the rabbis, some
He's having
rabbis
corruption
believe,
case. Netanyahu is having corruption case.
some rabbis
So that's the
believe
third side
that
to it.
no, some rabbis believe that God has called him for a time like this to hand over to the Messiah. And I'll tell you who the Messiah is, in case not of you. I mean, you can laugh at me and say, "Listen, don't come again within religious thing." It's going to be the Antichrist. See the site of that mosque. Well, I'm just trying to remember the name of the mosque. There's a mosque.
Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Thank you. It's going to the day where any of us here say that mosque has been bombed for them to build the third temple. Just know, say, listen, it's all over for humanity. Anything
You
can
know the
happen
prophecy
from that
says
point.
that same prophecy talks about a
Yeah,
third of
exactly. It's deeper. So
hold on now,
all
a
these
third of
things
the
that is
Jewish
playing out and
population
all
get
that
the
is
hold on now,
under pressure
let me state
because
it so you hear it clearly. That
because they
prophecy
believe
says that a third of the
they
Jewish
believe
population
they believe
will
that
die, will
they
be
believe
killed
that God is
by
on their side
Christians.
and they exterminate these people totally. Is it right? It's not right.
Mbola
All of
to
us know
shut
it
it,
is not
Both
right.
yo.
sides is saying the same thing.
That
Not
Jews will
shut it,
convert to
yo.
Christianity. People don't know how.
Yeah.
So, I think the whole religious stuff, when you read it a little bit, it sounds like a caricature of everything that has been going
It's
on.
a comic.
But but
Hey,
the truth of the situation is that America sees Israel as a very valuable asset there,
not lie.
and
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
why they allow what is happening to be happening.
And you should forget there are a lot of
Tone, where you carry us
Jewish
go,
Americans.
Tone? Where you
But
carry us
though,
go?
the fact that you didn't want to talk about the loss of life of going to 12 to 14,000 this in children in
When it was
about
going to
5 months in this world.
forefathers, when that thing happened, I just said, "Oh my God!" I didn't say, "Oh my God" for the act of killing. Because I knew that this was going to be an excuse for Israel to go out on them. I just somehow I just knew it. Is it right? It's not right. So
How did Israel
okay.
condition all of us to a point whereby if anything happens to them, they somehow have a
It's
right not to kill so
conditioning, like
many
we
people?
said. All of us have grown. All of us have grown to believe that even these Israelis that we are even looking at are not even the real Israelis that we read in the Bible. They are not even the real. See, that is even another matter for another day. So
Correct.
me,
That one we
I
are
am.
straying into dangerous territories now.
Yeah, exactly.
So
We are straying
I've
into
decided.
dangerous territories now.
Forefather, according to your question plus tone, what Tone said now, let's put it in a proper perspective. This tell you when the mainstream media reported this news many years ago. Because of technology now, that everybody can see these things. Many years that we fall in love with Israel, because America, that happened to be their own ally, they report this news to us. The world, the so-called Western world, the so-called England, they report this news to us. And everybody supports Israel. But now with technology, if everybody could be blaming Israel from 5,000 till it get to 30,000, Israel can't bring any proof to show that, oh, Hamas do this. That's why we come based on self-defense or something. It just tells us that, so they've been doing this thing for a very long time. After all, like I said,
Exactly.
this occupation is been there since 2007. How do you
Exactly.
get people?
And they're not
The
they're
whole
not
population, where
Hold on,
the
hold
whole
on.
of
2007. He's been there since 1967.
since
67. He's been there.
no, let me
1967.
just even say the
No,
2007 one when they built those
Okay,
bridge,
when they
those
fenced
gates,
it round.
they
Okay.
fenced it round. That's what I'm saying.
no,
That's why
what I'm trying to
that's why the word occupation now has been there. They can't go out. They can't do anything. They're tired
Paul,
of free food.
Paul, in conclusion, what I'm trying to say is that the matter that we are seeing is more complicated. Even Iraq, Iraq, Ukraine. If you know the secret behind that, again, America is a bad country. They've committed so much crime all over the place.
100%, we agree. We agree on that one.
I think for me, when I look at America at that high level, I try to balance things out because America is a superpower. The way they reason is not like the way normal human being reasons. That Middle Eastern region is a bridge between Africa, Asia, and Europe. It's very, very strategic region. All the world powers before have always come from there. And now you have a major powers that have a lot of oil and a big religion like Saudi Arabia there. They have to maintain control of that area, otherwise they will lose control of the world. To them, what Israel is doing now is a price worth paying because Biden says it like literally in words that do you know how many warships we'll need to have in that region without Israel? That's the term he used to describe it. Because to them, their calculation is worth paying. All this thing we see is big. To them, without it, they will have to kill far more to maintain control of that region. That's their thinking.
Forefathers,
I
can
agree with you.
can we talk about this gentleman that have just died? Let's go back to our country. Let's talk a bit about our country.
Yeah, I think you are looking for every way to run away from this
So,
Israeli discussion.
It's complicated.
fellow panelists.
They don't abuse me for comment section. I know what goes now.
I think somebody has already said that we should allow
Forefathers, hello, happy weekend, everybody.
Odi, welcome.
To jump in. I don't want you guys to. This is a topic. I just wanted to make a comment about this, topic. And listening to everybody.
Hold on. You see,
he wants to move on to something else. That's why I had to jump in.
Yeah. Thank you, Odi. That we have to, with their honorable guests here. Victory is here. Somebody has already said it on the chat. That Victory has just been calm and we should allow him to talk. The Blackstone, joined us and all. So, Victory. I don't know whether it's fair for me to do this. I don't, because the Binance this thing, I don't know what is going on with that Binance stuff. I don't know whether you know about it. If you know about it, can you educate us a little bit about it? And then you can comment on the Israeli-Palestinian topic then, so that we can move on.
Yeah, thank you for that. So that's why I actually came on to talk about the Binance issue because I think there's a lot of people that are just, I don't even know whether they know what's going on anyway. The question I have a few questions. I think in general, Nigerians do not. I wouldn't say I shouldn't generalize. We don't do critical thinking, and we don't ask enough questions. That's why some of our politicians get away with the nonsense they get away with. So I remember I came on this show. Was it last week or last 2 weeks? I said people should go and ask Mr. Cardoso that, Mr. Man, when you came to office, how much foreign reserve did you meet there? We want to know that figure. Number two, they should ask him is that why is the NFTC not remitting US dollar to the CBN when they've sold their crude oil? Why are they not remitting money to the CBN? What's the reason for that? Right? And then if you link up the refinery issue with what's happening, there's one guy that normally goes to Arise TV. I can't remember the guy's name. The guy is into finance. He said he looked at the figure that Nigeria import, was it 2022 or something like that? He said it was about $60 billion, and $20 billion was for crude-related product, right? So you can see the link now. If you remove 20 billion from 60 billion, that's a massive amount of money that we could be saving if our refineries were working. So the people in government now, they are saboteurs. They are listening to people here. They are telling them how to run our country. And they've literally told them that you must not let your refinery work. And he said as well that we imported about $2 billion of plastic. Can you imagine that? Plastic.
Victory at that way, Gary.
And then He talked about evil palm oil. We're importing. I mean, some things that you can't even make it up. So when you add those figures together, you're getting close to about $25 billion that we could be saving in our forex. And now, if you go back, and then Cardoso is saying that he will start giving dollars again to brew the change. Why is Cardoso giving dollars to brew the change? I said I'm going to design the system free for the CBN, free, right? CBN should not give any dollar to any commercial bank. Anybody that wants the dollar, go through the CBN, where you will track you to know where your money is going to, right? So CBN is part of this whole thing that is going on in Nigeria. Why are you giving dollar to a certain group of people? If Dangote can get dollar for 500 naira per dollar, anyone in Nigeria should be able to get the same rate. And then I will go back to the issue of Binance now that people don't understand. Further, do you know that nobody can use the Nigeria card to make international transactions? The reason people go on Binance so that they can get their digital dollar to do that transaction. You cannot use your Nigerian Naira card to do any transaction internationally. And people have to buy things. So Binance is a way of going around getting your money so you can do your transaction. And then what I expect the Nigerian government to do is to say, listen, which is what they did here as well. We're going to work with you. We want to know the people that are doing transaction on Binance. We want to see those information and even tax them. It's a revenue for Nigerian government, right? So the main issue here is an issue of liquidity, that Nigerian government does not have the USD to back the demand for the USD. Because for that, you will not know where you go and buy a product cheaper. If I can go to my bank and get dollar, why do I need to go and get digital dollar? So clearly, that is what is going on here. It's a demand and supply issue. There is no dollars available in Nigeria that you can go and get from the commercial bank. So people go and get.
So what is the issue the Nigerian government has with Binance then?
So what they are saying that people are using it to move money outside of the country. So it's like you give me Naira, I give you digital money, digital dollar. That's what it is. So if you want to
also
like,
plus they say KYC.
No, Binance does KYC. They do KYC.
I'm talking part of the allegation at the level on there.
That what?
So they want Binance to show them proof of a KYC.
No, the Binance will not do that.
That is not money laundering.
No, that is data protection. I mean, I don't like saying this.
I'm just talking the allegation. I'm not blaming the allegation. What they level against them.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, like I don't want to start developing to things because I used to run an exchange, so I know what is happening. So what they are saying, the Nigerian government is saying, is not correct. Because the level,
Victory. Please ask Kulata to wear his gangster sunglasses and he put on his watch and come, because he's telling you that he's a Olodo. The guy that does not even the rewire guy that is now turning himself to economist. Do you know? Listen. Do you know the person that set up GT Bank, the GT Bank in Gambia, thinks that CFD trading is gambling? These people do not know nothing. Cardoso is just a figurehead that doesn't know nothing. Doesn't understand nothing.
They know this thing. They're just trying to spin the narrative. So my solution to Nigerian government should be thanking Binance and all that, and even be thanking the crypto industry for creating thousands of jobs for Nigerian people. Do you know how much of Nigerian young people that are trading? They should thank the digital economy for that, because Nigerian government has not provided job for anybody. And I'll tell you what they've done now for that, they've made it worse, because as I'm speaking to you now, I know people, right, that are even trying to take that business from Binance, and they're even happy. So people are moving to other platform now, and this thing is going to continue. And what will happen is that they will even make a bigger monster from this whole thing, because people will say, listen, if you want to go around chasing us, people will just go underground and just be doing underground. Boys are doing that anyway. They trade among themselves. So what they should have done.
But the trade, from what you explained earlier on, you said,
wrong with that?
Olumide, come on, we are trying to get somewhere on the. Where's Olumide? This market man. Where is he? He to find him. He's even hiding in this thing. Can you stop Olumide? Hold on. Oh my God, man. Olumide, you really, I don't know, man. He harasses you and you laugh about it at the same time.
That guy don't drink
It's all
fancy.
good.
He don't drink fancy for stuff.
See, my regarding the Nigerian government though, because the way you explained it earlier on had something to do with like trading and people want to go and buy things from overseas. Binance is helping them convert their money to digital dollars or something like that. But I think what in Nigeria, I think I heard on the news where they were saying something about exchange rate, that the rate at which Binance was doing it was not in a kind of conform. It doesn't conform to what Nigeria standards was supposed to be. So in other words, they could be making excessive profit and driving the dollar rate up based on
No, for that, that's not the thing. For that, let me not tell you something again. In February 2021, Emefiele came out and said that the cryptocurrency is making Nigeria currency go down the drain. That all banks should close all their accounts of all exchange. They closed all the account of all the exchange in Nigeria. So all the digital exchange in Nigeria, they closed all their bank accounts. No more. Then Naira kept falling down. Emefiele came out again and said it was Aboki FX that was publishing the rate that was making the money go down. And yeah, the guy, they dragged themselves on social media for like a few weeks. The guy stopped publishing the rate. Naira continued falling down the drain. Do you understand? And now they're coming back with the same thing again, the same narrative and saying that it's Binance. So Binance they've stopped the trade on their platform now. What happened to Naira for further? It went down and it's going back up again. So the issue we'll have is the issue of liquidity for further. You cannot see where you go and get something cheaper, then you go and buy it expensive. If you can go to your bank and you get the dollar, why do you need digital dollar?
I get what you mean, but I also think that the Nigerian government should have found other ways to decrease the amount of foreign exchange demand. The demand from Nigeria is a poisonous level of demand.
That's why I said to you, the crude oil that they are importing to Nigeria, 20 billion. That is the leak there. Plug it.
But it's not there now because they are busy importing petrol now because the refineries are not.
Who are you going to blame? Are you going to go and blame the Nigeria like me that is going about doing my business?
I agree with you on that one. I think a lot of people are under the impression that the Nigerian government cannot discourage use of dollars. They can. They can do things to reduce the demand for dollars, but they are not doing it.
Maybe I'm not worrying. Everybody is a fan of what they support. If you are a trader, you support Binance. If you're not a trader, you are not supporting Binance. That's what it is. Don't forget that.
We'll do all the traders here today now. We'll do all the traders here. Don't clearly is a trader.
No, it's a trading on cryptocurrency. That's quite different.
I think I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think
nothing wrong with it. No, nothing's wrong with it, actually.
But Blackstone, you're saying this thing. Do you know how much that thing put into Estonia economy? And Lithuania did the same thing. Czech Republic are doing the same thing.
Yeah, but Binance also have a problem with other countries, not only Nigeria.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. Even here in the UK, they stopped them from depositing. Isn't it? Even here in the UK, they did that because the FCA told them that we want to see your books as well, right? And they blocked them from depositing here in the UK. So what Nigeria government should have done, we want to work with you, but the ultimate problem in Nigeria is an issue of liquidity. Because
you know what? Wait. You know one thing, Binance cryptocurrency trading is more of a black market issue. Let me put it like that. There are so many things that are hidden in it. There are so many things
like what?
They are being accused of money laundering. Actually,
there are many things that are being hidden that people don't know.
Do you know you can track everything on the blockchain? Do you know that?
Well, yeah, they are being accused of money laundering in America.
I'm saying to you, you can track everything on the blockchain, and they can block that your account. When people say this thing, I just laugh.
People block your account. Understand me?
It doesn't mean you cannot launder money. Even if you can track it, you can still launder it.
Yeah,
Once
that's
it
what I'm
goes
saying
out,
to
it
you. If
goes
you
out.
loan that, so far that if you loan that money and I block your wallet, if you have $1 million in your wallet and I blocked it, what are you going to do with it? It's a
No,
dead money.
no. When it has been converted to real cash, you can't.
Yeah, but
You're blocking empty stuff.
before then,
Yeah, that's before them, but that's the whole point of money laundering. Money laundering happens so that you don't catch them when the conversion is happening, isn't it?
Like I said to you, for that you don't understand. If you see what happens on the back end, then you appreciate when I start explaining to you. If you know the tools available at their disposal, you have no idea. Trust me.
Who has access to those tools?
What the exchange?
The exchange. Who are the exchange? Binance, Abi?
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, Binance and any other people that are the same.
That's a company of its own, right? I didn't do this exchange. So what happens have access to it? Why
I don't understand.
The black suit has started now.
No, wait, excuse me. It said I asked the question. Who have access to it? It said exchange. Who are the exchange? Binance, right? And Binance is a company, right?
Yes.
We have access to everything, and no other person have access to it. So whatever Binance does is not to them. Most of the things is not to them. You understand me?
But do you know that? But you know they are subject to regulation as well. Are you aware of that?
I know they are subject to regulation. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. Companies are there are things companies even hide from regulators.
Yes.
Yeah. So what are not trying to tell me that Binance are not hiding things from regulators?
No, if they demand for this information, they will have to provide it.
Anyway,
I think I get your frustrations with the Nigerian government on some levels, but I also think that the Nigerian government have a right to hold whom they think is a lawbreaker.
Now they've blocked it now. This isn't the forefather. Let's give him another 6 months from now. Let's see who they will blame. They blocked them. They stopped it now, isn't it?
What I think that Binance is not the influencer of Nigeria currency. That's what I don't know. The trading in Binance.
I think there are a lot of factors, and
there are a lot of factors.
To be fair, you can say whatever you like about this government too. They are going after a certain group of people. Like they are going after
demand and supply that determine the currency.
They change people and different people.
Currency. It is demand and supply. That's what it is. So nothing. So as far as they liberalize it. So it is demand and supply that controls the market. It's not balance. It's not other.
No, I agree with you. I think Victory, when you say liquidity is the issue, I think we are leaving one aspect that demand is also an issue that needs to be reduced. If a nation doesn't have enough exports or enough foreign exchange, you need to reduce demand. You have to.
For the demand that came, I told them from consumption to production. So people said, no, they don't want that. They play tribal politics in it.
So why KJ is not here. Bello, yeah, all these people that didn't support.
I'm not saying that. If you don't, that is the same thing. If you don't produce, what are you going to sell?
Beatrice, my turn. Fathers, there is somebody here that make this place his office, and it's not contributing to anything. It's occupying a window.
Who?
It's working and it's working, making his office. Office working, but it's not occupying. It's not contributing, and it's occupying a window. And somebody's supposed.
Are you talking about Paul? Okay.
I'm not talking about Paul. I'm talking about Ferrara. He has been there since morning doing something.
No, because it's not his turn now.
You know what has been there since morning?
Maybe we have been talking for too long. That's why.
Say anything now. Somebody can take that window now. What are you saying?
No. I think when he comes to his turn, he will be able to speak. It's only fair. Where were we? I think it was regarding this currency issue. Okay, I think to be fair, that's what I wanted to hear from you to get an idea of what's going on with it. But I think we should give. See, I'm beginning to suspect that maybe the Tinubu government, there are certain things that is really annoying them. This currency, this thing that they failed at, that the Nigerian currency has gone crazy. So they are looking for people to catch. They want to punish people right now.
They already pegged it. They are pegging it again. I think they are pegging it again as 1,300 to 1,000.
You know the kind of mumu you have to mumu.
So they are pegging it again.
You try to move away from the policies of Buhari. And you come back to it again after you destroyed everything again. That kind of mumu level. you have to give this thing. You have to really appreciate the
Well, but I
stupidity
think I
this people
can
got.
jump in now,
Why are you
because
jumping in?
if I leave you guys,
Why are you jumping in?
you've been talking now. You've been talking.
I don't like
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Say what you.
Yeah, I think this guy is echoing.
No, yeah, talk.
Okay.
Everybody,
So
no,
this is
I
about
don't think you can
let's
talk,
go.
Odi. I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
like. You
yeah.
can pick a point.
Thank you, the Blackstone. Thank you, gentlemen. Odi is in a hurry. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Odi.
no, I've been listening to at the background all this while. So for me, this is a smoke screen. I'm not sure any of us who own any as much Bitcoin as Tinubu and his family. The people who have all this money in Binance are politicians. Look, this is the easiest way to wash money. You can call money laundering. Let me tell you something. How long has it been since Emefiele was arrested? Is it not 9 months? Of course, it looks like immediately Tinubu entered, he picked him up. One of my friends, who is in the, what you call Agbado camp, he's been saying, oh no, Emefiele, once we catch him, we'll lock him. He didn't give Tinubu money during election, this one. I told him, you can't prosecute, nobody can prosecute Emefiele. It's because if Emefiele sinks, everybody will go down. Emefiele, the corruption that Emefiele perpetrated was amongst APC people. And all of them are still in government. It's like Binance. Do you think, look, with all due respect, Victory, most people may have some cryptocurrency, I do. But you can say, how much do you have of cryptocurrency? These guys have billions of dollars in cryptocurrency. Do you think I know, like many people in Nigeria who, when you say they're exchanging money, you're talking about $20, $5. They're trying to buy something maybe from AliExpress or one thing, or order something on Amazon. These people have, the real money is with the politicians. This investigation is still gonna crash. Someone said you cannot rule by propaganda. And this is what every week, there's going to be a new boogeyman. The first boogeyman was Emefiele, who destroyed the economy, right? What's his name? The Senate President Akpabio said, we don't know what to prosecute Emefiele for. Is it not a joke? Is it not a joke of a country that everybody said, we know what he did. He did this one, he did this one. But they say they can't take him to court. Even the president will be in trouble too. If Dangote, all the refinery he built, is it not Emefiele that gave him money to build it? Is it his money? They printed money and gave it. So if we go through that, so look, Nigerian government, if they're trying to be honest, they make money from Binance. But look, this is a diversion. You see, everywhere we are talking about it, we're not talking about the production and the consumption or the demand and the supply. The problem is the demand for dollar and the supply of dollar is scarce. We're not producing anything. So we cannot, when Tinubu is in his entourage, we'll have 100 Toyota Land Cruisers. What are you gonna do? It's the demand for the dollar. You need dollar to buy those cars. So you need dollar to support Akpabio and for Sanwo-Olu to go to Grenada and party with his friends. The problem when they are sending prayer, look at when dollar crashes in Nigeria. It's immediately they do allocation. All these governors will go and change money to dollar. And the banks are completely.
Isn't that where the solution lies to? Where
so that's what I'm saying.
Increase the tariff on all those things that they like to buy from overseas.
No. What I'm saying, they go to change it and keep it in dollar.
Yeah, but if you increase the tariff on those things, they cannot buy those cars. They will have to buy innocent cars.
No, but it has to start with the president. Is it? When people talk and they talk about governors and the Nigerian president is a king, almost. He can do and undo. People win election, they come and bow before his altar. If he tells Nigerian governors, don't buy cars, trust me, it doesn't even have to be law. Nobody, don't buy foreign cars. In fact, he doesn't even need, he needs to just ban foreign cars. And everybody will just stop buying it. But he wouldn't do it. I just want to, I don't want to waste in, because of his interest. That's not, you see, this government is looking for 2027. They are all, everything they are talking about is how NLC is colluding with opposition. It's all politics. It's all propaganda. They just want to find a way to cushion, to divert attention and blame Atiku or blame one person for their problems. And then 2027 is here. Wike is strategizing. Everybody.
Sorry, I think he said something very interesting, that they are looking at 2027. So in other words, you are saying if the government increase tariff on those type of goods, they will be made to pay politically, that Nigerians will not like it. Is that what you are trying to say?
Absolutely, from the beginning. How did we get Matawale as chief of defense? Are we not a serious country? Are we a serious country? Matawale, that Zamfara is in trouble because of him and his Baguda, and these guys are, Nigeria is not a. How do you put Wike, who caused problem in River State, as FCT minister? All the people, everything Tinubu has been doing is for 2027. Mark it somewhere. But let me go to, I don't want to, look, people are worried about Binance. Binance is not a good actor. But the main problem that countries have with them, especially the first economy, the top economies, because of terrorism. That's not the problem in Nigeria. Look, the problem with the smaller countries are embracing Binance, because you can do business with them. You can tax all those boys, all the people that are buying $20 stuff from AliExpress. You can just tax them 50 cents. And you get a foreign currency from there. You can get a little bit of whatever they are spending in hard currency. But that's not their problem. These guys have a different interest. But I want to go and touch about the war, because you guys, I'm really, I won't say I'm disappointed. You know me, forefathers, I'm Pan-Africa. When we spend our time talking about Hamas, Israeli war, I'm so disappointed. I know it's part of what's going on. Do we realize that our neighbors in Sudan, they're at war? This January, 15,000 people died in Sudan war. Sudan. They are neighbors. Do you know how many Nigerians escaped to return back to? But that's their war. By this time, 15,000. And this is just what they have announced. 15,000 to 20,000 people. Nobody's talking about these guys. We are Africans. We are sucked into this Western narrative and media. And of course, it's part of, we're living this same world. But Sudan is our problem. Look at Congo. Do you realize that about 6 million people have died in Congo between 1996 and now? 1996. In Congo is the richest land in this whole earth. If these people can stop plundering Congo and giving arms to one group or the other, and we focus on it, and we even start talking about them, there was a massacre in Congo just a few days ago.
I think the Sudan war is been on for about 8 to 10 months. Last April it started, I think 10 months now. And 3,000 people have, from what I gather here, have lost their lives in that conflict. I think one of the reasons why this Palestinian one is different is the pace and the population that are losing their lives.
Let me land.
That 30,000, you need to understand what you are describing. That 30,000 is one-sided, not like in Sudan one. Sudan one, both sides.
Odi, I want to second what you're saying. I want to just second what you're saying, Odi. This idea of letting these people tell our story, it's a very terrible thing, guys. We have to be the ones telling our own story. Let me tell you what I read on Yahoo this week about Nigerians protesting for food. I swear to God, let me just give you the line word for word. World News, Yahoo. It says, first line, it says, Nigerians are protesting the harsh economic condition in their country because of the war in Ukraine. Oh boy, I weep.
No,
That's
so
really
let me land now. So thanks for that. Let me tell you something. Look, when the Ukraine war started, people changed their Facebook and their WhatsApp profile to yellow. I am Ukrainian. Okay, what are these guys doing? What is this thing? Like the same Ukraine would not let our students leave. They put them last in the train that was leaving Ukraine. Look, I have no bias against Ukraine or Russia. I have friends who are Ukrainian and friends who are Russian. Look, what they are doing, they've been doing for centuries. I like to talk history. We can go back to history and discuss all that, but that's not the issue. These Ukrainians, when people were escaping from Ukraine, they told the Nigerian students, the black people, to wait, let their people leave first. And they tried to conscript some of the people to go to fight for them. Even in the face of war, when the world was trying to cry for them, when we were changing our profile pictures to, you become Ukraine, these Ukrainians were still perpetrating racism against us. Let me tell you about the Gaza people that were Israel. Obviously, everybody knows what happened in Israel. Go and ask the Ethiopian Jews what's going on. They can, they only. I don't want to go there. Go to Gaza also. The black people in Gaza there. People. When you realize that the name Palestine was coined by the Romans, and you know that where this name came from. When people say I'm Palestinian, there's really nobody that is Palestinian. That Palestinian means nothing. It's not, you can say you are, I understand when somebody say Ethiopian or when somebody say they are this one, but Palestinian was just a group of people that were brought in by, colonial master, moving from the Romans to the Byzantine Empire and to the English before they now split it, and so, but now, if you go and ask the black people in Palestine, you are a black person, try Palestine now. Go and try. You'll be in the last person in the line now. But I understand South Africa crying and doing all these things, but look, what I'm saying is let's find topics and start discussing Africa. Our people cannot defend themselves. Our people cannot, we will tell our own story. If we don't tell our stories, people will tell them for us. People listen to us. Let's educate them about what's going on in our continent. Israel, Palestine. Look, these people, nothing you say that will change anything. US will prosecute that, Israel prosecute that war. They will get their hostages dead or alive. The war will end however they want to. What we want is to get our countries together in Africa. This Tinubu just allowed power to start flowing back to Niger. The people just said they don't want to be part of ECOWAS. These are the things we need to be. If we have people from Niger, we'll bring them in and say, hey, what's going on here? So that they will know we are one people. And then we can lash out at the current government and discuss. I have many things to say about the Israeli-Hamas war, but I'll just stay quiet at this time. But I'm saying this is not our war. The Ukraine war is not our war. Our war is in Sudan. Our war is in Congo, whereby they are stealing cobalt. It's in Zamfara, it's Zamfara. There's war going on in Zamfara. Do you know how many people have died in Zamfara? They are there stealing. They're stealing every metal in this war. Gold. Do you know how much gold they are stealing there? But we're not talking about it. We need to talk more about it. These guys, they are brothers. They will settle, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the reason why people talk about it
I
is not
just
necessarily
wanted to
because
add that we have to find a way that these people will not be saying rubbish about us on that Yahoo and all this. Why would you say Nigerians are protesting because of war in Ukraine? What's that got to do with Nigerians? And that is what they wrote on Yahoo News. Nigerians are protesting because of the war in Ukraine. I'm like, what kind of... and there's no organization in Nigeria to checkmate them on this type of rubbish they are writing.
It will be interesting to see the context that they stated it. They could say because of the hardship, the rise in cost of energy or something that could have led to the tension, because there's cost of living crisis happening all over the world because of that war. So we don't know. I don't know the context.
It may even be a
Nigerians
week. maybe
Yeah.
a wheat product that come mainly from there. So we can look at
It was that. It was that. There was a lot of grain that came in
Yes.
recently from
Exactly.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
See, that makes
Previously
sense.
to that, the Russians sent. So it's just gimmick.
Welcome, Jang.
Thank you
And
very much.
thank
Thank you,
you
guys.
for joining us. And let me just say something. I remember the last time we had a conversation, and you said some things to me, and when you left, I did think about what you said. So don't think I completely dismissed it, and I want you to also know that my reaction that it wasn't the best, but I do listen when you say some things. So. But we do joust, and we always keep jousting when you rub me off the wrong way, and I rub you off the wrong way. Welcome.
No problem. No problem. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Interesting, guys. Interesting. I've been listening for a long time. I've been behind stage just listening as well, because I can't always get all of the comments coming through when I look at YouTube. So I've been keenly listening and didn't really want to come on until the buffoonery of our man Olumide when he came off. I thought, let me just push it in there. My man. I've really enjoyed a lot of the articulation given to Binance. I thank you for that victory. And prior to that, there was somebody else who spoke very eloquently on a subject that taught me a lot, actually. I can't remember who it was, but I was learning. And I like the kind of intellect that we've taken this to, and the space, indeed, forefather, that you've given for everybody to express themselves to the fullest. It's been a learning process. So for me, what's interesting about this whole topic, most especially to do with Binance and the exchange. Binance is something that I've been learning about throughout this week, and I think Victory put the cap on it and gave me good understanding on what it is. And as a platform, where my thinking again, because I have this train of thinking about Africa as a whole, Nigeria particularly, and as much the eco, which failed under Buhari's time. And if anything, Buhari was trying pretty hard to get that on the right tracks, and it was scuppered by both France and the conjoining of Ghana for all countries. Ghana was working with France against Tinubu, against Buhari at the time, and the eco, and France was looking to place another currency, calling it the eco, in place of the francophone countries' currency. Now, this was in Buhari's time. So when we now speak about this, because I had a something to bring to the table at that time, as far as currency was concerned, because I knew how important it was for us to have our own currency, and how digital currency could be set up as a way to balancing the whole of West Africa's exchange rates, so that we could have one currency for that part of the continent. And for the conversations that we've been having today, I could see clearly where that idea fits in, and where, again, Nigeria may be missing another opportunity to. Brinks is making a lot of moves at the moment. And with BRICS making those moves, what I know they're going to find difficult is what they're proposing now, which is their own currency. Their currency can come to bear, but it will not come to bear easily, because you're talking about 3 different continents at least, if not 4, if you take the landmass of the Middle East that may come in. So given this, it's going to be a challenge for them, whereby Nigeria doesn't seem to be looking at the wood for the trees, in that we need our own currency. We need, be it the Naira, the eco, whatever we make of it, for the Francophone and the ECOWAS countries where ECOWAS is breaking down. This is the only way for us to take charge of our economy and make sure that we are giving value to what's on our land in our way, because we are actually trading it. So if we're trading it within amongst ourselves, then to trade it internationally and to give it the cost, the value that it actually is, becomes a lot more easier
economically. Now, what we've been discussing here, it seems to me, is the mechanism to bringing this to fruition. Binance doesn't have to be the platform that we use, but a digital platform needs to be operated within those West and Central African countries that can perform one digital currency, one cash currency. And if we have that, we have an economy. We have an economy because it means that the money controls everything within that geographical territory. And that is power in itself. And I wonder whether or not Nigeria has the nous to put this thinking into place. So that's one thing I would just like to speculate on and put down there as a suggestion for further discussion, if you may. Secondly, I don't totally agree with Otti's point, even though I know where he's coming from. And I thank him for his mentions of both Sudan and the Congo, things that we should be speaking and thinking about. They need serious repair, but the same repair that they need, Nigeria needs, which is what we talk about constantly. So we have time to talk about these things. The thing with the Middle East and Palestine, we don't know actually what part of Middle East and Palestine actually constitutes us Africans. And I'll say a good fair part of it is Israel, Lebanon, Jordan. That this is a good square part, even the Yemen to a large degree. You can describe these countries as being African, as being black. What goes on in the Middle East is deep. None of us can pretend that it's not. It's deep and it concerns everybody. That's why we discuss it. And I think we should discuss it because we're intellectuals here. We intellect, we discuss on certain things. We have the whole weekend, and thanks to for Forefather, it's lengthy. We have 15 hours if we want, and we can discuss it. We have the time. It's not like anything so urgent. You know, the urgency, I would have thought, would have been the solutions for Nigeria. Nobody's taking that shit, no urgency. So we're here just to talk. So there's no urgency in what we actually talk about because we're sat down here in our front room, in our bedroom, in our saloons, wherever we are, just having a chin wag. So let's not pretend that we're doing anything urgent here. Is what I will say to that. And forwarding really again to where the nation is for me this week. Last week, I was just bemused with the way things are just getting worse and we're just sat around really. But there has been movements and I think there is frustrations that come about. But again, this week, even though we see what is happening about with the power station, which I second that. It's a great thing because it's an example of what's possible for the whole country. It's there. However, you know, again, I don't know who it was giving. It was CM. He was giving the history on that ABBA project and the projects that were going on through the rail in Lagos for Jakonde at the time, and you're talking about the 80s, and these are my era, and when we were all thinking with a lot of energy of how great Nigeria can be, and still we're in the same position. I loved him for giving me that history and reminding me of that era in time when still we were looking up, but in all our looking up, there was disbelief in what was actually taking place. It's really time for us to change that around. We have to be philosophizing as to how we put things the right way around because they're clearly upside down. And I, for one, am still not persuaded that Tinubu is the person who can really, really bring us to where we need to go. And what is urgent is the time factor that many people on this platform talk about. You know, I don't want Tinubu to be there for the next 3 years. I really don't. I want his time to be cut short, and I want somebody else in place who can really partner the people to carry that country forward over the next 5 years, that the next 5 years after that, we're at a completion point as to where we should be as Nigerians. And that really is the project.
The Tinubu government has to go then, doesn't it? Because if If the Tinubu goes, you get Shetima. You prefer Shetima.
You said this before, and again, I repeat that when I say Tinubu going, I mean that whole regime, be it APC or PDP, that whole colossus of bullshit that they come with, it's all got to go. That's the kind of what I want to bring in is the kind of intellectual sparring, as honestly as we can make it, that we do here. I don't think they have this kind of intellectual sparring in those places. I think they have conniving, suspicious, grievous, greedy, inhumane discussions. I think that's what they have in those places. And hey presto, we've got a place called Nigeria. And I can't believe that they have discussions where there are honest people sat around the table, really jousting as to what they believe in. I don't believe that they do that. If they did that, we would have a country that we could look at and say that's a country. You know.
I really worry about Nigeria to an extent, because just a couple of days ago, you know, somebody was talking about going to Nigeria, and another Nigerian in the UK was like, "Don't go, they'll kidnap you." And this is somewhere in the south. The person was like insisting that the person should not go. This is something that I would not imagine even 3 years ago. That's because of the people I know here. They wouldn't have been sounding like that, but now they are sounding like what has changed suddenly now that is making it even suddenly worse. We've had this situation before, but I've never had this person sound this paranoid. So it's almost as if things are becoming, it's reaching everybody now. You know, the other day I talked about somebody that I know in Abuja that got boggled, then got waylaid, and they took him to a cash machine to go and withdraw 1 million from his account. And that was about this thing about 2 months, no, just about a month ago. So you can see that this stuff is hitting everybody in so many angles. It's like things are just getting worse on the ground.
Oh,
But that's
Nigeria is desperate. Nigeria is at the utmost desperate position that you can ever think it is. Whilst it Lagos, anything.
Sorry, Jagan, to interrupt you. I'm going to take off, but I just wanted to make a comment. You know, look, I'm not saying we can discuss any issue in this world, and that makes it interesting. We can even talk about Amadioha and you know, anything. What I'm saying is, if we're going to discuss wars, why don't we discuss the wars that is in our own backyard? The wars that nobody is talking about, our people that are being oppressed. You know, there was a time I discussed about the ECO and the role that France played to truncate ECO and the weakness of Buhari, you know, to letting in France take over. There's no ECO still. France took over the ECO and they just abandoned it. What I'm saying is, there is a war in Sudan. Let people come and talk about it. Let people discuss it. Bring it to the front burner. There's a war going on in Zamfara. Let's talk about that one. There's a war going on in Congo. Let's talk about those wars. There's a war going in South Sudan. Then we can now talk the other one about the other ones as side.
What I'm saying to you,
Here's my problem. People get
given all these scenarios, given all these wars you speak about, where West Africa is concerned and where war is concerned, there are wars actually waiting to happen. There are wars that we haven't even begun to fight yet.
Well, actually, in Nigeria, that's what there's war waiting to happen in Nigeria.
Exactly.
If what is going on,
when we're talking about these things, you know.
No, I didn't say don't discuss about Binance. I commented about Binance on Binance issues. I talked about, you know, the political.
No.
Having more
You don't have any disagreement with me. I have no disagreement with you, Otti. The only thing is that we have time to talk about anything.
No, what I'm saying is, we see when it comes to the issue of Hamas and Israel, Nigerians feel they are Palestinians and some feel they are Israelis. They take up this because of our religious kind of pictures. And people get very attached and angry. You know, you could hear the discussion. People
I've heard you.
Look,
Ross,
people
let me finish my time, Bress.
No matter what you're saying,
let me finish my time.
Our war. You know, I'm telling you the truth.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just want to finish up. I'll be very quick in just saying that, again, again, as we're looking at the news and as we're looking at the current events throughout the world, there's got to be a spirited way that we as individuals look at things in order to encourage ourselves to be a part of this change and these changes that are about to take place. Given Nigeria's aspect, I still believe that Nigeria can begin to function within 5 years with a lot of projects done and a lot of transfer of knowledge transfer that takes place in the skills and development level. I think those things can be done over the next 5 years. The next 5 years is a school term. By the time the people who are just coming from primary into secondary, they would have finished and been looking at their universities that they're going to within that time. And that kind of period is the period to have a good movement of the masses of the people who are educated, people who have been looked after, people that become citizens, true citizens of a nation. So I don't know. I'm just putting these things out there.
Sorry, I'm just going to end by saying this. Sorry, I know I'm interjecting again. Look, let me use a real life example. There was a war in Nigeria, the biggest war. It was Nigeria-Biafran war between 67 and 70. During that time, there was another war going on. It was called the Vietnam War. The whole world, go and read about all the people that wrote books. The whole world was talking about the Vietnam War. Africans were more concerned about the Vietnam War. They did not talk about the war in Africa. Everybody the world was, remember when the war in Sudan started, there was a lot of effort put in to stop that war. There were negotiations immediately. Immediately October 7th happened. Everybody abandoned. Even Egypt, that received most of the initial refugees, is more concerned about what's going on in Palestine than what's going on in Sudan. Trust me, what happens in Sudan affects us. By the time, remember, there was a time when the Darfur war was going on in Nigeria, we had refugees. They were all over Nigeria. I can tell you, there's not going to be one Palestinian refugee in Nigeria. Not one. No Israeli refugee. There will be Sudanese refugees in Nigeria if this war continues. And there will be a lot. And we'll have to deal with it.
I think you have a point that we don't talk enough about the ones affecting us directly. However, when people talk about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or Vietnam, it's because the people engaged in those conflicts are affecting everything else. If you have a superpower in the world engaged in a conflict, you have to pay attention because every single dial that is going on there will come back to you. And also in terms of the morality of discussing these things, I think the reason why people feel tied to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is that underdog thing where somebody sees a bigger power just abusing the power arbitrarily. And you might not think that...
Sorry, wait, are you discussing Congo? Because if you talk about morality issue, that's going on, that's worse in Congo than what's going on in Palestine.
See, the point I made was a bigger power abusing its power arbitrarily. In the case of Congo, it's not that clear cut. That is the reason why people don't look at it like that. If two people are fighting each other, like in the case of Sudan, where it's almost like equal conflict, people don't see it like that. But if one big power comes in, and even like the Afghanistan war, that people pay attention to because America is very, very powerful. Not only because it's more powerful than Afghanistan, it's also a superpower in the world, and it has the bullet mic, what they call it, the pulpit, to be able to attract attention. But that said, I think one of the most fundamental is just a human thing. Because if you see some evil going on and you pretend as if you don't see it, don't think it doesn't affect you. It will affect you because it becomes part of you, and it's going to inform your behavior.
You're missing the point. I didn't say that.
No. I think,
I'm saying,
what Otti, Cross, honestly, it's not Otti. You have to go back again.
What I'm saying
honestly,
is that
because we understand it from your point.
Anything about the wars going on in Africa.
You said what you said, and I understand what you said. There's no confusion in anybody's
I
mind
was
about what you
addressing
said.
forefathers, not
I
you.
know, but
Exactly.
he still has his right to say what he said.
And are you denying me my own rights?
No,
What are you
because
saying?
you're going. What it is? What it is that you're going
This
to
is why
repeat
it's a
yourself.
village square discussion. He
Yeah,
makes
but
his
it's not
point.
like
I
that.
make my
What
point.
it is? You know me. I didn't interrupt you once when you were talking. Not once. I let you finish. I didn't interject at all. There's no need
Well,
to
if
interject.
interjection
You
is a
said what you
problem,
said. No,
then
you don't need to
that's
interject, my brother. You've interjected me. You said something about what you said, but what I said was a small thing. It doesn't need this amount of interjection. You're not going to make yourself any clearer. You spoke. For me,
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to finish, so Logo can say so.
yeah,
Logo
because
has been very
I
and
think it's
Bello too.
this guy Bello. He went off unfortunately and came back and missed his position. He was actually supposed to speak before me, but yeah, I made my thoughts. I think hopefully clear. I won't want to repeat
Thank
them.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Loco, are you there? Loco is there. Are
Now
you there?
Bello, for real.
Loco is just faking us as if he's not there. He's
Leave,
like he's listening though. Bello, yeah, welcome, Bello. Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to what have you got to say? You know, I'm sure you have listened to what we have been talking about.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've listened to work to a couple of things everybody has talked about, but just briefly to comment on what Otti said. I think we are human beings and that there's only one race, and that's the human race. So I understand we belong to a part of the world where we have to, at least I understand we have to talk about Congo, we have to talk about Sudan because at least the people that come from that are close, kind of closer to us. But unfortunately, even the media is not even covering what's going on over there. Like the way they're covering what's going on in other parts, like Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, Russia. So sometimes many of us don't even know what's really going on. So it's really difficult to like deduct. You understand. Sometimes you don't want to talk about what you really don't even know what's the cause of the problem or stuff like that. But I believe like every either is Palestine, Israel, either is Russia, Ukraine, or Congo or Sudan. They all needs to be talking about to be talked about, and I mean, people over there deserve to be heard. In the world, to the outside world too. So to the major issues, the one I really like to talk about is the issue of Binance situation because I had Victory. I think he was the one that brought the issue, but I differ a little bit from what he said and and I kind of line a little bit with what some other people say in the sense that first of all, for the love of the country and in the national interest, I think I kind of support what the the government stand, regarding the Binance because whether they're right or whether they're wrong, we saw that after they tackled them head on because Naira was almost heading to like 2,000 to $1 as I was it last week. And since they did what they did about them try to the clamp down and everything, we saw that at least there's been a kind of like strengthening in the naira in a way that it kept coming down to the dollar because I mean, he talk about some people have to use it for businesses and stuff like that. But I understand all that. But when the disadvantages is overriding the advantages, I mean, I think a country has a.
Mr. Bello, sorry, sir. Sorry to interject. Do you actually understand how Binance
I've
works?
interrupted anybody, please. I haven't interrupted anybody. I'll try to wait for my time, please. So, like I was saying, I believe the disadvantages on that platform is kind of overriding the advantages in this sense that they're using this digital platform, they're using it for fraud, they're using it for laundering, and all of that, other bad stuff. So because all these people they bring whatever they loot, they don't mind to sell at any price to to just get the dollar. And mind you, I mean that I know one or two, you see all these Yahoo boys whenever they want to get their money, they get it through all these digital platforms. And at the end of the day, I mean they don't care selling. I mean the money they don't really work for. They don't mind selling it at any price, to Naira. And these are some of the reasons. I'm not saying this is the all problem that we have, but so far we
Sorry,
see
let
that
me try to follow what you are saying.
No, God, forefathers, no,
I'm
no.
trying to follow what he's saying now. We
Let
have
him
to shed
finish.
light now.
I have one for him. Let him finish. Let him finish, please. Let him
No,
finish.
I'm just trying. See. Maybe you understand it because you trade. I don't have a clue half of the things he's saying.
Bello,
So
I will
I want
advise. I'm not attacking you.
I want to have an
Before you
idea
come
what is
and talk
going on.
about any subject, please read up on it and understand. Because this is embarrassing, what you're saying, what is coming out from your mouth. It's really
what is
embarrassing.
you don't understand or what is this
Let
that
me help you.
You should
Bello,
be asking
you are not
questions
even
now.
understanding of the topic. You're
Olumide,
just
who asked you to
come on,
take
I'm a
over now?
Yoruba me.
look
Goodness.
Let
Olumide,
him talk now. Let him finish. If he can't
Yes.
speak English, let him speak
Mhm.
Yoruba. We'll translate.
Exactly. So, Bello, you were saying something about that they will convert the money from that they got from shady means from
yes,
the Bitcoins, the digital currency to the Naira or the dollar.
they for the Yahoo boys, when they get
Yes,
the money from whatever client they have in the US or
in
which other
dollars.
country, they put the money through they buy BTC. I mean, they buy Bitcoin. When they buy this Bitcoin, they convert it. At the end of the day, they buy Naira on the same platform and credit themselves on the same platform because like it is
But how is
trading.
that hurting Nigeria then?
You said what?
How is that hurting the Nigerian currency in any way?
Yes, because okay. How is it hurting the Naira currency is that there are some people on the platform who sells they are speculators on the platform who sells naira. I mean, sorry, who sells the some sells dollar, some sells naira, right? Like all these Yahoo boys when they get their money, they want to change it back to naira, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because they don't spend the dollar in Nigeria. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
so at the end of the day, they buy naira from the same platform, they put it in their accounts, and that is how they benefit. And for the people who are doing money laundering from Nigeria, they put money in the account, they buy whatever they want to buy from the platform, they use it to convert it to be a Bitcoin and everything because like they feel like their loot is more safe, is safer on the platform.
Okay, so if those people make the Yahoo boys get money in dollars and they convert it to Naira, I would have thought that benefits the Naira.
It
However,
doesn't benefit the naira, it hurts the naira because they are ready to buy at any rate because they don't work for it.
they are ready to buy the Naira at any rate. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Yes.
So if they buy the Naira at a high rate, what is the problem?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because when they buy the island, it hurts the local economy. Because like okay, if I see that somebody is willing, because it affects other every other platform. Because if I see that okay, they're selling either at 500 on the Binance platform, and probably let's say and I have dollars to sell, right? I prefer to go to the platform to sell my dollar. I will not want to go to the aboki who want to buy my dollar for let's say 450 or 480. So there is going to be more demand on the platform, which is going to force the market rate to go up. Yeah. So that is what I'm trying to talk about.
For that,
Now,
I think
that is interesting, and all this is happening in the digital economy.
I think Bello does not understand what he's talking about. He's just going round around this issue.
I think this topic is an intricate one. It will be nice for us to really flesh it out.
The question I want to ask him is that he's talking about Yahoo Yahoo, but Bello, have you done Yahoo Yahoo before? Have they paid you? You went to Binance and captured the money. Do you understand what you're talking about?
Yeah, if you don't ask me if I do Yahoo Yahoo before. That's not your business. Either I do it or I don't do it. Either I know about it, I don't know about it. I mean, talk about the subject of the matter. Don't talk. You don't know about something, or if you have a different perspective about it or a different opinion about it, you state it out. I'm just trying to straighten what you said.
I'm telling you now, for that, you can write today's date down. I'm telling you now that in 6 months' time, I will see who this government is going to blame. And I just said to you, Binance has clearly disabled that function. What you don't understand what is happening in this industry.
I don't understand. But since the price down, if something happened to the Naira or something did not happen to the Naira, you guys just want to come here, you want to give the dog a bad name just because you want to kill it. But you really don't know the subject of the matter. You just want to say anything and just say anything.
One at a time, please. One at a time, please, because Bumi, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You still reserve the right. If you need to say anything, you can just raise your hand, and we'll give you the this in the mic so that you can have your say. But I just wanted to ask Bello about this because what you explained just now, it made sense when you explained it. Then when I thought about it again, it didn't make sense again. I don't know what is wrong with my brain. So you it's a bit weird. So you said they convert the dollar to Naira, and then that is supposed to be a problem because they are bookie on the streets wants to convert the dollar to Naira.
No. You don't understand what I'm talking about. Now
because I can't get it.
So now what I'm talking
Aboki now trading in bank.
okay. Let me put it this way. You spend pounds, right? You spend pounds, right? So I don't know how if you have transaction in Nigeria, I don't know how you change your money. So you have this platform, a digital platform that says, okay, come and sell your pounds for 2,000 naira, right?
Bello, can I help you?
Oh, this is confusing enough. If you keep interrupting, how am I supposed to understand? And people are trying to understand this thing.
I just want to help Bello a little bit.
$10 billion we are talking about here.
Because you are not aligning with what I want to say, so you still going to at the end of the day.
Binance is not bureau de change. That's where you are mixing it.
They are not bureau de change, but it's a platform where you can still change money. Everybody is not illiterate. If I have the chance to change my money somewhere for 2,000 naira, and somewhere say, okay, come and change for 1,005, and the bank is not, and the bank that is supposed to be, the open platform for everybody, they are not selling. Just because they say probably maybe they don't have, or they have the ones that the people that they only sell to. So if I have a platform where, okay, I have dollar pounds to sell for 2,000, why would I want to go and sell to one man somewhere for 1,500 or 1,800? So definitely it is going to affect the guys that are trying to buy, because at the end of the day, the guy that is trying to, because that platform will definitely is going to force the price in the market. It's going to force it.
Bello, slow it down. See, everybody at least in the zeitgeist, the idea is that there's a great demand for the dollar. Yes. But you are making an argument in the opposite direction, that people want to buy Naira and they can't find a Naira to buy.
No. I'm not saying people are trying to buy.
Or the Naira is too expensive or something. I don't get it. Please.
Okay. Let me put it this way. For the ones in Nigeria, for the Yahoo boys in Nigeria, I'll put it in two ways. The ones in Nigeria and the one probably wherever you are, if you are in London, if you are wherever you are. Okay, let's assume I have dollar. I'm talking about somebody from outside the country, right? Okay. So I have a dollar that I'm trying to sell. in the local market, I mean, people have different kind of platforms, different applications where they use to change their money. Okay, so in Binance situation, Binance, there are people on Binance that do Naira speculations. They always put like the prices higher because like they want to get this dollar. Especially what like, and the reason is that most of them don't even work for this money. I talk about the Yahoo people. I talk about the probably the politicians that are trying to that are looted at Naira that are trying to exploit.
Okay, hold on. Let me slow you down there.
Okay.
You said they try to put the Naira higher. You see, that term is a little bit confusing because how do they put the Naira higher? Are they saying you are going to buy the Naira at a more expensive? I don't understand. Please clarify that because it doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Now the crypto situation is a situation whereby let me say, I mean, a lot of things they use crypto for different kind of transactions, both the good and the bad. Okay, both the legal and the illegal. They are all going on.
But the Naira higher, this was the one I don't understand.
Now, so that is it. So now, the like I'm talking about, like I use the Yahoo as an example. Okay, they are ready. There are some people on that platform who just like who kept speculating today, or they want to they just say today they are the one that are pegging the price of the Naira. They have nothing to. And there are the politicians in Nigeria who are trying to push that money they are stealing, because when they steal in Naira, they know that they want to keep the money in the same. They want to put the money in dollars so that they have I mean, they just want to
they have access to dollars,
keep their loot into dollars.
Yeah.
So now those guys, they have a huge volume of Naira. Okay, so when they and at the same time with the what is it called, the student all the student school fee and everything, these are some of other things that are pushing the price of Naira, that keep pushing it up, because like there's high demand for the dollar. So but in the
hold on there please. They are pushing the value of the Naira up.
I think he missed dollar. He missed
the price of the Naira up. They are pushing the price of the Naira because there is more demand. There's more demand for dollar. So which pushes the Naira price up.
I'm supposed to say that pushing the price of dollar up, right? Making you pay more Naira. Hold on. Making you pay more Naira to get the dollar. They are pushing the price of dollar up, so you pay more Naira to get the dollar.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That is what I'm trying to say in essence. They are giving the dollar more value because of the
now I understand.
Yes,
but that one was like it was throwing my head upside down.
Go ahead. I used the wrong word.
So with these politician people, okay, the crypto platform is a platform that is very, very safe for them to be able to like exchange their loot, to keep their money somewhere that is a little bit kind of safer. Whether they use it to buy Bitcoin, it is still okay for them because they know their money is still hanging somewhere where nobody will come to their house to come and harass them. They won't find no money, they won't find nothing. So all those kind of money, they are ready to buy the Naira for any price. Okay, so as a matter of fact,
hold on. In reality, I think the mistake, I think the issue we are having is that your language is confusing.
No, over that. Hold on.
Let me
buying the Naira is like
they are selling the Naira for anything. Yeah, they are selling the Naira for anything.
They are ready to buy the dollar. I'm sorry. They are ready to buy the dollar. I'm sorry if I'm confusing. They are ready to buy the dollar for any price.
Any price.
So now they are ready to buy the dollar for any price.
Sorry. Let allow Bumi to say something, please. Bumi, welcome. You have been scarce for a bit, but it's all good. We know you have a life to live. Unlike some of us. No,
Father,
no,
can I?
Bumi has privilege. You know,
If
he's
anybody has
spoken
been
before.
engaging in
Uh,
speculation,
no,
Bello, you and
Olumide,
the Nigerian
Hold on,
government.
Hold on, Olumide.
hold on. If she has something to say concerning this stuff, if she has to, don't force her to say. Maybe if it's not,
No,
maybe
no,
she
she's
might
not.
say well.
She's not being forced. She
If
raised
she
her
has something
hand.
to say concerning this, so that people can understand whatever we're
She
talking
raised her
about.
hand, local. She raised her
Okay, if
hand.
you raise, okay, no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, forefathers, and good day, everybody. I just wanted to say something about the Binance in terms of like the Binance is a cryptocurrency, like it's a platform where you buy or you trade cryptocurrency. So it's not necessarily dealing with any country's currency, it's cryptocurrency. So I would agree, yes, people can do money laundering through Binance. Yes. But for us to put the whole Naira problem on Binance is very unfair on Binance because the reason why people go on Binance, for me, I have Binance, but I don't have any money or anything there. But if I would want to buy any cryptocurrency, it would solely be for investment. If I don't want to put my money in the bank, to just let it waste there for no reason because the money doesn't actually sit in the bank. The banks take the money and do even investment. If I want to invest with my money, I can buy cryptocurrency and just hope that the value of the currency goes up and I make double the first investment. So it's not that people are going on Binance just to go buy some certain currency like that. But in the Nigerian case, yes, people are going there to, let's say, buy a currency or let's say send money from one person to another. Because right now, if I wanted to, the easiest way for me to send money to someone in Nigeria will probably through cryptocurrency because I could buy Bitcoin and send it to them and they could exchange it and get the Naira. But it's not necessarily that Binance is there to devalue the Naira. It all depends on the demand for that currency in this case. But the Nigerian case, they're saying that, oh, the reason why Naira is devaluing is because of Binance, which is wrong. The reason why it's devaluing because no one wants the Naira. That's why they're not doing anything to make sure that Naira, it's that like the value, the demand for Naira goes up. We don't produce anything in Naira. We buy everything outside the country. So Nigerians need dollars. They need it. So if they really want to stop this whole like if they want to stop the demand for other currency apart from the Naira, they need to create an environment that people will want the Naira, or at least people in Nigeria will use the Naira. So when people are saying that, oh, that they're using it in a way to affect, Binance does not affect the currency. It only helps in terms of like the demand for certain things. It's just more or less like, if I want dollars, how do I get dollars? I buy cryptocurrency. Even if I'm in Nigeria, I don't get dollars from Nigeria. You don't
Mm.
get it.
I think the government is accusing them of some form of malpractice, even if that is their role, but that they were manipulating the numbers in such a way that will make them more profit and shortchange the naira currency. I guess I agree with you 100% that it's not their job to fix the naira's value. It's the
But
Nigerian government.
that's the Nigerian government's fault. It's not Binance's fault. Binance
Mm,
is 100% profiting off of Nigeria. Yes, I'll agree with that because
mhm,
they have seen a way to make more money. They know Nigerians are desperate in terms of like finding other means of value.
Getting the dollar.
So yes, Binance 100%. Binance has seen a business and they're profiting from it. Yes, I'll give it to them. But they are not the reason why Naira. Nigerians government are the reason why Naira is devaluing because they have not shown or given any reason why anyone should want Naira. If they should create a good environment in terms of we in Nigeria can export, The only people that'll be using Binance, either people who want to invest actually in cryptocurrency or just people who are doing money laundry. But now you have a bunch of Nigerians that have no reason to be in Binance, but they're there because they are finding other ways to get value for their time and effort. If the Nigerian government can first remove those people and only leave people who are there for investment in terms of who want to actually are into cryptocurrency, or then the money laundering people, that's now a different conversation, because those are the conversation countries like the UK and America and other countries are having. So you can't compare Nigerian situation with those, because we have a bunch of Nigerians who are actually earning a living, actually working and getting paid through cryptocurrency.
I think you have a point on that one. Well, let me ask though.
But I say the reason why I didn't want to make any comment on this Binance. Everybody's just trying to explain a Binance or no Binance or no Binance. You are leaving the main situation, not causing the government like, come, you just people. Why are you not doing anything to even increase the value of your currency? You're not producing. You understand? Even the stupid government himself, they are taking your Naira that is not even sufficient. They are converting it at any amount to get dollar. You understand? Or for them to export that dollar to buy SUV for some nonsense senator. You understand? You are taking the dollar here. You are not even mopping Naira. You're even mopping the dollar. You understand? To sponsor your trips with your 50 or 200 or how many percentage that you are taking abroad for whatever summit you want to do. You understand? It's not. Are you paying them with your currency? No, you are paying them with dollar. You understand? Whatever you are taking out there, you understand? You are paying them. So you're not even holding yourself accountable for why am I spending more dollar to get this thing out? Yet you are holding other people responsible. So people coming out here to talking about Binance cryptocurrency, like you guys are just wasting your time. You understand?
I think we are getting somewhere.
Hold on. To Loco's point, let me tell you something. See, the Nigerian government, their actions are not only it's very lazy, it's very, very unprofessional. You see what they're trying to do. The Binance issue, even these dollars they are talking about, is not in Nigeria's economy. The people who carry the dollars to go and invest in, but where is the Binance? The Binance money is that they took to invest in the Binance cryptocurrency is in dollars. It's not in Nigeria's economy. It's outside Nigeria. But Nigeria is now saying, okay, give us the list of the people who are Nigerians who are involved, who have that cryptocurrency in your account. They are never going to do that. You understand? Look at America. That's why I said when America has secured a conviction, the American law enforcement agent, FBI, CIA, they've investigated them. They know the people. They've gone to court. They've secured a conviction. But you haven't done anything. Do you have any investigation? Don't you have law enforcement? If you know the people that are taking these dollars, they're just trying to go through the back door. People have stolen Nigeria's money and invested in that crypto to hide it. But instead of investigating,
let me just come in briefly because so we can go back to Bello.
Can I just say something about leave, please? Can I just say something about leave?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think
your audio is shaky, though.
My audio. Can you hear me?
I think it's better now. A little bit better.
Yeah. I think Tommy just made a very informative point. He explained it very well. But I just want to say something about. I'm hearing feedback from someone. Don't know if I'm hearing feedback.
Of course, it's Olumide. Who else is gonna leave feedback?
Let me.
Yeah.
So for that, I don't understand what is wrong with this Agbado people. This Agbado economics. The thing just makes me laugh because Bello is saying something here. Initially, they said when the governors collect FAC at the end of the month allocation, they will go and meet Bureau de Change, Malama, they will change their money. And Bello is not coming here saying that they are now, the politicians are now using Binance to hide their money. That's why I said to him that if you don't...
Bello, hold on, you get your chance.
If I finish, then you say. And then he's saying that some Nigerian politicians are now hiding their money now through this digital currency. But That's why I said to him that if you don't have knowledge of something, be very careful how you speak in public. He doesn't understand that there's something we call political exposed people. As part of the KYC that we do as an exchange, if you know the data that we mine from people, right? If you're GDP, right, you can't move funds through Binance even, right? Or you will be placed under a serious watch. They don't understand this thing. So people just come and spat things that they don't have knowledge of. And it's very frustrating for further. Like I said again, if you know the data,
Yeah, but Victor, if somebody wants to do that, they're not going to go with their name. They're not going to go with their name, so you can detect them.
Father, it's not just you. They ask you extensive question. Are you related to somebody that is politically exposed? There's a lot of it. You don't understand the data that these people have at the disposal. So people just come and say these things, and I don't even want to start going on this thing because this is a topic that is off this discussion, because it's like if you're not into that industry or if you don't understand what happens, then you might say certain things. But if I take you on a tour for further and I show you what happens on the back end, then you will know that when these Nigerian people come and say these things, you just be looking at them, you just be shaking your head that you don't understand how a country can be run on the propaganda. You cannot get away with it because sadly enough, there's so many people that is online now. They know what is happening. Like I said to you, the Nigerian government should go and thank Binance and digital industry for creating thousands of jobs for the youth that it has never had for
I think
employment.
we have.
Talking about?
I think, but how about the malpractice?
I don't know how much level of IT you have, but at the same time, are you saying they are not using this platform for fraud and all other bad stuff?
Bello, I said to you is that I'm not saying that the people that will not be using it for fraud. Obviously, if there's an issue, they can investigate and they will find out. Like I said to you, we can track anything. I will just give you one of the people that you can use. Go and look at what chain analysis does. They can track everything to the minute and they can block your account.
Let me just give you a good example. Okay, I will give you a good example. People like Hush Puppy, all these other guys that they caught. Didn't they have their money in Bitcoin and all other stuff? You're just here blowing grammar, speaking English, like all that.
He's not blowing grammar. What are you saying? He's blowing grammar.
No, if you don't know about the subject, don't come here and start talking rubbish.
Affected their economy? How much
If
of
you
that
don't know
is affecting
nothing
our
about the
economy?
subject, don't come here. Victory is a trader, like I do, and all that. And he's in. See, listen. Don't come here and start regurgitating the nonsense your CBN governor is talking about. Yeah, you're only making a fool of yourself, bro.
Okay. Bello. Thank you for your patience. I think what I'm trying to make it easy so that people at home can also understand, because I too I was struggling to understand, but I think I'm catching on now. Okay. The federal government now is saying they are that's shady deals, shady things that Binance did. That's one. Then the issue of demand. They feel like the demand of the dollar going, like what Victor is saying, there are people that want to go and convert Naira to dollars and get active in that Binance environment. But the Nigerian government feels like that is doing a lot of damage that is increasing the demand for the dollar too. So because the Nigerian government is going in after Bureau de change, don't be surprised they go after Binance too, because they are worried about this. But I take the point Loco made. Bello, please listen. The point Loco made and Bumi made it to that. But the government themselves, they are not doing anything to reduce the demand for the dollars. They are going after everybody else, but they themselves are not reducing the demand for the dollars themselves.
I can say something about that. There's a big demand for the dollars. Unfortunately, even people who are doing business in Nigeria, like multinationals, foreign multinationals, that are doing business in Nigeria, after they get their money, it's very, very difficult for them to repatriate their money, back to dollars and take it out of Nigeria. And these are the backlog that the government is still dealing with. We're still owing a lot of companies. Why is Emirates not flying to Nigeria? What is the bone of contention?
Then
And
why did
many
the
other
government go and buy foreign-made cars? The Israel
I,
is discouraging using foreign.
absolutely. I mean, I'm against that.
Bello,
If we really want to strengthen the Naira, we have to support people like North, like the Illuson, and all of that. 100%. We have to. I mean, look inward too, because I mean, you look
The
at the
demand is
volume
too
of.
high. If you don't
It's
have
too high.
enough
I
to
agree.
meet the demand, then you
Forefathers,
cut
or
the
more
demand down.
specifically, let your
see,
police investigate. If anybody, if the
the
government
truth
feels
is
anybody has
simple.
stolen their dollars, let your police
Forefathers, see,
investigate and prosecute them
the
and
truth is
recover your
simple,
money,
right?
like US did. Instead of
BSC,
chasing shadows or asking Binance to
what's
bring
it
you
called?
list of Nigerians, who could do that one?
Forefather,
BDC, see, forefathers.
Forefather, that's a quick one. This is for just a maker. Again, Agbado economics. He said Shane makes does not track transaction in dark web. Clearly, the guy is an idiot. He hasn't used Shane Lake in his life
Oh my
before.
God! Why do we? There's no need to start heaping insult. There could be
Sorry about
family
that.
members listening, watching this. We have to try to,
The tool that I
we're all
use and
human beings,
the transaction in dark web. So he sends something that he doesn't have any idea about. And like I said again, this Agbado economics people, they will come and spill nonsense. But my role is to push back on the narrative because I know what they are saying is not correct.
Okay.
Look,
Let you please,
look, I'm
Bello,
not
hold on. Because
excuse me, let me
he
just
just
make
called
a
it.
point.
No,
I am
Bello,
not
hold
in
on.
IT,
Bello,
right?
we are going to
But
have to
I have
hold
seen
Bello. Bello,
somebody.
hold on,
Look,
Bello. Bello, hold on. See, you have insulted them already. Use 1 minute to summarize what you think they are saying wrong. Victory.
Further, like I said to you, right? It's an issue of liquidity. It means that further, if you want to
Use
buy a
plain
bag of,
language. When you start using all this language, you just lose me.
that's what I'm explaining to you. Further, if you want to buy a bag of rice and somebody is selling it for you for 100,000 naira, and somebody wants to sell to you for 110, where will you go and buy from? You go and buy from the guy that is selling 100K, isn't it? So the same thing goes to what is happening to the naira and dollar. If I can go to my commercial bank, I say, hey, listen, I want to send money to Victory in London. I want to send him 1 million naira so that he can get pants. And then my bank is telling me in Nigeria that, sorry, I cannot do that transaction for you for further. What do you expect me to do as a normal person? I will look alternative, right? And then I will go to the digital platform, buy my money, send it to the guy. The guy will agree on the rate, send it to him. He gives me naira, I give him pounds here for that. If there was a process whereby you walk into your bank, you can get your USD or your pounds for that. Do you know the limit before? About a few years ago, it was even $3,000 that you can spend with your naira card. The bank cut it
But
to
what is it
$1,000.
the so-called Agbado people you are calling? What is it they are saying that is wrong, that you
What
don't
I'm
like?
What I'm saying to you is that they are saying that Binance is playing a role, which I said the Binance role is very minute because it's a rate of people are speculating, right? And people will only speculate on your currency. Like, that's why I said to you is that I want to see the CBN. CBN should come and show me the book. If I don't see that record, how much Nigeria have on that as in foreign reserve, right? And why is the NPC not giving them dollars when they sell crude oil here? Until I see that information for further, I will remain speculating for the naira.
For what I
It's
see,
as simple as that.
sorry, Victory. See, for what I see, look, it's easy. What do we sell to get this nonsense currency? Only crude, nothing else, right? We sell crude and we get this mumu currency, no problem. Then we'll forget, we'll still spend that same currency that we've sold. Now, let's assume we sold the crude for 1,000 pounds. Abi? Good. Now, we will now spend that same dollars exporting that same crude. You understand? So that our crude though, that will still that for our own consumption. After we've sold, then the rest that for our own consumption, we'll now spend that money that we've just earned to export crude to foreign country, right? Then, according to say with this subsidy, you understand, they're talking about subsidies in dollars, whatever. I say they remove this, okay, no problem. Then the person that will even help us to refine that crude, then Naira will take pay am, not with dollars, we will take pay am. We will pay and finish with dollars. Then the whatever metric ton we are still importing to the country as fuel now back to the country for us to use in our cars. What are we using? It's not dollars we used to see import it. So you now ask yourself now, where is this dollars now? The money that was succeeded in earning by selling crude, we will spend this money to export the crude, refine the crude, then import petroleum products, all under this dollar we will sell. You get my point? So what will not be, you end up, it depends on how much you negotiate. We know Nigeria, they will see increase the money. It depends on how much they will negotiate with the exporting, refining, and importing. You understand? Then before now, know how much will not remain. Maybe inside $1,000.
Loco. Loco.
Hold on.
Based on your analysis,
Please hold on.
Then that same money is what Nigeria politicians.
I think we are aware of this this local. That's that part of the equation. I think where we are trying to get to was the point you made that the Nigerian government, they are not doing a lot to reduce demand.
Based on your analysis,
is that leftover dollars that is remaining now that you now see expect the government, you understand, to spend for their foreign troops, spend to get to import their for whatever vehicle and ammunition and whatever, buy ammunition, whatever, you understand, and then give that same money, you now expect to give some backlog of importers, investors that will go and buy maybe stuff to import to the country for us to use to consume. You get my point? So at the end of the day, dollar is not even found in the country at all.
So local.
Okay,
based on your
thank
analysis,
you.
So blaming looking for excuse to blame Binance
based on local analysis,
currency or whatever.
We are trying to move the conversation on, please, because this guy has Bello has been waiting for quite a while. No, victory. I've had your. I've asked you the question. We need to go back to Bello. Let me go back to Bello, please. Let me go back to Bello. Bello, you heard what Victory said. It's about scale. It's not like it's totally disagreeing that maybe there is something that is not going on, but the scale is that it appears as if Binance is being scapegoated for the failures
Binance
of
the
Nigerian state. So please explain to us.
Binance is just a trading platform.
For me, I don't believe that. I mean, I understand, like I said, they have advantages. Their trading platform have advantages, but at the same time, like I said, when the disadvantage is overriding the advantage, I mean, the government will have no other option. Since they cracked down on Binance, I mean, it's not rocket science. I mean, it's a matter of addition. I mean, it's simple mathematics. Have we seen, a strengthening of the Naira to some extent? Because the Naira was almost heading to 2,000 Naira. As of today, it's probably like, let's say 1,500 and something like that. And like I said, I understand Binance is not like 100% of our problem. But at the same time, it is part of the problem that we have. And the government has the responsibility to do something about it. And that is what I'm talking about. And that I say, I'm talking about, I mean, I was saying the other time, like, they are using all these platforms for fraud, for all these things, for all that. You were speaking some grammar, like, oh, do you know what they do? I'm not into
It's
IT.
not grammar, he's talking trash. He doesn't even know anything that he's saying.
What I'm saying is this. They do different kind of fraud on these platforms. I really don't want to know whatever you want to say. They do a lot of fraud on this platform. I'm not into IT, but I've seen what people do.
They do a lot of fraud, but that is not really the problem. That's one part of the problem. Production is the problem. Fix that. Look, if we want to be sincere with ourselves and move forward, it's not about trading blames.
Exactly. Even forward has never meet yourself, sir. You don't meet everybody, meet yourself,
Can I speak now? Can I speak?
You guys, calm down. We've all got time. There's no rush.
I'm about to leave the house. I have 5 minutes. Right? I have 5 minutes.
Then if you go and come back.
I'm not coming back.
Because master's time
I
is
need to correct this guy.
valuable.
Victory.
I'm sorry,
Emeka.
Emeka, you can't do that. You can't do that, Emeka. Come on. Don't do that. We have to follow rules. I'm sorry.
Let me correct the ignorance.
No.
Emeka, people came before you. Emeka, chill. People came
before you. Except they want to give way. If you guys feel passionate enough that you have to ask them if they agree. Masca, Bello, have you finished?
No, let me just say my last because
Let's
I
allow
understand
Bello to finish, please. He's been
around, right?
patient.
And I mean, I understand some people really want to come here.
Hello,
and
sorry, my bad. Victory,
But,
go
but,
and
but
read
it's-
everything you want to go and read today. Go and read it, right?
You be doing this now.
Okay.
You can't do this, man.
Emeka, they'll take
so,
you out.
Go ahead.
but the last thing I just want to say is that whether we agree or we disagree, the government approach, I mean, has actually shown us like something is wrong somewhere because so far we have seen that the naira has strengthened a little bit against the dollar, and that's hold on.
Bello, sorry, let me ask one question before you go. When did they start? When the invention of Binance? When did it start?
I mean, Binance has been around for a while, but I mean, I don't know when they start trading naira on Binance. That I don't know.
Okay. You don't know when they start, right? Because I wanted to ask you, since Buhari and since Tinubu entered till now, has Binance been the problem from that time till now?
I mean, you can't say. I mean, I can't answer that. But people have been speculating on Binance, and I understand some people are just like saboteurs. That I mean, and some people are just happy.
Yes.
Because every day, some people are just happy that the naira keeps going 2,000, 2,005, 2,000, and that is what we are talking about. People who don't love their country.
Loco, please let Bello finish so that Bumi can say something.
Nigerian, it's the average cunningness of typical Nigerian to take advantage of anything. You understand? But because
the government has a responsibility also.
Loco, allow him to finish so that other people can speak. There's Masca. The Masca has been waiting. Nine has been waiting. Emeka has been waiting. Please, let's try to respect each other's time. Please, are you done, eh? Bello, thank you. Bumi, please go ahead.
Can I ask Mr. Bello a question? I know other people want to talk, but I just really want to ask him a question. Can he specify exactly when he means by people going on Binance to speculate, how that speculation exactly affects the devaluation of
Naira? He answered the question. Bello, don't worry. I will answer the question. Don't worry. But when it gets to my turn, Bumi, don't worry, I'll answer the question. Let others talk. But you don't need to answer that question. I came in because victory was.
Okay, hold on then.
Hold on now. Answer responsibly too, because I mean.
No, Bello, don't worry, I will answer the question.
Allow him speak now. Let's respect each other here. Bello, you want to answer or you want to wait so Emeka can take it?
I mean, let Masca talk before his line to
Yeah, and Masca is in Nigeria too. Masca, welcome. Thank you for your patience. What do you think about this Binance issue or the other issues we are discussing? We discussed Israel, Palestine, and this in Abia State. So thank you for joining us, and yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, forefathers, and good evening, all of us. Well, I would partially agree with Bello that there seem to be a lot of platforms that are assisting the hemorrhage.
Hi, your audio is gone. After all that waiting, and the audio just went. Don't worry, when it returns, your turn remains anyway.
No, I think the trick they use normally, you can turn off his camera.
Let's just
hold on.
Okay, he should turn his camera
Remember
off.
that time that we normally use when you turn off his camera, then
you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. So, but the real problem, and it's Bomida hit on it. You see, every currency has multiple functions. One, it's a medium of exchange. But another critical function of any currency is a store of value. If a currency begins...
Your audio is gone again. Yeah, it's gone again. It's okay. When he comes back, then you get back on. Nine. Thank you for joining us. I don't know what I've seen you here before, but
this is my first time here.
Yeah, it appears you know something about finance. That's why you came in.
No, I always follow. I've been following you guys for like a year, but I mean, this is my first time, joining your
Oh,
live.
you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining us. We should
Yeah,
have a kind
great
of
job you
sound.
guys are doing.
If you ask
Good
her
day
now,
to everyone.
why did you decide to come today of all day? Why did you come today of all day?
Okay, no, I enjoy forefathers. His show is always very troublesome, so sometimes it gets on
What?
my nerves.
I'm trying to ask pertinent question. I'm
You see your
troublesome.
life? You see your
You see
life?
my life. You see, this is what
So
I
I
get.
said today I
Thank you. Thank
must
you for
come on,
joining
but
us.
it's funny today. You've been very cool and calm. So
Thank
good
you. I
job.
appreciate that.
Okay, so to Alex Otti, I would say very good job he's doing. And I believe that this is what most of our leaders, especially the state governors, they should emulate. You know, I mean, this is just 9 months, and you could see somebody that has the hunger to, deliver and bring happiness to the faces of his people. Now, this shows that when you're prudent with resources and you're committed to make things work, you can do it. It's not a month of excuses and up and down. Yes, to the exchange rate and everything, Mr. Bello, with all due respect to you, I understand you're maybe a supporter of the APC, but see, if we want this country to move forward, it's not about denying the obvious. It's good that we come out plain and say things the way they are. Now, yes, we agree that they use these platforms to perpetrate fraud and all of that. But the truth is, that is just a very small, factor to the problem. The major problem is, what are you doing to incentivize production, export? Those are the key issues. So we import a lot of things. So if we want to keep in the foreign exchange, then we need to be producing more and supply what our people need and limit imports, or we export more and then we're saving the currency. The Binance we're talking about, Buhari's government, they cramped down on Aboki FX. It didn't change anything.
Hello.
The currency went up. Even when Tinubu came in, the currency was currency was, dwindling. They borrowed about, is it $10 billion or so from Affecting Bank. And then that was what stabilized. And I told somebody, watch, this is temporary. By the time they exhaust that money, it will go up. And that's exactly what happened. It started going up till they started talking about raising another about 10 billion thereabout, So you have to put measures that are sustainable. You don't just put, measures that are temporary. Now you've contradicted the government has contradicted themselves. They said, okay, now the currency is going up. Okay, now they've brought it down and they said they're not floating again. I mean, but you came in and you said you're floating the currency. Those decisions you made are having effects. So admit when you're wrong and not to gaslight
The
people.
floating is not working because of speculation activities.
It's not just speculation. There was enough dollars before to sustain it, to fight it, to maintain it. Now you don't have inflow of dollar. NNPC is corrupt. They're not remitting anything. They're not doing anything to remit dollars.
Hold on. Dollar supply is a major problem. Speculatory activities is the
That's
second
part
problem.
of the problem.
Now, hold on. It is not, it's part of the problem, but the dollar supply is one problem. Speculatory activity is another problem. Okay. Now let me use the opportunity to answer.
How was Buhari? Buhari was able, as much as I didn't like Buhari, but Buhari was able to sustain it because he understood that doing this thing extreme would be a problem, and he was able to manage flow the currency with some of this thing. And Tinubu came in and just said, we're floating this thing. You've not considered production, export, inflows before making that decision. So let's just be fair. Let's build production.
Hold on.
Yeah?
Let me ask you though. See, I think this is even getting to a point whereby they are the ones busy pointing fingers the other direction. You can also point the fingers at the government as being tantamount to fraud, what they are doing. Because it sounds like a provocative statement for me to say. Because if you know full well you have not put any measures
to
curtail the demand for dollars, and you just go and borrow money, knowing full well it's going to be consumed and the currency is going to still depreciate further, then why did you bother borrowing money?
That's the thing.
That's putting us in debt for nothing.
Exactly. So we need to go back to the fundamentals.
Can you guys hear me now so that
yeah, we can hear you.
Export. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to add on top of what Nine is saying, but I want to.
The moment you start talking, it goes. But I guess, Emeka, thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Emeka.
thank you very much. I have questions. I have questions for Victory before I do the explanation properly, right? I have questions for Victory. Victory, what are the FATF recommendations for virtual currencies?
I don't need to respond to you. You go ahead and
no.
Say
Shut
what
up.
You want.
What are the FATF recommendations
don't
for
do that now. There's no need to be telling
No, he
you.
was insulting me when I was in the comment section.
Okay, yeah,
if he doesn't, I said, go and
take it easy.
Open your Google, open it everywhere. Open everywhere. Then when I want to talk, then shut up and let me educate you.
Okay, see, I'm not going to.
Then you shut up.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this.
Again,
yeah. See, I think for me, see,
don't do that.
What we are going to do.
For conversation,
look, hold on. Let me just say what I want to say. See, we have to understand that we are all human beings here. We have family members. We have some of us have children, family. When we start insulting each other, our family members may go on. They may not see it today. They will see it tomorrow. These things we have to be careful. Some of the things we do to each other just because we are online. So let me just bring them back so they can carry on with their account. Let's try to be a little bit more civil about this. You can have conversation without insulting. And Victory shouldn't have been insulting him the way you did. And now he's coming back with the same.
Yes, I have to
Easy. Take it down a notch. Let's deal with the issues.
No. I would excuse him. I'm not talking to him. No, he's very ignorant, so I will excuse him out.
You are still doing it again.
No, I will talk to him again. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's saying. Now let's talk about why Naira is being devalued. Okay. Now the first thing, a lot of people have been saying some snippets, but they are not correct. They are not correct. Now the president actually made the first mistake. He didn't understand what was going on within that market. The first mistake we have, or the first issue, is there is scarcity. Now, again, we are forgetting to understand that Naira is price sensitive to the dollar. The fluctuation going on is not even tied to any production at all, no underlying economic activity other than speculation. Now, there is no, I am yet to see any currency in the world other than Venezuela currency, Zimbabwe currency, and you now have to include the Nigeria currency that is price
forefathers, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
That is price sensitive to the dollar. Now, we have a platform. Or why did Emefiele go after Aboki FX? Was because of that speculation activity that people can stand up one morning and say, I would demand 1,600 for $1. 1,600 now for $1, and everybody will begin to trade on that. That is the price. That is the speculation that they are fighting against. Now, because Naira,
sorry.
I'll take your talk. I'll take your question. Don't worry. Naira, now you cannot convert Naira, which is an exotic currency, to USDT on Binance platform. Now, if you go to Binance platform exchange, you will see that a Naira, a USDT is 1,570. So people can convert their Naira to USDT and begin to exchange. If Binance is quoting a dollar for 1,570, what do you want Aboki FS to quote? What do you want the BDC people to quote? What do you want the Malams on the street to quote? What do you want the end user to quote? What do you even want me to quote for you? That is how it starts. That's the speculative activity we are talking about, not tied to any economic underlying activity, not tied to economic trading, not tied to any production capacity, but people mainly just quoting prices.
Yes, fine point.
Hold on. I'm not doing it. I want to explain overall why Naira is devalued. There is the dollar supply problem. There's the Naira sensitivity to Naira's price sensitivity to the dollar. There's also we not diversifying our economy, not even doing enough with agricultural export and import, and not also getting enough foreign receipts. But we are the CBN governor. That is why the CBN governor is going after BDC. Currently, just yesterday or 2 days ago, they withdrew the license of 4,731 BDC because of what?
Okay, I hope this will be sustainable though, because they've been doing this even from Buhari.
You have to keep trying. The market has gone bad.
See,
the market has gone bad.
Can you hear me now?
Over 20 years.
I just want to make this quick point, and I think I'll call you guys good now, because I think one of the
again, something's really happening somewhere. Something's happening somewhere. Something's happening somewhere. I don't understand.
Thank you for coming. This your microphone really doesn't like you. Your microphone,
where you have built a speculative sector. You have built a speculative sector. Those people who just make a living out of speculation. How do you get rid of that? That even the average individual on the street, even the women selling, even the market women, the bookers, once they hear that dollar has gone up, they change their prices immediately. We are devaluing our Naira. Speculation is killing us. It's killing us to the ground.
There's some truth there. There's some truth there.
It's killing us to the ground.
I have a question.
Let's allow Bumi ask her question, please. Please go ahead, Bumi.
Can I ask you why exactly is it that because you just explained that someone can literally go and speculate and say,
hold on, sorry, Bumi, sorry
to
interrupt.
She has not even let me broaden the question. Let me take it easy, man. Take it easy. Let her finish asking a question. Jesus.
So you just explained how the Naira is very tied into speculating, how someone can go and speculate and say $1 is let's say 2,000 Naira, and everyone's going to vibe with it. Can you explain exactly why that is very key in the Nigeria, that actually happens? Because I have my answer, but I want you to explain.
I will explain to you now. Hold on. Okay, just what you're saying. After the CBN decided to go after not just Binance, right? They started with the banks. They moved to the BDC. On Wednesday, there is this guy on Twitter who quoted the Naira at 1,650 to the dollar on Twitter, right? And I approached him. The CBN is selling to BDC because currently now the flotation, let's be very honest, the flotation policy is not working. Now CBN is now selling to BDC 20,000 weekly for 1,301.5. Now, and they have told BDC to sell at a spread of 1%. That is now 1,314.1. So the CBN, technically, they have not said it, but they have actually fixed the Naira. They didn't say it, but they have fixed the Naira. That they can now sell to you for a rate and tell you this is the spread you must fix. You must sell to the end user. They fixed the Naira. You don't need anybody who is economist. Even if you are just an economy student, you know. If you are in the field, you know. You don't want to say it because you don't want the news to go. Then you now have people and Binance, and that was when they went after Binance. You now have people saying, I am going to sell my dollar to you at 1,650. When the CBN has said, this is what we want to sell to the BDC. You see the gap. Now, if someone is saying it and is quoting it on the platform, and Binance too is now selling at 1,600,
Is the CBN
yeah, but Emeka, I agree with you. Your point you're making sense now. But before then, you don't have to blame them because you are taking advantage of the flow.
CBN is not selling to Binance.
Exactly.
Right? So CBN is not. No, CBN is just an exchange platform. Let me use your opportunity to talk more.
If you as CBN, right? Listen, wait, listen. You are CBN, I be BDC. You are dealing with me directly, face to face, right? I can come to your office, we can discuss, we can hold meeting, whatever. You understand? And you tell me this is how much I will sell. Yes, I can say, okay, no problem. Then somebody somewhere, one vague ghost motherfucker will say, okay, no, that you cannot hold responsible. He's saying because it's Binance and he's selling 1,006. Then you and hold on. Both of us have agreement to like, okay, you've given me warning because you are the one controlling me. You are my boss as a CBN governor. You say you're my boss. I'm just a BDC. I'm a business forex currency trader. You understand? You give me an instruction to sell. then you not think, okay, me, I'm not okay because of that guy that said he just made one rumor statement on air, on the internet, that he's selling for 160. Then all of us BDC will now say, okay, no, let's start selling for 160. Whereas you have told us that we should sell for this certain amount.
Local P, right?
Do you get? Does that make sense to you?
There are two factors. There are two issues with Binance. I will come to that. Binance issue. We are still talking about. We are still discussing about the price. We are still discussing about.
Let Victory just interject quickly. Interject so that Emeka can carry on. Paul is waiting. And Paul, just for your information, Paul has been backstage for a while. And Bello, I see you there. When this guy is finished, then somebody will, they can be able to rotate. Please go ahead.
But forefathers, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay,
I hope your mic sticks. Maybe you can turn your camera off so that your bandwidth doesn't.
No, it's okay. I will keep trying. We are Nigerians now. We don't give up.
That's
Local P, you count for nothing. Anyway.
10 seconds. Out. I count for nothing. 10 seconds out.
Oh my God, that's just comical now. Look, you're being naughty there.
No,
yeah, the mic is gone. I think you should turn your camera off. You don't have to have it on. I think the bandwidth.
Pascal, your bandwidth is like Naira. It keeps fluctuating every day.
Can we proceed? Why is fixing his bandwidth? Can we proceed?
Then come back again without your camera on.
Just Emeka came here and he was just ranting. Right.
Oh, please let's try to be civil a little bit.
Okay, in trading words,
can we leave it now? I'll put both of you backstage. I'm not going to allow you to get out of control.
To trade words, you are not my match. And in this field, you are not still my match.
Now hold on. They've cautioned him.
In this sector, you're still not my match.
For he's saying, and I'm taking for I will give just Emeka £100,000 equivalent in Naira. Let him go on Monday. We can take this challenge. Let it just Emeka go on Monday morning and convert that money to dollar at not as the 350 Naira that he quoted for me. And let him send me back the money. For what I'm saying to you here is an issue of liquidity, meaning that it's demand and supply. For further, if you want to send your supplier money in China or UK or America, you want to buy goods for further, I want dollar. Pay my supplier, then I'll give you Naira in Nigeria. You go to BDC, they will tell you that they don't have dollar. You go to the bank, they don't have dollar. What would you do? You have to source for alternative. And I will say this to you again for further. They blame Aboki FS. Do you know when Tinubu came into power, Aboki FS started publishing the rating, but they are the same gang. Do you know what the guy quickly did? He got wind of what is going to happen. He stopped publishing the rate because
Victory.
Can I come in?
Why do you think they? Don't worry, you're going to come in. Why do you think they don't have access to the dollar when they go to they buy it at that lower?
There's no dollar anywhere.
That's why I said to you that the CBN should not give money to commercial bank or the BDC. They should develop a system whereby anybody that wants dollar, you go and KYC through them so they can see the flow of money where you're sending money to. Because you know, commercial banks or BDC, it does not go into the people that you want to get to.
I think you may. Okay, let me ask Mika directly. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that suggestion that Victory made that?
No.
The CBN should be giving out the currency.
I'm not trying to insult Victory here, right?
Don't.
I'm not trying. I will hold my tongue, right? Victory is not well grounded on this. Okay, and just give me 7 minutes and I will explain.
7 minutes? You're not going to get 7 minutes. I'm sorry.
No, 7. Okay, 5 minutes. Let me explain.
5 minutes is a long time. Paul has been waiting. I will see what we can do. Go ahead, as long as
there's a liquidity issue. What I am discussing now is the speculative issue. There's a liquidity issue which is well known, right? Which is impacting on our foreign reserve. That is known. Even those who are foreign portfolio investors who bring in foreign receipts into our economy, everybody is aware of that. So we are not talking about that now. We are talking about the price sensitivity of the Naira. If you want me to talk about liquidity issue of the volume of dollars we have that cannot cater for the economy. We will come to that. Now, don't forget again that we are also an import-driven economy. So the demand for the dollar is usually high. So we need to match that supply, the demand for the dollar, with enough volume of dollar to increase the dollar supply. That is a problem. That's the standard problem number one. Then the second most important problem is the speculative activity that is causing the price sensitivity to the Naira. So if you have people who are quoting Naira at yes, what the mistake they've done is to go and float the Naira, not understanding that people are speculating, and with that speculation, we are devaluing our currency. We are devaluing our currency. That if someone is saying, because it's a willing buyer, willing seller. In the market now, currently, willing buyer, willing seller. Why someone say, I will sell dollar for you for 2,000 Naira, and you say, oh, I need to pay school fees. Okay, give it to me. Now, if that news trickles out into the market, everybody will arrange their position. Everybody will take position. And they'll say, okay, I'm going to, rather than me selling for 1,500 or 1,300 that the CBN has given to me, I'm going to sell to what the end buyer can afford. I will sell at 2,000 Naira. That's what the market, the news has gone into the market. That's speculation. That's speculation there. Now, Augusta, please, hold on. Please, hold on. You are still on talking about the liquidity side. That's where your knowledge is. So let's talk about the price sensitivity side.
Liquidity leads to speculative. You don't understand that? You don't know how they work? If you don't have liquidity, people will start speculating. Liquidity leads.
Victory, don't worry. Mega will have to answer the question that you and why he disagreed with you. Will have to
now the mistake Victory has said today was that the CBN should not. The CBN has always been selling to BDCs. They always give them 20,000 per week, but they stopped because of some irregularities going on in that space. They completely stopped. They wanted them to organize themselves and get things right. As a matter of fact, even the regulatory concerns with the BDC sector is poor. Now that is why the CBN has brought out a guideline to regulate them, stating who can be the chairman, who can be the CEO, how much you can spend, how to operationalize your concerns, and also having an open trading platform that the CBN can see. So when we have an open trading platform that
be the KYC where we talk about, so that be the KYC now.
KYC comes when you are doing onboarding. So when you're doing KYC is when you are onboarding your client, you have to know your customer, you have to do proper customer due diligence, and then you have to conduct risk assessment to ensure which risk category you put on your client. Then when it is high, you do enhanced due diligence. Now, he said something else. I don't want to go on that route with him. He said the industry you are operating, I know it better than you. I know that industry better than you because we draft policy for that industry. So let's leave that industry apart. He's talking about chain analysis. Does chain analysis tell you about what transaction going on in the dark web? Does chain analysis tell you about the pedophiles selling things on cryptocurrencies and exchanging stuff on the dark web? Does chain analysis tell you that? Okay, keep quiet. We could continue with you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, and I will make my.
Yeah, oh my God.
Okay, let me continue from where I stopped.
He didn't even let you go. Say hello.
When it comes, I will keep quiet. When it comes, I will keep quiet.
Emeka, I think there is a level of hold on. Now, there's a level. Hold on. Let's leave Masca alone. I've suggested it to him before he declined. See the thing about.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
Okay, good. So the point I'm trying to make is that. Look, everybody is saying the same thing. I think the only point we need to change is that, one, people like Emeka are telling people like Victory that, look, government will do a lot of things simultaneously to deal with a problem. That they are going after Binance does not mean that they are working to solve the liquidity issue. That's one. But I will come back to what Bumi said. The real challenge now the Nigerian Naira is facing is because of the high level of inflation in the country. A currency must serve as a store of value. When I hold Naira and I know that tomorrow, if this is 20,000, and tomorrow I can buy 20,000 Naira worth of items, honestly speaking, I don't care what the government will do. I will look for dollar. Even if I don't want to import anything, I'll hold dollar and keep my currency value in that. So the government made two very critical mistakes. The first mistake was floating the Naira without putting stability.
Yeah,
Agree.
I think it did
Agree.
last
No,
for a while.
agree.
Yeah,
That was a huge mistake.
I think we all agree on that point.
Because
Yeah,
please let me come in.
mistake.
Okay, please
That's
let me
amount
come in,
to
please.
fraud, actually, for me. Please go ahead.
Okay, so this argument and everything, I want to use common sense because all these are crypto thing that they do, like me and Vichy fight some time ago. I call it the Medicare of young men. You understand? That's what I call it the Medicare of young men. So whenever they talk about this crypto thing and everything, they fight too much. But I want to use common sense. The president floats the Naira and did not put anything in place. He has not made any provision how we increase our export, how we make more dollar. When you know almost 90% import-driven economy, we virtually nearly import nearly everything we use directly and indirectly, and you float the currency. But you know the funny part of it, whether the BDC or the banks themselves, it's not really the problem. But when you float, when that problem started going on, and the governors have started getting more money due to oil subsidy gone, according to his own English. The governors are getting more money. Month ending, they get this money, they get excess. What are they doing? They buy dollar. So the president creates the problem. Nobody want to lose. The man who earned 500,000 Naira in Nigeria today, and they check their monthly expenses, their running costs in their home, put together their miscellaneous expenses, cumulatively, it's like 200. They buy dollar for 300,000 Naira. Not because of they need it, not because of they are going to vacation. They buy it for stability to save their money. You understand? So the president also create that problem. Then when we talk about KYC, I understand KYC is part of the allegation that they level on the Binance, which to some extent I will agree, but it depends of how far they've gone with it. I send money to Nigeria. We all send money to Nigeria. Let me land, please.
That issue is separate. That's a separate issue.
Please, let me land. You're going to educate me.
That is a separate issue.
Learn. They didn't teach us all this thing in school.
It's not a dollar issue. It's a separate issue because Binance is supposed Binance is not even registered in Nigeria.
So
Binance is not registered in Nigeria.
So Binance is not registered in Nigeria. But any currency that you are buying with Naira from Nigeria,
forget about the trading aspect.
Let me land now so that you educate me now. You leave, you learn. I didn't think they teach us all this thing in school.
All right,
you understand? I've learned some from you too. What I mean by that, I am sending money to Nigeria. My max that I can send to Nigeria in some platform is just 2,999. But I can send more than that. But guess what? They're going to report it. And I myself know that I'm sending 10,000 Naira to Nigeria today, and I'll send 10,000 Naira to Nigeria tomorrow. I already know that I'm going to defend it because somebody will give me a call. I already know that they're going to freeze my account. That thing will be pending, and they're going to freeze my account. And I already know at the same time that I'm going to defend that account. And I know that it is the platform that I use in sending that money. Immediately will report it to the system, will report it to the government. And the bank's going to freeze my account, and I'm going to defend. Why? Because if these people know how much is coming in my account and how much is going out in my account, they know my income, and I'm sending something more than that. They want to know more. Where is this money coming from? So even from my own end, I know. So if people are buying all these things, you yourself too, you use our so-called Nigerian card, Nigerian bank, whatever. They also need to report to the bank, freeze this account, let us know these people. That is what I believe in the layman's sense. It's also called KYC. This is how you also know if a governor is just buying all these things, in as much as they are not doing the Medicare, like I call the crypto thing, but they just need to take this thing out. This is how you do it. So the president, why I'm blaming the president, you do this flow of this Naira and every other thing, and the governors are having more money. What do you think they will do? They will buy dollar. The few Naira that I sent to Nigeria to help one or two people in terms of Japa and every other thing, I'm losing millions. Because I sent some people dollar when the Naira was like 500, when the Naira was like 700. Today it's like 1,000 plus. So I'm losing a lot just to help people for bank statements. So this is where leaders choose not to accept that we made mistake. And how do we tackle this mistake? It's just called common sense.
Fathers, can you guys hear me now?
I think we keep saying they made mistakes. I don't think it's a mistake because Buhari. So hold on. I don't think they made a mistake. Buhari knew this. He said it when they interviewed him. He said, "How can you float your currency when you're?" So it's not a mistake, and this is what makes me. It sounds as if I'm being cruel. This is tantamount to sabotage, really.
So yeah, Tunaja,
that's how I see it.
Tunaja, the president was under
if
pressure
they retract
by the
that
IMF.
statement, they will call it mistake. But
So
if they don't retract that statement, then it's stupid.
The president was advised by the IMF to float the Naira. There's nothing. Hold on, guys. Let me please. That's why I say I need to explain better, so that we don't get. When you are coming in, you are speaking. You are saying you may be right, but you are not giving the full details. Now, there's nothing wrong to float your currency. But our currency.
Sorry, Bumi, you want to ask a question or say something?
Can I speak?
After him, and then after Masker, can I say something?
So our currency is a special currency. It's not like regular currencies anymore. We have a 20 years industry on speculation going on. Now, there's nothing wrong with floating the Naira. Even the Cardoso will tell you if the Naira is 2,000 to $1, right? But it is stable. It's okay. It is the stability they are fighting, but
they never put anything in place before they did it. That's the problem.
Hold on. It is you understand. It is you understanding what is going on in the market. So the first mistake was, we are floating the Naira on the advisory of the IMF, and when we come, we see that the actors, the non-actors of the speculatory activities are now making our Naira price sensitive.
But how is that not a mistake, Emeka?
I said it is a mistake. The mistake is they do not understand the underlying.
The second mistake that I think the regime should actually correct is saying that the price of petroleum products, that's removal of, because this thing is also having a ripple effect, because a greater problem of this effects is because of inflation in the country. So these two mistakes need to be reversed. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Maska, for joining
what
us.
What CBN is doing is to create a stable Naira, remove the price distortion, remove the noises, remove the speculatory activities going on. If Naira is 5,000 to $1, let it be that way and be driven by economic activities and not people coming up to speculate on what the price of the Naira will look like.
If we can get the money from the bank and the BDCs, I don't think we will go to the street and go search for this dollar. If we can get the money, but the money is not there.
But guess what? Now that is where the Binance issue comes in, right? Yes, if we solve the liquidity problem, because our foreign reserve is now increasing, NNPC has agreed to begin to put in money that they are selling for their foreign receipts from the sales of oil into the CBN now. Now, if the reserve is increasing and improving and we are able to finance our letter of credit, we can provide FX to BDCs. How about the criminals who are converting Naira to USDT and they will convert it at any rate and they will sell it to you and me through a platform and exchange system that allow peer-to-peer, that no intermediation, no regulatory costs, nobody can intervene on this. And if I say, okay, Paul, I want to sell dollar to you for 6,000 Naira, and because you have a pressing need, you say, okay, I will buy. I sell it, and Binance records it that USDT to Naira is now 6,000 to 1 Naira. What do you think BDCs will do?
Okay, that is a very clear point there. But
what do you think BDCs will do? So
hold on. But let me ask you though, leading from what you just said, if Binance sets it for 6,000 to this thing $1, but they are not the Nigerian government, why should anybody listen to them?
It is now. You see, We have floated our Naira, number one. Then again, even whatever in the parallel market or in the black market, it is a willing buyer, willing seller participation. Whatever you sell to me,
and who
whatever I
created
buy,
it?
so it doesn't matter whether the creation or not. It doesn't matter at this point in time.
They created the problem.
We've always had black market
you are
activity.
not holding them accountable for
We
their actions.
black market activity.
Is that not what you get in capitalist economy? That is what we practice.
Thank you. Now, but what we want, what the CBN wants, what the CBN want to do, what the CBN wants to do is remove the distortion and the noise, regardless of what the value of Naira would look like. The CBN don't care, because if the CBN says, okay, Naira is now 5,000, right? The next month, even on Monday, Naira will go to 6,000 because of speculation.
That's fine argument you've given, but I think where victory is coming in from, which is the liquidity part, is even if they address this issue and they don't address that liquidity, we'll still come back to where we are.
The liquidity,
people will still go and find alternatives.
The liquidity, whether the market is liquid, understand what I'm saying? Whether the market is liquid, in Jonathan's period, the market was liquid. Whether the market is liquid, whether the market is not liquid, we have a speculation industry in Nigeria.
No, I'm saying yes, it's good. The measures you've said that they are putting in place is good. But if you still don't address that liquidity side, we'll come back to where we are.
Now, let me explain
because
something.
People will go to look for this dollar if it's not in
let me now say something now, okay? Now, with the BDC regulation coming in, that's a very good one. It's a good win, right? It doesn't solve all the problem, but it's a good win. Now, BDC, it will not, those who now want to be in BDC will not be in BDC. Those who are now in speculating, they will weed them off. You can see that they've removed the license of 4,731 BDCs, right? Now, without, they cannot go and source their dollars and have an open platform, because BDCs don't have an open trading platform. Like what Binance have. If I trade with you on Binance, Binance will just look at the trade and they will record it down. But if BDCs are trading, and the CBN maybe at some point, because what they've done now is to fix the Naira to them, because on the NAFEX they can still trade whatever, the official market, they can trade whatever they want to trade, but they fix it to that. But if there's an open trade platform and BDCs are now selling at 1,400 to $1, you would go to the BDC. You will reach out to the BDC. You will want to transact with the BDC to conduct your transaction, true or false.
True.
Right? Now, okay. So, but again, the criminals who are afraid of coming under the reporting requirements as being guided by the anti-money laundering space and the FATF requirement that is needed for virtual currencies, BDCs, as well as bank and other financial institutions, will not want to do that because they want to sell their criminal proceeds.
Emeka, I've been listening to you for a while now.
Let me land the point. There you come. Let me land the point.
Okay.
They want to sell their criminal proceeds somewhere else. Binance provides them with that platform. So now what the government wants to do is to get Binance to be regulated, come under our regulatory guidance. Now, not only that, as at last year, $26 or $29 billion moved from Nigeria via your platform. We want to see the records of those customers. Open your records. Let's see the records of those people who have been doing it. Don't forget that Nigeria is still a hotbed for terrorism. Let's see the people doing it. And Binance said no. Don't forget, Binance was fined by the US by $4.6 billion for money laundering activities and sanction violations. So that exchange needs to be properly regulated. As a matter of fact, they are counting it as a cost of doing business because they will pay the fines and they will go
my concern with all this is that it appears that they are doing this dance where they'll say Binance did it, Binance didn't do that. Then maybe Binance actually did a lot of things. Let me just finish my point. Let me just finish the point. Maybe Binance actually did what they are accusing Binance of. Let's say Binance robbed Nigeria of $10 billion. Then they will go and argue for $10 billion. And guess what? They will settle for $3 billion or $4 billion. Who gets the remaining kickbacks? The kickbacks within themselves. They will share it among themselves.
Binance
I think I've seen this happening in Nigeria multiple times.
Binance provides a platform.
People need to know when they are getting conned. I see. My point is that sometimes you are a smart man. You should know when you're getting conned. These people came to power knowing full well the nature of economy. If you knew it, they did. Are you telling me Tinubu didn't know? When Buhari
did. They didn't know. You expect them that they were outside studying the situation.
Hold on now, guys. They didn't know the
and
extent.
you love Tinubu and he didn't know anything about economy.
They didn't know. No, they're no economists. They didn't know the extent of our economic
situation. No, I don't buy that excuse.
That's
what Buhari said. The same thing Buhari said.
Now they know. Now they know. Guys, all the noise. Now they know.
This is the same party, so he can't say they didn't know. He was even encouraging Buhari to print more money. So how will you say he didn't know the state of the economy?
Economic sabotage. They knew.
Don't know the state of the economy.
Do you know how many videos? Do you know how many? Hold on.
Right to us that we had about $5 billion in our external reserve, and when this government came in, they only found about 3 billion plus, and that is part of the problem where we are.
They didn't know the extent as how bad it was.
No.
Right?
They knew
already.
What? Hold on. I don't like this statement that we do all the time. Hold on. I don't like this statement that we keep doing every time. Every government that comes in, we are shocked what the other government previously did. It's stupid. They know exactly what they are doing. They are conning you. How can they pretend? How can elites pretend as if they don't know what the other government?
And it's the same party.
This is APC for crying out loud.
Yes.
Okay, forefathers.
You have to know when you're getting conned. These people are conning us again.
Forefathers, let me tell you this: 23 trillion.
Con men, constantly conning the people.
Forefathers, let me tell you this now. During the COVID period, Emefiele printed that 23 trillion naira and gave it to the government to resolve budgetary concerns. Guess what the government did with that fund? To enhance consumption. Emefiele again gave 10 trillion for intervention funds that has not been paid back. Now, if you sum that up, that is 33 trillion naira money supply in the economy. That has increased our inflation to 29.9% currently now. And that is why the CBN governor has increased the NPR rate. He has increased the NPR rate to 22.5 to fight inflation. All these things result to the
Excuse me, Emeka, please, I want to ask you a question, please. Let me just ask this question. It's very related to what he said now.
But that is not the point I was making. Please go ahead.
Emeka, I don't know if you heard the exchange between Akpabio and Lawan, Senator Akpabio and Lawan, where he said we printed, you get under your admission or your leadership, 23, I'm not so accurate.
23 trillion.
Yeah, and he said no, that's the only amount, that if it's up to 30 trillion, then that means it was done currently, but all they know is that it was 23 trillion. So we're asking, where did the balance that the extra money come from?
No, 23 trillion is the ways and means. So
yes, ways and means, but they are saying it's 30 trillion.
No,
that was the exchange.
33 is intervention funds. That's borrowing. I don't know if you know what intervention funds.
No, but he didn't say it there. They were specifically saying ways and means.
Yeah, ways and means under the CBN Act, right?
Even though the ways and means are never thing, you're supposed to still go for appropriation to the CBN, to the House.
Exactly. The ways and means, the CBN is allowed to borrow 5% of the last year budget of the federal government. They are allowed to support the government with their budgetary concerns, budgetary deficit, budgetary funding, allocation of funds to different MDAs or ministries. They are allowed to do that. But what Emefiele did that did not go through the Senate or even the House of Representatives was to give 23 trillion to the government. That is way above. I think that's more than even our budgets.
So how come nobody's calling
you heard the current president was encouraging Buhari to print more money. So and you say he's not aware of the state of the economy.
It's not about Emefiele print money for Buhari. How come they're not calling them for questioning? He print money for Buhari, not that they say print money, he loots the money.
I can't
print for Buhari.
No, he printed. Hold on, guys, please. Let's be factual. I like to do with facts.
Can you know that people?
Okay, please hold on. I like to deal with the facts, right? 23 trillion.
His explanation is at an end soon. So
23 trillion is to support the budgetary deficits and spending requirement as a result of the COVID issues, right? We all knew that COVID affected a lot of economies in the world. So the government could not go to borrow. No bank was listening. Multilaterals, bilaterals, any other bank, even China, nobody was talking. Everybody was fighting COVID. So Emefiele decided to do that, but he did it illegally. So within that space, what he did was illegal, but it is to keep the government afloat. So what government
Not
used
all of
that to
them.
do?
Not all of them. That's why they are questioning Lawan.
Exactly.
But the question I'm asking,
I agree.
if they started seeing their book now, then somebody's supposed to call Emefiele and
Yes.
equally call Buhari. Because not, we didn't say Emefiele loot this money. We
He
need
gave
to
the
ask
money to the
questions.
government. Now, guess
So
what?
why are they not calling the Buhari's government
He's
for
been asked
questioning?
questions. He's been
Okay,
asked
okay.
questions now. But now, what has now happened
Emeka,
is they have
I think you've done your
securitized that
explanation.
23 trillion, right?
Emeka,
They've
you've had a lot of chance.
securitized the 23
Where's
trillion.
Emeka now? Let me see. I don't want to have to mute you. See, you had your explanation. When you talked about Emefiele putting funds inside the economy, that's not. It's a form of quantitative easing, isn't it?
Yes.
That is what they did in the UK too. So it's not necessarily a terrible thing.
It's not a terrible thing. It's not a terrible, but
then why
it's
do
not
you
a terrible
always
thing.
bring it up
It
as something?
increases the money supply, right?
when
And you have
yeah,
so
it
much
does.
money in the economy, you have inflation coming up with it.
But that is not as bad as what we are seeing now. What we are seeing now is on a different scale. That's what we are talking about. Let me allow Bumi wanted to say something.
Okay,
please.
let me leave. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave.
No. Hold
I'm
on.
going to leave.
Let Bumi have a say.
No, let me leave. I'm leaving now, right?
If you
No,
want
I
to
don't
leave,
want you to leave. I don't want you to leave. Please, can Mr.
I want to leave. Leave
If
now.
you don't want him to leave, then you want him to keep talking.
I want to ask for Father that can I come on tomorrow to explain properly because we are addressing this issue.
Okay.
So I will give you the end. Let me explain the
it.
end to end.
Victory, if you're going to be around, then
because we are addressing it on piecemeal. The piecemeal will not give you the full context. So I'll give you the end to end, from beginning to the end, and what is our current position and what the CBN is doing. Thank you very much.
After we finish talking about the guests, Bumi wants to ask you a question, I think. Bumi, please go ahead.
To be honest,
John Abba, we're coming in.
I think Mr. John Abba wants to go.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I want to ask a question, but I also deliver some stuff because I feel like when I ask questions, I don't say anything. I want to say something. I don't disagree with what Mr. Emeka has said, but I feel like he keeps on. I think you're excusing one part from the government side in terms of like you're not addressing the fact that in economics 101 says that you have to have confidence. There is no confidence from the Nigerian people or people outside when it comes to the Nigerian state. You just explained how the government printed 23 something trillion Naira. You're not talking, and now it's driving inflation. You're not talking about how that inflation is affecting the confidence and also going ahead in creating more demand for dollars.
Now, if you want to answer that, I'm going to take 10 minutes to explain to you. Can I do it tomorrow?
Let me also deliver to you. I also think then we're using that scapegoat and saying Binance is the problem.
No, Binance is not the only problem. That's not what I'm saying. Binance is not the only problem. Binance is just a player within that sector, right? Within the speculation sector. Binance is not the only problem. So there are multiple
Let her finish. You know she's
that's
not
why
like
I said
a victory.
I do not disagree with you when it comes to the Binance. I don't disagree. But I only disagree with the way you're delivering it, making it seem that Binance is the real problem. Why the Naira is devaluing?
No. Binance is not.
I feel
you're all in agreement.
No, Binance is one. No, I came up right because, like I told forefathers, we're addressing this issue in piecemeal. Right? The full context is not yet explained. It needs a full contextual explanation. It's not. If you are talking about Binance, I will talk about Binance consigned with the problem, right? If you bring up Binance, I will only explain. Okay, this is the wrong Binance is doing within this issue. Now, if you talk about BDC, I will not tell you this is what BDC is doing within this issue. If you talk about the government, I will tell you this is the problem the government has done, or these are the solutions the government is doing. Now, you talked about confidence, right? You talked about consumer confidence. Now,
hold on. Now, you need to let her try to chip in. I don't think you hear her.
I wasn't. I was actually.
She's trying to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, no worries.
I said I also want to deliver. Let me also get the 5 minutes you got. Okay.
In terms of
like when you say, I feel like Binance is a repercussion of how our government has been neglecting their duties. Okay, the only reason, because you just said that we have a currency that someone can just wake up one day, in this case Binance, and say $1 is, let's say, 2,000 naira. Our government, they know this, and that's only possible.
Can I? I want to correct that. Please, can I? Because Binance is a platform. Let me explain the end-to-end of Binance. Right?
You can't give a long explanation.
No, it's not a long explanation. It's not a long explanation.
I know what Binance is.
Yeah,
I do know
hold on. I know you do. But can I say, even traders are here, right? So Binance provides a platform for people to come in to transact between themselves.
I'm only addressing your
so
speculation.
Binance is just enabling. I'm not saying Binance is the problem. I never said that. I only said Binance is playing a role in creating the problem along the BDCs, along other speculators, along even the banks.
And
we have not talked about the banks.
Emeka, did you say $26 billion in 1 year or?
In 1 year, yes, last year. That's what Cardoso said.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. And it's illicit. So, and they want to know. So the National Security Advisor wants to know because of the terrorist connectivity and the money laundering concerns.
That's a lot of money in 1 year. For one
year is a lot. If people know not about that, we are not talking about the impact of that trade. We are talking about the money laundering consign and the terrorist financing consign of that form. That's what they are saying. So that's why I said that issue is a separate issue. So now they want Binance, open your book, open your system, and give us those Nigerians that conducted those transactions. And Binance said no. And they're like, okay, no problem. You can stay in here. Then when you are ready, you let us know. The United States also have
address any problem that Nigeria is having, regardless.
The CBN is addressing it now. That's why. Can I come tomorrow to explain better? Let me give the end to end.
I think okay, you can come tomorrow.
Emeka, speculations. You understand, and confidence in the market, or confidence when it comes to government in terms of transparency and accountability. You all know we are lacking all this thing. I will put it to you. You are speaking like an APC person who is defending your party. If we tell ourselves the truth, very many of us know that government say one thing and they do another thing. Until this case get to court, we see the other side. They started talking and everything. Government might come up and say 26 billion. And these people will come at tomorrow now and tell us that we never even do 3 billion. We don't even know. You understand? So there are so many things. So all this speculation. It is hard to believe our government. So let's hold on to some extent with some of these things. Let's not believe government like that.
If the government says 26 billion illicit fund was conducted by Nigerians on the Binance trading platform, let Binance now open their record. So it is now up to Binance now to now say, okay, Nigeria government, it is not 26 billion, it is 10 billion, and these are the list of people.
You said it before. You see, my concern now.
Please, he's the talking forefather, right? He's the
Bello hasn't said anything. Jonaba wanted to say something. Bumi hasn't finished the conversation.
He says something that I want to interject the conversation, but you just allow him to keep running on, and he's been talking for 20 minutes.
No, let Victory say.
No, I don't think it's going
to. I want to hear what Victory wants to say.
Emeka, okay, if I'm to summarize what you are doing, you are going to be very happy for us to be talking about all the issues from the various BDC, Binance, and all the rest.
Yes,
when in reality, hold on.
Yeah.
When in reality, the problem is the so-called party that you support and the government that you support, they created a problem that shouldn't exist. And you will be happy for us to be circling ourselves, doing all this. And personally, I don't like to partake in that type of stuff. Maybe people want to partake in it. I tend to see when I'm getting conned. It's quite obvious. If Buhari knows this and Tinubu doesn't know it, I don't believe that.
So, can I end by saying you are not, at least we have an adult now in the room in CBN, right? He's not like Emefiele, who is looking at making profit for himself and his friends. Now he is now in the room in CBN and is strictly for policy making.
You created a problem, you need to solve the problem. Why does he not just dig a hole and cover it and call it a day?
Oh yes, member supposed to be Cardoso. And they do. These are the real OES members. If there's any OES members, come on, let's tell ourselves.
Bye, guys. Can I go? Can I go?
You can get on with it. I don't like people that try to solve problems that they created. That's con.
Let me say something. Right? Give me a scale, right, of the problem, magnitude of the problem that Binance caused in this whole what's called financial crisis.
Speculation has been going on before Binance even started.
No, I said give me a scale. Okay, speculation. Okay, nice. Not Binance now. Okay,
no,
now,
you are not getting. Hold on. I'm not saying. You say don't. I didn't say Binance is
no problem. No problem. You do.
I didn't say Binance. I said Binance is involved. So you have a group.
Why are we going at him?
Speculation. Emeka, hold on. No wahala. Let's
give me a scale. Look, you have said something before. Let's, Jonaba.
No, I'm just asking a question for Emeka.
Don't ask him now. Don't ask him now. Let Jonaba ask his question.
Loco, I'll call
Emeka. Let him ask a question. Jonaba, please don't ask Emeka. But you guys will ask Emeka. Emeka will be happy for you to be spinning around this thing.
I want to leave because you have promised me I'll come tomorrow. You have promised me I'll come tomorrow.
What I'm going to advise you to do is use very simple language so that
I will use very simple
grandmama in the village will understand what you are saying.
I will explain it like I'm talking to my
BDCs and big
Father, that is where I come in. I use parable. Take answer.
Exactly.
Please, can I just say something before Emeka leave? I want Emeka to, on behalf of him and his party, to agree that the biggest speculator is Tinubu himself that started this.
Jonaba, you are my guy. I love you, Jonaba.
I love you too, brother. But I want you to know that, sometimes you are very honest about admitting, but the biggest speculator that started this thing was from the day one of this first subsidy. Because you say that the market people that are using Nigerian product that are not importing it, inflating their prices in the market. But you take aside that the fuel also is up. It's a common approach that at least it may not affect people like you and Paul and Godfather, but me, I'm from village. I have never been part of the Nigerian federal cake like you. So even at that level, it's affecting them. That all their product, especially the Benue people that make all the product, and you guys sit in the town and eat it, they have to bring it to the town and they have to use fuel. So, and from that very beginning, I just want a simple thing that I want you to go. I know you are my guy, but the biggest speculator here that started the whole thing. If somebody's to be blamed, you also have to share in the blame. So good night anyway. You look nice in your disguise all the time.
Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you very much.
Jonaba, the fire make you no get light for house for Texas. It look like say the fire make NEPA don't take on a light for Texas.
I know if you pay my bill again now.
Nice one. I think Bumi hasn't finished her question. Have you finished?
I have not finished, so please, can I actually have the 5 minutes on?
Yeah.
No, but Bumi, can I leave? You can continue.
To be a little bit more assertive.
I want to leave so that Bumi can continue. I don't think it's a
Bumi, if you don't have a question, just say you don't have a question so that Emeka can leave.
I never had a question.
Okay.
I
Emeka, you can.
Then Emeka don't say anything.
I want to make a question. No, I'm not going to make a question. You just
Bumi's this thing again.
Emeka, go and come back tomorrow. Have a good night.
I'll come back tomorrow.
You not tell me the skill. No, I wanted to know from Emeka's
we know the rule. Bumi speaks. Period.
No, I mean, before we can come out now, the scale.
Let him go. Bumi, go ahead, please. See,
the driver, I know, sir, you drive
no, we have to follow the rule now because she's supposed to speak. You can't
So
just
let
Lokopi
ask the question. Let me give Lokopi his answer. Let Lokopi ask the question.
No, Lokopi is not asking anything. Are you
Lokopi,
we have rules. Take this guy. Before I go and mute myself again. See, we have rules. Ladies are underrepresented. When they want to speak, we allow them to speak. When they get up to 3, 4,
let me take a script from Bumi. Let me take a script from Bumi.
Loco, please. Loco, please. You are special guest of honor. You need to allow Bumi speak. Please go ahead. Let's follow the rules.
Oh, yeah, Emeka, please wait for me. Please wait for me.
Thank you. See, my argument from the get-go has just, I am not going to sit here and support Binance and say they have every right to do whatever. I see them as a business, I think they're an American-owned business. I don't know. But all I know is that...
No, it's not America, it's China.
It's China.
At the end of the day, there's a business to be made, especially in Nigeria. And they have seen that, and they're taking advantage of it. But I would say the real problem is the government has given them the ability to actually profit off of it. Stopping them does not stop the fact that they created that space. Even if you you completely find a way to stop Nigerians from being able to go on Binance to buy cryptocurrency, there are other cryptocurrencies that platforms that they can use to still buy cryptocurrency. That does not stop the demand for the lack of confidence that people have with the Naira. It doesn't stop anything. So until they address the fact that they need to stop this demand for dollars, because how do you tell me that I can wake up one day and see something and people are just going to ride on it? That's because there's no confidence, and that's the problem. They need to start creating. Why should a market woman be on the same level as, let's say, a business when it comes to what the dollar rate is? There should be some domestic market that will not be drastically affected by the dollar, in terms of if there are certain things that we can create in our country, it will really help inflation. But because we are importing every single thing, of course, dollar will forever keep on going up, and you see people who will keep on trading or buying other currencies. That is the real problem, and that's why that's the big thing I only disagree with Mr. Emeka, is that he never addressed it. He never addressed that point. He kept on just focusing on Binance. I would say the way he explained it, it does seem like Binance is indirectly sabotaging the Nigerian economy. Yes, but I think the Nigerian government is first of all sabotaging its own economy. Because how do you get advice from the IMS? Someone that is I'm giving you money and you're getting advice from me. How does that make any sense? That's the number one.
Bumi, you are 100% right. Like I tell people, just imagine over 25 years in Nigeria, nearly every part of the world, you can't do Western Union. You can't send money from Nigeria out. You can only receive. You can go to other clients. You can. It's just funny.
You can send Western from Nigeria.
I'm going to give one example.
You can send Western from Nigeria.
Western Union from Nigeria. When?
You go First Bank. I did First Bank. I did Fidelity Bank. Just those two I know. But other banks, Eco Bank, don't do it. But two banks.
I'm going to give one example. I have known about.
Let Bumi finish.
I'm going to give one.
Western Union, or you do wired? Are you sure it's Western Union or you do wired? You wired.
Making a let Bumi finish because I won't speak and I won't attack forefather for putting me out there, not letting me talk to a baker.
$1,000 equivalent.
You were busy typing away. What am I supposed to do?
$1,000 equivalent. Now you will be no pass.
I have known about Binance or cryptocurrency for the past 7 years. Okay, but I have not bought any cryptocurrency because which I also kind of feel bad I haven't, but I have not seen the urge to. The only reason I want to do that if I really want to invest my money. That's it. But that's not the case when it comes to the Nigerian situation. Nobody's doing it for just investment. They're doing it because man must survive. And that's because nobody trusts the Naira. If I have 1 million Naira in my bank in Nigeria, it makes no sense because in the next day I could wake up and I could not afford anything. So of course I'm going to go trade on, buy cryptocurrency and buy Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever. But I don't have that problem when it comes to the euro because I'm not waking up thinking it's going to drastically just disappear unless a war happens. But that's the confidence that we need to talk about. The government are not talking about. And that's why I kind of disagree with him because the government are portraying this whole Binance situation as, look, the reason why dollar is the way it is because of Binance. That's a lie. The reason why dollar is the way it is because you have not provided any reason that dollar. If we should just take a moment and go on Google $1 to a Naira, there's always a graph that comes up. Check the graph. That's the reason. Binance did not do that to Nigeria. That's the Nigerian government. It went, I think, from 2018. You see how it skyrocketed.
Yeah.
That's the real problem here. And that's the only thing I would disagree with Mr. Emeka. Address the fact that you need to reduce demand. You reduce demand by making sure domestic businesses can thrive. I have the African shop here. I went and I asked them because the plantain wasn't really given. So I asked him, where are you getting your plantain from? He told me Ecuador. I'm like, okay, what else are you
So you don't
getting
know?
from? I didn't know. So I asked him,
Oh.
what else are you getting from Nigeria? Because he's a Nigerian man. He said the only thing he gets from Nigeria is fish. How you and he hasn't he sells for multiple Nigerians. He's a Nigerian. I'm like, how is the only thing that you sell from the country Nigeria fish?
So where do you get your Gary from?
And then I asked him, okay, like why
Your
aren't
Gary?
you
What
getting
about your Gary?
I don't eat Gary.
Gary is coming from Senegal and Gambia, not even Nigeria again.
Like, and he told me that the
Yeah,
reason
the
why
Gary
he
is
can't
coming
get,
in the US. The Gary is coming from Ghana.
and he told me the
Ghana,
reason
Gambia,
why
and Senegal.
he told me the reason why he cannot, the only thing he can kind of get is the Nigerian government makes it very hard for you to export. And we are wondering why dollar is this when we are not exporting any common food. If every African store, in terms of Nigerian African store, sells everything and they get from Nigeria, I'm telling you that will reduce some level of the demand of dollar. We need to make sure we export. We can't keep on importing every single thing in our life and then we start crying that everybody wants dollar because
For
we're
me, just to
eating
let you know, Tura soap dey for African store. Tura soap to make you yellow.
What of Ijabu Gary? Is it from Ghana?
That's my opinion when it comes to this Binance situation.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, but Godfather did not. Sorry, guys, Godfather refused to put me on.
I didn't see you now.
I wanted to address Emeka for all this gibbling. Look, it's something else to come here and make noise that you think you know about finances and all that. First of all, he doesn't know jack about finances. All he's pushing was the talking point of the ruling party, which is pretty easy talking point for anybody. The same thing his boys have been doing on main Nigerian media, which is point an accusing finger, give the people false hope, keep gaslighting them forward that the problem is being solved while nothing is being done. We all know Nigerian problem has to do mainly with self-sabotage because everybody want to make money from forex. Everybody from a bank manager to the politician to the governor. We all know these are the root problems. They've been doing it in the last administration. The new boys that just came in knew everything about it. They never addressed it. Nobody addressed the issue, the economic sabotage going on from the oil money to the forex exchange. Nobody. Emefiele is just I don't even know what to call that. It's just a show. They're never going to go and arrest Buhari arrest all the people involved, make drastic laws to go after the people involved. They did none of that. None of that. But they want us to keep believing that, well, the problem was caused by Buhari and they are different from Buhari. And now they are doing something about it. People should just have patience. That's the bottom line of that argument. But the truth is, they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. People, look, anybody that gets money, let me just use Abuja as an example. Take the you have all said it. I don't want to be repeating myself. Those governors, they go get money from Abuja. The first thing they do, or anybody, not just them, directors, anybody in Nigerian government, any money that comes into the ministry, the first thing they go do as director is to go convert it to dollars. That in itself creates scarcity because the money is not meant for them to go convert it Naira straight to dollars. The money is supposed to go to those in business for them to buy things and sell. So as long as you don't block that key part and you just want to come here and push a political line, and that none of you took him up on that, and he comes running, shutting people down, attacking people, not addressing the real fact, trying to talk as he's an economic guru. There's no guruship in this thing. It's pure basic common sense. Fix the problem at the root, the problem gets solved. The Naira will still continue to go down with the system they have in place. Propaganda does not solve government issue. You have to take action, and they are not taking action. They are not. And none of you took him up on that. And you let him run his mouth like that. They're talking rubbish.
No, you're speaking for it's your uncles now. Why are you coming?
Yeah, but Forefather never let me in to give him the Agbero treatment.
Don't worry now, it's your uncle. That's okay.
You know, Cardozo is talking rubbish. Cardozo doesn't know the fuck what he's doing. He doesn't know what in fact, MFNA is smarter than Cardozo. I'll be honest with you.
No, Cardozo will suffer more because he has been Tinubu boy from day one.
Smarter, as bad as Emefiele is way smarter as an economics than Cardozo. Cardozo don't know shit what he's doing. They come in there with that Lagos Agbero mentality, talking trash. Trash.
I think we've all seen those videos. I don't know whether any of you have seen the video.
Alaba, I said it initially. Maybe you didn't listen. I said it about the governors. The governors are now getting more money. So which means their demand for dollar is even higher.
Anybody who is a director,
you understand? The local government, if their money goes, they are getting more money now. Because of the subsidy that is gone, they are making more money. They quickly convert it. But you know the funny part, Tinubu cost it. You understand? You cost it. You know, I get tired with the way we do things. And
gaslight people, make noise, this, that. They like pointing fingers. They're pointing fingers to speculators. Speculators are not the problem. Speculators are not.
Let me just add something quickly. Have we all seen the videos where Nigerians were testifying and talking about the Babangida years when IMF will come and ask us to devalue our currency, and they kept doing it and doing it, like Mumu, they kept doing it, and that's exactly the same thing. Tinubu came into office and did again. So, and that is what I find problematic with Emeka. Emeka knows is very
that's why precedent for you to work with.
Exactly. And that's why I challenged him. And I said, Buhari, as much as we say he's dumb, was smart enough to say, I'm not taking IMF's advice. I'm not devaluing this currency. And you, that is an so-called accountant, would listen.
Exactly.
And you're not on the outside studying things. You really wanted this. We'll assume that you've done all your analysis from outside. And
you guys are missing it because the IMF advice benefits them. You missing the point. That IMF idea, it benefits them.
It benefits them, their own narrow interest.
Alaba, you are speaking the right thing. Because the government is seeing themselves like government is to make more zeros. Meanwhile, instead of you to create an enabling environment for other business to strive, our government is seeing themselves like, remember Tinubu come outside clearly tell everybody that I make 400 billion under 1 month. After the first month, he stopped telling us how much he made. He said the second one that is up to 1 billion. Now people are asking questions. Where is the excess money? he's not saying anything. Government is not there to make more money. You can even see somebody like Alun Dumi also said it the other time that we are making more money. That is stupid when the people are dying. It just makes no sense. Look, let me tell you one funny thing. In the US here, you want to buy a house, you work with your bank. You can go straight to the so-called what we call the small bank, the credit union and every other thing. You want to buy a house. Alaba will go to a loan shark to go borrow money, say you won't buy a house. You will die the next day now with their outrageous interest. You will die the next day. It's common sense. So why would people be going to Aboki to go buy dollar and you're a business person? Because you can have it in the bank. You can have it in the BDCs. It's just common
what
sense.
They need to deal with. So they need to deal with that. So
this
that
one
is not with the Abokis.
Yeah, you see, this is one recent one that they did with Bart. This was 8 years ago. IMF, guess what? Let's play this.
The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has once again called on the Nigerian government to devalue its currency. IMF, in a statement on Wednesday, said Nigeria's economy is suffering from the impact of a sharp decline in oil prices, adding that Naira devaluation is a necessity. However, IMF position differs from that of President Mohamed Buhari, who insisted that Nigeria would not devalue the currency. IMF Managing Director Christine Lagarde, during her visit to the country in January, had called on the Nigerian government to devalue its currency in order to address important economic challenges, most importantly, the impact of low oil prices. A former Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, Emeka Anyoko, has warned that Naira devaluation could trigger an economic disaster for the country. He said those calling for official devaluation of the Naira need to come up with a good answer to Nigeria's current problematic situation with its currency.
See, this was 8 years ago.
IMF is literally running Kenya to the...
That's another country they are running to the ground. it's always black countries that they are running to the ground. You see, the thing is, why do this?
Because black leaders are stupid. They want to make money. They're not thinking of their future. They're not thinking of their children. They're thinking of now.
Right. They will come into our country with their smiles just to kill you. And they will ask you to devalue your currency, knowing full well you don't have exports. That is awful. That is just awful.
Wait, for brothers, is it not? So you want them to say this government not get sense? Say na scam, they want scam them. The government know.
Yeah, but the question now is that why are we not picking? Why is you see this is the thing now? We are looking at this as speculator issue, this issue, that issue. This is a government issue. They created it. They wanted their people. They wanted to favor the Europeans and their masters that they serve. They want to favor them so that they can keep them in office, and also they are going to make money out of it. This is why they are doing all this. They are not doing. In short, I call this economic sabotage. This is why these are leaders. They are tantamount to traitors the way they behave. And can you imagine something that Buhari knows? Buhari is not very intellectual.
I want to remind you of Nigerian history. Remember when Idi Agbon came into power back then? He told those white people that we will do trade by
is that
barter.
9?
Victory.
Oh, victory. Oh, yeah. Thank you for joining us, Victory. If you can come in tomorrow when Mika is around.
No, it's from me. I'm saying good night from here.
Okay.
Good night.
Good
night tomorrow.
He's told.
Good morning is supposed to tell us by now.
Tone didn't get very upset today. It looks like he's beginning to like Emeka. I don't know. Tone, are you
Tone is trading.
Are you trying to join APC now? Is that what Tone is up to now? Tone is drifting to APC slowly. Is that what is going on? He didn't say anything to Emeka today at all. What's going on?
I've always been a trader anyway.
I see. That's good. That's good.
Sorry, can you hear me for further? Just a quick one.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, Ferreira, for coming in to say just to explain the basic point to that just to make a guy. He said one of the main issue is about speculative. For further, what makes people speculate is because you don't have enough of that product. Either you want to hold, or you're just thinking that that this thing is not, they don't have it. So people speculate, right? So you're holding back, thinking that that. That's why I said to you for further, I remain speculative on the Nigerian Naira. until CBN can show me the book. I want to see how much they have as a foreign reserve. When is the NPC going to start paying them USD into their account for the sale of crude oil?
They will lie to you again, Victory. They will still lie to you. They will lie to you.
I'm not saying, but I want to see those information. Then I will make my own informed decision. You cannot run a country of propaganda. It's not going to work. And I will leave it. I will just want to go now. And I will leave with this. I told somebody about 2 years ago. I said, convert all the money you have in Naira to dollars. That time, the Naira to the dollar was 620 Naira.
Exactly. I told them too. I told them. They were arguing.
Yeah, you are the people causing the problem. You see them?
Let me
convert it to dollar. Convert it to dollar. And they invite the Nigerian government to do that one.
Hold on, let me make I told the guy that. The guy said, "Oh, what do I mean?" And I explained to him. The guy did not go ahead with that decision. What I discussed with him. The guy called me a few days ago when the dollar got to 1.9. He said his 100 million Naira now is worth just about $60,000. Something that would have given him about $133,000 at that time when I told him that, right? And I will say this to you for that, like, I don't know if you know what you're doing, right? You can clearly make 10% every month. So imagine people that if you're trading with bulk money, those that are trading with over 100K, and you make 10%, what is that monthly? And these people will come and start to say for that Nigeria does not have money. Until I see the books, I remain speculative on what I'm saying. That's my judgment. Everybody can make their own decision.
And also speculation is not bad. Let me tell you, the strongest stock in Nigerian Stock Exchange is Nestle. When I hear that news that Nestle lost 104 billion, the last time I bought stock in the Nigerian Stock Exchange is over 10 years ago. Guess what? I'm planning to buy Nestle now. You understand? Because it's not to my own advantage. Yeah. I'm buying it now for almost next to nothing. You understand? So speculation, it's always like that. But you understand? The bull and bear markets. You understand? So if government have positive vibes putting out there, no speculation will turn your currency to bear. It will always be bull. You understand? But when you don't have anything to support, that's when you keep going down. When we hear all these things that, oh, Nestle lost, MTN lost, what do you think wise people will do? Go watch Nestle. You'll see Nestle between now and 1 month time, the price will go down. Go watch it after 1 month time, 1 month to 2 months. By the time they are hitting their first quarter again, the price will start crumbling up again. That's how it works. So speculation, there's nothing wrong with speculation. The way he is saying speculation. When people speculate with you, you yourself too, you have your managers to come and make people understand, oh, we lose because of we are investing into this product. We lose because we are doing this and that. By the time this thing manifests, it will pay us. So if the government is telling people that, oh, we have this deal with European countries, we have this deal with America, you understand, there is heavy ship that can carry this. Our water is not deep enough. We are investing in our seaport so that big jumbo, super jumbo ship can enter our Nigerian water that can cover the whole West African coast and everything. So we are investing heavily. But when this thing comes on stream, guess what? People will start saying reason, let me invest in that market. Let me do this, let me do that. Forefather, I ship a container to Nigeria. The calculation on that container is like 9 million. Guess what? Some 3 weeks ago, the custom told me 21 million. 21 million. Yes, my brother, I am so, when they say somebody they're happy, I'm so happy because that container that I ship, the thing I only have in that container is just only school shares. It's a lady that is building a hotel in Lekki. So most of her things that she put inside there, but I'm the one that got the container. The lady is crying. She owned 2 apartments in Dubai. She's crying. She don't even know who sent her this business. And she went to Nigeria. Her husband divorced her after 28 years married. The man, young girl, carried the husband for Nigeria. Everything just messed up. The woman is thinking now whether she just let the container go. But she's thinking my own goods in the container. I say, madam, I don't care about my own goods. If you even give me $300, I'll take. Because I didn't lose anything. $300, I'll take. Let it go. 21 million.
I think speculation. I think speculation, when it goes wrong, is a form of a bank run. You know when
it's cancerous. It's cancerous.
Because if people can normally go to a bank and get their money out the way it's supposed to happen. But when people get scared, jittery, then there's a run on the bank. It can lead to the collapse of that bank. And that is the speculation that is happening in Nigeria now. And I think the government has a right to stamp down on that. But they need to also put more permanent measures in place to stabilize the currency, which they are not even doing.
Not at all. Not at all.
I want to make 2 points. Just 2 points. I remember back then when they kicked Shagari out and the Nnamdi were in charge. Okay, when the Nnamdi were in charge, the issue of IMF loan did not come up because Nnamdi specifically said, "Look, we're going to do trade by barter." Went back into historic age. Whatever we have, we'll give you guys. Whatever you have, you'll give us. We'll do trade by barter. And then the fifth element kicked the Nnamdi out, which is them Babangida, and then they went for this IMF loan. Now, history is repeating itself, but in a more worse condition. Now, there's full-fledged corruption, impunity. Nobody checks anybody. There's nothing wrong with policies. But before you enact a policy, you block the loopholes first.
Right.
First, okay, you remove subsidy, you didn't block the loopholes. Now subsidy is back. Again, you devalue the Naira, you didn't block the loopholes. Now the devaluation just keep going up. There's no ending to it because you have not addressed the key factors creating the problem, which are the, they know it, they all know it, but because they are benefiting, it's a direct benefit for them. They're not even addressing that at all in their conversation. How do we block all these loopholes that's creating this thing? None of that comes up in any of their conversation. But they keep throwing things, and the only solution they have is to point finger, as if once they are able to point finger at someone, that solves the problem. And that's what drives me crazy. It's speculators, is this, is the Abokis, is the bank, is
I didn't even believe they will even blame their own government.
Fingers all you want. If you don't
what is BDC?
Your
what is
continues to multiply.
What is BDCs? BDCs is what I call corporate aboki. Still no record. They don't have any book that you can look very well. It's what I just call corporate aboki. These people just have license to go buy this dollar and sell it without showing you anything. That is what I call corporate aboki.
You guys talking about the dollar now. Wait until the petroleum problem starts again. We've not seen anything yet.
Does anyone know where Does anyone know where our refineries are now? Whether they are coming back online.
Father, even if they come on full-fledged, they can't help them with all this problem on the ground. Even if the refinery come on full-fledged, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's not. This currency one is a killer. It's a killer if they don't fix it. Everything is going to really, it's going to wreck everything.
You hear about it.
Which one?
You're all still talking the currency one. The petroleum one is still coming. That's the second
the currency one, if they don't contain it, it's just going to keep spiraling out of control. Do you know, in the last 3 weeks or 2 weeks, I've had people that want to buy 3 different people that want to sell their property. Because people are worried that all their investment in property is not going to be meaningless when every inflation just keeps going through the roof. It's a bit of a serious problem on the ground. And like if you want to sell their property and put it in dollars, because that will appreciate more, isn't it? That's their plan. And that is leading to my goodness. If it's getting to properties, the thing is crazy. And this government, they really need to stem this tide. And I've been saying it all this while, that why you keep allowing your people to have such serious craving for the dollars without doing anything about it. And you're running around, pretending as if you don't know what the problem is. But what can I say? It's just these people.
Things is so bad that as a landlord, you can't even quit your tenant. You quit your tenant, you don't even have people to rent your property. It's just hard. Just find me anything. You understand? It's just hard. There is no money. Things are tough. Everything is expensive. You understand? You don't increase salaries. The biggest problem in Nigeria.
You all are not addressing it's going to get worse. I'm not trying to.
It's going to get worse because purchasing power is not there.
Now is the currency one. The petroleum one is still coming. The IPGA, or what do they call it? I've been telling the government be lying.
What is the petrol one you are talking about? What is the petrol one? I don't fully understand.
You've not been following. you know, the people that they carry petrol, government be saying they've settled them, they've given them, they've said they've not settled them all. They are
the NATO. No, NATO.
NATO,
yeah.
So all the people now saying that it's their own money they are using to stabilize the price of petrol, and they can't keep selling it at the current price they are selling it. So once that one explode, so the price of gasoline again will double.
It will double.
Oh,
and that one again will create more problem.
The country can't take that one.
And forefather, that will create more problem in the north, because that is where the subsidy is. You understand? You subsidize what is moving from Lagos to Kaduna. They subsidize the transportation and everything so that they can sell the same price. What is selling in Lagos so that they can sell in Kanu. So these guys that transport these things, the subsidy for government to pay their money, they threaten strike, they beg them, they call the strike overnight. You know, and the money is going up.
If petrol price double, diesel price doubles again, the Nigerians are going to blow. The Nigerians are going to blow. Because if they are selling their property already now, they are going to blow. This people. Okay, I think we should move the topic on a bit. I think they were talking about which one is Tinubu in Qatar? Okay, the one he took people to Qatar. He did say that he wasn't going to go with more than 20 people. Now he went with 38 again.
Two of his children.
He went with the children too. Nice.
Two, not one. Two for the first time.
Yes.
And why do they always like to go to all these countries? You would think if I was in the Nigerian government, the places I would like to travel to first, I would like to visit America, have some kind of serious discussion with the African American community. They have a purchasing power of $2 trillion. Go to Brazil, go to Capcom, and go to the Nigerian diaspora and make the Nigerian environment safe so that they can come back. This idea that you keep running to India, Qatar, Dubai, everybody else, other than our own people.
Forefather, there is an American hospital in Ghana that accepts my American insurance card. If I will go for my physiotherapy for my knee in America, out of pocket, it will cost me money. I went to Ghana. It's not costing me anything. And they accept my insurance card. So the Ghanaian, when Ghanaian tell people come back, like the Mexicans are going back, when they get old, they go back to Mexico. The African Americans is coming to Ghana. Remember, when people retire, they come back. You want to show them hospitals to go. They don't want to fall sick and fly 10 hours flight, 12 hours flight. They'll die. You understand? So we still must put something on ground for you to convince people to come. Enabling environment is not there.
I don't know why this our government are so. I don't know what I would call them, just downright wicked, or is this just Nigerians?
I know it's wicked. I don't know people that don't love their own. Sometimes their own.
The British Council is the one telling them
who don't know but think they know.
How can the British Council be the one telling you to use the British Council in Nigeria is telling the Nigerian government, tap into your diaspora to develop your country? Why would the Igboho organization be the one telling you? While Tinubu is the one saying, if they want to go, let them go, we're going to train more. It's like, what kind of backward thinking is that? When we should be tapping, and he says he wants to solve these problems. This is why I don't buy it. They are all con men. They don't want to solve the problem at all. They just pretend. And what is going to happen is that they're going to accuse people, 10 billion you stole from us. And they will go behind the scenes, go and settle themselves.
As long as they have someone to point to, they think the problem is solved. And I don't get that as a system of government. Just point to somebody. They've been doing it for long, though. It's not now.
They didn't even
Remember, Buhari government blamed Jonathan for 8 years. Buhari government blamed Jonathan for 8 years.
8 years. As long as there's someone to point to, it works for them.
Yeah,
I don't know why Nigerians are like this. I don't know why they're like this.
The hypocrisy is like you do these things and then, like just like in Jonathan's time where, they literally shut down the country, protesting. And now you're subtly threatening the labor union, that, you can't do this number of strikes in just 9 months and all that. I mean, people are feeling the pinch. Allow them to express themselves. Everything is not,
I think
politically motivated.
Yeah. Why are they stopping them from striking?
No, they were just, the president himself was just complaining, that Labour has embarked on how many strikes within 9 months, that they are not the only voice in Nigeria. So that they should.
And the worst thing they are doing, they don't even understand. On the soft side, they don't understand. They are losing all their best hands. Anybody that have any means, they leave the country. Anybody that have any means, they leave the country. You understand? You are not investing on your infrastructure. You understand? Your best brain, you are leaving them. You don't pay them well. You don't take care of them. They don't have anything that will
See
sustain
the
them
same
here.
thing with the nurses now. The regulation they're trying to do for the, when they want to travel, they say, oh, they have to do 2 years mandatory.
Those things
To be fair, that for me, that one is trying to start stemming it. I don't see it's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing actually.
No, it's not. But then, like I said, okay, fine, you want to do it, but are you solving the root cause? You don't want people to go and seek greener pastures. Fix the health system, give them incentives to want to stay. Don't compare them to.
Well, but do you know,
sorry before I forget this line. Do you know that if you are studying medicine, once you cross your 300 level in Nigeria, you are doing well. You understand? You can easily get a scholarship from Saudi Arabia. Easily. They'll fund your study easily, that you sign contract like footballer. You cross your 300 level, you struggle 300 level, you can't make it, you fall into engineering. You cross it, you can get scholarship from Saudi Arabia to finish in Unilag, Ife, Ibadan. You finish, you are going to Saudi Arabia. Now, those people, all those nursing things that they are telling you, it's not there. That is one aspect. Forefather, I don't know much, but let me just put it this way. I know you talk about Port Harcourt a lot. Let's just believe that you grew up in Port Harcourt. If you grow up in Port Harcourt, you live most of your best life in Port Harcourt. Probably maybe you school, university in Port Harcourt. I believe you wish to also get a job in Port Harcourt. But with this age, this time now, the way things are going, the global world is becoming a global village, like they say. Guess what? People apply for job, Ekiti, Akwa Ibom in Lagos, they got a job. These days now, that is the same way you can apply for a job in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, India, America, the UK, the Canada of this world. So government don't understand that if you don't do things well, you're going to leave. The man who work in Arizona, the man who work in Ohio, want to work in Wall Street as an accountant, as a financial advisor, want to work in Wall Street. Why did everybody want to work in Wall Street? Why did everybody want to work in San Francisco? Why did everybody want to work in Chicago? Do you know why? They get good high-paying job.
Okay, let me add something to this though.
Doing well.
Let me add something to this. I think the world economy, I think almost I would say what I actually read is, and in the UK here, the UK now and most Western countries, they are restricting the kind of people their citizens are allowed to work for. They are not stupid. They do that. They restrict them now because of all the competition with China and Asia. So they've changed their rules and they made it even illegal. Like if you served in the military, you're not allowed to go to another country. Even if you are retired, go to another country and go and serve now. So now they are able to do that, but we never do those sort of things. And the idea that there is a global market
espionage now, no, that one is sensitive now because of espionage.
That's not what I'm saying. A global marketplace for work. It's not true. You see, the thing is, they will tell you it's free for all when they have the advantage. The moment they don't have the advantage, they will block it. And that is the game. And our people don't play that game. This is why I think that when they try to start restricting people from going overseas very quickly after they graduate, it's not entirely about it. Obviously, the bigger issue is still there. You have to deal with the underlying factors. But let me share one other information that is going to seem a little bit unfair in the context of Nigeria. If you look at the UK now, if you look at the minimum salary to a doctor in the UK and the minimum salary to a doctor in Nigeria, and then you look at the average salary in that country, in both countries, you find that Nigeria actually values these doctors more, if you take the average salaries into account, than the UK. My point is, an example of this, you see, this is the internal, the detail we don't look at. This is the detail we don't look at. If you have a country where a lot of people are living very poor, and they elevate the doctors, the nurses, the lecturers, the police compared to other countries, and yet those professions are the least satisfied compared to the general population, you have to ask yourself, is that even fair? Because look at the it's not fair, but we know why it's happening. I will share one of the numbers that I was talking about. Where you have the minimum salary for a lecturer in the UK, I think it's around 32,000 or so, while the average salary is around 38,000, something like that, or maybe just over that. Then in Nigeria, the average salary of the minimum salary of a lecturer is 100 and something thousand, while the average salary is 48,000 naira. So you can see that the spread from 48,000 naira to 100 and something thousand for the lecturer minimum salary. Remember that 48,000 is human beings that are earning inside the country. Not ghosts, it's human beings. In the UK, the same thing. If you look at the spread, you will see that Nigeria actually values its doctors proportionally to the other people that they are the salary they are paying other people than the UK. But yet,
what about training and retraining?
Those lecturers, I mean, I went to doctors. Those lecturers are the least dissatisfied. They are more dissatisfied than the lecturers in the UK. They go to more strikes. They go to 9-month strike, the one that they did last year. So you can, when you look at the data like that, you start saying, what is going on here? It's not like
but yeah,
you're the one going on strike the longest.
Okay, but yeah, that's good. You addressed one, because the truth is, it's not. I mean, I know majority of people, yes, it's about financial stability or financial growth, but again, it's about the environment, the facilities, and all that. So if you look at the unions when they go on strike, you'll notice that some of their grievances beyond the salary or their income is the environment in which they work in. Like you said, their counterparts overseas, yes, they earn that, but look at the environment they work. So there's that to a high level job satisfaction. They have all the right equipment, trainings, retrainings, and all of that. Here in Nigeria, often at times that's not the case with the government hospitals. I visited the hospital in Ngwa that day in Abuja. It was horrifying. It was like a prison. I was like, how do people even survive in this kind? How will people recuperate in this environment? It was terrible. So those are the things too. So apart from the salary, the environment is another thing that motivates these people.
Yeah, but the question is then, is their actions. Like last year when they went on strike, I was feeling like, you are going on strike, destroying the education system of your own nation. And many of you run overseas. Many of you go and work for private institutions. While the poor people's children, those people that are earning how much again in Nigeria? The average of 0.5 million per annum. Those people, some of them are soldiers dying with Boko Haram and all. Then that the nation actually values you more compared to others, so they value you more than other people. You go on strike for 9 months, and you actually demand to get paid.
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. That's not a work.
The data don't lie. That's the problem. That's what
I think. I think I have a partial answer to your question, to that question that you're going. Let me. Sorry, guys. So if you look at the UK, I think you're choosing the wrong country for the comparison. So usually they will say the devil is always in the details, right? The UK is a half socialist country. Why don't you use the United States? United States is even, maybe I would say 1/10 or 1/8 socialist. If you want to come to capitalist countries, Nigeria is the ideal capitalist country.
So,
oh yeah, of course. I will give you, what's the GDP? What the percentage of the budget or the GDP
controls everything in Nigeria?
No, let me tell you. Nigeria. So capitalism, what's capitalism? Where you have to fend for yourself, right? Socialism is where government is providing things for you. In the UK, you get the government pays for you. That's socialism.
The council has the NHS, the everything.
The NHS. So one of the things, here's America does not have the NHS.
America has that though.
No, we don't. Come on. I know this very well. America does not have. America has Medicare.
They have Medicare. They have different ways of doing
this. Hold on now.
For senior citizens, you've already retired.
Don't they have housing? They have housing for.
Hold on now. Let me tell you.
It's only for poor people.
That's so you ask the question.
What are you going on about? There's for poor people here too.
Fathers, I don't want you to digress, from
No,
that
I'm just trying
particular
to
topic.
correct a
No,
statement that
you made a
UK is not
comparison about
capitalist.
salaries. I know
UK
your graph
is
with
just as
lecturer.
the UK is
I
just
know
as
your graph with.
no.
No, I
I
know your graph
think
with.
that the UK is just as capitalist as America. Maybe in
No,
some
no, no,
areas
no,
America
not,
is
not,
more.
Not
no
at all.
chance. No chance.
So okay,
No chance.
okay, we agree. Odi, we
No
agree.
chance.
Then use
So,
how much a
so,
doctors make in
so
America.
so that's what I'm
Doctor
saying. Why don't
earn
you
more
do
than
that?
president in America. So if you want to
That's
say
what I'm
that,
talking about.
use how
So
much a
why don't
doctor
you?
make in
And
America.
Why
UK
did you choose
doctors
to use
can
the
earn more
UK?
than the prime minister too. That's true too. Pardon?
No, so use America.
So let's use
When
the United
nurses make
States,
a lot
get
of
the
money,
data
doctor use.
and do the comparison. I'll tell you something. In Nigeria, the salary most of the people are not salaried. Most of the population in Nigeria are sole proprietors. It's almost impossible to capture what their salary is, no matter how good your data set is. So that
what is
is
your
very
argument then?
confounded. And no, what I'm saying is that you're comparing apples and oranges. What I'm saying, if you look at the average, look, if you drive keke in Nigeria, you'll be earning, I'm not kidding you, you'll be earning, and you do it 30 days, you'll be earning as much as a doctor in Nigeria, salary, keke in Nigeria, and a nurse. So, God is, because how much does an average doctor earn? Let's look at that. You're talking about maybe 200 and something thousand naira. If you do keke, there's no way you don't make like 3,000 naira a day or 4,000 naira a day to go home, times, let's say, 20 days. Even 5K.
That's not 200,000 though.
No. I'm just saying, I'm lowballing it. I'm lowballing. I say, okay, let's say
what is
10,000.
the point then? What is the point? Because
my point
even
is
a
that
plumber can make more money than a doctor here sometimes. So what is the point?
No, my point is this, and I think I'm not sure. I couldn't see his name very well. He talked about the work, the work environment. I'll tell you why most doctors leave. Number one, most doctors in Nigeria train in a situation where you imagine stuff. You never get to. You're told many things in school, and you never get to touch it. You never get to experiment it. You never know what they're talking about. And, look, one of the things that led to exodus of doctors was at the time that doctors were still earning about 70,000, 80,000, and bankers were earning like 250,000 naira. Most doctors decided to just call it quits and look away. Look, the doctors, if you look at value you can't even expect a doctor to earn as much as the doctor spends like 8 years in the university, plus house job and housemanship and youth service.
But the same thing is true for overseas doctors too.
Good. That's why I'm saying, why don't you use the average salary? Let's look at the average. Let's get data here. The average,
it's
I'm
right
sure
here.
it's going to be about one. Yeah, give us the data.
The one for lecturer is right here.
Father,
Okay, let me
in
see if I
abroad,
get the
it's
one.
about benefits. They don't have benefits in Nigeria. There's no benefit. Yeah, when you go for a job, it's not just the salary you're looking at. You're looking at the benefit, medical benefit, retirement benefit.
No. Let's just look at salary. Ferreira. Let's Alaba. Let's look at salary first. I want to take him on what
Let me
what's the
get
average
this
salary?
information. I'm not sure this one clears everything, but at least it shows some information. Let's see. Let's see what this one says. Okay, let's get that. All right. So yeah, UK doctors minimum salary 32, and the average UK salary is that. And if you look at the Nigerian doctor average salary is 300,000, and while the average salary in the UK in Nigeria is 42,000. So if that is the case, you are going to still have a situation whereby that Nigerian doctor one is average, so the UK one is not average, so it's not fair. But you can see that the spread from 42,000 to 300,000 is massive difference.
Okay, let me give you the Nigeria, the United States. The average annual wage for physicians is $229,000. Why the average salary, median salary for every other person is 46 grand. So we're talking about 230 and 46. Do you understand what I'm talking
But you
about?
went for a surgeon. You then go for
No, physicians and surgeons. They're doctors too, and they are not, it's the average.
I'm asking for minimum for both sides.
Oh, I thought we were doing average. You've been saying average.
Minimum.
When
I
did you
was
go to
going for minimum. No, I said you compare the minimum to the average of the nation.
No, I thought we were discussing averages here. Well, anyway,
minimum to the average of the
it's
nation.
impossible to get a minimum. I don't know how you get a minimum.
You can do that. If you search it, America definitely will have that data. So,
for father, you can't get minimum in America.
How can you get a minimum?
Our minimum wage are different from state lines.
Let me search
across state lines.
It
won't work. Don't let Google deceive you. Across state line is very.
Don't start now.
No, you're talking about
telling you across state. Forefather.
They will find the cheapest state. The cheapest state that don't pay their doctors.
I told you something. I told you something the other day, forefather. You were so shocked. I told you. I said make mention of 5 richest states in America, and you call Texas. You understand? Yes, Texas is rich, but the minimum wage of Texas is $7.25. Federal government minimum wage. Meanwhile, some small state like Arizona, that maybe because I live there, that's why you even know the state of Arizona. The minimum wage is $13.85. Almost double the amount. You understand? So this is how it works. So across state line, across cities, you understand? In New York, they have 3 minimum wage in New York. In California, I think they have 2 minimum wage in California. So that's how it works. San Francisco, they earn more in San Francisco. You understand? So that's how it works. So
I think I need to check.
You don't want to use that.
Okay, no. See, I get what you are saying. I'm just trying to find starting salary for doctors.
No, see, forefathers, no matter how you say the idea, or like I think you said something. I think it was yesterday or some that things were getting better. I think somebody was looking for you actually to tell us how things was getting better in Nigeria. But apart from that, look, there's no way you can reason anybody hanging out, staying in Nigeria at this time. No matter who, if that person, if you, the question is, why are you not even in Nigeria, right? If you think that it's fair to be there, then you can contribute your quota and you be patriotic and do what you have to do.
Exactly.
But we know that it's
even
not,
when
it's
if
not
you go to
sustainable.
Nigeria, you're going to be a professional forefather. Why don't you go?
You're going to be a professional. You can help the government. Why don't you go?
Hold on. I hear a lot of people say these type of things. It still doesn't negate the point that was made. We are talking about overall this picture, and the people are doing is deliberately. I wouldn't say deliberately doing what I did too when I left Nigeria. I wasn't aware. I think I knew all this stuff I knew now. If all of us knew all the stuff we knew now, probably would not be living in Nigeria. We'll be saying stay put and fix the problem in Nigeria.
We would have left earlier now. What is it? We should have left 10 years before.
Pay me more.
You would have left earlier.
What are you talking about? Do you want to suffer?
Working in Nigeria with a foreigner, sometimes very many of us think that these people have extra power, extra spiritual power. They are so smart. They know all these things. We didn't know that they were preview to school and have opportunity with some of these equipment that we don't have. Then when I get down here, and now I'm used to those equipment, I'm trained with those equipment, I started seeing myself that they started telling me that, man, you guys are doing very, very fine. I think
our problem is that.
So, forefather, we get all the training. There are so many advantages.
I will share some
with
information
this part of the world.
I think what we are doing is it's like a child that is from a poor family, acting as if they should live the life of a rich family without growing up to build his own family to be strong. I think the way we behave, that's how it seems. And I think part of it is because we are exposed to foreign information and we crave foreign things as if we are them, as if we are an extension of them. And I have been here accusing our leaders of doing the same thing, but we all did the same thing. We act as if we are an extension of foreign countries.
I disagree with you, forefather.
I couldn't disagree more with him. This idea that
course you disagree. The data doesn't lie.
No, the followers are complicit in this heist. The idea that Nigerian people, by staying back, could have done something. The problem Nigeria has is leadership. I am from Abia State, 24 years, no leadership, same people, everything. More people left, but with just one good leader, and everything is getting better.
Correct.
The problem, and I've said it
Which
before.
country are you referring to?
I'm talking about Abia State. I'm saying the state. I said
Something
leadership.
that just happened with a short period of the time. You are using it to judge the entire history of Nigeria now.
No. I'm saying that. No, I'm not even talking about. Look, you can go to history. You can go back to Julius Caesar and what Rome was when he came and made Rome great and went to Egypt.
Yeah,
And
good policies.
Look, it's about leadership. What was Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia was a dusty place, just after the Second World War. They were being ruled by the Turks, the Ottoman Empire. These people were just tribes running around the desert. What was UAE? The same
I
thing.
think it's so simple
It's just
for us
leadership.
to just say it's about leadership. It's not.
No, what are you saying? It's simple.
There are so many. No, I think there are so many factors that creates the environment that those leaders you describe emerge.
Somebody, sorry to interrupt you. Somebody said something. If Tinubu can create policies, many people will not believe that he won legitimately. But if he creates policies that will show his real love for Nigeria, being a patriot, to create policies that will make Nigerians return from overseas, bring all their money, sell their houses, bring their money. You're looking for FDI. The FDI in Nigeria is looking for is the diaspora Nigerians. It's not, people cannot love a country more than the citizens of that country. You're in the UK. Many people in the UK want to go home. You know that. But they can't go home to where there is no hospital when they are sick. Paul just talked about going to Ghana and using his insurance card to, get treated.
Because he is thinking like an American. Well,
no, he doesn't. Look,
I'm not thinking like America. I only apply common sense. Come on now.
That point,
no,
I'm not saying that you are mistaking my point. You are because your standard is that high. You are thinking from that
point. But it has to be. You live here. Why would you? Why would you take something lower than?
We are all captives of that. We are all captives of
do you know how many years Gani Fauyemi suffered that they diagnosed him wrongly in Nigeria? And he don't want to go to abroad. You understand? He said he's driving a brand new car with no AC because of wrong diagnosis. Only for him before he discovered that.
They misdiagnose
Come
people
on
here
now.
too. Let's not see. I agree that they misdiagnose people more in Nigeria, but they do here too.
Everything happens everywhere. Do you want to base it on percentage? Do you want to base it on percentage?
My point is that
do you want to base it on percentage or do you want to base it on lawsuits? I can sue my hospital.
You always fall into this trap of trying to bring equivalence. These people are doing it too.
The point I'm making is that maybe we are also not seeing clearly.
Father, why do you do that?
Nigeria
why do you bring equivalent?
Nigeria. See, my issue is that Nigeria actually, on paper, values some of all these institutions that we like to value more than the UK value their own.
That's not true. Those are statements. I don't know where you get those information.
The data is backing it up. Why would you disagree with it? The data has shown that.
Which data? Whose data? What's the source? Who's your reference? I mean, you don't say data.
From the UK government and from the Nigerian state, this thing. I don't know.
Okay, let's compare Nigeria. Somebody Google Nigerian doctors and let's Google UK doctor and equivalent in dollars and let's see.
Exactly. Let them Google it then and they will find out the number. They will
so I don't know where you're getting this.
Alaba is simple. The US pay more than the UK when it comes to doctors. How many doctors leave the UK to come to the US? Because they still have an enabling environment. They stay in their UK.
Oh no, maybe because they value their own nation.
That's not true.
They could have said, okay, America pays more. Let me run to America.
That's not true.
You just
that is not true.
One, didn't you, Paul?
Father, when things get worse, Father, when things get worse,
why didn't they leave the UK because America is paying more?
I think sometimes I think, Father, I think you're saying this thing to just make everybody get into this game. In fact, I think we should just leave him. Listen, I think this is a game. He's playing a game.
He's running away now.
No, this is a game. Like, come on, let's.
Yes, we
this
can
is
hear
a
you.
trap. Let's
Yes,
take
we can hear
topic. Yeah, this is a game. He's playing a game. Look,
it's not
even him, he knows. Come on,
actually, the data is staring at you. Let me highlight it again.
That data that you just showed is trash.
Okay, it's trash. Tell me why, please.
That data that says that medical doctors, the entry salary of medical doctors in the United States is about 100 and what do you say?
Oh yeah, you mean the one I showed on that listing?
Yeah, that's trash. That's the entry salary of a nurse, not a medical doctor.
Is that a nurse? Is that
no? I'm just telling you now, so you don't just go on the internet and pull data.
And say
you know more than the experts.
I live in the United States and I have family members
everywhere in the United States.
Wait, listen. I have family members. I have family members that are doctors.
I think we should leave this discussion. You know, I think we can.
I think he gets too hot for you. Don't.
I think
it's insulting people's intelligence.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. So
why are you people uncomfortable? The data just
no, because it doesn't make sense. Where this childish.
Let me tell you something.
Let
me tell you something.
One common thing I will tell you. Every football. Okay, go ahead, my brother. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I have people who are doctors. The lowest paid medical doctors in the United States are family medicine doctors, right? The lowest they can get is 170,000. The highest paid you'll be talking about is like cardiologists. Those people receive up to $700 to $1 million per year.
Oh yeah, I'm not even going to the highest.
So the range that you just presented is false.
Okay, so let me go with your range now. Your range. What is your range again?
I said,
oh, come on, let's stop this thing. My brother, stop feeding him. He's just enjoying this game. I've got him. This is a game he's playing.
See, the reason why you don't like it because it's revealing something that you don't want to pay attention.
What of your maximum? Let me tell you, in America, nearly every property you hear that, oh, this footballer is doing well, this basketball player is doing well. They bought this property here and there, where the rich people stay. Over time, what do you hear? You hear a doctor bought that property from this actor. Exactly. A doctor bought that property. How many doctors you hear bought JJ Okocha property or bought one politician property?
See, the point
the doctors are neither the doctors, they can't even treat themselves.
If I put how much the high senior doctors get paid in Nigeria, you're going to see it's going to be in the millions, when the average salary is still 48,000 or so Naira. So
million, by million, Naira million or dollar.
No, Naira million, of course. Come on.
Naira million is peanuts now. You know, come on.
What do you mean? That's Naira millions now.
Eddie, the woman still
Naira million is lower than safer. So please stop talking about this.
The woman still have to eat to send their own children to school. A doctor. Who still have to eat to send their own children to school in Nigeria.
But this number doesn't lie. Okay, if
I'm going to challenge your numbers now because I have different numbers.
I just posted a vacancy for a cardiologist.
Let's see.
This place is a rural place in the Midwest, and you're seeing almost 600,000 for a cardiologist that does non-invasive medicine. Almost 600 grand.
So don't be using. Okay, if I go by that and
let me give you your numbers. Your numbers are wrong because I just did my own search here.
For which country?
You want to hear the numbers?
For which country?
Nigeria. Data from the National Salary, Income and Wages Commission shows that in 2019, a medical doctor at entry level received, they put it in Naira. I'm not going to read that. That's disgusting. But they try to change it to dollars. It's received 5,911.94 per annum. Basically, round it up, $5,000 per annum. Let me go to the US now.
Can you send the link? Can you send the link so everybody can see it?
2019, 5,000 per annum. That means everything.
I would like to see the link. Oh, is that the link there? Oh, no, that's not the link.
Okay.
I think Ed sent
How much
me a link
does a US doctor earn? It says, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, approximately 806 Americans were working as physicians at St. John's on May Okay, they have data for 20. So the one for Nigeria was 2019. This one is 2022. The median annual wage for physician and surgeon is 229,300.
I don't give them that data.
I don't know. I've not seen the data.
Pereira,
I've not seen the data. Can you share the link? I would like to see the data. Can I see it?
That's
just a basic Google
5,000.
search. Put it in yourself. Open two Google sites. One for Nigeria, one for America.
Alaba, that's 5,000 for Nigeria. You have to do Tinubu. You have to exchange it for Tinubu Naira.
Yeah.
It will be maybe 2K.
Oh, let's do I'm being specific. That's why I asked him when Father does that with data. I don't like it. What's your reference? I gave you a year. I gave you the source. And everything. That's how you compare data. Even my data is wrong because we just compared American 2020.
Can I share the link?
I'm not sure how we landed here. Forefather is just
the American doctor would not marry the Nigerian doctor wife.
Can marry them now. So I don't know where Forefather is getting his data. And that does not include
you are not helping. You're not helping. I'm trying to get to the information, but you're not allowing me to share the information.
It is.
If you don't have good benefit, you can be making 5 million. If your benefits are awful, you lose all that 5 million here in America the day you fall sick.
Alaba, and we are not only talking the benefit that comes with it. We are talking about what you also save on your social security when you retire. You're still going to get fat check when you still retire again.
Nigerian retirees cannot even get their pension.
Wait, Alaba, let me ask Forefather a question.
They go fight for verification. They do verification.
How much do you think a full professor in Nigeria earns? Like a full professor in Nigeria.
I don't know how much they earn. What I was comparing was average and minimum. That's
what do you think the minimum? What's the minimum you said?
No, also compare the maximum.
I have the numbers here now. Let me show you.
Also compare the maximum.
That's it.
Don't compare only the minimum.
That's it on the screen.
Oh, I'm not on the screen, I'm not.
Oh, you're not on the screen. Okay, let me read it for you. It says the minimum salary for a lecturer in Nigeria per annum is 1.5 million. And the average salary in Nigeria is 0.5 million.
Oh, actually, guys, I got more information. What's happening is that they made a comparison over the years also for the Nigerian doctor. So apparently,
you are not sharing the information. Nobody can see.
How can I share? Do I have a database for these people to see? Go to see the Jerry.
You can send the URL now.
I can show you on camera. Maybe that will make your eyes blow up. You can see.
I can't see anything.
Put the link in the private chat.
He's on the computer. He doesn't want to.
How much does a Nigerian doctor make? Open. You
can just go to YouTube and put the link there.
How much does an American doctor make? And let me finish reading later.
And I don't think forefathers, you're not being fair in your comparison.
There's no basis of comparison. It said in 2019 they make 5,000. That means they were making less in 2019 than they were making in 2010. Now listen to this. In 2010, doctors were paid 10,000 annually. In 2011, annually the Nigerian doctor was making 9,987. So it fluctuates.
We don't know where he's getting that link from.
So in 2019, Nigerian doctor has lost half what it was making in 2010.
Very
that
true.
Is data.
That's not data. You're not sharing it with us.
Wages.
Good.
Forefathers.
Can you carry on so that I can check for the information?
Just basic Google. Anybody who has a computer or a phone
we need to be able to confirm the information that he's sharing. If it's true, it's true, isn't it?
First, about lecturers. I was a lecturer in Nigeria before I came here, so you can't even talk to me about that. Lecturers in Nigeria, their salary has even reduced more because of the exchange rate, obviously, right?
Inflation.
And then there's also something I wanted to point out to you. Even when it seems like the salary was good, that was before 2014 when I left. You have to also understand that when you compare the salary of a lecturer, someone that just graduated and got, we call it a graduate assistantship, which is the lowest rung of the academic ladder in Nigerian universities.
For the most part, with a master degree holder, as a master degree holder.
No, not even a master's, just fresh out. You made a first class and they retained you, graduate assistant, right? So if you compare that person's salary with the salary of someone that got a job in MTN in the same Nigeria, it's not even comparable. Or let's even go by, let's say, federal jobs. Someone who got a job in FIRS, you compare that person with a graduate assistant. They are both, I mean, obviously, the person that got a graduate assistant job might even have a better degree, because they retained him because of, the first class and all of that. And compare that to someone who was able to get into FIRS, it's way lower. So this idea that lecturers are living larger than the average Nigerian is just a farce.
Actually, okay. Let me just share. I have to deal with one at a time. What this in Ferrari shared, it is showing that this doctor is earning entry level is 1.812600 million naira, and the average. Now let's go to average Nigerian salary. Average Nigerian salary. That's 2000, isn't it? 2000 this thing. Yeah. So and conversion is let's do it per month, maybe to force it out. They will convert it to this in 1 year. Per month, it forces it out. As you can see, it is showing somewhere. I don't like that one. I prefer the higher one. I think the others
that's the minimum. That's the minimum wage, and you
yeah,
should,
that's what I'm.
You should use 2019 because
entry level is minimum for
no.
doctors.
2019 is what it says there. Look for 2019 average salary.
Okay, 2019. Okay,
yeah,
that's better then. I don't think it's gonna be coming
down.
It
should be lower though. It should be lower, but it's fine.
That's even worse then. Let's see. Okay, here they got 39. You see what I dollars? Okay, that doesn't make sense. We need it in naira. Let me put it in naira. Naira, come on, stop giving me dollars. I'm not. All these people. This is where it starts from. Before you know it, you start craving the dollars. Let's see. Okay, now this one is the average annual salary in Nigeria is oh, that's not what I'm.
Okay.
Hold on. This one is 2022.
Why don't you use that?
Hold on, don't you want me to use this one?
I mean,
this one is 2022. Hold on, I've never seen the data before. This is for doctors. That's for doctor.
Not doctor. It just says the average annual salary in Nigeria, not doctor. Average annual salary in Nigeria. It's just the website.
That doesn't sound, but does that sound right to you?
Well, so that's that. You see, that's the problem. That's the problem with just going to Google to get any data.
Hold on. Let's look the statistical. This is not Google. This is the statistical. This thing. Average monthly. This thing wage in this thing Nigeria, and that is the number you get there. Where is it? I think they probably have. Where is it now? How am I supposed to tell? Okay, yeah. It's showing this one here. It's showing this one here. So only around 30-something thousand. I think they will give you the number here actually when you look at where is statistical again. That's for the 3,000 naira here. That is the average in Nigeria. You see what I mean? And we know it's not 400 something, 4 million that people are earning in Nigeria. So this one sounds more accurate.
What exactly is your point, forefathers? That doctors are
okay now.
My point, I'm making, what's the point?
There's another database.
Why are you people don't let me make my point?
No,
I'm just
let me make
let me make the point now. You see, this is why I like Ed likes to get to the point. You see, this is 43,000, and this one, the entry level for the doctor is how much are we looking at here? Per month. We have to go per month. You know what? Let's since it's in the million per annum. Let's convert this to this thing per annum. So you do that.
No. Do per month.
It's only fair. Let's compare like for like 500 and something thousand versus this thing almost 2 million. So you see that it's almost heading to 3 to 4 times that of the average salary. But if you go to America, you're not going to see that. If you go to the UK, you're not going to see that.
No, you get that in America.
No, entry level doctor any 4 times more than average salary.
Check the average
wage.
Okay, let's check the average wage. Okay, let's check average wage. Average. Oh, I think I've checked the average salary.
Average salary in America should not be more than $60,000.
I think it's 50,000.
Okay. So what does an entry level doctor.
Okay,
what does an entry-level doctor? Actually,
doctor,
I think we should be more specific because they can use a resident who's still a doctor in training. So use use board entry-level board certified doctor. Entry-level. Because you have to go through your entire training. As a resident, you are still like a graduate student. Use
entry-level doctor is entry-level doctor. Stop. Let's not. Otherwise, oh my God, man. Okay, let's go to the UK so you'll be satisfied. Because the way you are going about it now, you are looking for
use America.
For me to use somebody that is more senior.
Use America.
That's not accurate.
Use America, please.
This is the word entry-level doctor. Nothing else.
Go down.
Okay.
You have to look through different links before you arrive.
Okay, good. Fair point.
Let's see.
I'm not going to try to do that. Oh my God. This one is not entry level. No. I can assure you it's not entry level.
I can guarantee you that the entry level salary of a medical doctor in the United States can never be.
This is mean salary.
Okay, that's mean.
Mean. Yeah. Look at another entry here.
Useful.
Okay. Consistent. They are beginning to be very closely consistent.
It can never be 96. I guarantee you that.
You are acting as if you are the one paying all of them.
Because I know I have people in my family who do this. Right?
Father, do it like this.
Okay.
Father, use entry salary in Alabama and entry salary in California, poorest and richest states.
See, what does that mean? You still have Utah there.
No, I just tell you to use the poorest state and the richest state.
What is that going to serve again? I don't know. Okay.
I'll show you the spreads now. To show you the spread.
Okay. Entry level salary in Utah.
I didn't call Utah. I say Alabama. Utah is not the poorest. Alabama and California. Alabama or Mississippi. These are the poorest states.
It's Mississippi actually.
Is that the spelling of Alabama? That doesn't sound
right. Yeah, that's the spelling, but it's Mississippi that you should use.
Okay.
Yeah, Mississippi is the forest.
Alabama. Could I put okay? Entry level position 63. Jeez, that's bad.
That's not true. That's a resident salary. And a resident is still a doctor in training. It's not
still a doctor in training. It's not yet certified.
Hey, let's not do this.
No. But that's something that you can't argue against what someone really knows.
It's the same standard in America, in Nigeria too. That's what you don't understand.
No.
Okay, you want us to try the UK instead?
No, I'm not familiar with the UK. Let's use America. The average
entry level is entry level everywhere.
Oh God. Okay, you know what? I give up.
When you go explain tire.
Let's go for the person he wants.
Una go explain tire. Of father don't go that. Good work.
No, let him tell us who he wants.
Use board certified doctor.
Board. Hey, yeah. That's entry level doctor now. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you call it.
Or just look for salary of a doctor.
We should get rid of entry level doctor. I go to board certified doctor.
No. Don't even go there. Just go
Father, one thing will answer everything.
Oh God.
Use
what
the
are
max.
we doing here, man?
Don't stand on the minimum. Why don't you use the max?
Okay, you can go with the maximum too.
Go the max with both. At least now nobody's fighting again.
Man.
We're not dragging again.
Odi, I don't know why you I would have thought you want to engage with such a topic as a Pan-Africanist so that you can really delve into the nature of things.
We have nothing to help anybody.
You are running away from it, an important debate. This is not important. I consider it quite interesting because it can inform the way you treat these people when they go about going on 9-month strike or causing problems in the country. Because you have to ask yourself, how about the other people then?
Forefathers, please.
I think most people are comfortable that they know what the problem is, but except you. We know that everybody wants a better life, and what they say is we go to seek greener pastures, and that's why everybody is here. That's why people went to Rome. That's why people.
I agree with that.
Went to the UK. That's why people come to the United States and Canada and Australia.
I don't understand what you mean by when they go on strike, they're causing trouble. From what I know, I'm a pro-labor person. From what I know, strikes help improve quality of life.
You sound like the type that likes to paralyze Nigeria institutions.
when you think labor strike is anti-government or anti-country, labor strike is what has helped American labor system. So to
I
get
think
to
you are
where they
confusing my
are to get
position. My
benefits.
position is not that strike is bad. It's when you strike too much, you start damaging.
You have to strike too much when you have a bad government.
You support
you know
9
how
months
hard
strike.
American system also try to fight strikes too. They would employ the mafia to go
How
and
can
kill
see?
the
Hold on.
I thought they had the strike in the UK. The Nazis had strike in the UK.
How can you support a strike that goes for 9 months?
In the labor organization just to disrupt strike?
Nobody
Strike
goes on
has
strike
been a
in the
real
West
struggle thing.
for 9
So
months.
don't condemn strike. Strike is very important for the communal health of
when you
society.
talk about strike, you are not being economical with the truth. I argue this thing with you all the time. We are talking about arrangement with this same government. 2015, government agreed to pay money 2016. They did not pay. They did not pay 2017. They did not pay. Even when it's time for them to review their salary, you've not even met the previous one. It's like government not meeting 33,000 naira minimum wage, and now they're about to negotiate new one. So when the labor go on strike, you say, "Oh, the labor is going on strike." When government will not keep their own part of the bargain, and you tell the people to be docile.
I agree.
It's laughable. It's laughable. And you want to blame the few parts that can stand up, that can stand tall to protest.
They
You want
don't
to
pay
blame
people
them.
salary for 10 months. You think they can do that nonsense abroad? Don't pay
1
somebody
week.
salary for 10 months. For
Tell
1 year.
them how they call her now. They say if you miss one check, you are close to being homeless. You understand? It's just you are one check left to be homeless.
Bumi, you want to say something? I don't know whether
Look, guys, what I'll tell you for sure, you know, all this argument, Nigeria is ripe for revolution. You see,
correct.
There's something. You see, there was something. I think it was Alaba that mentioned about the petrol situation, right? You know, look, when that one hits, you know, you see many APC people jumping around and saying we give Tinubu credit for removing subsidy. It's actually paying more subsidy than has been paid in the Nigerian history. You know, the moment they are unable to pay this subsidy anymore, or they cut it out, or don't pay the other people that are bringing in products, you know, trust me, you know, they know they tell
How
man.
did that got to do with the strike issue we're talking just now?
No, I want to move on from the strike issue now.
You just diverted this thing. See,
well,
my
that's
point,
what is important to us now.
It's important to you, and I think we've talked about those things before already in terms of bribery.
I argue with you a lot.
We've been talking about that already.
You just want to debate this salary.
You're not letting me respond. You are all not letting me respond.
Hold on. With what I'm about to say
again.
About the NATO. Now, the NATO now, government is holding them money. Government is not paying. And government is making money. You are not paying people their subsidy. You are not giving these people their money. When these people go on strike, you say, oh, they're trying to sabotage the government. How do you do that? They pay their drivers. They need to service their equipment. Remember, you service and maintain.
Said it earlier on. You said this earlier on. Let me just respond. Let me see. You're not understanding me.
No. I say it. I'm saying it in the context of blaming anybody who protests. You understand? Who call for strike?
Blaming them.
Like, no. That's what you do with these doctors. You say, oh, they keep protesting.
If you don't let me talk, how are you supposed to understand me fully?
We've heard you talk now. We know what you're saying.
You see, I support the need to strike if the government is not living up to their expectations. I support the goals that they have too, not just the need to strike. The goals that they have, I support the goals. It's when you go about damaging the institution you claim to be fighting for, that's when I depart from you, because now that is your true charge. Your true charge is to educate the people of that nation. And if you start damaging them, then you're not serving them. And you know the worst of it all. Can I finish my point? You are trying to stunt if I'm trying to talk, I don't stop you from talking.
Because you're blaming the victim.
I'm not blaming them. Don't you hear me? I'm not blaming them, but I'm blaming the ones that take it too far. Because what tends to happen is that they go that far, they damage the institution, and they still come back to zero.
What do you mean?
No,
So
no
far,
problem stop.
Father, what do you mean by that?
Not stop.
If Labour enter agreement with government, 16 thing, government have not fulfilled one of his own, and they go back to the strike again. Government did not do, and they go back to the strike again on the third time. You say, why are they going on strike too many times? Assuming out of the 16 that this Labour arranged with the government promised, the government has not even achieved one nor two. If the government achieved 9, more than 50% of it, I think it makes sense. But when you did not do your own part of the bargain, but the people can go on strike, I don't get it.
Okay, no, look at the sense that happened last year. 9 months of strike, they just returned back to class. Nothing changed. 9 months, and they've done that repeatedly over and over again.
It is people like you make them go back to class. People like you keep bullying them to go back.
No, see, when I say nothing changed, something actually changed. The poor people's children, remember, the rich people's children will go to private school. Some of them will end up overseas. And some of those lecturers will work for those private universities. The poor people's children, vast majority of them, those people that are earning this 42,000 naira.
So what do you expect the lecturers
Can I
to
finish now?
Without
those people that are earning the 42,000 naira, some of them are soldiers dying for the country, while these people that are actually more valued in Nigeria in terms of proportionality than other countries, they are the ones damaging the institution. I don't subscribe to that, because sometimes nations can be poor, but you don't just go about damaging your country and expect the country to grow automatically because the leaders are betraying you. That is not how it works.
Father, this is the second time you're bringing up soldier issue. Look, soldiers typically all over the world earn about the least salary all over the world.
I told him the other day about the US.
You know, this is not about, you don't enter the army to make money. You know, there are other benefits. There's a lot of benefits to being a soldier.
It's about fairness.
No, I understand. But what I'm saying, even in the United States, if you look at the military, they're about the bottom of the earning income, but they get early retire. They can get early retirement. They can get a lot of
retirement. They got, not just that, they get first preference to all federal jobs. All federal jobs.
So, but salary is not the issue. So they still at the bottom rung.
The one that
even police.
2,000 are not the ones tearing the country up, but the ones earning 100 and something thousand as a minimum salary are the ones damaging a section of the national entity itself.
Because of knowledge. People who are doing essential jobs.
No,
remember the military cannot protest. Remember the police cannot protest. They can protest.
But it's not only the military that earn low salary. There are a lot of people out there, civil servants that earn very low salaries. They have to put up with it. But the ones that are paid even more are the ones doing more damage to the state. That is crazy.
If you even talk about damage, no one has done more damage to the Nigerian state than the military. And they will.
Exactly.
Yes, you know, the history is littered with that. You know, and trust me, when they keep pissing the military off, you know, check other African countries. Just one crazy guy would just decide to go to Aso Rock and destroy all of us. You see, all this discussion will be when will the military leave? That's and you know, when you keep doing all these things to them, one day they will lash out. You know, so that, you know, look, the military will fight for themselves when the time comes. And when they come with blood and sorrow. You know, everybody knows. You know, they are not, nobody wants the military. So that's why you need to even tell the APC people, because now you're acting as a representative of Nigerian government. You're like, you know, on that side, which is fair, right? Why don't you tell them to do what is right? Oh, that's what you sound like. I think everybody.
That's what you sound like.
The way you argue, I don't understand, but it's up to you.
That's what you sound like. Believe me.
Everybody agrees with me.
It's up to you. I'm glad you all agree. You all are in agreement, but the data doesn't lie. The point I'm making, I already said.
But majority doesn't lie too.
I agree with their goals. I agree with their need to strike, what I disagree with, when you start damaging the system that you claim to be
Father, that is
for.
the only checks and balance organization in the country, and you are telling them not to do it. Who will do it?
I didn't say they shouldn't do it. I'm saying they shouldn't do it excessively.
The way you are sounding, if these people stay on their own and be waiting for increment, they'll probably be ending that 42,000 too.
But they don't get any increment anyway. They don't get any increment, and they just destroy the nation's education system.
That's why they keep fighting.
But
that's why they keep fighting.
Why the young people's future are being wasted?
It's allow Bumi to talk.
You mentioned that for example, they striked for 9 months and basically nothing was resolved. But you're not mentioning that it takes two to tango. The government let them strike for 9 months too.
Yes.
So if the deal was, let's say, increase our salary by 5% or something, an agreement should be had, at least should be made within 2 weeks. Because you have just mentioned how important education is. But we also have a government that doesn't see education as an important factor of a nation. That's why when you check our budget, our budget for education is not really there. For example, was it not the yachts that they got and then they decided to take the money out for the yachts and then put into education when it should be going there? So they knew it should go to education in the first place. So as much as you want to blame them for going for a 9-month strike, I also think the government plays a huge part in enabling those activities.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Carry on.
Father, this is a country who has 10 presidential fleets, and they couldn't even take one to go do their caricature national airline. They went all the way to Kenya to go borrow an aircraft.
I get what you're saying.
Ethiopia meant to say.
I get what you are saying, that I may be coming across as just siding with the government. But my original comment about this was plague on both of their houses. Because what I see in Nigeria is that both sides are playing you. They pretend as if they are fighting each other. And these two classes, by and large, are more privileged than the vast majority of the country. And this is why this type of data is revealing. By the standard of most of the people in the country, these people are in a more privileged position, even compared to other countries. They are more, and yet they are the ones damaging the country. They work together and they damage the country left and right. Why do you think I say the elite and the middle class have combined to put this nation where it is today? They are so blinded, they can't see anything that they are doing. When they are damaging the people, they pretend as if they care about the people that they are working for. But how can you strike for over 3 decades and you leave your education system on its knees and you say you are serving the people? When do the people realize that these people are a con? They are conning you, they are not helping you. And that is how I see them. And that's why I say plague on both of their houses. The government is just as culpable. As some of the government is 80% culpable. Than
you are anti-labor.
My problem with people is that nobody picks up on the side that the lecturers are doing. They keep saying they are justified. They should go for 9 months.
The government owns these universities. Government shouldn't allow their own university to shut down. What are the government doing? Mm-hmm. You made an arrangement. You did not meet your own part of the divide, even though when you default. Why these people are on strike? You cannot even promise that, okay, I promise to meet 75% of it for now. People can often use it to blame these people, but the government don't shake.
It's not about reasonableness, it's about fairness.
See, the government behaves like military.
See,
you understand? They have that culture.
See, we've all heard about the parents, the mother that go and sell her wrapper to send her children to school, and why they do that.
Me.
Yeah, exactly. So when the children grow up, they remember the sacrifice the mother made for them. These lecturers, they are very, very smart people. They are supposed to be the professors and all the rest in Nigeria. Some of the smartest human beings. And they don't understand sacrifice that they need to make to at least, while fighting for the things that the laudable goals that they want to fight for, and rightfully so, don't damage the system in the process. Because they know they are damaging the system. They cannot pretend as if they don't know. They are smart enough to do that.
So how should they do it then? How you do
it is that you look for other sources of funding. That's an option. The wall is not shut down.
They set up a begging scheme.
From you, Mr. Agbero. They can get it from you.
Set up begging.
They will get it from you.
Make them they do tithes. beware of alternative source when government is the primary.
You're not acknowledging something already.
What?
In Nigeria, we have a government, we have resources, we have income as a nation. Nigerians don't benefit from those income in the first place. You have to get your electricity yourself, your security for yourself. These are things that is the government's job to do. Now, if you're telling me that one of the government's job is to pay their workers and they're not even paying them, and you're telling these people that, look, we already have a government that is not not able to pay you in the first place. So now let's just ignore them because we need to educate people so much. That's the main purpose. We should. It's like you're not holding them accountable for their.
You can hold them accountable, but hold them accountable realistically so that, or you look for other sources. If you cannot hold them accountable, they are because they are Igbohos, you cannot riot, you cannot shut them down. Remember that you are thinking about the nation too, as a people. Because
let me tell you, here in the States, let me finish my point. You cannot cut me in the middle of my statement. It's not nice. You don't even have that in Nigeria.
Let me finish what I'm saying now.
Fofara, you are talking about data.
Paul,
why don't you also use the data? Fofara, hold on.
What I'm saying.
Hold on, Fofara. Why don't you use the same data to calculate since 1999 to now how many public universities the federal government built and how many state universities the state government built, and what was the population as of 1999, and what is the population as of 2020? If the population is increasing and the government did not even build, and these people will not strike for government to build university, when you know our population is increasing, you know that the people are now well informed, people want to send their kids to school, and we are seeing more private universities. We are not seeing any public universities, and government still don't want to let. And government still don't want to let these so-called public universities. Government don't want to let go of it. At least let go of it, like they let go of the missionary schools and everything they take. Just do away with all these things. If government is not building, nobody is striking government. You must build. I tell you that government don't care.
The government don't care, neither do the people care. And I think the mistake we make is that those same people, when you elect them and get into office now, they are going to repeat exactly what the government is doing.
Just tell me one thing. Why are you so anti-people? I don't get it.
What I'm doing is that I'm trying to kind of reveal some of the problems we have in our country, why we don't seem to elect good leaders. Because the bad leaders are hidden in plain sight. They are right there staring at you, waiting to get the opportunity and deal the same.
Because we don't hold them accountable.
Forex, they're not hiding. They're not forex. They're not in the place that you know they are bad leaders. You deliberately vote them there. They're not hidden places.
No. Yeah, I guess. Okay, maybe they know. Then maybe they know. That's
why that they are. Look, Nigerians are not stupid. They just like you want to talk. You know the solution to something, but you just don't want to do it. You don't have the willpower to carry out the solution to solve a problem. You understand? So they know that these guys are no good people. But it's just like somebody is going to church every Sunday, but deep within their heart, they know they are evil people. But every Sunday they don't miss it. They just go to church, just make it not be like say they say I don't go to church today. I'm gonna go to church. You say, but after church, they just these people are wicked people, are evil people. But they still go to church. So like you find them in church. So that's how they are. Politicians, they are there. They're not hitting the place sites. No, the people know these people are not good people. But you just like it's a normal thing. Like this stupid word they use. And in Nigeria we did now. Not today they happen. No normal thing. So they know that they just do it and they expect. That's why they say they keep doing the same thing and expect a different result.
Let me add to. I was trying to answer the question that the point that Bumi made, but I think I've lost my chain of thought. I don't know if you can refresh my memory because by the time Paul will lead me and this guy will lead me, I've lost my chain of thought.
Do you know from 1999
can we let her talk now, please? Can we let her talk?
Basically, what you're saying, what you concluded in saying is that those lecturers or those people in the educational sector should go and open a GoFundMe because the government cannot pay them, which is very
My sister, God bless you, whether you like it or not. God bless you.
You keep on, because you complain so much about how government should work. Say certain thing, government, and these are just salary. And so you talk about how they don't have education. How will I become a lecturer for a government institution, knowing well they will not pay me? So you're literally just reducing the numbers of lecturers going into government what's it called, universities.
See,
and going to private that they pay outrageous amount that nobody can afford. So that military's daughter or son that you're campaigning for will never be able to go to that private university, and that's where I will have to go to. So you see how they are not even winning.
They are not winning because
she has summarized it.
Can I speak, please? See, the point is that they are not winning because Jesus Christ, what is wrong with guys? See, they are not winning because the leaders and the lecturers in a symbiotic relationship that benefits both of them, because most of them get paid after the whole drama ends. They still get their salary, but the person that never gets their time back are the children of those poor parents. The children of those poor parents, they don't get their time back, and the nation itself never gets that generation. Can I finish what I'm saying?
What make you jackpot now?
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Yeah, it might be true. All of them
if
can
they
be
have
true
a good judicial system,
can I finish what I'm saying? I don't like
that.
Okay, you guys are not respecting me. I respect you guys when you are talking. You need to respect my own listening too, so that I can be able to explain myself. This is not about winning. It is about trying to get to a truth here. If you are correct, I will take it, and it doesn't matter, because in the end, it's about getting to somewhere. If you have lecturers that are damaging the education system, there is a reason why they say you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to still preserve one aspect, because after you do all that, was there anything achieved? Nothing. Is it not better do some and still preserve the future generation? And maybe, just maybe, they will go on to be leaders that will remember the sacrifices you made. Maybe. Like we remember our parents all the time. When the parents make
between the spares of 7 months for Buhari, 8 months in government, he has entered several negotiations with Labour. 16-point agreement. Tinubu have not met one.
Yep.
You understand? I don't understand how you want to advise the people that who are going on strike not to go on strike.
To you, I'm not saying they should not go on strike. I'm not saying that. I never said
no. You blame the lecturer for going on strike for 9 months, and the government who won this thing.
Part of it is
you
my
blame
problem,
you blame the people who go on strike. If they meet the agreement and they'll still be on strike. I remember that some of these lecturers also do sabbatical. Some of these lecturers go to Europe and America to go lecture part-time. Some of them are still there just because of love of a country. Some of them, not all of them, some of them don't even have the wherewithal to send their kids to that same public university. They don't have the wherewithal. It is shameful.
So
do you know how much a student pay in that same public universities?
What happens to the vast majority of people that cannot escape?
And you say they shouldn't protest.
No, they should protest.
No, when they protest, you blame them.
Not damage.
No, when they protest, you call them accomplice. That they are accomplice with the government. That's what you're saying.
Not protest for 9 months.
How would they protest if the government meet the agreement? Would they still be in protest?
Exactly what I'm saying, Paul. You are trolling me now.
Forefather, listen. If they shift their goalposts, that's where you want to blame them. They didn't shift their goalposts, but the government choose not to meet anything, choose not to do nothing. And I keep it. Lagos is the 5th richest economy in Africa.
All of them are true.
Lagos is the richest state in Nigeria. And from 1999 to now, Lagos only built 15 secondary schools. Jesus, go and look the population as of 1999. And what is the population today? There are so many private schools springing up in Lagos, and government could not build. I tell you, this is not what they want to do.
These are lecturers, professors. They've been striking for not 1 year, not 2 years, more than 30 years. They were striking. Sorry, let me just finish what I'm saying. I already started talking. They strike for 30 years. Can
Your
you stop,
you're saying is
Mr.
making my
Agbero?
stomach
Can you
run.
stop, Mr. Agbero? Stop. See,
No.
can you? I will throw this guy to Ajegule now. Can you let me talk? See, they strike for 30 years straight. If those lecturers are not smart enough to figure out a solution that doesn't involve this repetition, maybe they shouldn't be teaching our children. Maybe they are not worthy, because if you are so smart, professors, and Nigeria has some of the highest concentration of professors in Africa. You cannot figure out a solution around this government if the government are crazy. And they are, man, I'm not subscribing to this. I'm not subscribing to this.
Hold on first now. What is their complaint first? Their complaint.
Oh, their complaint is about working conditions, the regular salary, working conditions. That's always the issue.
For me, majority of the issue is, right, government should fund the university, whereby put money into research. You understand? Centers like research university where you can go out to do research, and that's how most countries, you understand, have their own research carried out, and both private and from the school sector and all that stuff. So if the government refuses to do that, and they see that the educational system sector is not progressing, they owe the duty to hold government responsible. And they know that this government is adamant. The government is not willing to do it at all, because the words of this government are overseas, enjoying the benefit of good education from other countries. You understand? And they know this is the only way we can fight for these poor kids who cannot travel abroad. And if this is the way to help these kids, these university students in Nigeria that cannot travel abroad, and we call off the strike, and government remain adamant not to shake body at all, we go to strike again. Government's okay, no problem, we hear you, and we come up for the strike. What will government do? I don't mind them. When they go to strike, they will come back now, and they will go. They will used to them, and because they know this government, that this government is not willing.
Okay, how about if they strike? If the government doesn't do what they want,
hold on.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question from another angle.
The students would have been like, because in our time, in those days, they did not try and say literally go to the students enter street now. People didn't enter street because
let's try it
from Nigeria. I just baby students. That's where they can nothing's happening to them. If not, in our time, they not try it.
Look, we know these politicians steal like 50% of the fund available to them. It's not, I don't have the data, but we suspect that they steal a lot of the money. What do you suggest?
Look at the budget. Look at the money they put for.
No, let me. I'm just saying, like from if you look at Abia State, that was abandoned for 24 years, and in 9 months, you've had so much changes that is like it's a 4-year kind of progress. My question for you is this: someone has your money, they're stealing your money, and you can see them. So what you're saying is, be patriotic, fight a little bit, and leave them, and don't get your money, but that you've worked hard for. And this guy is an Olodo, there's a politician, there's a thief. So we should just let them continue stealing because you just want to be a nice guy. And, so you're teaching, because the lecturers have to still be leaders in the society, have to teach the world how to fight. The students have to fight back. How do you just abandon and leave the whole city for the politicians to continue stealing? I'm not sure what you're advocating here. I'm not even sure why we're going, because we're going round and round and round and round. I'm not sure what the purpose is.
Advocating is very simple. I'm surprised this is coming across as complicated.
Forefathers, listen to me now. You're advocating for them not to strike. Like, now you tell me the alternative. Now you, as a smart man, what do you think they would have done? Even if
the alternative happened last year, which is very, very interesting.
The what now?
Jesus Christ. Towards the end of the strike, the parents of the students got fed up of this strike.
So you can imagine.
My God, can you let me finish?
You can imagine what we're talking about.
The parents of this. Oh God, I hear you. Can you just let me speak? The parents of the students got fed up with the strike and said they were willing to put money for the lecturers to return back to the classroom.
with thoughts like
oh
that,
my
Nigeria
God,
will
can
never
I
be
finish?
shifting responsibility. Already we're providing our own electricity, building our own road, providing our own water. Now we'll help government pay for lecturers, right? You're so smart, forefather.
Okay, the parents of the students decided that they were going to pay for their children to go to school, and the lecturers rejected it, and within how many months suddenly they went to court, and court ordered them to return back to the classroom. So you saw what happened there.
Greatest mistake they made.
You saw what happened there. The parents of the students wanted to step in because they calculated that this strike these people are going on is not helping our children, and based on the amount they get paid, we can afford it. We can pay. Let them. That's better than paying for private institutions.
Listen. It's
And
not
yet
the
they
It's not
rejected
really
it.
the payment. Hold on. See, it's not really the money, payment, or whatever.
You guys don't know when you're getting con. You guys will get
Hold on first
repeatedly
now.
for
Wait,
30 straight years, and you guys can't even learn.
Hold on first. Look, see, regardless of money this or money that, right? The parents now, let me tell you why they want to say, okay, let's come, because the lecturers are fighting for the educational system. They're not even fighting for the students. You understand? For the educational system, regardless of, okay, you pay us our salary, you understand that you owe us, agreement that we've said the remuneration that's supposed to be increased. This is what you owe us now. We agreed on it, you should owe us. So pay us what you owe us. Because you, as politicians, you don't get old. Your money gets to your account.
So you
Hold
are
on first
now
now.
saying,
Just wait first now. Let me finish. Your
okay,
money
that's
gets to
fine.
your account as at
All right.
when
Good night, guys. We're not getting anywhere here. All right. I'll see you
Thank
next
you
week.
for coming in,
Then
Otti. I
me now
appreciate
that I'm
your
killing
time.
myself
Well
doing all
done.
the lecturing work, right? My own small salary, you can't even get yourself pay my own salary. Then apart from that, the students, the learning environment, the apparatus they have in studying, is nowhere near where it's supposed to be. Now the parents that came out now, see why I said they were foolish. They were thinking of their own children. They weren't thinking of the educational system. They were thinking, I better make my pikin graduate, make it go where they go. But the people that are
Parents
coming
Teachers
next,
Association said
that's what I'm
they
saying
were
now.
going to
The
come and
people,
pay.
the people that are coming under those students of those students that the parents are donating money for, right? The students that are coming under after them, the next generation, we should suffer the same thing.
Hey.
We should suffer the same thing, the same fate.
You call the parents, they are selfish.
You're saying, now
What are
let
you
me
not going to do to protect elites?
You say what?
What are you not going to do to protect elites?
No,
Those parents that are doing it are the ones that are earning 48,000. That you are saying that they are selfish.
You're still not getting my point. I say, look, they are doing it for their own kids to graduate from the system and move on. They are not fighting. Those parents are not fighting for the educational system sector.
Who told you that it's for just the final? How about the ones that want to join university too?
Which one?
The parents association is everybody, not only one set.
Which PTA? Parents association of primary school will not go and join them. I don't understand for why.
No. For university, you are saying that
that's what I'm saying now.
You're making it sound as if all their children are in final year.
No, like it's just 5 years. All of them from 100 level to final year gets graduated and
yes,
leave
they
the
want their
system,
children
right?
to graduate.
Now,
Which should be what
then
the lecturers should want.
How would that save the condition of the university?
Because they will pay them money.
So if they pay them money now,
they want to pay the lecturers.
Okay, let me add to that. I think what Mr. Lokopi is saying is that the protest was not just about salary. It's about the structure and the standard of education. What the parents were campaigning for was, we just want our children to graduate with that certificate. It's very common in Nigeria that you see people that have graduated, but they don't have skills. And that's what we need to change in Nigeria in terms of more funding needs to go to school in terms of research. There are so many things that we can solve. For example, there is some of our medical advice that we get from the West that we shouldn't. All this research are being done by Harvard, Stanford, and it's like they're using how do you call it when you do like a research? Like you get a number of people. You're using those
Quota or something.
Thesis, research, or what do
Yeah,
we call it?
you're using those
Data,
whatever
trial and error.
from something affecting America or the UK, which might not necessarily translate or be the same case when it comes to the Nigerian situation. Those universities should be doing their own data and research on all those things. That is the standard and quality in education. It's not all about graduating. I get your point in terms of like parents, it's more time into that child's life, more money spent. But I think the big thing is the standard of education. If it would take me 2-3 years to graduate, but I know actually when I graduate, I have what it takes. Equipment. We hear you have mentioned how doctors. I know someone who's studying medicine in Nigeria. They study based on paper. I'm sorry, that is scary. I don't want a doctor knowing how to do some certain
One
things
plus one, two on your body.
based on the book. I want you to have done some certain experiments and all these things. That is done when we have funding going to the university. That's what those protests are for. And that's what the government does not care about. So if I think what you're trying to say that we should provide those things. So at this point, we should forget government university and just create our people's university. Because the second alternative is
I'm
private
saying that
university, which is so
we need to
expensive.
start getting good at recognizing a con because somebody repeats something for 30 straight years and the results are a decimated education system. They have to be held accountable. So both sides have to be held accountable. Yeah, sorry, I will just be quick. Both sides have to be held accountable. And if you look at the core of it, that it shows you what I've been talking about. And I was saying it well before the parents even came on, because everybody forgets them. And I don't know how we do this. We are an awful people, I tell you. You know, in the UK here, they have this thing they call fairness. They don't disregard anybody. We are, I say, people, we are awful. We treat teachers as, oh, let me finish now. Let me finish my point.
Fairness when things are fair, not
Let
fairness
me
when things are
finish
not
my.
fair.
But clearly, the parents is very, very unfair on those parents for
But
their
there's no
children never to be able to
fairness.
go to school when they are even getting paid less than those
Why,
lecturers.
why would you be advocating that I go back to school based on an educational standard that is basically nothing? It's the waste
Okay,
of my parents.
so no students should go
Even
to
if
school in
my
Nigeria
school
anymore.
fees,
That's the
even if
solution.
my no, even if my school fees is 20,000 naira, it's a waste of 20,000 naira that I will graduate with a degree that doesn't that that I didn't get the full experience of what a
You cannot impact
university
society.
should be with. That's what you should be advocating for. I get this, the point
So
you're making is too long, but
your
standard of education needs to be worked on in Nigeria.
it's too long. The strike is too long, and it's repeated. It's damaging our education system. The reason why the standard fell this badly is
Then
because
talk
of
to the government.
it's a
Let the
Go to the
self-fulfilling
government
prophecy.
perform their
But they
duties.
refuse to
You're
be
talking to the
innovative.
wrong group.
Okay, so
See,
for
hold
brothers,
on.
okay,
If
for
there are
brothers,
some of the
government
smartest
refuse.
people, and
Why do you
Egbero
want
is
me
in
to refuse?
office, you expect the Egbero to solve the problem. You are
For brother, hold on now.
the professor.
Me,
You have some of the smartest people. Come up with a solution that the
no, for brothers,
Egbero can. Okay,
it's
you
not
know what? I'm
smart.
going to play this
So
video. I think
going
there's this
It's
forward,
video.
not
what's
smart.
your
It's
policy
common sense.
solution to this problem?
It's not even
No,
smartness.
lecturer, don't go on
Common sense.
strike.
It's
Hey,
common
that's
Lecturer,
sense.
our
don't go on
solution.
strike.
We should make laws that ban lecturers from going on strike beyond 3 months. Is that your solution?
I
Yeah,
think his
please
solution
weigh
is
in.
private
Weigh in.
university. That's it.
No.
Bumi, just to add to the point you're talking, it's not just the money, the time.
No, the money.
The time. Time wasted, you cannot regain it again.
Exactly.
So if we are addressing civil servants or lecturers, it is unfathomable, it is unthinkable that at the end of the month, somebody will not receive salary and you would expect the person to come to work. From what means? Okay, something happened where I am working currently. Our system was hacked. The finance department system was hacked. They rallied around to pay people from other means just because they didn't pay on Friday. They gave bonus of $50 just to say sorry for what happened to their system. This is not their fault. It was hacked, and they are paying compensation. was it Monday or Tuesday, AT&T went blank nationwide. When they restored it, they rendered apology. They gave every person $5 compensation. So the civil servants are paid below average. They are not even paid compared to the condition of the country today. They are not even paid. And the politicians they are not even paid. They take as much as they want. And you want the civil servants to keep being the Father Christmas, the nation builders. Why the people that take the helm of our affairs just destroy the country? It's not fair the way you look at it. Then if you bring it to the lecturers, do you know that the students that come overseas from Nigeria to come, do you know that it's lecturers that decide that? Do you know that that fund sits with the lecturers? That the lecturers they write for fund, and government gives them grant, and it is from that grant they say Nigerians, Ethiopians, come and study under my research. How many lecturer in Nigeria can write a grant in Nigeria and he will be funded? Look at what happened when we went for COP. Politicians went, not even academians. Look at what we have been saying about the agriculture. It is given to, the money was given to politicians in the name of farmers, not University of Agriculture.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
See, I wanted to share this video.
Forefather, hold on. To add to it, did you see Tony Elumelu research work? You understand?
Yeah.
He's using it now. They are using it now in Harvard.
Yes.
He studied there, he put it to practice, and is working. This is his own research. Now they are studying Elumelu's own research work. How many lecturers have these things? Forefather will go show us something that supports APC.
Want to support
Let me carry the same man now. Can I come Nigeria?
It would be great to dissect this man called Forefather.
Hold on.
Forefather, you're showing us a white man. You, Forefather.
Oh, Alaba Forefather said now spy way they use the open face.
Can I play this audio? If you don't want to hear it, I can just remove it. It's okay. It's not like
no, we don't want to hear it. It's good to your own case. We don't want to hear it.
For me, I don't want to hear
it. Fine. Don't listen.
You don't want to hear it.
For me, I don't want to hear it.
I think the lady wants to hear it. So you guys.
Hold on. See,
Forefather, put that for your link. Forefather, put that for your link.
You guys, let me just play it, please.
We don't want to hear it.
Put it in your link. Put it in your link.
No, we don't.
You are not the only one here now. The lady said that.
But four of us just voted that we don't want to hear it.
You can't vote. The lady has a veto vote against you.
Okay. Forefather not turn you to America.
And I'm a deciding vote. I cast a vote for him.
You watch past Anek Chema.
Let's not go that far. Let's leave it. Let me. It's not even that long. It's just about how many seconds long. It's not even up to 15 seconds. I don't think.
Excuse me. You know, people have a great misunderstanding about this. People in Congress are in a business. They're trying to buy votes. They're in the business of competing with one another to get elected. The same congressman will vote for a different thing if he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
Which is right.
Not 100% correct.
Which is strike. No, strike is one of the ways you can make the wrong people to do the right thing.
Yes, you're right.
Let me say this. Margaret Thatcher came to the UK to power because of incessant strike, and it wasn't even as bad as what the lecturers are doing in Nigeria for 9 months. You don't see that in the UK. But when she came in, her popularity came from the fact that she broke the unions. That's the way they describe it, because she stopped the incessant strike. America doesn't allow that nonsense. If you try that nonsense in America, you end up in jail, or your organization is going to be destroyed. Because you are destroying the state.
You're
not going to go on 9 months strike. You're not going to go on 9 months strike. You're not going to go on 9 months strike. It's not
That's because the parts you don't see. You don't see the part of litigation.
Which university has gone on 9 months strike in America?
Sue the government.
Father, the script writers in Hollywood. How many more strikes they went? They just come out. The script writers in Hollywood.
Script
How
writers,
many more strikes
how
they
many
went?
months did they go? And those who are not lecturers, so who is
The
losing out?
script writers, how many months they went? They
No,
went
I'm
on
talking
strike for
about
more than 3
I'm
months.
talking about education system. 3 months. We are talking about 9 months here.
Is that not much? More than 3 months.
And those script writers, they don't go to strike every year.
Do you know education?
Don't do that.
Because they meet up their need.
Do you know education in America and the UK is expensive?
You guys act as if we are the only people that have suffered in this world. I played a video last week. I played a video last week about India suffering too.
Not
suffering on rations, but our people somehow we are the ones suffering the most in the world.
Now let me tell you something.
All our systems. It's just unacceptable.
No,
Indian farmers are striking.
Right. Those are striking because of the world issue. Let me give you a simple.
They strike, but they don't strike for 9 months. You keep missing the point.
Because they have a sensitive government that comes in and listen to them.
Actually, sometimes the government don't listen. The government broke the strike. I told you they broke the strike in the UK.
Wait,
they don't break strike. They respond to strike. Get your information straight. They respond. If they don't respond, it will cripple their economy.
Let's see what
they don't break union. You can't break union. It's not possible. Get your facts straight.
Can you elaborate on how you said they broke the strike? How did they break it?
The idea is that they made it harder for strikes to take place. They restricted the amount of time you can strike for, and the
UK is not a dictatorship, so they can't do that.
And they made the rules very, very tight for the strikers to be able to even
legally. It's not a dictatorship. And if will not do that.
Okay, I'm going to find a video of what Thatcher did so that you understand.
In the US,
it was the very today that it still divides the country. Some of the things she did, it still divides the UK.
In the US, in the universities, it is the government that go on strike, not even the lecturers. Well, let me explain to you. Like in the university where I am, there are some qualifications the university must have in order to get the government grant. If you don't have that qualification, like the number of blacks, they will give you the qualities that you must meet in order to receive their. If you don't meet those qualities, you will not get their grant. So it is even the government that go on strike, not lecturers. So lecturers work hard to meet those grants. So what they have done is that they've been able to separate the system from political influence. In Nigeria, is that the governor is the be-all and the end-all. The president, how can the president sit on the podium and say subsidy is gone? Which other country can you do that? Can Joe Biden
without looking the books?
See, let me tell you something about this.
Oh my God! You see, I just played this video just now.
Hold on
just
now.
I've never heard this.
Did we just tell you that we don't want to watch the video?
Hold on.
Did we just tell you that?
Let me tell you something that you don't know.
I've never watched this video. It was a recording anyway. Let me play it so you can hear what she's saying. What is so similar to what I'm saying?
Listen. See, look.
Father, let me take some break. You didn't give me a thing. Father, change this topic. You refuse. I'm running away.
No, run. Save yourself. Save yourself. See, point is that
you just want to do your thing your own way, and which is not really nice.
It's not my own way. This is the real way.
Hold on. Let me ask you a simple question.
It has been done all over the world.
Let me ask you a simple question.
Why do we keep arguing this?
Wait now. Let me ask you a simple question. Just listen. The way it's done all over the world for those countries, they get light for those countries. They get light.
Yeah, then they didn't have light.
They're for Nigeria light. For Nigeria lights there.
No, But it's not.
Wait
Why do
first
you
now.
always
Wait
make
first.
excuses
Answer
to
the
damage your
question,
system?
young
Wait
man.
first.
No.
Wait first. Sometimes when people go on strike, this and that, yeah, conditions, and those conditions are coming from living conditions. You understand?
Don't listen
The
to me.
conditions
Listen
that
to
are
some
that
other
hold on, listen
person.
to me now.
Since you don't want
The
to listen
conditions
to
that
me.
affect whatever they can do. The conditions that they live that can affect their ability to produce or impact whatever they are called to do. You get my point? So it might be just the environment is not friendly for them. The living condition is not friendly for them. The distance from where they are living to school is not conducive for them. Some don't even have cars. Some can't even meet up. Then meanwhile, you were expecting them to still deliver sound academics or sound lecturing or sound education to their students. You get my point? So
I
if
feel
they're
sorry for
asking,
Nigerians.
let's listen to me first now.
Oh,
If you're
yes,
asking
with
for this
someone
and
like
that,
you,
They're
I
going
feel
on for
sorry
long,
for
though.
Nigeria.
wait first now. If you're asking you for this and that, and you did not say no, I will not do it. It's a different thing. You said, oh, it makes sense. That's true. I will do it. And you signed an agreement with them. And they're not asking you to say, okay, no, we want to end the way you are earning, politicians are earning. No. You understand? You know you as a politician, you are earning more than them. In the Nigerian's budget, the budget allocation you give to education is too small compared to a nation. I think Nigerian the education budget is the smallest in the world, if I'm not mistaken. You understand? Smallest in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Other
Have you
budgets in
checked
other
the
countries,
amount they pay the other people too?
which one? Check and Sam now. Back for you.
The
Not
salary
again.
you have seen the salary of the other
Leave
people.
salary.
You keep
I've told you
comparing
several
you
times. Listen to
keep
me.
comparing
See,
your like for like. How about the fairness to the other
I've
fellow
told you several
citizens?
times. I've told you several times. Like economic.
Is it American children that our lecturers
Shit.
are striking against? They are
See,
striking against those poor Nigerian children.
no,
They are not striking
hold
against
on.
American
Okay,
children.
now, for us, let me ask you a simple
Let me just
question.
play this video, please. Let me
Hold
just play this
on.
video
No,
because
I beg,
I don't want
video,
to argue on
video,
this point
video.
for too long.
So why
Because
is
you're
it,
not going to believe me.
who is
See,
the
hold
head
on.
of
You're not going
government
to agree with
of
me. I'm
Nigeria
not going to
in
agree with
context?
you.
Because
Father, I just
why did
pray
they
you
stop the
never
bill?
get to anywhere near government. You will
Why
be
did they
the
stop the
worst
bill,
government
right?
official
The
For
that's
only person
ever
that has
lived.
citizens of
hope,
Nigerian
So
citizens.
exactly. That's why you are never.
can
This
we
is
take
you.
the
You
topic
people are
Fathers,
making my point for me.
why did they stop the bill,
Okay.
right? Hold on now. Why did they stop
You
the
are going
bill?
on too
Right?
long.
Oh, listen now. That's question now. Why did they stop the bill for the children of politicians to school abroad? Why did they stop that bill? Because they know it's not going to work. Because that is the only way they will sit down. You understand? I will tell you. Trust me, you right. This might also be
Maybe we should go
orchestrated
for that. Maybe we should go
people
for that too.
from foreign countries. You understand? I see to that extent. But because by people from foreign countries, like key your education system and let them come and study. And we know once they study, they will remain here. They won't go back to your country. So it now makes your country become less.
Local.
You know,
What
if
you're
you
saying
know how
is
to
that
play chess,
all the
you won't be talking
ministers
to what
of
you're saying.
Don't worry
Buhari,
now. You
all the
people are going to
ministers of
remember this
Buhari,
and find out that you
all
have
of
been
them
wrong
are
all
out
this
of the
while.
country.
Wrong waiting.
You know why?
All the
Because I was
ministers
thinking like you.
Buhari
I
said,
used to think
almost
like
some of
you
them
people
are
all
out
the
of the
time.
country.
I used to think like you people.
You
My
never talk
eyes
like
open to reality.
Never. No.
Oh, how do
You
you
never
think
talk
I
like me.
can grow up in Nigeria and not think like you? This
No,
is kind of way
no,
we
you
think,
can't
and
think like me.
that's what has killed the country to this point.
No,
And
you
people
can't think
just
like me.
carry on
No,
supporting.
your
Let
views
me
is
tell you.
what will
Let me
totally
say this.
bury us.
Yes, actually, see, Bumi
No,
has hope.
no.
You guys don't have hope. Maybe
Which
Bumi
hope
does
for
have
what?
hope
Wait,
because
hope for what?
you people are the ones that kill this country. The kind of
It's
mentality you people
people
have.
like you that even killed Nigeria. I'm telling you, people like me that killed
I'm
Nigeria.
just one. You are many, and you are the
No.
ones. It's your image that Nigeria has right now.
Nah.
Let me just play this thing so that because don't take my own argument for you.
We
No,
say
don't
we
listen to
don't
me.
want to
Let me
watch.
just
How
play
many
it.
times do we have
Which
to tell you
condition?
Nigeria does
If you
not
don't want to
belong
watch,
to you?
go. Let the viewers
In which
listen. If you don't want
conditions
to watch,
is
go.
Thatcher
I'm
saying
not
those
here to
things?
educate only you.
I'm asking you a question. In which conditions is Margaret making this statement? Which condition?
Can I just play, please? You know there are
Which condition is the state of our
144
country?
people listening to us. You guys are not the only ones here.
Then the life
144
may
now
go
20
140
speak.
times
people are
are we
listening
going
to
to
us.
tell you Nigeria does not belong?
And let me go speak.
Government wages
If you don't want to
policy, which your own
listen,
party has
you can
successfully
always
helped to
excuse
wreck.
yourself.
Would you accept that you basically wanted free collective
Fathers,
bargaining,
man.
so did the
White
unions?
man don't wash your finish.
I want responsible collective bargaining because I reckon that anyone who has a lot of power must use it responsibly, and if they don't, you've got to look at the nature of their power. That's why free collective bargaining is not a phrase which I personally use. I've said responsible collective bargaining. And I then said, if the people don't use power responsibly, responsibly, you have a duty to the nation as a whole to look at the power they wield and see if they should still wield that power. Because unions don't just happen to have the power they have now. They've got it by years of one government after another giving it to them by law, deliberately putting them above the law. Now, if you have that amount of power, my goodness, you need a saint and a jolly conscientious one at that.
Well, there are those
to wield it.
Yeah, there are those, of course, who would say that the trade union leaders don't have the power. Perhaps they did have the power, but it is now devolved elsewhere.
It's gone to the militants. And in that case, you know, you ought never to have had a law which enabled a closed shop to be used against all the decent, average, honest, hard-working members of trade unions. I think the imposition of the closed shop has been responsible for quite a lot of our problems, quite a lot of the intimidation. You know, it's all very well for the Prime Minister to say he'd cross a picket line. His job wouldn't be at stake by crossing a picket line. And I just thought that one of the lorry drivers who said, it's all very well for you to say that, but who would look after me when I was sacked from my job? After all, it's this government who saw that a chap could be sacked from his job because he refused to join a union, or they didn't even give him compensation or appeal to a court of law. That's been a devastating blow. It's put this colossal power into the hands of the unions against their individual members, and they ought not to have it. And it's put it into the hands of the militants.
Well, you had to go at the closed shop, but I mean, quite a lot of closed shop agreements are carried out with the full corporation and agreement of management, are they
Oh,
not?
yes, indeed, Jimmy. But look, I say the same to management as I say to trade unions, as I say anywhere. I don't vary what I say according to who I'm talking to. You're not entitled to have management and a trade union for their personal convenience just ousting a person's fundamental rights. You're not. That's why you have governments, really to protect fundamental rights and liberties, so that two other people, just for their convenience, can't say, oh, we're going to set that aside.
So you would legislate against the closed shop?
Well, we are pledged to legislate against the closed shop. We're pledged already to give a person who loses his job very considerable compensation for the loss of it, and pledged to give him a right of appeal to a court of law. Because you must, I know you had someone on yesterday, but I believe passionately in a rule of law, and so must everyone who believes in society at all. You know, if you don't have a rule of law, Jimmy, you'll have a rule of lawlessness.
Well, let me ask you about that, because not only, I'll come to Arthur Scargill in a minute, but last week I talked to David Steele. It's true to say I had to press him to eventually get an answer, but he did say eventually that, yes, there could be a situation where you'd have to have mass arrests. Now, yesterday, Arthur Scargill said on this program, in effect, that he didn't care whatever laws were passed. If he agreed with them and he thought they were good for his union, that's fine. And if he didn't, well, that's it. And indeed, he said they will have to hire football stadia to lock everybody up in.
Yeah. Well, now, that means if he's going to try to organize mass picketing, well, now, they did once at the Saltley Coast Depot. They did outside Grunwick. But you know, outside Grunwick, they lost out. And I'll tell you why they lost out. Because the last weapon we have against this kind of action is public opinion. And public opinion wasn't going to have it. And also the police were very well organized, and they did a fantastic job. And it didn't matter what Arthur Scargill said. The rule of law prevailed.
No.
Father, can I just ask you one question?
Go ahead.
Where is the house of Margaret Chatta in Nigeria? Where is this building in Nigeria?
My brother asked me,
Somebody I thank you. I just hear Mama Charlie they talk. I know you not even a serious question.
No.
So it's not a serious question.
For listen. See, let me give you one analogy.
It's not a serious question. You have all your ministers that work last tenure are overseas. All their families are overseas. So how would they be patriotic? I have a lecturer.
You're talking around nonsense.
You can't be talking over each other.
You're talking around nonsense.
Let me finish.
Don't worry. What you have done is what kept the country the way it is. Carry on and see what anything is going. Go ahead. You can insult me all you want, but that's what you have right now.
That is teaching in a state university that brought the child to study in the US. He's spending over $20-something thousand every semester to pay school fees. Why won't that lecturer put that child in that school? Because the school is substandard.
So
So for us, let me give you for us
The
now.
school remains substandard today.
After
After all the strikes, don't you get it?
For us, let me paint two scenarios for you, and you tell me which
Is it
one
not
works
better?
for you.
So the lecturer should go and get their money. So the lecturer should get their money to fund the school. Do you know that the state
Why is it that what is wrong with our people? Did you just hear what she said?
Do you know that the
She said you have to put the nation first. The idea that you guys can't even, you don't even understand the concept. Don't listen. Of course you won't understand. You want to wallow in your ignorance. Carry on.
Who puts the nation first?
Who puts the nation second?
Who puts the nation first?
She decided to take action against the people that claim that they are putting the nation first.
Who is she? Who is she?
Against them.
Who is the Nigerian leaders?
She's the leader of the country. What are you not saying?
If Tinubu did that today, if Tinubu did half of what she did, you all will call him dictator.
Tinubu cannot do it because he doesn't have the capacity to do it.
You see that?
Let
me tell you something. What I found now is that we are not ready for a good nation.
The background of Margaret.
We claim we want a good nation, but we are not ready for it. You guys are not ready for it.
Let's play the background of Margaret. Get the history of Margaret. It's on YouTube.
What history are you trying to flesh out?
About Margaret. Let's check her history, her background.
What is the history you want to flesh out? I don't understand.
No, because you're bringing Tinubu, who is the leader of our country. Play the background of Margaret. You will see that she came from a decent home. She has a decent background.
So decent home is the debate now.
So where is she coming from?
You cannot give her from a decent home. She came from a decent home and caused a lot of people to lose their jobs that are working in the mining industry. She broke the unions.
Why you like to follow Igbo woman? Now Igbo woman will make your country better.
Why are you contradicting the thing?
Let me give you. Let me.
The argument she's making is similar to mine. It's not because she's a Igbo woman. The argument she's making, and this is history that has already happened. We've seen the results.
Who is she making those arguments for? Nigerians?
Okay.
You
have to similar problems. You have to learn from similar problems.
Do they have a city where she was talking? Do they have food? Do they buy gari for 10,000? Or do they buy rice? I beg, make the lady speak.
They were living rubbish uncollected for days. They were living rubbish uncollected for days. They were living they were blackouts in the UK because of all these strikes.
We have all the
there were blackouts in the UK for during that period. So she came in and she put all those people in check and stopped them from doing those type of things. And there was an economic growth that never ended till now. So the idea that
compare that with your system of government.
Dictator.
Compare that.
Listen.
But you heard what she said. Did you hear what she said? You heard what she said.
Look at how
the public opinion is the only weapon she had against those people. And you know what she's saying? In other words, what it's revealing is that we are the ones causing this problem.
Our
only weapon is public opinion. Why do you think why do you think the public turned on the unions?
Let me tell you something you don't know. Hold on. Let me tell you something you don't know. Let me paint two scenarios for you. Look. In the so-called UK, you always think they know better, they do better, this and that, this and that.
No, I'm not saying it's just the context.
Hold on first now. I'm giving you the same context which you are coming from.
Okay.
Now, to whatever Chacha is saying right now, I believe those people he was talking against, let's assume they are lecturers, right? Those lecturers now in the UK, they might be fighting for, or let's say the union in the UK, they might be fighting for our standard as at now is grade C. Okay, we know the government cannot be perfect 100%, at least it's trying, but we don't want to be in grade C. We want to be in grade B. So we are striking because we want to be in grade B. Don't leave us in grade B. In grade C, you understand? We want grade A or grade B or whatever. You understand? So we can go strike. So the government can, oh no, sorry, there's no money for grade A. They are fighting for either you be in grade B, in grade B or I knock you out. You understand? So they might say,
See what see what you're saying. If the government gets up now to go and fight the people stealing our oil, or the man that is doing bunkering, and we are here saying the government should not fight them, that's exactly what you're accusing us of.
No, I say government should fight. I'm saying government should fight them, and the unions should fight them, but fight them with reason. Don't just paralyze the system.
See, what government demands is accountability. If government funds If government funds those university and they are not doing well, he should go after them. Not when you don't fund them.
As I was saying, the affecting for grade C to grade A, and the teacher said, no, I can't do grade A. You must be in grade B, or I know people as I scatter you, whatever. And the people in the society can say, yes, no, Belasha, teacher, don't try. You put in grade C. She says you be in grade B. She cannot give you grade A. So by so doing, the people can turn against the workers to say, no, we support teacher, be in grade B. But in Nigerian situation, our own is grade grade F. You understand? We are even fighting to be in grade E, not even grade C or grade D. You understand? And the government agreed to say, no, failure is bad. That you are. Okay, I will put you in grade F, at least with the small money we have. We now said, okay, please go off the strike. Then the more we are going off the strike, we are seeing that you lecturers, you politicians, you are earmarking and siphoning money for other projects that is not making, that is sinking Nigeria. Meanwhile, you can channel those money towards education. At least solve 50% of what we are crying for. At least we will know, yes, we've done something. But you are not even meeting any demand of all the agenda that we've agreed. Still leaving us to remain in grade F. Why you and your cronies are putting bigger budgets more than education? You understand? You want to use imagine the money which you want to use to renovate a house for the VP. Not that the one that the VP is staying is bad, though. It's still very okay, very livable. But look at the amount you want to use to renovate it first. And the Remi Tinubu, look at the money you are putting for Remi Tinubu and Shetima. You can't even put half of that money towards education at all.
No matter how you explain to forefather, he won't get it. The boy was raised by the wolves.
Not to be angry. You want the lecturers not to be angry, like, no, these guys are idiot people. They can't take us for a ride anymore. So they want us to be in grade F all the time. Meanwhile, they are putting money where they know money is not supposed to be channeled to. They are saying it. You forget that these lecturers, hold on, these lecturers, we have even political scientists, we have economists, we have business admin professors who are there, who know that these are lecturers. You forget that even these admin, accountants, economists, political scientists, we have them as lecturers in the university. They know how this thing can be solved easily. They've given government the solution several times, but government is adamant to do because it will not put money in the government's pocket. Then you want these lecturers to fold the hand and say, okay, no, let's sacrifice for the country. At the detriment of who? The students. Last class, we will get Olodo food outside. We'll get graduate when our Olodo food outside. Look at what is happening to society now. Any small don't graduate, they go through certificates. They say they want to skit making. Skit. Olodo food every year. Before you know that they open breast and yash, they are making money, they are happy. They will come out and tell you school na scam. Are you happy to hear that kind of words? School na scam. Are you happy to hear that kind of words? Because there's nothing in their head. Government can never give them any work, so the government never read the school well. Are you happy? You are telling me no, the lecturer should put the nation first. Meanwhile, the person who is in even the helm of affair, it's not even putting the nation second. It's putting the nation at the back rule. You are telling me no, Magachata said this one said this one. Let those people come and live in Nigeria if they will tell you the same thing. I beg you forget the nonsense, Jerry. Tell me rubbish.
I have told you guys, forefather was raised by the wolves. He would not understand a word of what you're saying. If people like
I understand it perfectly. I understand it perfectly because I used to share the same opinion. I understand it perfectly because I used to share the same opinion. So you can't tell me about that opinion.
We thank God for you. Thank God for you.
Forefather, tell me what a lecturer that research is not funded. What can the lecturer do?
See, you either
make what is that thing they make and sell in university? Pamphlets or paper?
Handout.
Look,
the
project I did the University of Benin. The project I did the University of Benin. If to say maybe invest in a better by now, houses to be building houses in Nigeria are supposedly cheap, very, very cheap by now. Very, very cheap to build a house, better standard house. But the projects that most people have done,
why did it not happen?
Because the research,
because of people that are wicked that keep getting elected. That's what the people we are going to blame. We have a crazy mindset that we can't even recognize results when we see it.
The union,
Why do
you're
you keep
condemning.
asking me to sit down as if that's
No,
going to
because
solve the problem?
you see, when it comes to
It's
education,
not going to solve the
hold on,
problem.
please. When it comes to
The
education,
union you're
I
kicking
don't play with
against.
education
Remember
because
that
I
when
know
the
I'm
strike
not
was
kicking
on.
against the
importance of
unions. Oh my
education.
God!
No, I
I
said,
know the importance of
Don't we
education.
have nuances with conversations?
So what do you mean that you're
Everything
not
is
kicking against the
absolute in
union?
your heads. I don't
What
understand
do you
it.
mean that you're sorry? What do you mean that you're not kicking against the union?
I'm saying that the 9-month strike is the ones I have a problem with. When you strike, that I
No, you
can
played.
I finish?
You played Margaret.
Loco,
The Margaret
hold
you
on.
played. The Margaret you played that was about what?
Forefather,
What did
forefather,
Margaret?
Let me go
listen
the
to
other
me.
one to the
Listen
other one. They
carefully.
don't want
Listen
me
to
to
me.
talk. They don't want me to talk. See, this is what they just want me to be shouting. They just keep around saying that one is the worst too. He doesn't even know he's muted.
Can I add one?
Bubi, please go ahead. He doesn't even know he's still muted. Let him keep going on. It's all good.
Okay, I'm going to add something in regards to that. Being someone that has recently, like, I went to school in Nigeria, okay, and I could say something about, like, I think the number one problem is that we do have a government that doesn't care about education. I went to a public school in Nigeria and I also went to a private school in Nigeria. And I would tell you, if I should compare my schooling in Nigeria and then compare it to the one I got here in this country, even I went to public school here in this country and the standard is different. And this is not university. This is just primary, secondary school level. The standard is different. We need to also understand that how funding works in other countries. Maybe we need to implement those kind of funds in terms of, like, if our government are not doing a good job in, like, creating funds to help sustain the schools. I think in Sweden, I think probably Sweden, how they do it is that they are private schools, but the government tends to, like, pay for the school fees of their citizens. So
Even
it's
in the
not
US.
exactly. So it's like, and it's like, if you want more money coming to your school, then you need to upgrade your standards so that more people go to your school. So it's kind of like a private stroke government relationship. Maybe we need to do the same when it comes to our education. But if I should tell you, the primary school I went to Nigeria, the public school was so, like, I didn't know that the level of, until I came here and I tasted as something that was different. You could tell the change. It's different. So as much as I understand your point, forefathers, in terms of time, we need to also talk about the quality. Quality really matters.
I agree
I can
with
understand
quality.
that you mentioned 30 years of
Strikes.
protesting. That's a lot. And for us as a people, we have 30 years to understand that, okay, we're dealing with a bunch of people who are not serious. So maybe we need to start thinking of how to really hold this set of politicians accountable. If it's whether it's the bill that requires the officials to have their children study in Nigeria, or let's say they have
They
to.
turn it down. They turn it down. They had it before. They turn it
But
down.
that's the thing. As
They
us
don't
as
fear.
a
See,
people,
I heard her gear is moving already, but while the others are frozen, that tells you the young are the future. You guys don't want to move.
I
You
don't
are
understand.
frozen in
Our
us
gear
place.
is
as a
moving.
people, this is the only thing
I
I'll
can
do as
see
a
the way
forefathers.
she's thinking. She's reasoning from my position. You guys are not even
So,
reasoning
She can't be reasoning from your
from your
position.
position.
She is
No, no,
not.
no, because
No,
she
you're
no,
not
she
she's not
used the
reasoning from
term.
position
No,
at
no,
all.
This
hold
is
on.
the type
Can't
of
reason
thing
from your
you say
position.
that bring out my Agbero behavior. Why would
Yeah.
anybody
She's
reason
not
with
even
your
close to your
position?
opinion at all. Not even close
Don't
to your
start with
opinion.
me now. When we start our ruffle,
Bubi, please talk
this
to
is not
Why
him.
going to
would
get us
You are not
anywhere.
anybody
expecting him
reason in your
making.
position? This is the
See,
type of thing you
but
say that
but
just
but
bring it
but
out in
you
me.
can hear what she said. None of you
But that's not
acknowledge.
close to what you are saying.
Yes, but she's moving. None of you. That's the travel, and she will get there. Watch, or maybe even go past me. The point is that what she did was she said 30 years of striking. Maybe we should start. You see that Now she begin to see over time. Sometimes you guys, I don't understand it, why you can't see events through time. You have to learn to judge events through
Where
time.
did you get 30 years? Where did you get 30 years of strike?
No, I'm just saying that you guys never confronted that fact at all.
Where did you get 30 years of strike? Where did you get 30 years strike?
What you say, you might be ashamed
They
of
were
what you've been
striking on that Abacha.
For that 30 years strike, 30 years.
This crazy, the lecturers were striking even under a dictator, they were still striking.
For that, you say 30 years strike, 30 years.
Yes.
30 years. 30
They've been
years.
striking regularly, annually.
I think it's a 30 years stretch, or it's within 30 years.
How can they strike for 30 years? Nobody will graduate now forever.
You can strike. You can strike once in a year now.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now they do that almost every year. There's a strike. Almost every year.
Hold on, yes,
So,
because
see, regarding the strike, now I have not followed any like the strike when it comes to school. I would really love to see how the strike happens, but one thing I know for sure is that they are asking for funding and better the standard of education. Now I would say if I want to go for a strike right now, knowing the kind of government we have, it's going to I'll have to find something that would really choke them, because you're choking my life. You're choking my children's life. I cannot be sending my kids to a private university that's paying millions. I'm not getting paid in millions if I'm in Nigeria. So the way we strike, I do think as a people, because I was talking to my mom and then she was so pissed because she was like, why they striked last year and then they agreed to an agreement. I think it's the workers union or whatever, labor union. They agreed on getting 30,000 naira or something like that increase.
Extra, yeah.
And she was so pissed that was such a stupid agreement. And to me, 100%, I do think that when the striking and also the agreements they make, it's on the long run, also the short run does not do anything for the people. So I do think we do need to evaluate the way we strike, that we need to really hold this government official accountable. If it comes to the educational system, either their kids must and have or are still, they have to be in Nigeria, so that if we're getting that shitty terrible education, you will get it with us.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I will only agree with Forefather in terms of we need to evaluate our striking, but at the same time, we should never agree or neglect the work of the government in terms of you basically saying we should find funding by ourselves. No, I would not agree with that.
Let me tell you what happened in this system, right? I'll tell you exactly what happened in this system. Now in Nigeria, now you said we know the kind of evil baboon we have in government. You see these lecturers, right? Their hands are tied. The only two way that they can choke the government to fund education is one, if they're in charge of passing a bill stopping the children of politicians to study abroad. They're not in charge. It's still the politicians that are in charge of that bill.
But what about the people?
You will hold on first. Then the words, which is the student, like I was saying, in our time, it did not happen because before you talk Aluta Continua, the whole South Nigeria, all students have started their own strike. So the government instantly must listen. But in this case, why the government decide to not to listen? Because they know that the lecturers, they can't really do anything. You understand? The students who are supposed to have the real say, because they are the ones who know, who the government knows that if it gets to this, the side of the students to start demonstrating, will be in problem. The students were not demonstrating. So the only two ways they would have had choked the government is the students coming out, supporting the lecturers, one, and they're passing the bill. So one is dead on arrival, which is passing the bill for children of politicians to stop schooling abroad. That one is dead on arrival because I think a professor or somebody is still currently in the House of Assembly. During Buhari's time, he was trying to, I think it's from Edo State, right? He was trying to pass a bill. He raised the bill to the children of politicians to stop going abroad to school, so that maybe that would make them serious in funding education. The bill did not even go first reading. The bill died natural death. I watched the session. They were laughing.
They were all laughing at the guy like, look at this one for what, you understand? So the only way and only hope for the education system is the students supporting the lecturer, because these people are really fighting for us. They're not really fighting for themselves. They're fighting for us to get better education. So if the students really supported the lecturers, way back, the government would have listened. But what student do we have? People in Nigeria students. That they are even happy to be on strike so that they can watch people in Nigeria and be doing some other activities. They're even happy because they know after all, school has come. If they go to school, say, nothing come out. I mean, let's go and be hustling, Jare, so that we can be buying cars as we are coming back to school, as we are resuming school. We can be buying cars, we can be showing leaders, whatever. In our days, it wasn't like that. You understand? It was like, man, school. Any small thing, we've blocked the express road. The government will instant the next day, the government has listened. You understand? That's why in our time we had less strike in our time. Highest 1 month. 1 month. It was only one time we had a 1 year strike. 1 year, no, it was school closure when they said my school did something, and it was just only my school that had that once. We lost one session because of school, whatever. Not even strike, but highest is only
school.
strike
That's
forever.
the one you attended.
You understand? 1 month, 2 months, and that's it. You understand? But the truth remains the same. Look,
how was school then when they were striking? How
we
was
were
school then when they were
closed for 2
striking for
years.
1 month, 2 months?
2 years we were closed in Lasso.
Yes, yeah, no, that one is individual university.
Is it because of you, Ferrari? Is it because of
yes,
you?
every time they
university
open
can
the
close
school,
more
the
than
student we will close it back down until they
Yeah.
call back all the 34 of us that we are expelled.
Now, Bumi, you see why we are where we are. These people are the ones that kill the country.
No,
They kill the
it's not
country.
like that, because look at now. Look at the education system you have right now, where students are telling you school na scam. In our days, you never can. Where that kind of word come out? School na scam. Where we say if you know this school safe, now you they go they laugh. But this is who know this school, they laugh with this school. They say upon school where you go.
Why
What do
not?
you
Because
get?
we've
You
killed it in
understand?
our generation. Our generation finished the job.
Exactly. Not even the lecturers now. Because there's nothing to show for the students. Now the lecturer is fighting like this is too much. Let's graduate students that will have content on their inside their coconut brain.
That's why you close it for 9 months.
Hold on, look, sometimes it's like sacrifice, but you're looking at they should graduate and school should
You
be
can't
going
sacrifice for 30 years in a row.
No, it's not. Hold on, look. Okay. Now you're sacrificing for 30 years in a row. Your government is you're not looking at the government not doing anything for 30 years.
All the
You're looking
work
at the
was
strike
put
for 30
together
years.
didn't last 30
But the
years.
government, hold on, the government is not doing anything for 30 years. You're not seeing that angle. We are looking at the strike for 30 years. What about the other guys that are not doing anything for 30 years?
No, I agree with you that the government is 80% culpable. But you also have to remember the lecturers are highly educated people. Governments tend to be made up of brutes, gangsters, and all kinds of people. Lecturers are supposed to be clever. They are supposed to be able to find solutions. And if they cannot find solutions, hold on. Let me make it. If they cannot find solution, maybe they shouldn't be teaching your children. They are not clever enough.
If your government cannot rule, they should not be there.
Sorry. When you say that, it gives an impression that you don't even know what is going on in the higher institution.
It doesn't know.
Actually, I know enough.
It doesn't know.
If you know enough, you won't be saying they are highly learned because the government uses the gullible ones. Do you know how they appoint the VCs? The ones they are
not highly learned anymore. Most of the people voting for that strike is not just the VCs; they are ordinary people too, members that are professors, doctors.
So how can you when you are not a rank? How can you?
There's ASU. For that, all ASU are lecturers.
So all those people are captives.
For that, anything they call ASU, they are lecturers. They are academic staff. They are lecturers. There's senior staff association, which is SANU, and there's NASU, non-academic staff. The ones that are striking is academic staff union, which is ASU. You understand? So they are all lecturers. All of them, they lecture. You understand? Whether professor or whatever, they're all lecturers. If the ones that are not lecturing, which is that those will be like maybe registrar or VC or whatever. Those are senior SANU, senior staff association of faculty association. Those ones, it's not their business. You understand? They have their own association. NASU too, non-academic staff have. But when it comes to ASU strike, everybody's lecturing. Everybody goes to the classroom to lecture. You understand? And listen, you're looking at it from one angle. You think they are punishing the students? No. When they tell you education, when they tell you education is the bedrock of every society, what do you think the kind of education they're talking about?
Somebody can. Is Tinubu not tell you that he's about to fix the country now? Is he going to fix it?
No, hold on. When they tell you
they will promise you heaven and earth,
bedrock of every society.
Look at what they are doing. Don't look at just the promise. Look at what they are doing. because the damage, what the lecturers and the government have done together among themselves is decimate this education system of the country.
So why are you now holding the lecturers more than the government? You say the government is 80%, lecturer is 20%.
No. The reason why I'm holding the reason why I'm going to the lecturers because the governments are agberos now. They are now functioning. The lecturers are intelligent. Let me finish now. The lecturers are intelligent. Hold on now. Can I finish?
No, I can't let you finish now because go to your National Assembly, you see them professor, doctor, this and that. Maybe your National Assembly.
Okay, let's say they are doctors. Let's say they are educated too. But the lecturers are lecturers. Their job is to educate the students, and they are also highly educated, and they have a priority in terms of getting the students and everything to work fine, like they claim. So, if your goal, your main agenda is to have the students get educated, get good education. And let's say you are striking for 10, and because the education standard is not very good, you can actually meet 6, 7. But you decide to go on strike that reduces to 4, and you do it for the first year. Hold on, you do it for the first year, the second year, the third year, and that's mark that you are trying to get to, which is 7, not even 10. You are trying to get to up to 7 because the system is not very good. But you didn't even meet all that. You keep going to 4, killing the education system. While you are doing that, most of you don't work for the public education system anymore. You go and work for private education system, send the children overseas, while the only people left that don't have any place to run are those people that their parents earn for the 2,000 naira per annum, while the minimum any of you earn is 100 and something thousand. See, when you look at the Nigerian state right now and the way the country is shaped, it's almost like an elitist state. It's very, very unfair, very, very unequal. And even at the lower echelons of society, you still see that unfairness. They act as if they are the most aggrieved, and they even aggrieve the poorer people even more. And last year, the poorer people said, oh, you know what? We are tired of having this. We are going to pay with the little money we have. And they still refused. Oh, come on, man. I don't know why people excuse this type of behavior.
No, think, They said we were going to pay and we still refuse. Does that show you they care about the money? They care about
winning stupid arguments.
No, not
Instead
winning.
Of them to be remembering the students, they care about winning stupid arguments.
Listen to me. Listen to me now. You prefer why you carry your picking go better school? Why you just talking? No, put my picking for school, any year and I finish.
Yeah, actually,
why that's what happened. Go better school? Why?
No, you think all children go to perfect schools? What is man
with
you?
I'm asking a simple question.
Have students in them.
No. I'm using you now. Why you prefer? No, this school is low standard. I want to take my son to a better school, even that I have to pay higher.
To put their children in the best school they can.
So why don't you think the same lecturers want their own students to graduate to be in a better in a better academic status?
Because they've repeatedly under-delivered for their students.
Wow, how do they deliver for their students?
Because they are not educating them. They are keeping them at home. So students that should graduate for 4 years spend 6 years at the university. Do you know that there are people that should graduate for 4 years that have spent 6 years at the university in Nigeria?
Let me tell you something. You didn't know that. I don't know which university you went to.
I think
I don't know which university you went to. Me, I went to like my own University of Benin, and based on my discipline, I go to the lab, engineering lab. Our engineering lab is not equipped with what it should have. I remember 2018 or 2018 or 17 thereabouts. I went to University of Benin to go and collect my transcripts. What did they tell me? They said they don't. University of Benin don't get lights. That they are owing. They don't get lights. So what did they own? Gen? They said they are owing the contractor that used to supply them diesel. They're owing the guy for 4 million naira, be a million naira for owing the guy that's supplying diesel. So in my mind, if the university is supposed to be as federal university, if the federal government knows what it's doing, by now, can't it just pay for research or fund a project that will by now be providing power for the university to be running instead of depending on NEPA. Now the university is supposed to build their own panel, solar panel or power supply, whatever, in all the labs first, at least, so that we know that
I agree with you on that. The only area I disagree with you is this: a lengthy strikes that are delivering the
because that is the only way you can see. That is the only language you
not. It's
understand.
clearly not, because it's not worked for 30 years. Don't you get that?
They're still not getting the point for that. What you say 30 years?
So you want to do it for the next 500 years?
Forefathers.
You see how people don't learn? You want to do it for the next 500 years. When are you going to stop and say, this is not working?
Okay, forefathers, tell me what will work. Tell me what will work. Tell me.
What will work, you start from making sure if you are going to go on strike, you go on strike, target. You can even do it spread it for 9 months.
Forefathers, ask a simple question.
Oh my God.
Tell me what will work. Tell me what will work.
I'm just giving you now.
Okay.
You can decide to go one day out of the week, every week for 9 months, and do other form of protest. There are protests online. There are sensitizing people, educating people, and organizing so that
which people are they? Which people are they educating people about what? We as with civil society or the students?
The public, and the public is on their side. And the weirdest thing is that they have the goodwill of the public to the point whereby the public is willing to give them money.
No, forefathers,
they prefer to fight the government for it.
Forefathers, look. You can't expect lecturers to go and be meeting public for support.
You see what people are saying. What is wrong with our people?
You don't do it.
You forget the students. If the people support you and they want to help you, why are you fighting government?
The people are not your employer.
You see why we are.
They
want to win a fight.
The people are not your employer. The government is your employer. You can only take your fights to the
government. How about the students that are not going to school?
Just listen to me now. That's what I'm saying now. If the students know what they were doing, right? If they have sense in their head, they will know that no, these people are fighting for us. The student would have joined the lecturer. That was the failure of the student. That's why the government is not responding. If the students join the lecturer to okay, let me ask you a simple question. Because I saw the former Minister of Education during Buhari's time. The student came out almost 9 minutes to say, okay, no, we want to protest that, this and that. They should give our lecturer this and that. We're tired of staying at home with this and that. And they now took the protest to Ministry of Education, Federal Ministry of Education in Abuja. Then the nonsense guy came out, was threatening the student of Students Association, whatever. I don't forget the name.
Is it TUC or
no? Student Association, Nigerian Students. Nance president went there, and with some of his officials. Look at the way the guy embarrassed them. I was just angry, like my time. Either he will run or he could beg.
They should have chosen Ferrari.
No. So either he could beg or
this is glasses. They will be fear. They will be afraid of him.
The funny is that the guy was just invented into the office. Look at the way he was just rubbishing them anyhow. He worked out on them in his office, and these guys could not do anything. I said, no wonder they are suffering. If not, if the students came out and banned the lecturer, like, no, we will cripple the economy. If you want to kill us, kill all of us, we'll be here. I'm telling you, these guys would have done something a long time ago, but they know nothing will happen. The students are daft. They are busy about doing Biblical Nigeria generation.
Mr. Lukupi, I disagree with you when it comes to like you saying that the teachers should not also, the lecturers should not also get like the parents or the public to come like to join them protest, because at the end of the day, the government, even though the lecturers are working for the government are working for the people. If you have the masses agreeing, saying, okay, we want you to give them what they need. That's why the lecturers have to come. They're obviously giving their reasons to the government, but they also give reasons why the people, and if the people see reasons in terms of like increasing funding and setting research and everything, and they say, okay, they actually need this, and these are our children, then the government will have no choice but to listen. So, and also the students.
If it's a sensible government, right? If it is a sensible government, right, it will say, okay, no problem. It won't get to that extent of involving the parents. But I'll tell you this, because of the society that we have right now, right? If the parents now decide to join, trust me, the government will see an excuse, you understand, to say, okay, no, they are bringing it out and this and that to come and intimidate them. Then before you know, they start.
Okay, I feel like you're
arresting lecturers.
I don't think so, because
did you hear what Bumi just said? Sorry, let me just highlight what you just said. That is just let me hold on. Let me just say it. No, because there's something you missed there, that the symmetry with what she just said. She said
the people
hold on.
Government is working for the people.
It shows you
so the people
exactly.
should be involved.
Hold on now. She circled it so you can understand. In the end, they said you are working for the people or the students, and you're working for the government, and the government is working for the people.
Yeah,
if the people decide to pay you, hold on. If the people decide to pay you, why are you having problem with that?
No. The people are not paying
are
you.
sovereign.
No.
Wait, but Lokipi, my point is that Mr. Lokipi, my point is that what do you call a revolution? That's the whole point of if you frame it in that sense, where that the people then are with the lecturers, that is a revolution. It's not necessarily bloody, but it's like an agenda that okay, this is what we want. But in the Nigerian context, we never have one, like everyone gathers and say, okay, this is the problem. But we have a situation, and that's why I think in a way I can agree with forefather in terms of like they should find a way, like the real solution, because we are dealing with a bunch of people who don't have sense in government. They should find ways to hold them like to the neck, and by doing that, it's
let me ask one question now. Sorry, how many protests do you think how many protests do you think the people will support? How many protests? If lecturers go on strike,
good Ferrari. I saw you this morning, man.
If the lecturer go on strike, the people will support, right?
Yeah.
If Labour go on strike, the people
Please,
will
can you
support
say
Labour.
that again? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, okay. Now I said right. How many people would the society support if lecturers go on strike? Right? Okay, yeah, the people who is the employer of the government, right? Will support the lecturers. Then if the Labour goes on strike, so Labour is still going on strike, the people will still come out and support. Then if TUC is going on strike, the people is because all those strikes are about the people too. You understand? All the different strikes, Labour, TUC, they are about the people. All strikes in Nigeria is about for the general public of the people, because directly or indirectly it will benefit the people. So if the people are now, if there's any strike anywhere, that means the people should be involved too, because it definitely benefit them. So now, how many strike would the people now support? That's why I said it's
have
not
supported these strikes forever. That's the problem.
Mathematically, it may work for the way you are saying it. It will supposed to work the way you are saying it, but it's not how it's supposed to do in society.
No, but I feel like you're kind of, if I'm a lecturer, let's say this university, let's pick Abuja University, for example.
Yeah.
I, as that lecturer or that university, I wouldn't just wake up and just go on a strike like that, because I know the kind of government we have. One thing I'll do first, invite every parent, if possible, maybe online, whatever, and students too. It's something that you have a discussion, and I know that, okay, how many people are on my side and how many people are not on my side. Obviously, as a student of Abuja, if I know that the standard of education in that place is not up to date, I'll obviously be on your side. Now, the question is, how do we present this argument? That's where I think that maybe we should try and improve on, in terms of like not just only lecturers striking, but how do you get students and how do you get the parents? The parents should never say that we'll pay your salaries, because the real protest is not salary, it's standard, and it's very expensive. Parents cannot, if not, they'll send their kids to private universities.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying, that maybe at some point getting parents and getting students to come and protest might hold a better chokehold in terms of the government than just seeing lecturers campaign.
Last year, let me just add now. It's going round now. Let's go round. Logo.
And parents have to be involved, because I'm
assuming parents is not involved. What about lecturer and students? You think it won't
work? Parents have to be involved. It has to be everybody. Parents, it's your money. It's my time. And it's the lecturer's time. Nobody is profiting, because I'm complaining about a bad system. So parents are not getting any advantage.
That was why I now brought the issue when how many protests do you think parents should be involved? Because all strikes involve the parents, the people.
But all strikes are not happening in one day.
No. Yeah, I agree. No, of course. No, they're not happening one day. I agree with
This
you.
is a scenario if every protest is happening on a Tuesday. No, we'll pick a day and say this is what we want. And then obviously, if another strike is intervening with our own protest, obviously, we invite them and say, how do we discuss this to bring our arguments together? Which holds the government even more because now they have two people.
The point I was making was that, like, if the parents pay the salaries, the government now have leeway to pay for the quality level of the institution. In other words, share
And
the
they didn't pay.
no, but no, hold on. But they never got to that point. They never got to that point because lecturers rejected it. And secondly, last year was a year that the Nigerian government was looking to spend about 90% of their income on servicing debts. And that's the same year lecturers expect the government to have about how many billion naira to pay them for what they are doing. Those things cannot marry each other. They are not together.
Why not do it instrumentally? Why not do it small?
Yeah, but my problem is that both sides are playing us. And I don't know why we can't see
it small from the government. Okay, we can't do all. Let's do 10% or 20% first. Why not do it small at all? Instead of leaving it, not doing anything at all.
That's what I said. Both sides are terrible. Government was not make so you get this local. 80% of the blame is on the government. But my problem is that Nigerians completely turn their back on the lecturers, trusting the lecturers like they cannot do anything wrong.
The government is working for the people. The lecturers are not working for the people alone.
People too.
Listen to me. Because hold on, see, it's not.
They have a right to shut down a section of your nation, and you say they are not working for the people.
Just listen to me. Look.
They are also unelected for that matter. Nobody elects them. They shut down an education. I don't even know why the constitution gave them that kind of power. It's crazy.
Was it all universities that were shut down, or
not all federal? No, not all federal universities. Not states, not polytechnic.
All the federal
universities. Forefathers, in terms of when there is strike, who's supposed to respond?
Both sides.
So when you have agreement with the government and the government fails on their part, the lecturers should cancel their own deal.
No, you can go on strike, then stop, just like they stopped eventually.
How? When you refuse to sit with them, they just stop on their own.
See, no, they didn't sit with them and they still stopped anyway. So you have to stop sometime, like they always do. But after they've done the damage. That's my problem.
I don't understand your logic. So what logic are you saying?
The logic is clear.
After 1 week of the strike, they should go back.
Yes. Because after 9 months of the strike,
what kind of justice is that?
Because after 9 months of the strike, what do you think you did? Did you fly to heaven after 9 months of the strike? You still went back.
Now after 9 months, I go back. Came back and you're blaming them.
Yes, because when I said after 1 week you go back hold on now, let me finish what I'm saying, local. After another 1 month or two, you can do another strike again. And when you are doing this strike, you do it in a way that people hear that you are striking. Because in the end, just because you consider it weak to do that, but what do you also consider?
People know that you are striking because the news is carrying it.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying now. What do you also consider after 9 months? Well, after 9 months, they still go back again. It's the same thing. The only difference is that the students are not educated at all. That is the only difference.
And it is the fault of the lecturers. So when you have a school and you don't do your work, wait, who owns those schools? Lecturers or government?
Government, I think. I'm not exactly
so who's supposed to pay them? So they should be doing charitable job for government.
Okay, if you are not going to do the job, it's not by force. You can also resign and travel overseas like everyone else.
And when you not pay them the one they did,
I don't understand you.
You can also resign and travel overseas.
Then the money you are owing me, I will not leave the money.
To be honest,
I will not leave the money.
Because staying in Nigeria and killing the education system is not helpful at all.
To be honest, everything that in terms of this strike and all that, it seems very stressful. And this is why a majority of people just send their kids either outside the country or, let's say, to private universities, which at the end of the, because you can't tell me as a lecturer I should start thinking about all of this. Like, as a government, you should never let this happen in the first place. That's why we will not have good quality lecturers in federal university, because if you're telling me after 6 months, 9 months, they might not pay me, and now I have to start thinking about how to organize protests, what kind of life is that? And that's why people leave Nigeria.
Why don't they just resign? I don't even know. This is another option. They act as if they are in prison.
You can also say that. You can also say why are the students going to federal university? They should not
in case
go.
you don't know, many
because
have left.
parents want to put their children there, and if you don't want to stay, resign. Don't hold. Especially, I'm talking about the ones that are going on strike for 9 months. If you don't like it,
which one is
but the ones that are going on strike, they should resign.
Which one is patriotism? Staying there, forcing the government to do the right thing, or walking away from the system.
Do you know what you call patriotism? You can try to make the government do the right thing, and you can also educate the students. Both. As a matter of fact, educating students is the greatest good thing that you can do.
Exactly what I'm saying. So educate
their
the students and
original
let
charge.
them join you in the protest. That's what I'm saying.
Are ready to,
educate the students, let them join the protest.
They are ready to do it.
Let them join
but
the
the government, they sat down with government and came up with agreement. And the government said, we will fulfill this agreement. After 10 years, government did not fulfill this agreement. After 10 years. And this guy said, come and do this thing for us. And you are blaming them.
Government betray people all the time. You know that.
You're also getting
they are
wrong,
useless bunch of people. They cause a lot of problems in nations. Like I
where
said,
you're also
80% of the blame is theirs. However, those lecturers too, they are blame. There's blame there. It's not by force. They don't have to be lecturing. They don't have to stop students from actually going to school at all.
It's civil
I don't like
servant
that.
job. Nigeria is not a private entity. The school university is not a private university. It's a federal government university.
Yeah, you see, so because it's federal, it's by force.
Listen to me now. They are paying pensions there.
To work for federal government.
They are paying pensions there. Their pension career is there. You understand? So it's not something you're civil servant.
Your pension. So you have pensions, eh?
Just listen.
How many of the people
civil servants
has pensions?
Forefathers. They all of them have pensions. All of them have.
Apart from Mama Buka that is selling food on the side of the road that doesn't have pensions.
Sorry?
All those ones, apart from Mama Buka that is selling food on the road that doesn't have pensions. But these ones that have pensions now, they would rather say, oh, yeah, our country, we have... good night. Thank you for coming, Augustine. You know, they say, oh, these politicians, they make all this money, so we too have to make similar money.
No,
you know,
it's not like that. You're getting it wrong.
Actually, that's what people argue it all the time. People like, look at how much politicians are paid, and this professor is paid this little money. People argue that all the time.
I just told you not quite long. I say in this lecturing job, you have professors who are political analysts, who are political scientists, who are business economists and all that stuff. You understand? So they see what government policies are, and the policies are not favoring educational system. The policies they are making is anti-education. Not even the money, you understand? The policies they are making, even the budget for education is even small compared to many countries. So that is their anger. It's not even their money. They can start to sell handouts and make listen to me, they can start hold on, see now, they can start to sell handouts and make money. They can start to resign and go to private university and make money. Something it's not about that. There's some people who have calling, lecturing, as in teaching calling, like they just love the teaching job. You understand? It's not like these days when you see professor, you just young boy, you just the do guy man, you see he's a professor. In our days, professor, white hair, unkempt, haggard looking guy, white hair, afro, just beer, whatever, everywhere. They look unkempt. They always do research. They want to make sure they impact the students. But these days, you see, they say he's a professor, guy man. They wear sag jeans or they wear designer jeans, and you think he's a professor. Like this. There's no professor we used to know those days now. Our professors that those days, when they teach you without handouts, you know, it's coming straight from the kokoro head. But professor these days, they open handout and teach you. They read the handout first before they teach you.
You wonder why you have lazy professors now, because all
exactly because
they
same
destroy the
thing.
education system so badly that the ones that are there now are not very good.
Professor, you know why? Because the government have destroyed it. So now the most lecturers
what you are doing now?
AY came late. I'm sorry, AY. We are going to be rounding up soon. You know.
In 5 minutes, Abi.
I've
been here for the past 30 minutes. You guys are talking.